Chapter 1401 Target Determination. Nyapa, it's always a good thing to make it. If you really don't like it, it's also good to use it as trading capital. Why don't you like it? Yi Sha raised the twin sawtooth swords. It's either life or death. Isn't that great? Congratulations on your rating reaching the extraordinary level. Start the extraordinary trial, and hunt down an extraordinary mutant zombie or ancient species. After Yi Sha affirmed the twin sawtooth swords, a mysterious voice suddenly sounded, which made Yi Sha stunned. Have you become extraordinary? Although he has always been just one step away from becoming extraordinary, Yi Sha has been looking forward to crossing this threshold every time he gets something new. But he didn't cross it when he got the Ice and Snow God. And he didn't cross it when he got the Thunder Emperor. Unexpectedly, he finally succeeded this time. Nyapa looked at Yi Sha's movements and suddenly froze, and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "Yi Sha, I am extraordinary." It seems not yet." Nyapa was also stunned. "Is it or not?" "Yi Sha, I have reached the standard. But there is only one step left." Yi Sha looked at his personal information. He was already rated as 1 star in the extraordinary category. However, there was a temporary display at the back, which was obviously related to the prompt of the mysterious voice. Only after Yi Sha killed a superclass mutant zombie or ancient species, he was recognized by Doomsday Train and truly reached the extraordinary level. Nyapa laughed. "That shouldn't be a big problem for you. The real trouble is where to find it." Yi Sha nodded, and then an idea flashed in his mind. Originally, Yi Sha hadn't really decided where to go next. But now that the mysterious hint appeared, Yi Sha had a goal. "Yi Sha, if you don't receive a mission at the next stop, I will complete the mission on your behalf. This is one of the powers of the Chief Steward. If you don't want to leave the Doomsday Train, you can designate a steward to help you complete the mission. It is usually mandatory. But Yi Sha has never used this power to coerce anyone. The main purpose is to save vacation time. If Nyapa takes over the mission, Yi Sha won't need to use his vacation time. Otherwise, Yi Sha can only use his vacation time to go to the place he designated. Considering that he has many goals at present, he should save as much as possible on vacation time. Nyapa doesn't care. I don't care. Generally, when it's not my turn to be a flight attendant, I don't rest much. I go to collect materials." Yi Sha nodded. "That's it. I'll let others know. If you have a mission, I'll find someone else." "No problem." "Nyapa, are you going to look for the extraordinary ancient species, or the mutant zombies?" Yi Sha, ancient species. Yi Sha hadn't made up his mind because several targets were very important, so he couldn't decide where to go for a while. But with the hint of the mysterious voice, he made a decision. Dr. Davis needs a strong corpse. Either the king-level ancient species, or the mutant zombies. If he can get an extraordinary one, it would be better. Moreover, the sooner he finds it, the sooner he can prepare for the experiment of the Constellation Project. At the moment, to get the recognition of Doomsday Train, Yi Sha needs to hunt down a superclass ancient species, or mutant zombie. The two tasks happen to overlap. So why not do it in one go? Nyapa, but the key question is where to find it. Moreover, although your strength is sufficient, in order to ensure the completion of the task, you should still look for a superclass 1-star guy, which is obviously more difficult to find. Yi Sha, there is a target. Do you know the Big Boom Dragon? Nyapa, I know the Boom Dragon, a mutant subspecies of the Horned Dragon. But the Big Boom Dragon? Yi Sha, a subspecies of dragon that has mutated twice, with a superb 1-star rating. It's probably in the middle of the pack, and a very ferocious fellow. However, I think I can fight it. And the most important thing is that I know where it is." Nyapa was curious. "Where is it?" Yi Sha, dry rice bowl. Nyapa bared his teeth. "Is it the Jedi that is as famous as the Gate of Hell?" Dry rice bowl is of course a nickname. In fact, that place is a valley. And it is also another valley of death outside the Gate of Hell. People are terrified of it, and stay away from it. Few people dare to set foot in it. There are large tracts of primeval forests and overlapping mountains, with winding peaks and gullies, and the terrain is very similar, making it very easy for people to get lost there. It is said that there are 9,981 pots there, with large pots inside small pots, pots connected to each other, and pots connected to each other, in addition to the primitive terrain being a huge trouble. Another reason why people feel terrified and confined to their homes is that there is a mysterious power there. It is very similar to the legendary Bermuda Devil's Triangle in the Atlantic Ocean. After entering the dry rice pot, the compass may fail, causing visitors to get lost and unable to get out. However, the Bermuda Devil's Triangle is piled with countless sunken ships, while the dry rice basin is piled with a large number of skeletons. The Great Boom Dragon is deep in the dry rice basin. The long-lost memory of the previous life helped Yi Sha again. Yi Sha had been to the dry rice basin to perform a mission. Of course, although Yi Sha's strength was not weak at that time, it was far less than it is now. He only saw the Great Boom Dragon from a distance, and then ran away. At that time, Yi Sha had not even reached the peak strength of the Venerable King level. Even if Yi Sha was active in a small team at that time, it would be a dead end if he encountered the Great Boom Dragon. The word supernormal is not just a casual word. If he had a choice, even now, Yi Sha would not be willing to fight the big dragon. It was very troublesome to hunt that huge beast. But with two tasks stacked together, and no other choice, Yi Sha was determined to hunt it. Nyapa, do you need help? I actually have a vacation period. Yi Sha shook his head. Your guns are at a disadvantage against that guy. I can go by myself. I'll talk to you if I can't handle it. Nyapa nodded. Okay. Call me if you need anything. Yi Sha smiled. Don't worry. I will. I'm leaving first. Now that I've decided where to go, I have to go to the dining car to say hello. Yi Sha left Nyepo's carriage and went to the dining car, because they didn't stay too long in the port city. There were still more than 10 hours before the departure time of the Doomsday train. Yi Sha went to the dining car to explain his purpose, and the proprietress nodded. No problem. Whether you want to find a crew member to replace you at the next stop, or use your vacation time, as long as you can arrange it without violating the rules, I can naturally send you there. Yeah. Yi Sha nodded. Then I'll find you at the next stop. Yi Sha said hello to the proprietress, and then turned to leave the dining car. Chapter 1402 Dry Rice Bowl. After Yi Sha left, a figure suddenly appeared, as if he had been standing by the bar, and then sat down. The proprietress placed a cocktail on the bar. Thank you. Malfarian seemed to be always so gentlemanly, wearing a neat suit, with his hair combed meticulously, and took a sip from the glass. Putting down the glass, Malfarian said, He is extraordinary. The proprietress said, There is only one last step. Malfarian, you know his ability very well. The last step is not a problem for him. Boss lady, yes. Then what? Malfarian, we should curb him. He is more obedient than Li Xuanhe, but more dangerous than Li Xuanhe. Boss lady, this is not in line with the rules. Malfarian, rules are only those that are beneficial to us, and those that are not beneficial to us are not rules. Boss lady smiled. You are very cautious. Is it because you recommended Li Xuanhe to be the chief steward? Malfarian, I don't deny it. That's why I don't want to make a second mistake, especially since Li Xuanhe is just doing some small things in private, and he knows how to hide himself better than Li Xuanhe. Lady boss, besides that, are you afraid that he will threaten your position? Deputy train captain? Malfarian also laughed. That kid is far from it. I am sincerely standing in the position of the train captain and putting forward my own opinions. That kid can be used, but he should not be allowed to grow unlimitedly. Otherwise he will definitely be more troublesome than Li Xuanhe. The lady boss leisurely took out the hookah. You picked Li Xuanhe. So if something goes wrong, you should be responsible. And he was picked by the conductor. So if something goes wrong, the conductor will naturally bear the responsibility. Malfarian frowned. I repeat again. I am really considering the conductor. Lady boss, does the conductor need you to consider him? Malfarian frowned even more, and was silent for a while before saying, Well, anyway, I have reminded him, and I have fulfilled my duties. The proprietress smiled. I believe the train conductor will be happy to have a dedicated deputy train conductor. Malfarian glanced at the proprietress, not sure if there was any hidden meaning in her words, and then drank the wine and suddenly disappeared from the dining car, as if he had never appeared. On the other side, Yi Sha returned to his carriage. There were still more than 10 hours before departure, and about 20 hours before arrival. Yi Sha could take a short rest, tease the little ancient cat and the ice and snow god, and then wait for arrival. The next stop of the Doomsday train is Lionfish City. Of course, that has nothing to do with Yi Sha. Nyepa received the crew task, but Fei Long and Yi were free. There was no crew task assigned to them at this stop, and the two will replace Yi Sha to perform the task. And Yi Sha, of course, went to Ganfampan. After walking out of the Doomsday train platform, Yi Sha appeared at the entrance of Ganfampan. Ganfampan is a basin-shaped canyon surrounded by a ring of mountains without a main peak. The longest part from north to south is 20 kilometers. The widest part from east to west is 15 kilometers. And the area is about 300 square kilometers. In the valley, there are big basins nested in small basins, connected to each other. And several valleys form a real dry rice bowl. Looking around, there are endless mountains and primeval forests. The so-called poor mountains and bad waters, deep mountains and old forests, refer to such places. At the same time, Yi Sha heard some birdsong and the sound of streams flowing. Yi Sha stretched. Okay, it's time to work. Yi Sha took out some meat strips from his waist bag and gave them to the ice and snow god and the little ancient cat. The ice and snow god was okay. And he also felt familiar with this kind of deep mountains and old forests. But he was not as eager to try as the little ancient cat. Yi Sha, go! Explore the way. Yi Sha gave the order. And the ice and snow god immediately flew into the air. And the little ancient cat rushed forward. The Great Boom Dragon is definitely Yi Sha's primary target. However, in addition to the Great Boom Dragon, the materials Yi Sha provided to Dr. Davis are still somewhat short. According to the list, Yi Sha can also look for some other ancient species to hunt. It would be best if the materials on the list could be obtained. Even if they are not on the list, they may become substitute materials. After walking through the valley, Yi Sha saw a stream. The water was not deep, only about half of the calf. And there were strange rocks around. On both sides of the stream were dense forests. And a lot of miasma was floating in the forest, like clouds and mist, making this place more mysterious. Yi Sha felt an indescribable atmosphere. A very low atmosphere. It seemed like a cemetery. Walking on those strange rocks and looking at the surrounding woods, it felt like passing through wild graves in the mountains. Yi Sha took out the compass and took a look. Sure enough, just like when he went to the gate of hell, the compass needle was spinning wildly and could not indicate the direction at all. You know, the compass in Yi Sha's hand is not an ordinary one, but bought from the boss lady. But it is still useless. Huh? Yi Sha put away the compass. It seems that I can only pray for good luck. Yi Sha didn't care much. The most mysterious thing about the dry rice bowl is getting lost. Most of the dry bones left here were starved to death because they got lost and couldn't leave. But it was not a big problem for Yi Sha. Even if he got lost, he had enough food. Even if he ran out of food, he could still hunt ancient species. It would just take more time to leave this place. Moreover, Yi Sha thought that it was unlikely that he would get lost. After all, he had the ice and snow god and the little ancient cat to lead the way. Thinking of this, Yi Sha kept moving forward on the strange rocks beside the stream. And then, Yi Sha suddenly saw a figure flashing in front of him. Yi Sha's face showed a look of surprise. And he couldn't help but blurt out, "Zombie?" The figure was not moving very fast. And Yi Sha could vaguely see that it was a human-shaped zombie. There were no humans living in a place like Ganfampan. Even if the zombie virus spread, it could only infect the ancient species, not humans. Could it be those guys from Compu again? Yi Sha couldn't help but mutter. When he went to the gate of hell before, Yi Sha also met people from Compu. However, this is not bad news. If the people from Compu really appear here, it means that there must be something valuable here. Yi Sha did not hesitate and immediately jumped off the strange rock and chased the zombie into the woods on the side. After entering the woods, Yi Sha looked around, but did not find any trace of the zombie. Yi Sha reached out and grasped the twin sawtooth swords on his back, and then slowly began to move forward. Chapter 1403 Big Boom Dragon. The zombie was not moving very fast, so it was impossible for it to distance itself from Yi Sha so quickly, which meant it must still be nearby. Suddenly, the zombie that had been seen before jumped out from behind a big tree on the side of Yi Sha, and opened its bloody mouth towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha was slightly surprised. When did the zombies become so smart that they even knew how to hide and launch sneak attacks? Then, the sword moved forward. Just when the zombie was about to pounce on Yi Sha, the twin sawtooth sword swept forward, and then the zombie's head flew directly up. The zombies are just ordinary zombies. Not to mention the threat to Yi Sha. Ordinary zombies are almost no threat to everyone on the Doomsday train. The reason why the word almost is used is because there are still zombie groups and zombie tides. Secondly, zombies are elusive. They suddenly jump out from any corner. If you bite and get infected with the virus, it will still be fatal. But in general, this thing that was once feared by everyone is now less scary. After chopping off the zombie's head, Yisha squatted down and looked at the corpse. He was not from Compu. The clothes he wore did not have Compu's logo. And it was not a uniform. He looked like a hunter. Before the end of the world, although the forbidden area like Ganfampen was feared by everyone, it was not that no one would come here. For example, some senior tourists would be very interested in exploring and crossing such a mysterious place. But most of them only dared to move around in the marginal areas. Some who go deep into it, some who are lucky, may be able to leave alive, while some will be buried here forever. In addition, some poachers will go deep into this place. After all, this place was once full of rare birds and animals. Yisha was a little disappointed. If the other party was from Compu, it might mean that there would be good things here. But if it was just the body of a hunter, that would be another matter. Yisha stood up and prepared to leave. But at this moment, the headless zombie suddenly sat up, stretched out his hands and grabbed Yisha. This sudden change was particularly abrupt. Yisha had no time to react before his legs were grabbed by the opponent. Then he instinctively raised his sword and was about to chop down the zombie. But at this moment, a small black snake jumped out from the wound on its neck, opened its mouth, and tried to bite Yisha. Puff! The flame suddenly surged, and then quickly crystallized. Yisha quickly swung his sword and cut the small black snake into 2 pieces. The small black snake was cut off, and it was still struggling on the ground, while the zombie fell straight down again. You have killed a black-crowned snake. Cumulative number 1. Apocalypse reward, venomous snake gall. Yisha broke out in cold sweat. It was a black-crowned snake. The black-crowned snake is only rated as a gold 5-star snake, a very weak ancient species. But its venom is among the top 3 among all poisonous ancient species. Even though Yisha killed it with 1 sword, if he was really bitten, Yisha might not be able to run back to the Doomsday train to buy healing potions, and he might have to explain his resurrection here. Of course, if he could kill it, Yisha would feel that he had obtained something good, as the gallbladder of the black-crowned snake is highly poisonous. After carefully dealing with the black-crowned snake and collecting the gallbladder, Yisha continued to move forward. After Yisha left, a figure suddenly appeared behind the tree, looking at the direction where Yisha left. And it was Donfan Yu. Compared to Malfarian, Donfan Yu is a practical man. There are only 2 deputy train captains on the Doomsday train. And there can only be 2 deputy train captains on the Doomsday train. Reaching an extraordinary rating is the basic requirement for becoming a deputy train captain. All unstable factors should be nipped in the bud. Donfan Yu looked at the direction where Yisha was going, but don't worry. I'm just here to help you complete the hunting mission. After Donfan Yu finished speaking, he walked behind a big tree and disappeared without a trace. Yisha walked forward, suddenly looked to the side, and stretched out his finger a little forward. Zila! A current surged through, shooting forward, breaking trees continuously, and hitting a giant bear that was 4 or 5 meters long. The giant bear roared and fell to the ground. You killed a short-tailed giant bear. Cumulative number 2, including the black-crowned snake. This is the 6th ancient species that Yisha has encountered since entering the dry rice bowl. Unfortunately, Yisha has not yet obtained the materials required on the list. However, this gave Yisha a lot of hope. The number of ancient species in this place is more than Yisha imagined, and there are many kinds. So far, Yisha has not encountered the same ancient species. At the same time, a cry suddenly sounded in the sky, and then the ice and snow god fell from the sky, standing on Yisha's shoulder and shaking his head. Yisha's eyes lit up. Big guy? Lead the way! The ice and snow god immediately flew low and took Yisha forward quickly. About a quarter of an hour later, Yisha slowed down and saw a mess in front of him. The thick trees were broken, leaving broken trunks, and the vegetation on the ground had obvious signs of being stepped on. Yisha squatted down, looked at the huge footprints in front of him, and grinned. It's really a big guy. At this time, the little ancient cat jumped out from the side, swayed in front of Yisha, and then ran forward. After running a distance, it kept looking back at Yisha. Yisha understood what the little ancient cat meant, and it was obvious that the little ancient cat had discovered something. So he immediately followed it quickly. He quickly shuttled through the woods, and the traces around him were still obvious. But he quickly walked out of the woods and entered a valley area. There were no trees around, and the ground was no longer soft mud, so these traces naturally became less. However, the little ancient cat obviously discovered something, and was still running forward. After another half an hour, the road ahead came to an end, and the little ancient cat also stopped and wandered at the edge. Yisha approached and looked down, and then showed a surprised expression. Below the rock wall was a valley with a basin shape. In the center, a huge monster was lying there, seemingly sleeping. Yisha licked the corner of his mouth. I met it here? The one lying in the valley was the great boom dragon. The giant dragon was extremely large, curled up, and about 20 meters long. As an ancient species of extraordinary level, it was definitely the ruler in the dry rice basin. Yisha originally thought that he would have to reach the depths of the dry rice basin to see the giant dragon, but he didn't expect to see it so soon. Maybe it came out to hunt? Yisha tilted his head and murmured, and then a cold look appeared in his eyes. Chapter 1404 Attack. Yisha was very curious about why the big dragon appeared in this position. But since they were all going to kill it, it was obviously the same whether it appeared earlier or later. Moreover, this was an opportunity for a sneak attack. The big dragon seemed to have fallen asleep and obviously did not notice Yisha's appearance. In this case, Yisha naturally got the opportunity to strike first. And he could hit it for sure. Since you want to play, then play big. Yisha sneered and stretched out his hand. 10 directions of thunder. Zila. The electric current swung under Yisha's feet, and quickly moved in all directions. The electric current flowed down the rock wall like mercury, and even spread over the body of the great boom dragon, covering a large area of the valley. Feeling the sting of the current, the great boom dragon suddenly opened his eyes, and then found that he had been wrapped in the current. Roar! The great boom dragon roared without hesitation. The roar of the great boom dragon was not an ordinary roar, because roaring itself was one of the great boom dragon's means of attack. When the roar of the great boom dragon sounded, the valley immediately began to tremble violently. Cracks appeared on the surrounding rock walls, and countless broken stones kept falling downwards. This was an indiscriminate attack. Obviously, the great boom dragon had not yet discovered Yisha's location, and in this way, the attack covered the entire valley. Unfortunately, Yisha was above the valley. Yisha felt the constant vibrations coming from his feet, but this did not bring any substantial damage to Yisha. Facing the roar of the great boom dragon, Yisha stretched out his right hand and pressed it down hard. Boom! Above the valley, a thunderous sound came out of nowhere, and then a lightning column fell from the sky, fiercely hitting the body of the big dragon. Countless electric currents spread out along the back of the big dragon, quickly wrapped around the whole body of the big dragon, and continuously penetrated into the body of the big dragon, attacking. At the same time, the roar of anger sounded again, accompanied by the sudden force of the big dragon. The electric current suddenly shook out in all directions, shattered, and then fell to the ground. After the big bang dragon stood up, its body length was almost 30 meters, and its head was almost flush with the surrounding rock walls. Its blood-colored scales were obviously very ferocious. At the elbows of its arms, there were 2 wings-like things that kept flapping, and the edges were extremely sharp. However, mottled marks appeared on the back of the big bang dragon, and the charred black color was shocking. At the same time, black smoke was constantly coming out of the surface of its body. Yisha grinned. It was indeed an extraordinary ancient species. Its defense was indeed extraordinary. The bombardment of the 10 directions of thunder could only cause damage to the surface of the big bang dragon. As for the electric current that penetrated into the body of the great boom dragon, there must be some damage. But looking at the great boom dragon's appearance, Yisha also knew that the damage caused was limited. However, the attack of the 10 directions of crazy thunder will not stop there. The attack of the 10 directions of crazy thunder is continuous. Within 15 minutes, as long as it is within the coverage area, the lightning pillars will continue to appear and cause damage to the target. Therefore, the moment the great boom dragon shattered the lightning pillar, the second lightning pillar fell down and hit the great boom dragon again. Maybe one strike is not powerful enough. Then, what about 2, 3, or even 10 or even 100 times? This is the horror of the 10 directions of wild thunder. Moreover, the huge size of the great boom dragon means that it cannot easily dodge those lightning pillars. Yisha is also lucky. The area of this valley is not small, but it is not enough for the huge body of the great boom dragon to move at will. Clang! Yisha drew out the sword and fell to Nanjiang, shouting, God of War! God of War! Holding this sword. Enter the God of War state. Physical fitness increases by 75%. The duration is 300 seconds. And after each use, there is a 1800-second interval before the next use. After entering the heroic state, Yisha could immediately feel that his strength suddenly increased a lot. He then took a step forward and jumped directly from the rock wall. At the moment of falling, Yisha suddenly drew his sword. 6 dragons flying. As Yisha swung his sword, the red sword light fell downwards and quickly turned into a blood dragon, hitting the big dragon. Bang! At the moment of the collision, the blood dragon was shattered. But the body of the big dragon was also hit and slid to the side 2 or 3 meters. At the same time, Yisha also exposed his position. Roar! The great boom dragon roared and turned around. Its huge body was more agile than expected. And then it met the second blood dragon. The great boom dragon immediately opened its mouth and bit it hard. Crack! The body of the second blood dragon seemed to have substance, and it actually made a crisp sound, and was bitten to pieces by the great boom dragon. After smashing the second blood dragon, the great boom dragon immediately came towards Yisha and hit the third blood dragon. The wing blade at the elbow slashed forward continuously, not only cutting the third blood dragon into 2 pieces, but also directly chopping the fourth blood dragon that had just condensed. The flying of the 6 dragons was interrupted. Yisha did not have the chance to swing the 5th sword, as the huge head of the great boom dragon rushed over and hit Yisha's body hard. It pushed forward and was knocked against the rock wall by Yisha. Boom! A loud roar appeared, and the rock wall collapsed directly, with dense cracks all around. Cough! Yisha coughed lightly and spit out a mouthful of blood. Although the red flame armor defended in the first time, the impact of the great boom dragon was obviously not so easy to resist. Even so, the red flame armor still showed strong defensive power. Although Yisha felt his internal organs shaken violently, the damage he suffered was not as serious as he had imagined. At the same time, the lightning column falling from the sky hit the big boom dragon again, causing the big boom dragon to roar, move its body away, and keep shaking. The big boom dragon was in more pain than before. Obviously, the lightning column brought more damage to the big boom dragon than before, but it was not because of the increase in power, but life decay, the paralysis effect caused by the electric current entering the body, including the movement speed and knockback, is completely useless to the big boom dragon. This valley itself limits the movement range of the big boom dragon, and it is impossible to trigger the knockback. The huge body can be directly immune to the knockback effect. Therefore, the most useful is life decay. The electric current invading the body will continuously cause considerable damage to the big boom dragon. Yisha took this opportunity to jump down from the rock wall and land in the valley. Zila! Yisha raised his palm high, condensed a thunder ball in his palm, and pressed the thunder ball to the ground with force. Jiuxiu, domain ability, king ability with itself as the center. A domain is formed within a radius of 150 meters. Within the domain, all wind, thunder, rain, and snow abilities are increased by 35%. The self enters the Thunder Emperor state. When attacked, part of the damage is rebounded to the enemy. When the attack hits, all healing abilities are invalidated. Chapter 1405 Jiuxiu. Boom! Boom! When the Jiuxiu domain was opened, the sky suddenly rang with the roar of drought thunder, and the sky became gloomy at this moment, forming a strange scene. Above Yisha and Da Honglong, the sky turned gray and hazy, and golden lightning flashed faintly, and the air seemed low and moist. However, outside the coverage of Jiuxiu's domain, the sky was blue and clear, forming a sharp contrast. Yisha had planned to open the Nine Heavens domain from the beginning, to deal with the Great Boom Dragon, or to deal with the extraordinary ancient species. The Nine Heavens domain is indispensable, because the Nine Heavens domain has an absolute effect. When the attack hits, all healing abilities are invalidated. It is impossible for the extraordinary ancient species not to have the ability of super speed regeneration. Therefore, if you want to defeat this level of ancient species, you must first ensure that the opponent's regeneration ability is curbed before you can have a chance of winning. After all, whether it is the strength of the body, the ability to recover, or the physical strength, the human body is undoubtedly at an absolute disadvantage. Boom! A thunderous sound sounded. And at the moment when the big dragon was about to open its mouth and roar again, it struck the big dragon again. Electric current flew. The arc kept running, quickly covering the whole body of the big dragon. The pain of the big dragon was obviously more intense than before, and it was obvious that Jioshu had played a role in the mad thunder. When another lightning column fell, Da Honglong did not use his body to block it, but straightened up suddenly. Da Honglong swung his forelimbs, and the wing blades at the elbows swept out, cutting the lightning column into pieces. Countless arcs exploded in all directions, like fireworks in the air, and like a blue rain. At the same time, Yisha took a deep breath, and opened and closed his palms. Zila! The harsh sound of electricity sounded again, and then a golden lightning ball appeared in Yisha's palm, constantly jumping. Even though it was only the size of a fist, it could feel the huge power, even far better than the lightning columns that kept falling in the air. Divine Thunder. Divine Thunder. It can be used in the 9 heavens realm. There are 9 levels in total. Each time a level of Divine Thunder is released, the power of the previous level of Divine Thunder is added. The 9th level of Thunder has a destructive effect and can destroy objects in a large area. Divine Thunder is the core move of the Thunder Emperor and also the strongest attack of the Thunder Emperor. As soon as Yisha loosened his hand, the thunder ball turned into a golden lightning and rose into the air, like a golden dragon flying in the sky. The next moment, the golden lightning cut through the sky and struck down fiercely. Boom! The divine thunder hit the back of the big dragon. And this time, it was not just the surface that was charred. The divine thunder fell and directly blew off a piece of the big dragon's flesh and blood, not even leaving any broken flesh. The piece of flesh and blood was directly turned into ashes. Not enough. Yisha ran to the side while spreading his hands and taking a deep breath. Come on. Continue. The divine thunder is not without shortcomings. In terms of power, the divine thunder is absolutely abnormal, but the power of the divine thunder is superimposed. Therefore, although what Yisha was using was indeed divine thunder, it was not the real divine thunder. The power must be superimposed to the 9th level to maximize the power of divine thunder. That was the real divine thunder. Boom! Boom! While thinking, Yisha condensed 2 new golden thunder balls in his palms and threw them into the sky. The golden lightning reappeared, which was obviously more terrifying than the first one, because the color of the golden lightning was richer and thicker. The big blast dragon raised its head and roared continuously, with white liquid constantly gushing out from the corners of its mouth. Angry. Extremely angry. The 10 directions of crazy thunder was a continuous attack, which caused the big blast dragon to fail to find Yisha in the first place. After Yisha successfully used the 10 directions of crazy thunder, the big blast dragon fell into a passive defense state, because the damn lightning column kept falling. However, at this moment, the big blast dragon also showed its ferocity as a superclass ancient species. Boom! Boom! 2 lightning pillars fell from the sky, but were strongly pushed down by the great boom dragon. The huge body shook, and the arcs covering it were shattered. Then, facing the 2 divine thunders, the great boom dragon roared again. The roar was earth-shaking, and the whole valley shook at this moment. Airflows spewed out of the great boom dragon's mouth. Those airflows quickly disturbed the air, forming a violent storm, flying into the air, and then instantly toward the second divine thunder in the air, turning into countless golden lightning arcs falling in all directions. What was even more brutal was yet to come. After smashing a divine thunderbolt, the great boom dragon suddenly raised its hind legs and opened its mouth fiercely. The great boom dragon bit the 3rd divine thunderbolt and crushed it. Roar! Roar! After crushing the divine thunderbolt, the great boom dragon also roared, twisting its body constantly, and crashed into a rock wall on the side. With a crash, a large piece of the rock wall collapsed. Yisha bared his teeth and bit the divine thunderbolt directly with his mouth. Of course, the great boom dragon would be hurt by this, but Yisha also saw that the great boom dragon was not afraid of such injuries, and even used these injuries to make himself more crazy and violent. Yisha did not hesitate at all and immediately spread out his palms, and 2 new golden thunder balls appeared in his palms. The anger of the great bomb dragon was already terrifying enough. If it continued to be stimulated, the battle might become difficult. So the great bomb dragon must be dealt with as soon as possible. The way to deal with the great bomb dragon, as soon as possible was naturally to stack the Divine Thunder to the 9th level as soon as possible and give the Great Bomb Dragon a fatal blow. Zila! The sound of the surging current reappeared, and Yisha raised his palms high and sent 2 thunder balls into the air. But at this moment, the Great Bomb Dragon stabilized his body, and once again, withstood the 2 thunder pillars of the 10 directions of Wild Thunder, and launched a counterattack against Yisha. The Great Boom Dragon leaned forward, and its front limbs swept toward Yisha. At the moment when Yisha sent out 2 Divine Thunderbolts, the Great Boom Dragon's front limbs also came to Yisha. The Great Boom Dragon's palm swept toward Yisha, with a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. In front of the Great Boom Dragon's huge palm, Yisha was like a tiny thing. Then, Ghost Step. Yisha's figure flashed, and he disappeared from the spot, moving sideways in a large range. However, at the moment when Yisha stood still, the Great Boom Dragon's other front limb swept down at this moment. Bang! The red flame armor appeared immediately, but was smashed to pieces by the Great Boom Dragon. Then the huge palm hit Yisha's body, sending him flying. Bang! Yisha's body flew backwards, hitting the boulders in the valley, smashing them continuously, and then hitting the rock wall on the side. Chapter 1406 Divine Thunder. A piece of the bottom of the rock wall was shattered, and rubble kept falling down and piling up. In a moment, with a rumble, electric current kept seeping out of the pile of rubble, and the pile of rubble exploded, and Yisha staggered out again. Yisha's face was a little ugly, and his internal organs seemed to be twitching violently, causing him pain. The attack of the big boom dragon was more brutal than he had imagined. Yisha took out the needle gun, aimed at his neck and shot it, using the cell activation agent and the regeneration ability to recover. Of course, Da Hongduan also failed to gain any benefit from Yisha, because, at this moment, 2 Divine Thunderbolts had already fallen from the sky. Boom! Boom! The golden Divine Thunderbolt struck Da Hongduan's body, making a huge roar. The 2 Divine Thunderbolts overlapped, and even though Da Hongduan's defense was extremely terrifying, it could not withstand it easily. The 2 Divine Thunderbolts were like sharp swords, cutting a huge hole on Da Hongduan's back, and the flesh and blood were turned out, and blood kept flowing down. The body of the Great Boom Dragon trembled and shook continuously. Obviously, such damage was also a heavy blow to the Great Boom Dragon. Of course, compared with the terrifying power of the Divine Thunder, the effect of the 9 Heavens domain at this time was even greater, because it curbed the Great Boom Dragon's super speed regeneration ability, making it impossible for the Great Boom Dragon to recover from its injuries. Yisha pressed his abdomen and panted for a while, then spread his palms. Let's see who falls first. Z-Law. Yisha spread his hands again, and with the sound of surging electricity, the golden thunder ball appeared in Yisha's palm again, suspended 2 or 3 inches above the palm, shaking up and down. Roar! The Great Boom Dragon seemed to understand Yisha's words, and suddenly stood up, spreading his arms to both sides. Puff! Puff! The wing blades at the elbows of the Great Boom Dragon's forelimbs suddenly opened to both sides, flapping and making noises. Some dust suddenly floated around with the flapping of the wing blades. In the sky, the golden Divine Thunder once again broke through the sky and fell towards the Great Boom Dragon. And with the flapping of the wing blades, the dust floating in the air also became more and more scaly dust. This is another ability of the Great Boom Dragon. Those scaly dusts have explosive properties. When they reach a certain amount, they will produce dust explosion. Boom! 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 When the 2 Divine Thunders fell, the sound of explosions continued around the Great Boom Dragon. Wherever the scaly dust floated, dust explosions began to occur continuously. This was a chain explosion that was enough to kill everything. But at the moment of the explosion, the Divine Thunder struck into the center of the explosion, which was exactly where the Great Boom Dragon was. The next moment, violent air waves began to push wildly in all directions. The towering rubble in the valley exploded one after another. Yisha felt as if his chest was hit by a heavy hammer, and was blown away by the air wave. He rolled continuously on the ground, and there was a constant pain in his back. There were constantly boulders blown around and hitting Yisha. Boom! The roar sounded at this moment. A rock wall on the right, as the center point closest to the dust explosion, had countless cracks in an instant. And then the rock wall continued to collapse, and countless boulders rolled and hit the ground. Gradually, the surroundings began to become quiet. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and the surroundings were in a mess. Yisha leaned against the broken rock wall, with his hands on his knees, and kept gasping for breath. Although there were no obvious wounds on Yisha's body, only some scratches from being swept by the gravel. His face was pale and bloodless, and his chest was surging with blood, and he kept gasping for breath. On the other side, the big dragon hit the collapsed rock wall and fell down again. His body was covered with scars, all of which were caused by the broken divine thunder. Blood kept flowing down his huge body to the ground. The next moment, Yisha took the initiative to attack, and endured the pain in his body. He spread his palm again, and a golden thunder ball jumped and appeared in Yisha's palm again. Divine thunder. With a crackling sound, the divine thunder was sent into the air again, and suddenly exploded, turning into a golden dragon. Falling down, the big dragon raised its head and roared. Roar! The roar of the big dragon made the valley tremble wildly again, as if the earth was afraid and kept shaking. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by the roar of the great boom dragon, the divine thunder exploded, turning into countless golden arcs that rained down on the great boom dragon. The great boom dragon screamed again, and each golden arc was like a sharp knife, constantly cutting the great boom dragon's body. At the same time, Yisha tiptoed forward and raised his palm again. Yisha shouted, "This is the last blow. The ninth divine thunder. Real divine thunder. Z-Law." The thunder ball held in Yisha's palm was no different from the previous one. But when Yisha raised his palm to the sky, the thunder ball flew higher than before. Boom! Boom! As the thunder ball flew into the sky, thunder roared in the sky, and black clouds gathered at some point. The black clouds were very low, and the golden electric current was rolling in the clouds, like a golden dragon flying. And then, boom! A roar! Yisha felt his eardrums trembling, and the big dragon also raised its head and looked at the clouds in the sky, as if it was afraid. The next moment, the divine thunder fell to the ground. Countless golden divine thunders connected together and turned into a golden thunder waterfall, which fell from the sky. There was a violent noise all around, and the thunder waterfall fell on the body of the big dragon. The big dragon raised its head and wanted to roar, but was forcibly suppressed by the thunder. After the golden lightning fell on the body of the big dragon, it flowed around like liquid, quickly spreading in all directions, and filled the entire valley in the blink of an eye. Boom! 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 The golden electric current hit the rock walls around the valley, but it was not blocked by the rock walls. Instead, it violently and madly climbed up the rock walls. Then, when the electric current covered the rock walls, the sound of rocks exploding rang out. Almost in an instant, the surrounding walls were all shattered. Not collapsed, but shattered. Under the effect of the divine thunder, the rock walls were annihilated into ash in an instant. Not a single piece of rubble fell, but turned into dust and flew into the air, like a thick fog. The dust covered the entire valley. This blow shattered the rock wall, and even expanded the area of the entire valley by more than 1/3. This is the power of divine thunder. Chapter 1407 Two Missions. Yisha was also very surprised when he looked at the surrounding scene. He finally understood what the description of the divine thunder meant. The 9th level of thunder has a destructive effect and can destroy objects in a large area. This destructive power is simply terrifying. The crazy current lasted for about a quarter of an hour. This last divine thunder not only had terrifying attack and destructive power, but also had a continuous effect. However, the great boom dragon did not hold on until the last moment. At the 10th minute, Yisha heard a mysterious sound. You killed a big bang dragon. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, 500 G of scaly dust. You killed a big bang dragon. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, precious dragon tooth of subdragon species. You killed a big bang dragon. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, precious dragon scale of subdragon species. You killed a big bang dragon. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, precious dragon tail of subdragon species. You killed a big bang dragon. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, explosive crystal. You killed an extraordinary ancient species, and your rating has officially reached the extraordinary level. The Great Boom Dragon is the 6th extraordinary ancient species to die, and the additional reward is Gold Skull Coin X50. You have officially reached the extraordinary level, and the task is to start the path of the extraordinary. You have officially reached the extraordinary level. And the task is to start, position challenge. The mysterious voice sounded almost continuously. Fortunately, in order to prevent Yi Sha from not being able to hear clearly, the speed of speech was not fast, and the narration was just coherent. Putting aside what can be obtained from the Great Boom Dragon, the materials obtained from the extraordinary ancient species must be of extraordinary value. The most precious are the scaly dust and the explosion crystals. The power of these two things can be imagined when used to make bombs. As for the others, they are also worth throwing to the boss lady. The most important thing is that although there are no body parts obtained from the subdragon species on Dr. Davis's list, they are obtained from the extraordinary ancient species after all, and may be used as substitutes for some materials. The extra reward surprised Yi Sha. This was sorted according to the hunting records on the Doomsday train, which meant that in addition to the Great Boom Dragon, 5 other extraordinary ancient species were killed. This did not include extraordinary mutant zombies, whose extra rewards were calculated separately. This seemed to be a rather surprising thing. Yi Sha was not the first to try it. But thinking about it carefully, Yi Sha felt that it was not worth being so surprised. The train conductor and the 2 deputy train conductors were all capable of killing extraordinary ancient species. Secondly, if multiple royal level crew members work together, it is possible to kill the extraordinary ancient species. It mainly depends on the number of people. At least royal level 4-star or above strength is required, starting with 5 people, and there is no upper limit. Of course, it is limited to the weakest type of extraordinary ancient species. The only trouble is that if there are too many people, this extra reward seems a bit heartbreaking. 5 people risked great danger to kill an extraordinary ancient species, and then each person got 10 gold skull coins. Anyway, Yi Sha would not do such a stupid thing even if he had a brain injury. However, even if he killed one person for these 50 gold skull coins, it seemed quite heartbreaking. So, this was obviously not the highlight. The highlight was the last 2 prompts, corresponding to 2 tasks. In Yi Sha's personal information, there was a task bar that did not exist before. Generally, the tasks of each station were done immediately, and there was no need for a task bar. But these 2 tasks are obviously not assigned according to the Doomsday train platform. Nor are there any conditions for completion. No time limit, and no need to complete them within a few stations. As for the task of the extraordinary road, Yi Sha really doesn't know what to say, for words can summarize it as inexplicable. Extraordinary road? No more. Just like that. This task has only a name, and the subsequent description is just 2 question marks. It is completely unknown what to do. Even the most basic task content was not told to Yi Sha, let alone what benefits can be obtained after completing the task. It was the position challenge that made Yi Sha's pupil shrink. This task was for the deputy train captain. Position challenge. You have reached the extraordinary rating and are qualified to become a deputy train captain. If you meet one of the following 3 conditions, you can complete the position challenge and become a deputy train captain. Condition 1. Kill a deputy train captain, and you will replace his position as deputy train captain. Condition 2. Reach extraordinary 3 stars or above. Hunt down an extraordinary ancient species, an extraordinary mutant zombie, and complete the deputy train captain task. The number of deputy train captain positions is 2. And this condition is invalid when there are 2 deputy train captains. Condition 3. After completing the extraordinary road, you will have the qualifications to become a deputy train captain and a train captain. Yi Sha was a little embarrassed after reading the task content. At present, there are already 2 deputy train captains on the Doomsday train, Malfarian and Dongfangyu. In other words, the second condition can be ignored. Unless one of these 2 suddenly fails one day, then this condition will be useful again. As for condition 3, it is simply sick. It seems full of hope. Not only is there the qualification to become a deputy train captain, but there is also a chance to become a train captain. But in fact, the sentence about the train conductor is nonsense. After becoming a deputy train conductor, the next step is to become a train conductor. Therefore, after becoming a deputy train conductor, you already have the qualifications to become a train conductor. Just like if you want to have the qualifications to become a deputy train conductor, the prerequisite is that you must first be a train attendant. Of course, these can be ignored for the time being. The problem is how to complete the shitty extraordinary road mission. The description of the mission content is just 3 question marks. In this way, condition 1 is actually meaningful. Kill Malfarian and Dongfangyu. and Yi Sha can replace one of them and become the deputy train conductor. But Yi Sha felt that he was not stupid, and he could not do such a ridiculous thing. Of course, it was not a question of whether to do it or not, but mainly because he could not do it. Malfarian and Dongfang Yu had been deputy train captains for an unknown period of time, and they had used the resources of the deputy train captains to continuously improve themselves. Yi Sha went to trouble the two of them on the first day of his entry into the extraordinary rating? That was not a challenge, but a death wish. However, it was inevitable that this task would be hidden in Yi Sha's heart. If one day, Yi Sha was confident that he could kill the two, he would naturally kill them. This was just like there would always be a Lion King in a lion group, and the Lion King would inevitably face the challenge of other lions. Therefore, this position was in line with the survival rules on the Doomsday train. The strong would get everything, and the weak would die silently. The only problem was timing. Chapter 1408 Dragon Ape. Yi Sha quickly stopped thinking about these two tasks. In fact, there was nothing to think about. The extraordinary road was completely inexplicable. There were only 3 question marks as a description. There was no hint, and even the groping could not be done. Yi Sha could only go back to the dining car to ask the proprietress, and then consider this task. As for the position challenge, in fact, there was no such task. When Yi Sha thought he was more powerful than Malfarian and Dongfang Yu, he would naturally challenge their status. However, with this mission, things become simple. Without this mission, even if Yi Sha killed one of the two, he could not be sure that he could get the position of deputy train captain, because that depends on the will of the train captain. With this mission, as long as he has the ability to kill one of them, the will of the train captain cannot change the decision of the Doomsday train, or the rules, and can only make Yi Sha the deputy train captain. At the same time, the train captain is actually within Yi Sha's target range. If one day, Yi Sha thinks that he is enough to challenge the authority of the train captain, then Yi Sha will challenge, or choose to leave the Doomsday train and directly compete with the Doomsday train. This is Yi Sha's own will, and has nothing to do with the mission. Of course, if there is a mission, it is indeed much more convenient. Even if you want to challenge the position of deputy train captain, you need to consider a lot. But now you don't need to. This are the hard truth. After no longer thinking about the two tasks, Yi Sha naturally set his sights on the body of the big blast dragon and began to collect materials from the big blast dragon. Then, Yi Sha began to have difficulties. Although the body of the big blast dragon was scarred, and much of its flesh and blood was annihilated by the electric shock, it was still intact. If he took it back, Dr. Davis should be able to use it. But the problem is, it is killed. But it is not easy to bring it back. The body of the big boom dragon is larger than the carriage of Doom Train. But this is not a problem. The internal structure of Doom Train is definitely not the size of the carriage on the surface. Take the dining car as an example. The dining car actually has many sections, but it is mainly for diversion. Otherwise it cannot take care of so many carriages. Not because one dining car cannot accommodate so many people. In fact, the space of a dining car is at least several times that of a normal carriage. There are 60 dining tables in the dining car, not counting the space occupied by the bar and other areas. And there is enough space between the tables, which are about 2 meters apart and not close together. If you look at the carriages from the Doomsday train, you need about 5 to 6 carriages side by side to have such a large space. And this is still a conservative estimate. Of course, this space is still not enough to fit the big boom dragon. But at least it proves that the internal space of the Doomsday train is not equal to the size of the appearance. So it is not impossible to fit a big boom dragon. The problem is that it is impossible to hide such a large thing from the boss lady, let alone deliver the body of the big boom dragon to Dr. Davis. Yi Sha slapped his head when he thought of this. He had indeed miscalculated this time. If he only thought about taking down the great boom dragon, he could not only complete the task of hunting the extraordinary ancient species, but also find the body for Dr. Davis. But he did not consider the size of the great boom dragon. Moreover, Dr. Davis probably did not think of this problem. Otherwise he should have reminded Yi Sha. You know, Dr. Davis's personal compartment could not fit such a large body. If he had to fit it, he would probably have to ask the conductor or the boss lady for help. It's a headache. Yi Sha showed a helpless expression. This seemed to be a dead end, and there was no solution at all. Of course, Yi Sha was unwilling to just throw away the body of the great boom dragon. Theoretically, if Dr. Davis didn't want it, it would be useless for him to have the body. Yi Sha collected all the materials prompted by the mysterious voice. The body was useless. The Doomsday train didn't approve of it. Even if he used the body to make something, it would have no effect. But the problem was that Dr. Davis wanted it. And the Constellation project had nothing to do with the Doomsday train. To make a Constellation monster, the body of the Great Boom Dragon could be used. And if they were lost, finding a new extraordinary ancient species, whether they could kill it or not, was secondary. Yi Sha estimated that with his current strength, he could kill the weaker ancient species among the Extraordinary 1-star and Extraordinary 2-star. But the problem was that it was hard to find them. Yi Sha was entangled. Extremely entangled. And at this moment, puff, puff, the sound of jumping flames suddenly sounded behind Yi Sha. Yi Sha was suddenly startled. The source of the sound was the red flame armor was activated. The activation of the red flame armor meant that Yi Sha was under attack. Only when Yi Sha was hurt would the red flame armor defend itself. Yi Sha turned around almost instinctively, and then saw the red flame armor suddenly shattered. Before he could see what it was, Yi Sha felt a pain in his shoulder, and the violent impact sent Yi Sha flying. Ugh! Yi Sha groaned, flew backwards, and fell to the ground. A blood hole the size of a baby's fist appeared on his shoulder, and bright red blood continued to flow down. Yi Sha raised his head, and saw an ancient species about 3 meters tall walking towards him. The body of the ancient species resembled an ape, with pure white fur, but its legs were claw-shaped. Its arms were like apes, and its palms were also claw-shaped. The head looked very much like a dragon head, similar to the lizard head of a western dragon. In addition, there was a tail behind the waist, covered with crocodile-like scales instead of ape hair. Yi Sha was shocked. Dragon ape? There is a second extraordinary ancient species in this damn place? How is this possible? Yi Sha recognized the ancient species in front of him. This time not from the memory of the previous life. But when Yi Sha went to Kavasi Island, the proprietress happened to give Yi Sha a picture book. The dragon ape was in that picture book, and the danger level was ranked 3rd, because the dragon ape was one of the only 3 extraordinary ancient species on Kavasi Island. Yi Sha didn't remember seeing the dragon ape when he came to Ganthampen in his previous life. Of course, even if Yi Sha had come to Ganthampen in his previous life, he might not have seen it. But even if the dragon ape also lives in a dry rice bowl, it is impossible for it to appear here. The extraordinary ancient species are not docile at all, and they are extremely aggressive. Moreover, because the number of extraordinary ancient species is very small, there is no possibility of living in groups. This leads to the fact that the extraordinary ancient species are extremely territorial. One extraordinary ancient species will never allow another extraordinary ancient species to enter the area it occupies. If such a situation occurs, it will inevitably be a fight to the death. Therefore, since the Great Boom Dragon is entrenched here, the dragon ape should not appear. Chapter 1409, Fight Again. Yi Sha was surprised that the dragon ape appeared in this place. This was totally inconsistent with the habits of the extraordinary ancient species. Moreover, when did the extraordinary ancient species appear so often? 2 of them appeared at once. Yi Sha's face was ugly, and his thoughts were a little confused. You know, Yi Sha's condition was not good at the moment, although there were no obvious injuries on his body. However, after being hit twice by the Great Bomb Dragon and enduring the impact of the dust explosion, Yi Sha was not as fine as he seemed on the surface. At the same time, the dragon ape picked up a stone from the ground and suddenly threw it forward. Ghost step. Yi Sha used the ghost step without hesitation to move in a large area. The next moment, the stone flew forward and hit a pile of rubble in the distance. With a bang, the stone, which was only half the size of a palm, directly made a hole in the pile of rubble. Yi Sha naturally knew what had penetrated the red flame armor and injured him before, and he was extremely glad that he had bought the red flame armor. If it weren't for the defense of the red flame armor that offset some of the power, there would not be a simple blood hole on Yi Sha's shoulder. The dragon ape watched Yi Sha avoid the stone, but was not angry. Instead, he laughed strangely, making a strange sound like a roar or a baby crying, and then swept the dragon tail behind him, and another stone was swept forward. Block it, Yi Sha shouted softly, and a loud rumbling sound came from the ground. And then the ground cracked, and the corpse flower vines continued to surge out from the ground. Bang! The stone hit the corpse flower vines, breaking them with just one strike, and continued to move forward without slowing down. However, because of the obstruction of the corpse flower vines, the stone deviated from the track and passed by Yisha's side. The dragon ape was not angry because Yisha avoided the attack, but seemed very excited, and seemed very interested in the corpse flower vines that suddenly emerged. The dragon ape actually belongs to the subdragon species and looks like an ape. But the habits of the dragon ape are also those of the ape. Primates are quite smart. Because of their intelligence, they don't get angry easily or show violent temper. Of course, this is because the dragon ape is not injured yet. Yisha doesn't believe that the dragon ape can still smile after cutting off one of its arms. Huh? Yisha exhaled foul air, and then commanded the corpse flower vines to attack the dragon ape. But just when he raised his arm, Yisha felt a burst of pain in his left ribs. Yisha grinned. He knew that his condition was not very good. But judging from the pain, the situation was worse than Yisha imagined. And this was still under the condition that the regeneration ability and cell activation agent took effect. Quick fight. Quick decision. These 4 words immediately appeared in Yisha's mind. With his current physical condition, the longer the battle lasts, the more disadvantageous he will be. This made Yisha grab the hilt of the twin sawtooth sword. But he finally let it go. The twin sawtooth sword is a great thing. Yisha wanted to use the twin sawtooth sword at this time because of its ability to fight to the death, which would allow him to save his physical strength. After all, after fighting with the great boom dragon, Yisha's physical strength was also consumed. Secondly, the Iron Blood Soldier's ability can increase his regeneration ability by 1 level, which can speed up his recovery from injuries. Thirdly, the Iron Blood Soldier can make Yisha lose his sense of pain, so that he will not be affected by injuries when fighting. However, if you think about it carefully, even if the regeneration ability is increased by 1 level, it will not allow the injury to recover immediately. It still takes time. And if you get into a protracted battle, you may become more and more disadvantaged. Therefore, instead of using the twin sawtooth sword to get into a protracted battle, Yisha chose to fight quickly. Yisha remembered that the rating of the dragon ape in the illustration was also extraordinary 1 star. Yisha might not be defeated, but the Thunder Emperor was almost useless at the moment. The duration of the Crazy Thunder 10 Directions had ended. The 9 Heavens was about to reach the time limit, and the Divine Thunder had also been used up. Moreover, Yisha was seriously injured, so he was not in his prime. However, he could still fight. At the same time, the corpse flower vine had begun to entangle with the dragon ape. The corpse flower vine was no match for the dragon ape, but it had the advantage of being numerous. Even if some of them were destroyed by the dragon ape, it would not matter, as it could delay the time. At the same time, the ice and snow god also joined the battle, flying through the sky and whistling. But it was useless. The dragon ape was obviously immune to sonic attacks, and even opened its mouth and roared, making a dragon roar, which offset the whistles of the ice and snow god. However, the dragon ape had no way to deal with the ice and snow god. In terms of strength, the ice and snow god certainly could not reach the level of the dragon ape, but the ice and snow god could fly. The dragon ape threw some stones, but could not hit the ice and snow god at all, and was anxious. This has nothing to do with strength, but with the characteristics of both sides. However, the ice and snow god can only flap his wings and create wind and snow to disturb the dragon ape. He dare not get too close, let alone dive down. Ah! At this time, Yisha suddenly raised his head and roared. Dragon scales slowly emerged from Yisha's body, and a dragon tail materialized from behind, constantly beating the ground. Dragon transformation. The dragon ape suddenly stopped attacking and stared at Yisha. It can be seen that the dragon ape's interest has shifted from the corpse flower vines to Yisha. Yisha could guess the reason. Probably because Yisha's dragon transformation looked very similar to the dragon ape. In fact, except that the dragon ape had an ape body, and Yisha had a human body. The other parts were indeed quite similar. Dragon transformation was originally a fantasy ability to simulate humanoid subdragon species. And dragon transformation was not the end for Yisha. To fight the dragon ape, the Dragon King alone was obviously not enough. White Dragon King! Yisha shouted again. The scales quickly turned into real scales. At the same time, a faint stream of light appeared on Yisha's body, and a pair of white dragon wings spread out from behind Yisha. The dragon scales, dragon tail, and even dragon horns all turned white at this moment. The air around them seemed to become moist in an instant. With a hint of coolness, Yi Sha did not launch an attack immediately. He had some expectations in his heart. With his current physical condition, it would be unwise to try to kill a superordinary ancient species. If the dragon ape could stop attacking because the two sides looked similar. As soon as Yi Sha thought of this, he knew that he was overthinking. The dragon ape suddenly rushed forward and met the corpse flower vines. The dragon tail behind him swept, as sharp as a knife, and directly cut a corpse flower vine. Because of Yi Sha's dragon-like form, the dragon ape was obviously more excited, and became more aggressive. In this case, the only choice is fight. Chapter 1410 Storms from all directions. Dragon's mighty scales. Life and death. Yi Sha didn't waste words, watching the dragon ape rushing towards him, and quickly planted the flag. The battle flag fell to the ground, and a glow emanated from the flag, and a halo appeared under the flagpole. Now is not the time to hide. As long as the abilities do not conflict, Yi Sha will use whatever he has. As long as it can strengthen himself or weaken the opponent, it is good. When the dragon's mighty scales fell, the ice and snow god and the corpse flower vine immediately changed. Because, in addition to amplifying the fantasy dragon ability, the dragon's scales can also transform Yi Sha's alien creatures into dragons. The corpse flower vine surging around now showed fine lines, just like dragon scales, with the front cracked and turned into a mouth. Sharp fangs. In the sky, the body of the ice and snow god began to grow bigger and bigger, and the feathers on his body suddenly hardened, shining with a steel-like color. The tail feathers stretched out and turned into a dragon tail. On both sides of the ice and snow god's head, large horns like argali grew. Even the little ancient cat came out. The little ancient cat was very sensible. When Yi Sha was fighting the big dragon, it hid itself. But now it was affected by the battle flag, and its body also changed. The body of the little ancient cat also began to grow huge, and its growth was even greater than that of the ice and snow god. The ice and snow god's body was only 2 circles larger, while the little ancient cat was several times larger. Originally, the little ancient cat's head barely reached Yi Sha's waist, but now it has grown taller than Yi Sha, with a body length of nearly 4 meters, and the hair on its body stood up like steel needles. The tail also had scales, and a bone hammer appeared at the end of the tail. The head also had a single horn, in a spiral shape. Yi Sha remembered what the proprietress said, that the little ancient cat seemed to have dinosaur blood. It was not a pure-blooded little ancient cat, and there was a possibility of mutation. Dinosaurs and dragons are certainly not the same thing, but dinosaurs are also considered sub-dragon creatures. Perhaps because of this, after the little ancient cat had the dragon attribute effect, the change was obviously far better than the ice and snow god and the corpse flower. After the flag was planted, the corpse flower vine surged rapidly, like a large python, swimming across the ground, and then crashed into the dragon ape. The dragon ape kept its moves and swung its tail, obviously not caring much about the corpse flower vines. However, the previous dragon tail directly cut off the corpse flower vines, but this time, it only barely cut the corpse flower vines in half. With a bang, the corpse flower vines hit the dragon ape hard and knocked it out. The dragon ape rolled on the ground for a few times, stood up and scathed, and screamed twice again, then scratched his ears and cheeks, as if he was curious about how the corpse flower vines became stronger. At this time, the ice and snow god in the sky began to flap its wings. The wind and snow gradually rose, as the ice and snow fell from the ground. Ice cones continued to appear in the wind and snow and began to fall downwards. The dragon ape ran quickly, clenched its dragon claws into fists, and blasted towards the sky. The fist was full of wind. The dragon ape punched out, and the ice cone that had just fallen was shattered into large pieces. Then the dragon tail swept, and another piece of ice cone was swept into pieces. But at this moment, a black shadow suddenly passed by the side of the dragon ape. The little ancient cat attacks. A cut appeared on the dragon ape's shoulder, and light red blood oozed out, dyeing the white hair red. The dragon ape was finally injured. And after the actual injury, the dragon ape was no longer as playful as before, and began to stamp his feet and beat his chest to show his anger. Suddenly, the dragon ape flew forward. A trace of cold sweat oozed from Yi Sha's forehead. So fast! The speed of the dragon ape was obviously much faster than before. There was only one possibility. That is, the dragon ape had not exerted its strength before. Fiery flood of flames. Yisha raised his hand and pressed forward, madly absorbing the moisture in the air. A stream of water and a stream of flame appeared at the same time, entangled with each other, and shot out forward. Bang! The dragon ape collided with the fiery flood of flames, and smashed the water and fire with one punch. Yisha did not expect the fiery flood of flames to cause any damage to the dragon ape. Against the extraordinary ancient species, this conventional fighting move is almost useless. Just like when fighting against the apostles and constellation monsters. You have to fight hard. Yisha just wanted to buy time. The next moment, Yisha opened his domain. White Dragon Heavenly Might. Since he couldn't count on the Thunder Emperor, Yisha naturally counted on the wind and rain from all directions. As soon as the White Dragon Heavenly Might appeared, thunderous sounds immediately rang out in the sky. And then rain clouds began to gather in the sky. And the previous magical phenomenon reappeared. Within the domain, thunderclouds were thick and dark. And it began to rain. While outside the domain, the sun was shining brightly. Kill! Yisha shouted. And then Corpse Flower, Ice and Snow God and Little Ancient Cat rushed towards Dragon Ape at the same time. After having dragon attributes, the strength of the three of them has been improved, and they can barely help Yisha to tangle. Dragon Ape seemed very fierce. Seeing Ice and Snow God raising ice and snow again, the air around him suddenly dropped, and Dragon Ape suddenly roared towards the sky. Dragon roars suddenly, and the falling ice in the sky is broken in an instant, turning into countless ice chips and falling. Dragon Ape took a step forward and then punched out. Bang! The fist collided with the Corpse Flower Vine, and the top of the Corpse Flower Vine was directly shattered, and was forced back by the Dragon Ape. The Corpse Flower Vine retreated, and the Dragon Ape did not chase, but suddenly reached out to the side, grabbed the Little Ancient Cat that wanted to attack from behind, and threw the Little Ancient Cat out with a swing of his arm. After forcing back the three alien creatures under Yisha's command, the Dragon Ape also beat his chest and roared proudly. At this moment, in the sky, an upside-down rain sword took shape and fell down. The Dragon Ape still punched out and blasted towards the rain sword. But Yisha's rain sword was not so easy to deal with. With a loud bang, the 10-meter-long rain sword collided with the Dragon Ape's fist, making a roaring collision sound. And then a circle of air waves spread out in all directions. The rain sword was also completely broken at this moment. But the splashing water was as sharp as a knife, passing through the Dragon Ape's arm. And the Dragon Ape's arm was immediately covered in blood. With just this move, Yisha knew that although the Dragon Ape was an ancient species of extraordinary one-star like the Big Boom Dragon, it should be weaker than the Big Boom Dragon, at least in terms of defense. You know, although the power of the rain sword is not weak, Yisha has not really moved yet. However, it is hard to say. Although the Dragon Ape's defense is not as good as the Big Boom Dragon, its movement speed is much more terrifying. Maybe it's just a different feature. After all, combat power is a comprehensive thing, not a one-sided thing. Even if you can kill with every punch, it is useless if you can't hit the target. Chapter 1411 Attack and Defense. While Yisha was thinking, the Dragon Ape was already running fast. In fact, even if the Dragon Ape is as strong as the Big Boom Dragon, relatively speaking, the Dragon Ape, a fast guy, is still a little less threatening to Yisha. Because, no matter how fast the Dragon Ape is, it can't run out of the range covered by the domain. Relatively speaking, if the speed of the Dragon Ape is a feature, then the attack is definitely not as fierce as the Big Boom Dragon. While thinking, Yisha watched the Dragon Ape rush to him, and then raised his hand, and a water curtain appeared in front of Yisha. Bang! The Dragon Ape punched forward, smashing the water curtain to pieces. But then it was hit by the surging flames. Red flame armor. The crystallized flames were unable to withstand the Dragon Ape's fist, and were smashed by the Dragon Ape's punch. But that was all. The Dragon Ape's fist barely broke through 2 layers of defense. Then, bang! Yisha punched. The destroyer switched to melee mode. Arcs of electricity emerged from the edges on both sides of the destroyer, and then punched forward. Yisha's fist hit the Dragon Ape's face. The Dragon Ape's body fell backwards, but it was not knocked away by Yisha's punch. Instead, it suddenly flipped and stabbed its claws into the ground, forcibly stabilizing its body. In addition to speed, Flexibility is obviously also the strength of the dragon ape. Normally, it would be impossible not to fly away after being hit by this punch, because the heavy punch of the destroyer has a knockback effect, and the dragon ape is not a huge monster like the great bomb dragon, so it is impossible to be immune to the knockback effect. After stabilizing his body, the dragon tail behind the dragon ape suddenly swung forward. Ye Sha was not to be outdone. He spread the white dragon wings behind him, and swung the dragon tail forward as well. Bang! The two dragon tails collided, stirring up air waves that shook the surroundings. Then Ye Sha and the dragon ape staggered and withdrew, and then raised their fists at the same time. The two punched almost at the same time, but the dragon ape's fist missed, because, ghost step, Ye Sha's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared directly from the spot. When he appeared again, he had come to the back of the dragon ape, and then punched the back of the dragon ape fiercely, knocking the dragon ape away. Boom! Boom! The ground shook with a loud noise, and two corpse flower vines suddenly sprang out from the ground, tied up the dragon ape's body, and pulled it down with force. Bang! The dragon ape's body slammed hard on the ground. Ye Sha didn't delay at all, jumped up, and then kicked down. The dragon ape twisted its body, struggled constantly, and forcibly broke the corpse flower vines. Although the dragon ape's strength and destructiveness were not as abnormal as the big boom dragon, it was not easy to restrain it, but the corpse flower vines were enough to delay the dragon ape. Bang! Ye Sha kicked the dragon ape in the chest, kicking it back. The moment he landed, Ye Sha did not stop and swung his hands forward. Wind and rain together. The wind blade swung out continuously, slashing at the dragon ape. The dragon ape held his head with both hands to protect his vitals. The wind blade swept around the dragon ape, leaving wounds on his body. But it's not over yet. Ye Sha is now attacking frantically, since he has made up his mind to fight quickly. He won't give the dragon ape any chance to breathe. When the wind blade's attack ended, the surrounding rain quickly condensed into rain swords, hanging around Ye Sha, and then madly shot forward continuously. The dragon ape roared and leaped forward. The dragon ape is not only fast, but also fast in attack. A pair of dragon claws clenched into fists, constantly blasting forward, constantly smashing the oncoming rain swords. Ye Sha didn't get any benefit, and the dragon ape didn't escape unscathed. Every time the dragon ape smashed the rain sword, it would suffer some damage. Even the bursting rain could cause damage to the dragon ape. However, this contradicted Ye Sha's original intention. If it was a protracted war, this level would certainly be good. Even a little bit of damage could accumulate into a lot. But now Ye Sha could feel that all the bones in his body were aching. The sequelae of the battle with the big dragon were gradually showing up. Ye Sha couldn't delay any longer. So, Ye Sha suddenly said, "Are you ready?" A fatal voice sounded in Ye Sha's mind. "Stand by at any time." Ye Sha then, "Attack and kill that damn monkey." The moment Ye Sha finished speaking, he opened his mouth and roared. But the roar was very strange. It did not come from Ye Sha's throat, but from Ye Sha's body. Then the black liquid rushed out of Ye Sha's body frantically, quickly covering Ye Sha's whole body. Fatal attack. At the same time, when the black liquid wrapped around Ye Sha's body and put Ye Sha into a fatal state, the dragon ape rushed up and punched him hard. Puff! The black liquid quickly emerged from Ye Sha's chest, met the dragon ape's fist, and was then smashed to pieces. However, this was just the beginning. The scattered black liquid did not fall to the ground, but all stuck to the dragon ape's arm. Then Ye Sha stretched out his hand, and the black liquid quickly stretched and reconnected with Ye Sha's body. The dragon ape kept roaring, and it was obvious that the black liquid stuck to his body, which made him extremely annoyed. He stretched out his claws and tore it frantically, but it was useless. The dragon ape kept tearing the black liquid apart, causing it to split continuously. But the split black liquid always stuck to the dragon ape's arms, making it difficult for the dragon ape to break free. Ye Sha suddenly rushed forward, with all four limbs on the ground, like a beast, and at the same time, the stretched black liquid drove the dragon ape, and as Ye Sha ran, he suddenly pulled the dragon ape to the ground and dragged it continuously on the ground. Boom! The corpse flower vines suddenly surged. Ye Sha jumped up, jumped onto the corpse flower vines and ran, then jumped down at the top. The black liquid continued to stretch and hang on the corpse flower vines. As the corpse flower vines cooperated with Ye Sha to push upward, the dragon ape was thrown into the air. The dragon ape had no ability to fly, and had no foothold in the air, so it could not dodge, nor could it effectively defend or attack. The only thing the dragon ape could do was to tear the black liquid on its body and try to break free from it. But it did not realize that the wind and rain around it became violent at this moment. The raindrops hit the ground, making a continuous click, click sound. Each raindrop was as sharp as a knife. As Yisha looked up at the sky, the raindrops in the sky seemed to be attracted by something, and all gathered in the direction of the dragon ape. Bang! Suddenly, a large piece of blood mist exploded in the air and quickly drifted around. Chapter 1412 Changes. The roar of the dragon ape was constantly ringing. This time, the dragon ape was completely enraged. The raindrops were like thousands of knives, stabbing at the dragon ape at the same time. The intense pain made the dragon ape go crazy. At the same time, the blood seeping out of the body dyed the white hair of the dragon ape blood red. But, Yisha pondered, not enough. Yisha clenched his hands. And then the black liquid surged and quickly condensed into a huge hammer in Yisha's palm. And then Yisha raised his hand and swept the hammer into the air. The handle of the hammer continued to extend. And the moment the dragon ape fell from the air, it hit the dragon ape hard. The dragon ape's body fell towards the ground like a cannonball, blasting a hole in the ground. Yisha still did not stop, and rushed towards the direction of the dragon ape. But the moment he came to the dragon ape, Yisha suddenly felt something was wrong. This is an instinct, an indescribable feeling. After a long period of fighting, this instinct will naturally be cultivated, and it is the perception of approaching danger. Yisha stopped immediately, but too late. The dragon ape suddenly sat up, and its claws moved forward, much faster than before, grabbing Yisha's neck. Roar! The dragon ape roared, saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth, looking very ferocious. The dragon ape's body turned bright red, not because the flowing blood dyed its hair red, but because the dragon ape's body was turning red. The hair, flesh, and even the dragon horn on the forehead turned bright red, as if a flame was burning. Yisha could feel that the dragon ape's body had undergone some changes, becoming more powerful. Suddenly, puff! The dragon claw pulled hard, tearing off a piece of the black liquid. And then the dragon tail behind it swept forward. Bang! Flames appeared in front of Yisha and quickly crystallized. The red flame armor was activated at the right time, but it was unable to block the dragon ape's attack. The crystallized flames were shattered, and the dragon tail swept Yisha's chest, sweeping Yisha away. At the moment Yisha landed, the dragon's tail changed direction and suddenly stabbed towards Yisha. The black liquid immediately surged and condensed into a ball in front of Yisha, blocking the dragon's tail. But, hiss! White smoke continued to emerge from the black liquid, and it was constantly evaporating. High temperature. The dragon ape's body was like a huge fireball at this moment, and the surface of the body was hot, and the temperature was constantly eroding the black liquid. Yisha felt a little regretful because he couldn't figure out the situation. If he had known this earlier, he should have read the illustrated book carefully when he was on Kavasi Island. Maybe he could have figured out what was going on and figured out the dragon ape's ability. Unfortunately, Yisha never thought that the information in the illustrated book could be used after that. He just took a quick look at it, especially for the extraordinary ancient species. Yisha didn't take it seriously. After all, you can't see it whenever you want. Such regret only existed in Yisha's mind for a very short time, because Yisha had no time to regret it at the moment. The dragon ape had already pounced on him. Bang! The dragon ape's fist smashed the black liquid, breaking a piece of it, and suddenly opened its mouth and bit down on Yisha's shoulder. The sharp teeth pierced through the black liquid and then pierced Yisha's shoulder blade, causing severe pain. Yisha was also a tough guy. He shouted twice, but he couldn't push the dragon ape away, so he simply gave up. The current control of the body is in the hands of Fatal. But Fatal and Yisha are in a symbiotic relationship and can feel Yisha's will. Yisha's will goes against Fatal's way, but Fatal chooses to obey. The black liquid surged rapidly, and those black liquids spread to both sides, and then suddenly wrapped around the body of the dragon ape, holding the dragon ape tightly. The next moment, those black liquids that were shattered by the dragon ape and scattered around suddenly jumped up from the ground, turned into black spikes, and stabbed towards the dragon ape. Puff! 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 The black spikes kept piercing the dragon ape's body, densely packed, making the dragon ape's body look like a hedgehog. The dragon ape kept roaring, and then smashed its angry fist towards Yishaw's head. With a bang, Yishaw's head was hit by the dragon ape, and then hit the ground. Yishaw's eyes were full of stars, but he still gritted his teeth and stood up. Suddenly raising his right hand, the black liquid surged and quickly turned into a sharp blade. Puff! The sharp blade thrust forward, piercing the dragon ape's body. The dragon ape's body changed. Its surface became hot, and it became extremely ferocious. But its defense seemed to have decreased. Come on! Seeing the dragon ape roaring continuously, Yishaw also shouted, let's see who will die first. Yishaw was also risking his life. At most, he would give up a chance to revive. After pulling out the sword blade condensed from the black liquid, he fiercely stabbed it into the dragon ape's body. The dragon ape roared again. Its body became even hotter, and it struggled continuously. However, the black liquid tightly wrapped around the dragon ape and Yishaw, and neither of them could escape from each other's sight. The dragon tail behind the dragon ape rose again, becoming brighter red, and white steam continued to flow out of the tail end. And then the dragon tail stabbed down towards Yishaw. Puff! The dragon tail pierced through the black liquid, and then hit Yishaw's abdomen fiercely. Yishaw's body suddenly raised up, coughing lightly and coughing out blood. But in the next moment, Yishaw clenched his teeth again. The black liquid surged up quickly, and then bound the dragon ape's tail tightly. I've caught you completely. Yishaw gritted his teeth. Berserker. Berserker, enter the Berserker state. Physical fitness increases by 150%. Other physical fitness enhancement abilities cannot be superimposed. When using heavy weapons, strength increases by an additional 50%. Obtain super speed regeneration ability. Obtains the ability to fight more bravely. Obtains the ability to kill crazily. And obtains the ability of courage of a common man. The fatal state conflicts with the dragon state. Both are abilities in form, so they cannot be used at the same time. However, you can use the dragon form ability first, and then enter the fatal state. In this way, abilities such as White Dragon Heavenly Might that last for a long time will continue to be maintained. After all, after such abilities are activated, Yishaw cannot cancel them even if he wants to. The Berserker state does not have such a conflict, because it is a pure improvement in physical fitness, and there is no change in form, so it can be used at the same time as the fatal state. The next moment, after entering the Berserker state, Yishaw clearly felt that the power in his body was gradually increasing. Chapter 1413 Lucky. Unlucky. Go to hell. Yishaw raised his right fist, and the black liquid surged again, turning into a heavy hammer, and then smashed it hard on the dragon ape's head. Bang! The heavy hammer hit the dragon ape's head, and the dragon ape's body immediately fell to the side. But because of the black liquid wrapped around its body, it forcibly dragged the dragon ape's body back. Bang! 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 Yishaw did not stop at all, holding the heavy hammer condensed from the black liquid, and continued to smash it on the dragon ape's head. The dragon ape's head was obviously sinking continuously, and it roared madly, struggling hard and tearing the black liquid. However, the black liquid was very sticky, and could be stretched continuously. No matter how hard the dragon ape tore, it could not struggle out of the black liquid. Go to hell! Yishaw roared again, swung the heavy hammer, and hit the dragon ape's head again. Bang! The dragon ape's body shook, fell to the side, and hit the ground. Yishaw raised the hammer again, and the black liquid on the hammer's surface surged again. The hammer formed by the black liquid became bigger and heavier. Ah! Yishaw roared and smashed the hammer hard on the dragon ape's head. Bang! Blood splashed. The dragon ape's head exploded completely, and then collapsed. The blood mixed with brain matter slowly spread to the surroundings. You killed the dragon ape. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, Monkey Dragon Brain. You have killed a dragon ape. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, Dragon Tail. You have killed a dragon ape. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, Dragon Claw. You have killed a dragon ape. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, Dragon Fong. You have killed a dragon ape. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, Rare Ancient Species Gene, Thermal Energy and High Temperature. A mysterious voice sounded, and Yishaw lay on his back on the ground, gasping for breath. And the black liquid on his body gradually receded, and slowly returned to his body. Yisha barely propped up his body. And then he felt severe pain. The dragon ape had opened a big hole in Yisha's abdomen. And even his internal organs could be seen. It was a miracle that Yisha was still alive. Yisha gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the Berserker form super speed regeneration effect, he would have died. That blow should have shattered Yisha's internal organs. But because of the super speed regeneration, he regenerated from the inside out. So it was guaranteed that Yisha's internal organs were regenerated in the first place. Which was why Yisha was still alive. At this time, the disappeared black liquid emerged again, covering the blood hole. A fatal voice sounded in Yisha's mind. This can temporarily replace the flesh and blood. But I am not sure how long you can last. You don't have much time. Yisha nodded. If the effect of super speed regeneration can be maintained, as long as you don't die, you will definitely be able to recover. After all, super speed regeneration, as the strongest self-healing ability, has always been a symbol of you can live if you don't die. In terms of effect, I am afraid that only the healing potion in the boss's hand can be compared. Unfortunately, Yisha cannot always maintain the state of super speed regeneration. The Berserker state has a time limit. When the Berserker state reaches the time limit, the effect of super speed regeneration will naturally disappear. Moreover, the most troublesome thing is the side effect of the Berserker state. Bravery of a common man. The Berserker state lasts for 360 seconds. After leaving the state, it enters the weak state, and the physical fitness is reduced by 50%, which lasts for 3 hours. The weak state means a decline in physical fitness. And a decline in physical fitness means not only a decline in strength, speed, physical strength, and mental aspects, but also a decline in recovery ability, immunity, and physical resistance. This means that when Yisha enters a weak state, his injuries will worsen. Can I return to the Doomsday train before this? Yisha murmured, then stood up with a shake. Returning to the Doomsday train. This seems to be the only way to save himself. Yisha staggered, and then began to walk out of the valley. Without thinking, his body instinctively moved. This is the instinct of survival. In the distance, on the mountain wall, asshole, Dongfang stomped his foot hard on the ground, crushing it to pieces. You're still alive like this? Dongfang gritted his teeth, and suddenly spread his hands. And suddenly a glow appeared between his hands. In that case, Dongfang's face was gloomy. I'll do it myself. Ah. Ah. Behind Dongfang, a voice suddenly sounded. Isn't this the deputy conductor? What a coincidence. Who is it? Dongfang turned around suddenly, and then saw an apostle walking not far behind him, laughing softly, taking off his mask, revealing a handsome face. You have probably never seen me before, so please allow me to introduce myself. The other party smiled. You can call me Emoshi, one of the sons of the apostles. Huh? Dongfang tilted his head and said fiercely, Son of the apostles? Why are you here? Emoshi smiled. I just happened to pass by. Dongfang, then I really don't know whether I should say you are lucky or unlucky. As Dongfang spoke, the light in his palm became stronger, and above Dongfang's head, a circle of sun and a round moon appeared at the same time. The sun and the moon shine together. Dongfang, if you want to be lucky, get out of here right now. I don't have time to deal with you now. Otherwise you will be in trouble. Are you chasing someone? Deputy conductor? Emoshi smiled. People on the Doomsday train are really like this. It's not good to attack your companions. Dongfang's face became more gloomy, and he said to Emoshi, I gave you a chance and you didn't want it. So go to hell. Dongfang suddenly stretched out his hand and waved it forward. The sun above his head suddenly shone brightly and sprinkled on the ground. Every ray of light seemed to have substance and enveloped Emoshi. However, at the moment when the sun's light enveloped Emoshi, crack! The light was like broken glass, making a crisp sound, followed by cracks, and finally completely shattered into a pile of scattered halos. Dongfang's pupils widened in horror. Impossible. Emoshi smiled. Deputy train conductor, I am not as easy to deal with as an ordinary saint's son. Moreover, your ability seems to be quite disadvantageous when facing me. Dongfang took a deep breath. Apostle son of light. Have you found it? Emoshi smiled. Yes. Then, I want to ask, do you think you are lucky or unlucky now? Deputy train conductor? Emoshi followed Dongfang's example and spread her hands. and a large white light emerged from behind her. Holy and peaceful. Chapter 1414 Attacked. Cough. Cough. Yisha coughed lightly, and spat out a mouthful of blood at his feet. The Berserker state has ended. The Berserker state only lasts for 360 seconds. It is almost impossible to rush back to the Doomsday train in such a short time. And it is also impossible to rely on super speed regeneration to recover in such a short time. However, it does not mean that Yisha will die if he leaves the Berserker state. In a limited time, super speed regeneration does prolong Yisha's life. Next, it depends on whether Yisha can hold on until the Doomsday train. However, there is a rather bad news that is bothering Yisha. This damn place. Yisha held onto a huge rock and looked around. Where is it? Yisha. Lost. Getting lost in Ganfampen is common, where the compass will fail and electronic equipment is useless. At the same time, Ganfampen is composed of countless large and small valleys, and the terrain of each valley is very similar, which makes it very easy to get lost in Ganfampen. Yisha gritted his teeth. It was not an easy task to get back to the Doomsday train within a limited time. And now he was lost. The little ancient cat, the ice and snow god, and the corpse flower were originally Yisha's chance to leave here. But the terrain of the dry rice bowl was so complicated that the little ancient cat could not find the way out correctly. As for the ice and snow god and the corpse flower, the former has the advantage in the air, and the latter has the advantage underground. So they should not be affected by the terrain environment. But they have already gone to explore the way, but have not returned yet. Judging from the time, it seems not very optimistic. Even so, Yisha still didn't want to give up. He took a step forward, but at this time, his body was shaky and fell to the side. Pain and dizziness caused by massive blood loss suddenly eroded Yisha's body at this moment. However, at the moment when Yisha fell, the little ancient cat rushed out from the side and carried Yisha's body on his back. Thank you. Yisha barely smiled and patted the little ancient cat on the head. At this time, the governor came from behind, helped Yisha up, and continued to walk forward. Yisha panted and leaned his body completely on the governor. But at this moment, the shrill sound of birds chirping suddenly sounded. In the woods on the side, countless birds flew into the air. Yisha's heart skipped a beat. The appearance of startled birds at this time certainly meant that there was something in the woods. The Archon reacted quickly, immediately pushing Yisha away, and then leaping back. A bloody red tongue suddenly shot out from the edge of the woods, brushed between Yisha and the Archon, and smashed a towering rock. The Archon spread his hands, and a clanking sound appeared. Then a chain made of light appeared in the Archon's palm. An ancient species slowly walked out of the woods. The ancient species looked very much like a pangolin, but its body was very scary, reaching 2.5 meters in height, and about 4 meters in length. Its bloody red tongue was in the shape of a cylinder and hung directly on the ground. Gold-eating beast. An ancient species of the king level. But it is a relatively weak ancient species among the king level, with only king 2 stars. And it is the lowest among the 2 stars. But Yisha's combat power is not 0 now, but negative. Now it is up to the Archon and the little ancient cat to deal with the gold-devouring beast, which is a little difficult. The Archon slowly dragged the chain. The little ancient cat did not have the dragon attribute of the dragon scales of rage, and it had not grown to its full form, so its combat power could be completely ignored. The ice and snow god and the corpse flower could help. No, to be more precise, if all 3 were there, the gold-devouring beast would not be a problem. But the problem was that the ice and snow god and the corpse flower were not there. If Yisha was still awake, he would be surprised to see the Archon. The Archon had always been silent, but perhaps because of his human form, his intelligence had always been the highest, especially after he evolved using the flesh and blood of the apostles. But it was still very surprising that the Archon was actually thinking. Unfortunately, Yisha could not see the scene. At this time, the Archon instinctively turned his face to look at Yisha's position. Judging from the current situation, although the little ancient cat did not have the ability to participate in the battle, it should not be a problem to protect itself. As for Yisha, while fighting the gold-eating beast, the Archon might have to protect Yisha. However, when the Archon turned his head to the side, Yisha was gone. The Archon still had a blank expression on his face, but his pupils kept flashing a light red light, as if this was the best way to express his mood. Yisha, who was pushed aside by the Archon, disappeared. At the same time, The gold-eating beast opened its huge mouth again, and the bloody red tongue flew out and flew towards the Archon. The Archon instinctively jumped to the side, and the tongue of the gold-eating beast hit the boulder again, shattering it. Damn it! Yisha opened his eyes in a daze, and he seemed to be lying on the ground. There was the sound of water dripping around him, and there was a big round hole above him. The sun shone down and fell on Yisha. A fatal voice sounded in Yisha's mind. You were attacked and seemed to fall down. Huh? Yisha exhaled. Bad luck one after another? Judging from the big hole above his head, Yisha could infer that this should be a pit on the ground. Most likely. The Archon didn't pay attention and just happened to push himself down, holding the rock wall on the side. Yisha slowly stood up from the ground. The pit was about 4 or 5 meters deep. Such a depth would naturally be no problem for Yisha in a normal state. But in his current state, it would not be easy to climb up. Yisha was thinking about countermeasures. The Archon was probably fighting with the gold-eating beast and had no time to take care of himself at the moment. He had to think of a way. But at this moment, a fatal voice suddenly sounded in Yisha's mind. Be careful. There is something here. I smell it. Yisha raised his eyebrows. The smell of danger. No. Fatal. The smell of the same kind. When the fatal voice fell, Yisha saw a black shadow suddenly flash on the stone wall on the side, appearing quickly and disappearing quickly. Clang. Yisha pulled the twin serrated swords from his back without hesitation, and then quickly activated the ability of the Iron Blood Soldier. Iron Blood Soldier, Great Sword Fight in the Great Sword form. Lose the sense of pain, and all healing and regeneration abilities are improved by 1 stage. Chapter 1415 Apostle Embryo. In Yisha's current state, even if the Iron Blood Soldier can improve Yisha's regeneration ability by 1 level, it is difficult for Yisha to recover, and even his life is uncertain. However, the Iron Blood Soldier's loss of pain can help Yisha a lot at the moment, no matter how serious the injury is. As long as the pain is lost, he can continue to fight tirelessly like a machine until death in battle. Yisha held the sword with both hands. The shadow appeared for a very short time, just to the side. Then, with the light shining from the cave entrance, Yisha slowly approached and looked at the stone wall. The stone wall was uneven and looked very ordinary. Yisha looked from top to bottom and didn't see anything special about the stone wall. But Yisha knew that the fatal feeling was not wrong. And Yisha also saw a shadow flashing on the stone wall. If it's not on the surface, Yisha raised his sword, then it must be inside. Boom! Yisha raised his sword and chopped down at the stone wall. After a loud noise, a piece of the stone wall cracked. The next moment, a black shadow suddenly jumped out. Egg. An egg! It was an egg as big as a head. Then, with a faint light, it could be seen that the whole body was amber, with a black outline in the middle. The outline was very strange, a bit like a human form, with hands and feet, but there was a tail behind it. At the same time, the head looked a bit strange. It was a long oval shape, and the mouth and nose could not be seen clearly. Only a pair of huge round eyes could be seen. At the same time, Yisha also felt the smell that Fatal said. It's not the smell of danger. It's the smell of an apostle. Damn! Yisha couldn't help but, why is there an apostle embryo in this place? Although Yisha had never seen an apostle embryo, the amber egg the size of a head was undoubtedly an apostle embryo. At the same time, after the apostle embryo hit Yisha, it suddenly hit a shadow on the side, and then dived into the shadow. Shadow? Yisha frowned. Is this guy's ability? Yisha murmured, jumped to the edge of the shadow, raised his sword and chopped down the ground again. With a bang. After the ground was chopped into pieces, the apostle's walking appeared again. It is indeed an ability. Yisha's eyes lit up. The apostle is very powerful, but in the embryo stage, it is very weak and needs a long sleep to break out of the embryo. However, after leaving the embryo, the apostle will grow wildly. Of course, it will not grow to the extent of a complete body in an instant. It is just that compared with the apostle embryo, the time required is only about 1,000. Therefore, to kill the apostle, it is undoubtedly the best opportunity to strike when the opponent is still an embryo. While thinking, Yisha saw the apostle embryo rushing towards him again, and immediately swung his sword again. Bang! The apostle embryo was hit, and hit the wall directly, and then sank into the shadow of the wall. Is that so? Yisha, Does it dislike places with light? Or is it because it can't go to places with light? Yisha vaguely remembered that Malfarion tried to kill the Apostle Embryo. But unfortunately, the Apostle Embryo ran away. In other words, although the Apostle Embryo's combat ability is very weak, it at least knows how to escape. If that's the case, why does this guy in front of him keep wandering around in this pit instead of running away? Thinking of the other party's ability to hide in the shadows, Yisha could only get one answer. That is, the Apostle Embryo in front of him is afraid of light. Boom! Yisha took a step forward and chopped the stone wall again. As the stone wall shattered and the shadow shattered, the Apostle Embryo came out again. Who? Yisha inserted the twin serrated swords into the ground to support his body. Although the loss of pain made Yisha less shaky, it did not mean that Yisha's physical condition had recovered. In addition to pain, there would also be many other negative effects when injured. Damn it! At this time? Yisha cursed, then shook his head vigorously. Perhaps due to the massive blood loss, Yisha suddenly felt dizzy, and the things in front of him seemed to be spinning and shaking violently. Yisha could feel his consciousness blurring. Why? Yisha gritted his teeth. Give me a little more time. Plop! Yisha's body fell forward and hit the ground hard. The Apostle Embryo immediately floated towards Yisha, but it seemed to be extremely cautious, as if it was on guard, worried that Yisha was tempting him to get closer. At this time, a fatal voice suddenly sounded in Yisha's mind. Don't worry. Leave it to me next. After all, we are symbiotic. What you can't do, I will do. At the same time, the Apostle Embryo seemed to be sure that Yisha really couldn't get up, and suddenly launched an attack, smashing down on Yisha's head. At this moment, Yisha's consciousness gradually dissipated. Bang! A violent smashing sound was heard. But, after the Apostle Embryo smashed, its body was trembling slightly. On Yisha's body, black liquid surged rapidly, blocking the Apostle Embryo from falling down. As if sensing the danger at the first time, the Apostle Embryo quickly floated up, trying to hide in the shadows on the side again. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the Apostle Embryo. Yisha's body slowly climbed up from the ground and raised his head suddenly. On Yisha's face, black liquid kept flowing, like black meridians, all over Yisha's face. With a dim light, it looked particularly terrifying and hideous. Yisha's mouth did not move, and the fatal voice came directly from Yisha's body. We are all the same kind. How can we watch you die without saving you? Anyway, you don't know when you can hatch, so why not become a part of me and live on? Puff! Yisha's palm suddenly exerted force, and then the Apostle Embryo was crushed into pieces. Amber liquid immediately flowed out of the Apostle Embryo and kept dripping down. Yisha raised the Apostle Embryo high, opened his mouth, caught the flowing liquid, and swallowed all the liquid with his throat constantly moving. Then suddenly opened his mouth. Puff! Yisha suddenly bit the Apostle Embryo and tore off a piece of flesh with his teeth. Baji! Baji! The sound of chewing continued. 1 bite. 2 bites. 3 bites. The Apostle Embryo kept struggling, but was still put into the mouth bit by bit. The next moment, Yisha turned around suddenly. The light from the top of the pit fell and landed on Yisha's face. His face was covered with blood. The taste of the same kind is really good. The black liquid on Yisha's body began to slowly retract into his body. Chapter 1416 Return. Ugh! Yisha moaned and opened his eyes faintly. It was a little cold around him. Looking up, he could still see the huge pit with moonlight pouring in. It's night now. Yisha sat up. No wonder it's a little cold. After Yisha muttered, he suddenly realized that he had not returned to the Doomsday train. But, is he still alive? Resurrected? Yisha muttered again. This is not the feeling of resurrection. Right? Fatal voice sounded. Of course it's because the injury has healed. Yisha was stunned for a moment. Apostle Embryo? Fatal, is there any other way? Yisha, I see. You absorbed the Apostle Embryo. Fatal, that won't heal your injury. So, strictly speaking, you absorbed the Apostle Embryo this time. Yisha, me? Can I do that? Fatal, of course. You can use humans to obtain energy and maintain body functions. The most direct way is fine. Yisha was confused, and then suddenly felt nauseous, kneeling on the ground and retching. After a while, Yisha's face turned pale. No way? Fatal, aren't you willing to do anything as long as you can survive? Why are you making a fuss? That's right. Yisha wiped his mouth. I always feel a little disgusting. Fatal, why? Do humans feel disgusted when eating chickens, ducks, and fish? Similarly, humans don't feel disgusted when they are eaten by wolves, lions, and tigers. Yisha, but humans don't eat humans. Fatal, because they are the same species? Then, if eating the same species can keep you alive? Yisha, what do you mean? Fatal, everything in this world is food. The difference is whether you are eaten or you eat others. Yisha, the strong prey on the weak? That makes sense. At least in this era. It is indeed the truth. But I still don't want to discuss this matter anymore. Fatal, okay. Yisha closed his mouth honestly, stood up and moved his body. He had to admit that the power of the apostle was still very magical. He was actually fine, and his wounds were completely healed. Although there were scars left, it did not affect his body movement. Yisha took a deep breath and tried to run for a while. He did not feel any pain, then stepped on the rock wall, and then jumped out of the cave. Outside the cave, the Archon stood faithfully on one side. The ice and snow god stood on the Archon's shoulder, and the little ancient cat lay on the other side. In front of the Archon, the corpse of the gold-eating beast was lying. Yisha smiled. You did a good job. Yisha looked around. Then, let's go back. Since he was fine, he was not in a hurry to return to the Doomsday train. In other words, there were still some things to deal with. And the thing to deal with was, of course, the body of the dragon ape. Yisha had not had time to collect materials from the dragon ape. At that time, he only wanted to return to the Doomsday train for treatment. Secondly, thinking back, the body of the great boom dragon could not be brought back to the Doomsday train. It was too conspicuous. However, the dragon ape's corpse is completely fine. It's only about 3 meters high. Ganfampan is indeed a troublesome place. No wonder it was one of the forbidden places for humans before the end of the world. I didn't feel it when I came in, but when I wanted to go out and find a specific place, I found that it was really easy to get lost in this damn place. The terrain and plants here are too similar. It took Yisha no more than half an hour to leave the valley. But it took Yisha most of the night to find the valley again. By the time he found the valley, the sky was cold. Huh? After entering the valley, Yisha suddenly frowned. What's going on? Yisha's luck was pretty good. When he returned to the valley, the bodies of the great boom dragon and the dragon ape were still there. What surprised Yisha was the front. There was originally a rock wall there, but it had collapsed because of the battle between Yisha and the great boom dragon. Behind the rock wall was a hilltop and a large forest. Now, the hilltop is flat. The forest is gone, and you can vaguely see black smoke floating up. And there is a very faint, burnt smell in the air. Yisha was stunned for a while, then snapped his fingers, asking the corpse flower to come out and collect the corpses, and then waved his hand, signaling the alien creatures other than the corpse flower to follow him. Arriving at the place, looking around, Yisha was also shocked. It was too tragic. Not only was the top of the mountain flattened, but there were broken stones everywhere, within a radius of several thousand meters. The forest was completely destroyed, and turned into large pieces of broken wood falling around. In the center, there was a large pit of at least 5 or 6 meters, with a diameter of about 100 meters. Yisha felt sweat on his forehead and wiped it off. There are no extraordinary ancient species in this damn place. Right? No. One can't create such an effect. There should be at least 2. And they are fighting. Yisha felt that he had been unlucky recently. Why did he always run into trouble? Extraordinary ancient species are so rare. And he encountered 2 of them in a row and was almost killed. Now there are 2 more. Moreover, judging from the destructiveness and the scale of the destruction, if there were really 2 extraordinary ancient species fighting in this place, then the strength of these 2 extraordinary ancient species would definitely be above the great boom dragon and the dragon ape. Such destructive power is not something that a 1-star supernatural being can achieve. Yisha hesitated for half a minute and waved his hand. Let's go back to the Doomsday train. Supernatural ancient species are actually a temptation. Hunting supernatural ancient species can exchange a large number of gold skull coins. How much is this large number? It is completely the level of 1 item on the treasure list. And it is definitely not the cheapest item on the treasure list. In fact, there are number 50 starting items on the treasure list now, because almost all of them have been exchanged. The unique feature is destined to make the items on the treasure list less and less. Of course, if someone dies, the items will flow back and reappear on the treasure list. But only a small part of them. Therefore, there are very few items in the current treasure list that are less than 100 gold. And the reason for the small number is that these things are more targeted. Not that everyone can't afford them. For example, the battle flag used by Yisha costs 50 gold skull coins per pole. What's so unaffordable about it? However, those universal battle flags have been bought, and the ones left are targeted, such as those targeting a certain ability. So it is difficult to find a buyer. In this case, a transcendental ancient species can be equal to a treasure list item, which can better reflect its value. Of course, not everyone can hunt transcendental ancient species. Although Yisha has recovered now, he has no intention of looking for a transcendental ancient species to fight, because the reward is always proportional to the risk. Chapter 1417, Deputy Train Captain Mission. Doomsday Train. Deputy Train Captain Carriage. Malfarion leaned against the wall, tapping the ground with his cane, and then said, "You are too impulsive. This is no longer using the rules, but challenging the rules." "Shut up." Donfanyu's face was livid. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Malfarion, don't be so impatient. Even if he really enters the extraordinary. So what? He got the job challenge mission. So what? Is he your opponent? Will he challenge you? Donfanyu snorted coldly. If he dares to challenge, then things will be simple. The meaning of the challenge is that Yisha may kill Donfanyu. But on the other hand, Donfanyu can also kill Yisha, which is a very fair thing. The problem is that Donfanyu cannot challenge Yisha. But Yisha has such power. Malfarion, this is what I think is the most troublesome thing about him. A person with strength and potential for growth is not the most terrible. The most terrible people are those who are still clear-headed after gaining strength. Donfanyu glanced at Malfarion, feeling that he was making indirect accusations. Malfarion, but this is still not the reason why you are in a hurry to take action. He is too young to threaten us. Donfanyu, he is growing too fast. Yeah. Malfarion, this is indeed a troublesome and terrible thing. But it is not worth being too surprised. The train conductor seems to be very optimistic about him. After Li Xuana's death, he seems to consciously want to train him. Donfanyu snorted again. Then what are we? Maybe that guy is afraid that we will take his place. So he deliberately trained another person who can compete with us. Malfarion frowned. Be careful with your words. Humph. Donfanyu, the winner is the king. Anyway, as long as he dies, it's fine. This time, he was just lucky. Malfarion thought for a while. You were stopped by the Son of Light this time. Tell me, is it a coincidence? Donfanyu, if it's not a coincidence, is that bitch protecting him? What's the reason? I don't deny that the boy is efficient. He has killed many apostles, and the Son of God. Malfarion nodded. Well, I think I'm overthinking. But if that's the case, why is there a holy sun there? Donfanyu slapped the coffee table fiercely. What's the importance of this matter? Now we are discussing how to deal with the apostles. Malfarion glanced at Donfanyu. This guy's strength is even higher than his. He can be said to be the strongest besides the train conductor. Unfortunately, his temper is too bad. In Malfarion's opinion, this guy's brain is really not very good. Malfarion, there is some news about the investigation of the initial zombie virus. Donfanyu looked up and looked at Malfarion in confusion. Malfarion, let him go to Devil's Island. Donfanyu, you still think he is not strong enough? Malfarion, he will become stronger if he can come back. What if he can't come back? Donfanyu raised his eyebrows. I know that place. And the guy named Sessions Derek is there. But are you sure he is dead? Malfarion, if you can make one dragon ape, can't you make two? If two are not enough, how about three? Malfarion was rarely impatient. Donfanyu was really stubborn. Malfarion, of course. Remember to do it cleanly. Donfanyu, don't worry. If he dies, can the conductor still stand up for him? Dead people are worthless. Only living people are valuable. It took Yisha about a week to leave the dry rice bowl, which was 3 times the time it took Yisha to enter the dry rice bowl. These former forbidden places for humans do have their own horrors. But no matter what, Yisha left smoothly, and got what he wanted. Back to the Doomsday train. Yisha went directly to Dr. Davis's personal compartment, and left the body of the dragon ape. Can this thing be used? Yisha, in addition. I have some materials in my hand. See if you can replace the materials on the list. It can be used. Dr. Davis examined the body of the dragon ape and said excitedly, I didn't expect that you really brought back an extraordinary corpse. Yisha, there are better ones. But they are too big. The body of the great boom dragon is actually more suitable for experiments. After all, from the perspective of physical strength, the great boom dragon is much stronger. Dr. Davis, this level is enough. It has to be transformed anyway. Moreover, a body that is close to human shape also has advantages. Using the program to simulate the battle can carry out more diverse battles. Yisha nodded. When can we start? Dr. Davis, I will start production after I simulate the data. But I can only do the preliminary work first. It is impossible to complete the production without complete materials. Yisha, you start first. I'll find a way to get the remaining materials. Dr. Davis nodded. Okay. Dr. Davis's eyes were full of excitement. This guy was a crazy scientist. Yisha knew that Dr. Davis was eager to play with the dragon ape's body. So he turned around and said goodbye without any nonsense. After leaving Dr. Davis's carriage, Yisha naturally prepared to return to his own carriage. However, not long after he entered his personal carriage, the phone in the carriage rang. After picking it up, it was the boss lady calling him. Yisha then left the personal compartment and headed for the dining car. What's wrong? Sitting down at the bar, Yisha said. I just came back. And you came to me before I had time to rest. The landlady said. There is a task. Yisha was stunned. The train has not yet departed. And it is still early to the next stop. How can there be any task? Then a light bulb suddenly flashed in his mind. And Yisha understood. The conductor's task? The landlady said. The conductor has not come back yet. So it is the deputy conductor's task. Yisha said. As long as there is a benefit. What is the task? The boss lady. Haven't you been investigating the initial zombie virus? Now there is some clue. There is a place you need to go. Yisha frowned. What do you mean by clue? Boss lady, have you heard of Sessions Directo? Yisha was stunned. He had heard too much about this. Isn't this one of the 4 people who may have killed Kareem on the list given to him by Dr. Davis? Yisha, I have heard a little about it. Boss lady, although Sessions is not from Compu, he had a close relationship with the top management of Comp before the end of the world. He may know the whereabouts of the initial zombie virus. Chapter 1418 Sessions. Yisha knew this information even without the boss lady telling him. He heard it from Dr. Davis. Yisha was just curious about how the boss lady knew it. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was not wrong. Isn't Dr. Davis currently the conductor's man? Since he can tell me these things, he can certainly tell the conductor. The two are actually not contradictory. Yisha and Dr. Davis are just cooperating on the constellation plan. Which does not mean that Dr. Davis is Yisha's man. Secondly, even if Dr. Davis wasn't there, the train conductor must have been investigating the initial zombie virus. Gon Lin might have helped with the investigation. And the 2 deputy train conductors might have helped with the investigation. It wouldn't be surprising if there were clues. Yisha didn't think about it anymore. And then, continue. The lady boss, regarding Sessions Directo. I will give you a copy of his identity information before the end of the world. I won't go into details now. In short, he has a close relationship with the top management of Compu. And he might have the initial zombie virus in his hands. Even if he doesn't, he might know where it is. Yisha, kidnap someone again? The boss lady, if you can find the initial zombie virus, he will be worthless. If you can't find it, kidnap him if you can. Otherwise ask for information and kill him. Yisha nodded. Okay. Where's the reward? And the location. The boss lady, don't worry. This task is not that easy. First of all, the reward? Dongfang Yu said that you can pick any one of his things. So generous. Yisha's face turned black again. It won't be a parallel import. Right? The boss lady took out a tablet. Of course you can't pick his own abilities. They are all extra things he has. Look for yourself. There are 7 in total. Yisha glanced at the tablet and almost wanted to curse. After all, he was the deputy train captain. And his family was indeed rich. The extra things were all things produced by the treasure list. And the cheapest one was more than 150 gold skull coins. The most expensive one was a weapon called Yen Chi sword, which was worth 250 gold skull coins. Moreover, this thing was a set of swords. 2 in a pair. and the other one was called Bing Xian. However, the dining car only sold one, and the other one could only be obtained through the Doomsday train mission. The value of the Yinchi sword provided by Dongfang Yu lies here. The Yinchi sword is the one that is not for sale. In other words, if you get this sword, you can buy the Bingxin from the boss lady and get the sword. Yi Sha didn't look at the rewards carefully, but he was satisfied with them after a quick look. Anyway, even if he doesn't use them, the transaction value is very high. Yi Sha, okay. I'll take this job. Boss lady, didn't I say that this task is not that simple? I need to make some arrangements in advance? Yi Sha, what? Yi Sha was a little puzzled. Usually, they just took the job and did the work. The boss lady never cared about the process, as long as the task could be completed. She only looked at the result, only when it was like Kavasi Island, because the task itself was more important. And secondly, there were special reasons, such as the magnetic field interference on Kavasi Island, which prevented the Doomsday train from sending them directly to the island. At this time, the boss lady would intervene in some actions. The boss lady picked up the hookah. Have you heard of the target game? Yi Sha was puzzled. What? The boss lady, that is a very inhumane game. Yi Sha, I think that what you said does not seem to be convincing at all. How many of the guys on the Doomsday train are good guys? The boss lady smiled. This game is like this. Humans and zombies are exiled to an island at the same time, and simple weapons will be provided to humans. The one who survives to the end is the winner. Yi Sha thought for a while. Death car battle? The lady boss thought about it, and realized that it was really similar to the Battle Royale mode of the Death Carriage battle. Yi Sha rolled his eyes. If that's the case, how can you say that they are inhumane? The Death Carriage battle has been launched countless times. Lady boss, the nature is different. The Death Carriage battle is about survival of the fittest. Those people are trying to please themselves, or to gamble. Yi Sha was puzzled. Gamble? Lady boss, yes. They will bet on who survives to the end. If everyone dies, the dealer will kill them all. Who is so bored that they would bet on this? Yi Sha, it's the end of the world now. Even before the end of the world, Yi Sha believed that someone would play this cruel game. In fact, before the end of the world, Yi Sha did read a report about a group of rich people playing Russian roulette and gambling their lives. After being exposed, it caused a huge social public opinion. Of course, it was not those rich people playing Russian roulette, but betting that a total of 6 people would take turns shooting at themselves, and the one who survived could get 10 million. And those wealthy people bet on these 6 people, completely ignoring their lives. In Yi Sha's opinion, these people are crazy, whether they are the participants or the wealthy people. But existence is meaningful. Most of those wealthy people have achieved great success in their respective fields, and money is just a number to them, although they are rich. In fact, they have no goals and pursuits in life. Most things cannot arouse their interest, so they participate in this crazy game. Because of madness, they can feel excited. As for the participants who bet their lives, when a person is poor and crazy, it is not surprising that he will do anything. However, in the end times, money, fame, and power have little meaning. Why would anyone do such a thing? What to bet on? Money? Who cares about the amount of waste paper? Or food? The boss lady, of course you can bet on anything, as long as it is resources. Although the advent of the end times has made many people live in dire straits, it is undeniable that many people live very comfortably in the end times. Let me ask you this. How is Computech doing in the end times? Regarding Compu, Yi Sha couldn't deny it. If we don't consider Doomsday Train and Apostle Walk, Compu can be said to be the most powerful armed force in the end times, and even the dominant one. Lady boss, why is this so? Because Compu has a lot of resources and technological power, which not only prevented Compu from perishing, but also made it develop better in the end times. Because there is no constraint and competition at all. Yi Sha suddenly realized, before the end times, there were still some similar companies. Lady boss, secondly, don't think that this kind of thing won't happen easily in the end times. It's precisely because it's the end times. There's no tomorrow, and there's no legal and moral constraints, that people are more likely to do crazy things. Okay, that makes sense. Yi Sha, what does it have to do with Sessions? Lady boss, Sessions is the dealer. Chapter 1419 Devil's Island. Dealer? Yi Sha tilted his head. This is indeed a bit troublesome. The person who can do this is definitely not a commander without troops. He must have people and power under him. It is indeed a bit troublesome. The boss lady reminded, it is more troublesome than you think. Yi Sha, even if he has tens of thousands of people under his command, I still don't care. At most, they are just ordinary people with guns. What can they do to me? Boss lady, do they have missiles? Fusion bombs? Particle beam weapons? Antimatter bombs? Yi Sha broke out in a cold sweat. Not so perverted. Right? The boss lady. The problem is that they do have enough missiles to blow up several cities. Yi Sha tilted his head. That guy used to be a military man? Oh! You know? The boss lady. That's true. After the end of the world, that guy built a considerable armed force, which is also the basis for his survival. He has a lot of weapons. Especially this guy has a good relationship with Compu. In the early days when the Three Dragons squad had not yet been transformed, Session's armed forces were once the exclusive armed forces of Compu. Yi Sha, with the technological strength of Compu. It means that Sessions has many technological weapons in his hands, and even has the modified humans of the cleaning team as combat power. Boss lady, yes. And Sessions may even have nuclear weapons in his hands. Of course, it is unlikely to be used. But are you really driving people crazy? Nowadays, there are not so many taboos. After hearing what the boss lady said, Yi Sha also felt a headache. Boss lady, so, do you still plan to kill directly? No matter how good you are at fighting. Can you withstand the continuous bombing of missiles? Even if they set up a bunch of tanks and so on. Even if they send out dozens of armed helicopters. It will not be a problem at all. If they really fight, you will be in trouble. Yi Sha sighed. Since you said so, then there must be a trick? Boss lady, you just go and join the other party's target game. Yi Sha was puzzled. I join? Boss lady, just throwing ordinary people together to fight and play hide-and-seek with zombies is obviously not exciting enough. So those who are exiled to the island to participate in the game will be equipped with some weapons, and even undergo body modification. Yi Sha then? Boss lady, how can Sessions have this ability? His armed forces are very strong. But he doesn't have such technology. So this job has always been done by Computech. Of course, Computech also has benefits. Sessions has to share part of his earnings with Computech. Yi Sha, so? The package was swapped? The boss lady, I will arrange this. You don't have to worry about anything. Just find Sessions when you get there. Yi Sha, what is the destination? The boss lady, Devil's Island. Yi Sha was stunned. Another island? Yi Sha felt that he had a conflict with islands recently. Why did he always go to islands? The boss lady thought for a while. That place is an island. But it's not really an island. You don't know that place? Do you? Yi Sha thought about it seriously. After all, from the boss lady's tone, the place was very famous. Based on this, after careful thinking, Yi Sha roughly guessed it. There are only two places called Devil Island, which are also very famous. The real name of the first island is Sabo Island, which is a famous disaster place. More than 500 ships have been buried there. The reason is that there are a lot of magnetites on this island. Whenever a ship approaches, the compass will fail, and the ship will be involuntarily attracted to it, thus hitting the reef and sinking. The second place is even more famous. I believe that when people around the world hear the word Devil's Island, more than half of them will think of that place. There is a prison there. The real name of the place is Alcatraz Island. It was once one of the most famous and solid prisons in the world. It is surrounded by cliffs and deep water, and it is difficult to connect to the outside world. From its establishment to its abandonment, only 3 people escaped from prison. Later, the prison was abandoned and converted into a tourist attraction. However, after being converted into a tourist attraction, the prison was not demolished, and it was often repaired for sightseeing. In fact, the prison buildings there can also be used. Yi Sha, is Alcatraz the place where they hold the target game? Lady Boss, in fact, the location of the target game is not fixed. Probably because the environment is different each time, and it looks more exciting. And this time it is Alcatraz. Yi Sha, then the question is, how can you be sure that Sessions will be on that island? Lady Boss, first, do you think he has a way to send the live broadcast signal to the whole world in the end times? Second, this is Sessions' habit. Maybe the guy has some kind of morbid psychology, and likes to watch from close range. Anyway, according to intelligence, When the target game was launched before, he was not far from the scene. Yisha, Devil's Island is an island. If he wants to see it up close, he knows it's on the island. The lady boss nodded. Any more questions? Yisha, no. You arrange it. The lady boss, you can bring someone. Yisha, do you think I can't handle it myself? The lady boss, it must be 2 people. Yisha didn't ask why it must be 2 people. Anyway, the lady boss said it must be 2. So it's 2. But, how is the reward calculated? The boss lady, since it is a task assigned by Dongfangyu, it belongs to the task assigned by the deputy conductor. The reward will of course belong to him. The person you bring can also choose one. As the chief train attendant, you have the priority to choose. Yisha thought for a while. Let's just you. Do you notify them? Or do I notify them myself? The boss lady, I'll do it. Yisha has only a few useful people under his command. Considering the purpose of this time, it seems that there is no clear, difficult guy to deal with. It's just that there are more armed forces, and some biochemical transformations, like those of the cleaning team. Witzel is dead, and Compu shouldn't be able to create constellation monsters for the time being. Besides, if there are constellation monsters, Compu can't hand them over to Sessions. As for heavy firepower, aren't you going to sneak in now? If you don't fight head-on, how can you give the other party a chance to use such weapons? Thinking of this, Yisha felt that he was enough by himself. He brought Yi with him mainly because he was afraid that he couldn't find anyone. Yi's perception is still very useful. If it doesn't work, let her perceive the entire Devil's Island. The proprietress flipped the calendar and calculated the time. I'll find you at the next stop. But not this stop. The time doesn't match. Yisha nodded. Okay. Then I'll go back first. Chapter 1420 Departure. The lady boss watched Yisha leave, and suddenly smiled meaningfully. This time it's interesting. Yisha returned to his personal compartment. There were still 4.5 days before the departure of the Doomsday train. Moreover, the departure time had little to do with Yisha, since Dongfangyu had assigned the task. It was the deputy train captain's task, so he didn't have to do the Doomsday train task. Therefore, the departure time and arrival time had little to do with Yisha, and he could leave whenever he wanted. Yisha took a long-lost interest in those relics of ancient civilizations. Yisha had always been very concerned about these things, but because he had never been able to research anything, his interest naturally decreased. However, even though it decreased, the sarcophagus had obviously brought benefits to Yisha, which was a kind of temptation. Yisha firmly believed that other relics of ancient civilizations were also useful, but they just needed an opportunity. After doing a material test, the result was naturally that the sound of the waves remained the same, and there was nothing to find. Yisha was not discouraged, because he was used to it anyway. The next day, Yu contacted Yisha, and it was obvious that the boss lady had already informed Yu. Although Yisha was the chief steward, he did not force the stewards to work, which was a gimmick. There were many styles of chief stewards, such as Li Xuanhe, who was killed by Yisha. He was a tyrant. He also gave benefits to the stewards, but also assigned tasks, and threw dangerous and troublesome work to others. Li Xuanhe's style was purely self-destructive, and high-pressure rule was generally difficult to last long. Yisha also knew a little about Gonlin's style. She was the type who used bribes. She did the tasks she was supposed to do, but she was not soft-hearted when it came to assigning tasks. She used people as cannon fodder and secretly eliminated those who were disobedient. But Gonlin gave enough benefits. Since you work for me, I will never treat you unfairly, even if it was like working for the conductor. Gonlin only took a small part of the reward and gave more rewards to the crew. This type of person was quite popular, although they would be sent by Gonlin to do some dangerous things. As long as they survived, they would make a steady profit, and it would be good for increasing their strength. As for Yisha, you can do it if you want to, or forget it if you don't want to. Anyway, if you do it, everyone will share the benefits. If you don't do it, it doesn't matter. Yisha will do it by himself, unless it is necessary. He never forces orders. Therefore, Yisha has a good reputation among the crew members. Because of this, Yisha has never been rejected when he finds someone. Anyway, if you want to get something, you have to show it. The tasks and rewards of the train conductor are not bad. Yisha only provides opportunities. Whether you can get it or not is your own business. Therefore, Yu came here not to refuse the mission, But she had just completed the mission and returned to the Doomsday train, and heard that Yisha had a mission assigned by the deputy train captain. So she came to ask for details. Yisha, actually, there is nothing much to say. Go to the place, find people, ask questions, and bring them back if they don't obey. I have done similar missions many times. But what? Yi rolled her eyes, generally, when there are transition words like but, however, and maybe. It is usually not a good thing. Yisha, what I mean is that the ultimate goal of this mission is the initial zombie virus, which is what the train conductor wants. It would be best if we can get it ourselves. It would be best if we can directly ask for intelligence. If we kidnap people, our interests will be minimized. Yiyu is not stupid, and immediately understood what he meant. He smiled and said, "Are you worried that the deputy train conductor will take the credit?" Yisha, it's obvious. Do you think the deputy train conductor has too many things in his hands? So he deliberately gave us a mission to make it easier? After assigning this mission, they have paid something. So of course they should get something in return. Yiyu, in the final analysis, there is no problem with sharing clues. The deputy train conductor will know it. Anyway, whoever gets the initial zombie virus and hands it over to the train conductor will be the meritorious person in the eyes of the train conductor and will get the most benefits. Others may even just work in vain. Correct answer. Yisha, bringing people back and how to get information is the boss's job. After getting the information, we can't know the content of the information. Then the mission is just a mission, without follow-up. It's not worth it for us. Yiyu patted her chest. Don't worry. I can try. I can hypnotize. Although I can't guarantee that it will be effective. The target is just an ordinary person. I don't believe he can withstand my mental shock. Yisha, isn't hypnosis a scam? Yiyu, I'm talking about brain hypnosis. The ability bought by the dining car. Yisha was relieved after hearing this. The Doomsday train is produced with quality assurance. Yisha, the purpose of taking you there is mainly to let you find someone. The area of Devil's Island is not large. With your brain ability, you can perceive the entire island without overconsumption of brain ability in a short time. Yiyu nodded. The entire island of Devil Island is 0.0763 square kilometers. Except for the prison. It can be said that there is nothing. For Yiyu, it will not consume too much to cover the entire island with her perception ability. Yiyu, I understand. Before leaving, I will get some things that can restore the brain area in a short time. Yisha, that's great. Wait for the notice from the boss lady. Yiyu nodded, said nothing, and left Yisha's personal compartment directly. The mission assigned by the deputy train conductor had a generous reward, so there was no reason to refuse. Moreover, according to the description of the boss lady and Yisha, this mission was a bit troublesome, but the danger was not particularly high. In this case, what reason was there not to go? Especially after going to Kavasi Island with Yisha. Everyone made a lot of money, just by selling the materials obtained from hunting ancient species. Each person made 100 or 200 gold skull coins. How could such a good thing be enough for one time? 4.5 days later, the Doomsday train departed. Yisha did not care about the station of this stop. After waiting for one more day on the Doomsday train, the boss lady finally notified Yisha and Yiyu to set off. This time, they didn't need to take a helicopter, but they didn't go directly to Alcatraz Island. Instead, they went to a gas station in the city, a few kilometers away from the dock. Yisha and Yiyu left the Doomsday train platform and appeared directly in front of the gas station. Looking at the time, Yisha said, "The boss lady said that someone will pick us up in no more than 5 minutes." As soon as Yisha finished speaking, he saw a truck with the logo of the Compu company appear at the intersection and drive towards the gas station. Yisha and Yiyu looked at each other. If nothing unexpected happened, this was probably the person who would pick them up. After a while, the truck stopped in front of the gas station, and a strong man pushed open the door and walked out of the car directly. Chapter 1421 Weird Server. The sturdy man got off the truck without any nonsense, waved to the two people, and then walked to the back. The truck container was opened, and the sturdy man pulled down 2 coffins. The coffins were not the common ones in China, but Western ones, a bit like those used by vampires. And the material was very interesting. It was actually metal. The sturdy man opened the coffin, and there were 2 people lying inside. Both men, about 25 or 26 years old. Bang! Bang! The man suddenly pulled out his gun and pulled the trigger, hitting the two people in the middle of their eyebrows. Then dragged the bodies out and threw them to the side of the road. Strongman, lie down. You, are you kidding us? Strongman, that's how we transport people. Don't move inside. You can see that the people are unconscious now. The time is calculated. When you wake up, you will be in Devil's Island. So, don't make a sound, or you will be exposed. The strongman looked at the Archon and the little cat again. And then, these two alien creatures can't be taken with us. There is no way to explain. Let them go back. Yi wanted to talk, but was stopped by Yi Sha. Yi Sha looked at the sturdy man curiously for a long time before saying, "Who are you?" "Sturdy man, waiter. You can think of me as a waiter in the dining car." "Oh, by the way, you are used to calling those guys puppets. There are several types of people on the death car. The first type is the people who boarded the Doomsday train after the end of the world. These people are collectively called members or passengers. The second type is the boss lady, including the train conductor. And the deputy train conductor may also be included. They have been on the Doomsday train from the beginning. For them, everyone agrees that you must not provoke them. The third category is service providers, such as waiters in restaurants. Yi Sha occasionally calls logistics, helicopter pilots, etc. People habitually call these people puppets. And many people even speculate that they are not living beings. The reason is very simple. Take the waiters in the dining car for example. If you want to order food, they will take your order, serve you, and check out. If you want to sell something, they will estimate the price and then pay you. They never bargain. If you bargain, they will ignore you. During this process, the waiters never spoke, as if they had signed a contract that they would die if they spoke. Moreover, they had no expression or fluctuation, just like puppets. That's why everyone called them that. The sturdy man in front of him obviously couldn't be a waiter. He would speak and show an impatient expression. He was definitely not a puppet. The most important thing was that the sturdy man in front of him was very strong. It was an indescribable feeling. The other party didn't show anything. Just pure breath and feeling. Yi Sha could feel that the man in front of him was different from those expressionless and dull puppets, because he was very strong. This is a great opportunity for Yi Sha. In Yi Sha's opinion, if the strong man in front of him is not a member of the Doomsday train, he should be the second type of person. The train conductor is this type of person. The boss lady is also. And the deputy train conductor is uncertain. The number of people in this second type is very small. The train conductor and the deputy train conductor rarely show up. The only one who has more interactions with Yi Sha is the boss lady. Now he meets another one. And it is obviously an opportunity to take this opportunity to get to know the Doomsday train better. Unfortunately, when Yi Sha was about to continue speaking, the strong man was impatient. "Hurry up. Time is limited. If you don't want to do it, go back now." Yi was angry. "I'll kill you first. Believe it or not." The strong man looked down at Yi and said disdainfully, "Wait until you grow up a little bit. Then tell me if you have that ability?" Yi was about to explode. She was now much more irritable. She was always the babysitter for Fei Long, but was still stopped by Yi Sha. "Yi Sha, okay. I hope we have a chance to meet again." Yi Sha waved his hand and asked the Archon to take the little ancient cat back to the Doomsday train. It was indeed impossible to take them on this mission. And it was impossible for them to lie in the coffin with Yi Sha. Besides, Devil's Island required a boat or a plane. And they could not sneak in. The ice and snow god can fly. And the corpse flower can walk underground. The ocean can't stop the corpse flower. The corpse flower is not afraid of water. And the sea is not bottomless. If it is the deep sea, the corpse flower may not be able to do it. But the Devil Island is less than 2 miles away from the pier, which is near the sea, so it is not a big problem. Yi Sha thought while lying in the coffin. Seeing that Yi Sha had already gone in, Yi naturally had nothing to say, so she could only lie in another coffin. The strong man closed the coffin, and it was pitch black around, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. This is actually a terrifying time. Dark, confined, and small. The 5 senses are affected, which will greatly affect emotions. Sensation is an important basis for consciousness and psychological activities. The process of people understanding the things around them begins with vision, hearing, touch, and other senses. So once a person loses his senses, What will he become? Yisha has heard of such an experiment, which imprisoned people in a sealed room that was almost isolated from the outside world, and observed a series of changes that occurred after they were deprived of vision, hearing and touch. In the first half hour, most people were normal. After 2 hours, those people kept talking to themselves and singing, but they got bored after a while. After 8 hours, some of these people gradually developed delusional symptoms and cried from time to time. After 30 hours, most people began to walk around in the small room like a trapped beast. After 40 hours, he began to have hallucinations and almost became desperate. Yisha was very interested in this. Anyway, he was free, so Yisha wanted to test what kind of symptoms he would have. Then, Yisha slowly fell into a state of half sleep and half wakefulness, and almost fell asleep. Sure enough, Yisha sighed. The standard of normal humans has long been unsuitable for me. The symptoms of the small dark room, to put it bluntly, are a kind of panic symptoms caused by self-psychological oppression. The stronger the will and the stronger the ability to withstand pressure, the smaller the effect. Not to mention that Yisha himself is a relatively resolute person. The improvement of mental attributes is not a decoration. Although Yisha cannot become a superhuman, the improvement of mental attributes actually has a substantial effect in this regard. After all, willpower is a dead thing and cannot be improved by improving physical fitness. Yisha does not think that he could remain calm when encountering similar things before the end of the world, which means that the spiritual attribute plays a role. Of course, those people with big nerves cannot be counted. For example, Fei Long is unlikely to be affected by the symptoms of the small black room. But Yisha finds it difficult to agree that Fei Long has excellent physical fitness or willpower. It can only be said that mental retardation also has its advantages. Thinking of this, Yisha feels that Yi Yu is probably even more okay, because she is a superhuman. Chapter 1422 Going to the Island. Yisha was just daydreaming. After all, lying in the coffin was idle, and he couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Of course, Yisha wasn't just daydreaming. The car was bumpy as it drove, and he could feel it moving forward. Then Yisha heard the door open, and someone was carrying the coffin. Then there was the boat. The boat didn't feel bumpy, but it had that floating feeling. The two were very similar, but Yisha could feel it. In fact, the exit of the Doomsday train platform is very close to Alcatraz. Yisha estimated that without considering the possibility of encountering zombies in the city, it would take about 15 minutes to reach the dock, then take a boat to Alcatraz. It depends on how long the other party stays at the dock. After all, there should be at least dozens of participants in this game, but it should not take more than 2 hours. That is to say, Yisha murmured, it can start at about nightfall. Yisha was still bored, listening to the sound to kill time. After the feeling of the ship's ups and downs ended, someone moved it again. This time the moving took a long time. Yisha felt that it lasted about half an hour before someone put the coffin down. However, the coffin was not opened. The coffin must be opened from the outside. It uses a very strong special mixed metal material and has a high-end electronic lock. If you look at it from the perspective of ordinary people, even if it is slightly stronger, according to the standards of ordinary carriage members of the Doomsday train, it is not an easy task to destroy the coffin from the inside and leave. Of course, Yisha could, but there was no need to do so. Although he had already reached the island, the coffin had not been opened, which meant that the game had not yet begun. If he wanted to get out at this time, he would have to force his way out. Yisha still lay quietly in the coffin, feeling somewhat bored. Moreover, Yisha guessed that he should be somewhere on the island. Otherwise there would be no movement. The coffin no longer felt like it was moving, and no sound could be heard around it. This feeling made people feel suffocated and oppressive, as if they were really dead. Yisha remembered that the strongmen had said before that the people sent to the island were all unconscious. It was normal to think about it. With this kind of transportation method, others were driven crazy before they even got to the island. Fortunately, it was still useless to Yisha, especially for someone like Yisha who had died several times. The feeling of death was not strange at all. Still thinking wildly, Yisha was thinking about some other things. For example, where to go back to help Dr. Davis find materials. If he really got the Constellation monster, would he have the ability to challenge the deputy train conductor? And after becoming the deputy train conductor, what do I need to do to become the train conductor? And, after becoming the train conductor, will all the mysteries be solved? Crack. Just when Yisha was thinking about it, Yisha heard a slight sound. And then a gap appeared on the cover of the coffin. This means that the coffin was opened. Finally, there is something to do. Yisha was not driven crazy by the dark and depressing environment. But he was a little impatient because of the boredom. After all, lying there stupidly and unable to do anything was really not a good feeling. Pushing the coffin lid open, Yisha sat up directly. Looking up and looking around, Yisha confirmed that he had arrived at Devil's Island. Yisha's current location is close to the sea. There is a circle of cliffs around, some high and some low, and the sea is below. Yisha is located on a raised platform on the side of the cliff. To the right, you can see the sea, and to the left, you can see a rock wall about 5 or 6 meters high, and you can vaguely see the outline of the building. It seems that the place where Yisha is quite dangerous. But it is not. Sessions has no intention of killing people before the game starts. The platform was very large, and Yisha would never fall down. Moreover, there was a small path on the side and back that could lead him directly up, without Yisha having to climb the rock wall. Of course, Yisha was the only one in this place. After a little thought, Yisha understood that the target game created by Sessions was very similar to the Battle Royale mode of the Death Carriage Battle. The uncertainty and the random encounters were the key. And if all the people were put together, it would be pure fighting. Or a gladiatorial arena. Perhaps, in the eyes of the crazy people who were watching the game, it was not so interesting. Those guys didn't care about killing people. And they had to kill beautifully. While thinking, Yisha turned over and jumped out of the coffin. Then he felt his toes kick something. He looked down and saw a walkie-talkie and a canvas backpack next to the coffin. Yisha picked up the walkie-talkie and looked at it. It was a very ordinary one. He turned on the switch and selected the channel. There was nothing to say. Then he put down the walkie-talkie. Yisha planned to check what was in the canvas bag. Judging from the appearance and weight, there was something in the canvas bag. But at this moment, a Shah sound suddenly came from the intercom. Soon, the Shah sound disappeared, and a voice was heard. Hello everyone. I am Mr. Target. Welcome everyone to participate in this round of Target game. The voice was obviously an electronic synthesized sound. And even the voice was a little shrill. And it was impossible to distinguish between men and women. Although the other party used the word Mr. to introduce himself. However, a person who hides his voice may not deliberately mislead others to hide his gender. Mr. Target continued, I believe everyone already knows the benefits of winning the game. But I will still introduce the benefits again. The winner of this round of the Target game will receive food and fresh water for half a year. And a blonde, hot woman as a reward. The winner can use her at will. In the end, the winner will also get a job opportunity and will no longer worry about hunger. Okay, now that the rewards are over, let's talk about the rules of this Target game. There are currently 72 players participating in the Target game. You are scattered all over Devil's Island. What you need to do is to survive. Or to survive to the end. The first hour after the game starts is the time to find weapons. Many places on this island hide weapons that can help you fight. 1 hour later, zombies will appear on the island. Of course, during this hour, although there is no threat of zombies, you can fight each other. In order to make the battle full of fun, a random item that can be used as a weapon has been placed in the canvas bag next to you, as well as bread and fresh water. Then comes the highlight of this game, which is the Target game. Chapter 1423 Target Game. The Target game consists of 2 steps. The first step is to target yourself and hunt the target. There are 2 number plates in your canvas bag. The red number plate represents your own number, and the green number plate is your target number. When you successfully hunt your own target prey, you will get 2 benefits by getting the other party's target number. The first benefit is that you will exchange it for a powerful weapon. And the second benefit is that you will get the other party's hunting target number. In other words, as long as you are strong enough, you can keep getting hunting target numbers. Keep hunting. Keep getting weapons. And then survive. Of course, if the target prey is dead, the target hunting will be interrupted. But luck is also part of this game. As for your own target, please remember that you must never lose your own target number if you are not dead. If your own target number is lost, you will become a wanted target. Wanted target means that you will become everyone's prey target. After anyone hunts you, they will unconditionally get a powerful weapon and a hunting target number with a surviving target. In addition, after 1 hour, Zombies will be everywhere on Devil's Island. If you can hunt down a designated zombie, you will get one of the following 2 benefits at random. The first benefit is to get a target number for a target that is alive. The second benefit is that within a certain time limit, your own target will be invalidated and will not become someone else's target number. Here is an additional reminder for everyone. Except that your initial target number is not repeated. The target numbers obtained through other methods are all randomly drawn. That is, one target number may become the target of several people at the same time. So the unlucky ones must be vigilant. The final winning condition is that there is only one contestant, and that person successfully reaches the top floor of the lighthouse on the southeast side of the island. If all participants die and no one reaches the top floor of the lighthouse, there will be no winner in this target game. Regarding the time limit of the target game, it is infinite, until a winner appears, or all participants die. Okay, Mr. Target wishes everyone to be the winner. Of course, the very regrettable thing is that there is only one person who can really accept the blessing. Well, maybe there is no one? Ha ha ha. Amid Mr. Target's laughter, the intercom suddenly lost its sound, as if Mr. Target's neck was pinched and he could not make any sound. Yisha fiddled with the intercom and tried to switch to other channels, but found that it was useless. Apparently, the other party directly blocked the intercom signal and did not allow them to use any communication equipment. Yisha held his chin and pondered for a while. It must be said that this so-called target game is very different from the battle royale of the death carriage battle. After adding the target, it became much more complicated. Not only do you need to fight, but you also need to think about the target number to improve your survival rate. Of course, this complexity is meaningless. To put it bluntly, it's still a fight, just to make the fight more beautiful, to please those crazy spectators, and to make them more interested in betting. Then, Yisha slapped his head and found that he was confused. Why should I consider the rules of this game? I didn't come here to participate in the game and get the first place. I came here to find sessions. The target game has nothing to do with me. Yisha shook his head and changed his mind. However, although the target game was not Yisha's focus, he still had to participate. Yisha first had to find sessions, then kidnap him quietly, or torture him on the spot. Then, he could not reveal his identity. At least, before confirming Sessions' location, Yisha had to play this game first. Then, after finding Sessions, he would act according to the situation. But, Yisha looked around and murmured, "Let's find Yiyu first." The reason why Yisha brought Yiyu here was to find Sessions, especially since Xiaogu Mao and the Archon did not come with him. So he needed to rely on Yiyu even more. While thinking, Yisha took action, picked up the canvas bag on the ground, stuffed the walkie-talkie into it, and took a look at the things inside. There were 5 bottles of clean mineral water, which had never been opened, 3 packs of compressed biscuits, 3 cream breads, a windproof lighter, and a well-packed sleeping bag. Finally, there was something randomly given that could be used as a weapon, which turned out to be a spatula. This, Yisha didn't know what to say. Does your family use spatulas as weapons? Of course, it's not impossible. Just sharpen the edge of the spatula and sharpen the 2 corners at the front. If you swing it on the neck, it will still be very lethal. The most important thing is that Yisha really needs a weapon. The Archon and the little cat don't allow him to bring it. Of course, Yisha's weapons are not good either. Once he takes them out, he will be exposed. Among them, the only one that can be used is the Alaskan whale harpoon. If you don't look at the effect, that thing is just an ordinary dagger. You can avoid the camera and throw it on the ground, and then pretend that you found it on the island. So, let's just use a spatula. Yisha was not picky and just sharpened it on a stone. It was barely usable. But after sharpening it, Yisha found that it would be better to find a stone instead of sharpening the spatula. After all, the spatula can only be fatal if it is sharpened to the weak point of the neck. How can it be stabbed into the heart? Unless Yisha exerts all his strength. He can do it with the strength of his physical fitness. But that would expose it. It is obviously not a normal person's strength. Besides, an ordinary spatula may not be able to withstand such a force. Yisha can twist this thing into a metal ball with a little force. Thinking about it this way, it would be better to find a stone to throw. Yisha was speechless about this. He was used to high-level battles, but he was not used to the battles between ordinary people, or at most a level higher than that of ordinary people. Just like when a wolf fights a rabbit, it has to suppress its strength, speed and other aspects to the same level as the rabbit. Yi Sha felt it was a pit. But at this point, Yi Sha could only make do. He took a spatula and a stone and walked directly along the side path, heading upwards, leaving the edge of the island. Generally, this kind of battle royale style battle will be more intense at the beginning because there are many people. But the target game will not be so intense at the beginning, because everyone has to find weapons. And if they are far away, they will pretend that they don't see each other. Chapter 1424 The Killing Begins. Of course, there is one most critical issue. That is, adaptability. Yi Sha naturally does not have the so-called adaptability. But others do. According to the introduction of the target game by the lady boss, most of the participants in the target game are people captured by sessions from outside, perhaps from the survivor camp or other places. Of course, there are also some people under sessions who have made mistakes. Sessions will give them a chance to atone for their sins. If they become the winner of the target game, they will be forgiven. Most of these people have experience in hunting zombies. Otherwise, they would not have survived so long in the apocalypse. But they do not necessarily have the opportunity to fight each other. Yi Sha does not deny the view that human nature is good. But he also does not deny that people will become crazy when they are forced into a desperate situation. At present, most people do not have the courage to fight each other. But this situation will not last too long. When everyone understands that if they don't kill, they will definitely die. That will be the most tragic time. Because everyone will become crazy. Therefore, Yi Sha did not encounter any trouble. Occasionally, he saw a few figures, and the other party chose to dodge immediately. But Yi Sha did not care. Yi Sha was not afraid of killing. Nor did he care about killing. But he did not have a murderous habit. If others did not find trouble, Yi Sha did not like to kill for fun. Yi Sha's primary goal now is to find Yi. In Yi Sha's view, since he was sent here with Yi, even if they were separated to different places, they would not be too far away. Yi Sha's target is the area around the coast, and a building on the side. Alcatraz is actually not very big, and its structure is very simple, with limited buildings. There are 3 buildings in total, one at the highest point of the island, and another near the edge of the coast. And between the 2 sides is a stepped slope, about 300 to 500 meters. Behind the 2 buildings, there is a building, which is estimated to be between 15 and 20 floors. That building is not a prison, but a place for prison guards to work and rest. There is a lighthouse in the southeast, and a very tall chimney on the west side of the building on the coastline. This is all there is to Alcatraz. In terms of terrain, the most complicated part is the rocky area near the coast, where there are many vertical cliffs, and a rocky slope on the east side. Apart from that, it is the interior of the building. Moreover, considering the floor space of the building, if the battle is not carried out in the building, there is actually almost no space available for fighting on the entire island. So the interior of the building must be used. Based on this, if Yi was not thrown in the rocky area near the coast, she must be in the building on the side. While thinking this, Yi Sha was climbing a rock wall. The rock wall was about 7 or 8 meters high, and above it was a building. The rock wall was very inclined, almost at a 90-degree angle, but there were many protruding rocks that could be used as footholds. To put it bluntly, it was rock climbing with bare hands, but there were no protective measures. In fact, there was a road leading to the top, but it required a detour and a circle before reaching the top. Yi Sha thought it was troublesome and a waste of time. Anyway, climbing at this height was not difficult for Yi Sha. Moreover, for those who have tried rock climbing, even ordinary people can do it. There is nothing extraordinary about Yi Sha's doing this, and it will not arouse suspicion. The most amazing thing is that he dared to do it without any protective measures, which showed that he was a little bold. Soon, Yi Sha climbed to the top, and then he was stunned. There was a green ammunition box hanging on a rope tied to the side of Yi Sha. After Yi Sha turned over, he pulled up the box and opened it. There was a pistol, 2 bottles of mineral water, and a bread inside. Yi Sha pulled out the magazine and saw that there were not many bullets. Only 3. This box should be the so-called weapon that needs to be found. At the same time, it can be seen that Sessions is intentionally controlling the situation. Guns can be given, but not too many bullets. Otherwise it will be meaningless and killing people will be too easy. 3 bullets, if it is not close range and the person has not used a gun much. let alone killing. It is hard to say whether he can hit. But if there are enough bullets, you can keep blindly, and you can always get a blind shot. For Yi Sha, multiple pistols were better than nothing. He put them behind his waist, and threw the food into the canvas bag. Food was necessary. When there were many people in the early stage, fighting was easy to happen. But when there were fewer people, the area of the island would be larger, and it would be hard to predict when the victory or defeat would be decided. It might take a long time, like the Battle of the Death Carriage, which would directly compress the area. But Sessions obviously did not have the ability to create such conditions, so he could only waste time in the later stage. After taking the things, Yi Sha was about to climb over the barbed wire, but suddenly felt something was wrong and jumped to the side. Drool! A crossbow arrow suddenly flew over diagonally and pierced the ground where Yi Sha had just stood, with 1/3 of it buried in the soil. Yi Sha looked along the trajectory of the crossbow arrow and found that on the second floor of the building, a figure quickly left the window. Damn it! Yi Sha cursed. I didn't kill anyone, but someone came to me on his own. Yi Sha took 2 steps back, took a run, jumped, and directly climbed over the wire mesh. Then he took a quick look and found a water pipe on the side wall. He immediately took another run and quickly climbed to the second floor by stepping on the water pipe, turning over and entering the window. Yi Sha drew his gun and looked out. It was a corridor with cells on both sides. Yi Sha licked his lips. He ran fast. Yi Sha moved forward carefully. The other party might be hiding in the cell. He might suddenly appear and shoot him with an arrow. Yi Sha felt extremely troubled now. It would be great if he could use his ability without restraint. Yi Sha directly pushed down the walls one by one. He didn't believe that the other party could sneak attack him. Unfortunately, Yi Sha knew that there were cameras around him, and his every move was being watched. In fact, it is true. In the dark room, there is no light, only a large number of screens hanging in front, playing every move on Devil's Island. Faintly, you can see a human figure in the corner. Number 36. Bet. Number 36. Bet. Number 36. Bet. Number 49. Bet. Number 11. Bet. Number 36. Place your bet. Number 36 is Yi Sha's target number, and Yi Sha's actions have aroused the interest of some people, and many people have placed bets on Yi Sha. Obviously, although Yi Sha deliberately concealed his strength and suppressed it to the level of ordinary people, his skills are still much more agile than ordinary people. As for the 1-hour time to find weapons, it is also the time for everyone to observe and select targets to bet on. After a while, a hoarse voice came from the corner. Recommend number 36 as a popular candidate and reduce the odds. Chapter 1425 Trap. If Yi Sha knew that he had become the favorite, he would definitely keep a low profile. Since he was the favorite, the attention would definitely be very high. After all, with so many contestants, it is impossible to keep the screen all the time, and most of them would be constantly switching, and there would undoubtedly be many more shots of the favorites, which would obviously be unfavorable for Yi Sha's actions. Unfortunately, Yi Sha didn't know this. He was looking for the mouse in the dark. Yi Sha's purpose was very simple. Those who avoided him, Yi Sha would not attack. But since they attacked him, he must solve it. Because if he didn't solve it, it might mean that the other party was always staring at him. And that feeling was not pleasant. Slowly moving forward, Yi Sha did not miss any cell, and looked around. The structure of the cell was very simple. A straight room with beds on both sides. As a tourist attraction, everything on Devil's Island was not demolished, and the most authentic prison was restored for people to visit, one step at a time. Suddenly, an arm stretched out from the cell in front, holding a crossbow in his hand. He pulled the trigger without hesitation, and the crossbow arrow shot out. But Yi Sha was faster. At the moment when the other party stretched out his hand, he directly lowered his body, and the crossbow arrow flew directly over his head. The opponent's crossbow was not designed for continuous shooting. After shooting an arrow, the string had to be restrung. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Sha immediately ran forward. When the crossbow was poked out of the cell again, Yi Sha suddenly jumped up, smashed his body on the ground, and slid forward. The crossbow arrow flew out from above Yi Sha's body again, and Yi Sha's body slid across the front of the cell. At that moment, Yi Sha suddenly drew his gun and shot. Bang! Along with the sound of gunfire, screams were heard in the cell. Yisha propped up the ground with one hand to stop his body from sliding, and then walked into the surveillance. The other party was a man in his 30s, wearing a camouflage uniform, with a face full of flesh. Very fierce, and quite strong. Yisha suddenly realized that this guy must have made a mistake, and was sent by Sessions to participate in the target game. No wonder the other party attacked at the beginning. And the attack was very decisive. This kind of guy followed Sessions, and must have killed many people. So he didn't need to make any psychological adjustments or adaptations. At this moment, the opponent's calf was shot through by Yisha, and he lay on the ground wailing and struggling. Yisha had no intention of sparing his life. He went directly into the cell, grabbed his hair, and lifted him up from the ground. Please. Bang. Yisha did not give the opponent a chance to beg for mercy. He directly shot at his head and pulled the trigger, shooting through his head. Yisha, when you shot at me, did you want to spare my life? No. If so, why do you expect others to spare you? Yisha casually threw the corpse aside, and then picked up the opponent's crossbow and canvas bag. The crossbow was useless, just like Yisha's pistol, with only 3 arrows, which had been shot by the opponent. So the crossbow was naturally useless. As for the canvas bag, in addition to water and food, there was also a slingshot. Yisha was speechless. This slingshot must be the first so-called thing that can be used as a weapon. But the question is, what else can this thing be used for besides shooting birds? This is purely for fun, right? In addition, of course, there is a number plate. In the target game, the number plate is very important. But it is of no use to Yisha. Yisha neither intends to find his own target to hunt, nor does he care about becoming someone else's target prey. But you still have to take the number plate. Not taking the number plate is too fake and arouses suspicion. After all, the target number is the most important prop in this so-called game. After leaving the cell, Yisha continued to walk forward. After walking about 5 or 6 meters, Yisha suddenly turned his face. At the door of a cell, there stood a gentleman with a baseball bat in his hand. It seemed that he wanted to sneak attack Yisha. But when he saw Yisha, he suddenly screamed and the baseball bat fell to the ground. The next moment, the man's legs softened and he sat down on the ground. Yisha bent down, picked up the baseball bat, and swung it twice. This thing was more convenient than a spatula. Yisha, did you see a little girl? About 10 years old, with a ponytail. The other party trembled. No. No. Yisha nodded and threw the spatula at the other party's feet. Change it. Thank you. Yisha had no intention of taking action and continued to walk forward. For those who had no intention of fighting and no threat, Yisha was too lazy to take action. Of course, Yisha didn't care how long the other party could live. Yisha was not a saint to the point of planning to take everyone away from here. Besides, what would it matter if we escaped from Devil's Island? We couldn't bring back Doomsday Train. So we left them to fend for themselves? Yisha continued to move forward, and didn't see anyone else. He wasn't here, at least not on the 2nd floor. Yisha walked down the stairs, and then saw someone coming up, and immediately pointed his gun at the other person. Don't shoot. I'm not a participant in the game. The other person immediately raised his hand in a gesture of surrender, then gestured with his eyes to the metal box in his hand, and continued, according to the rules, I'm here to deliver weapons. According to the rules of the target game, after killing the target, you will get the other party's hunting target and a weapon. But if the other party is not the target, you can only get the hunting target's number plate. Yisha took out the number plate and took a look. And then, he was dumbfounded. Luck is really unpredictable. The guy before was really his target, because Yisha didn't plan to complete this game at all. He took the number plate without even looking at it, and stuffed it directly into his pocket. However, Yisha was still cautious and swung the muzzle downward, put the box on the ground. Then leave, with your arm straight, and if there is any bending movement, I will shoot. The other party smiled. You are really cautious. The other party was very obedient, stretched out his arms, put the box in his hand on the ground, and saw that Yisha had not put down the gun. He smiled, and then retreated down the stairs. After the other party left his sight, Yisha put away the gun, picked up the box, and prepared to open it. But at this moment, Yisha suddenly felt the danger, and immediately turned the opening of the box outwards, and then opened the box. The next moment, a puff of green poisonous mist floated out of the box, Son of a bitch! Yi Sha immediately cursed. And the man who had just retreated downstairs suddenly rushed up and pounced on Yi Sha. Bang! Yi Sha pulled the trigger without hesitation. And the bullet flew and hit the opponent's waist. The opponent immediately squatted down, holding his waist. Yi Sha grabbed the opponent's hair and slammed his head against the wall. Bang! A cut appeared on the opponent's forehead, and blood flowed out. Chapter 1426 Staff. Yi Sha dragged the other person upstairs, away from the poisonous smoke, and then punched the other person in the nose. Speak. Yi Sha whispered. How do you know my target number? The other person was obviously not the one who came to deliver weapons. But Yi Sha really killed the target prey. So Yi Sha could indeed get a weapon. And the other person wanted to use this to trick Yi Sha. But the premise was to know Yi Sha's number, and the number of the person killed by Yi Sha. The man's nose was crooked by Yi Sha's punch. And he said in pain, I said, can you let me go? Bang! Yi Sha punched the other person in the face again. I don't really want to know anymore. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. The other person shouted loudly. I found a weapon box with only a piece of paper inside. It said that I can use the intercom to get the number of the 3 people's number plates. While speaking, the other person took out a piece of paper with trembling hands. Yi Sha took a look and it was true. If that's the case, it makes sense. The other person saw Yi Sha's battle, and then asked about Yi Sha's number plate number, and the number of the dead man's number plate number. When the other party asked, he probably didn't expect such a coincidence. The main purpose of knowing the numbers is to determine whether the other party's target is himself, and whether his target is the other party. In fact, 3 chances are not that useful. There are still many people at present. Only the numbers on the number plates of 3 people are known, and the possibility of matching them is not great. But things are so coincidental. The other party found that Yi Sha's number matched that of the dead man. So he immediately thought of this method to kill Yi Sha. Although he was not his target, it was always good to get 2 more number plates, because it gave him 2 more chances to get weapons. Unfortunately, although the poison gas might not kill Yi Sha, his sense of danger helped him at the critical moment. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, he would be in trouble. Bang! Yi Sha smashed the other's head against the wall again. Don't show up in front of me again. Understand? The other person endured the severe pain. Understand? Understand? Yi Sha left the other person behind. But at this moment, the man suddenly pulled out a switchblade from his sleeve and stabbed Yi Sha in the back. But, bang! At the moment when the switchblade was about to pierce Yi Sha seemed to have eyes on his back, and kicked back fiercely, hitting the opponent's chest and knocking him to the ground again. Yi Sha turned around. You should learn to cherish your life. While speaking, Yi Sha kicked again, kicking the opponent's wrist and kicking the switchblade out of his hand. Don't. Gotcha. Amid the sound of the opponent's foot, Yi Sha stepped on the opponent's neck, and then twisted his foot hard, breaking the opponent's neck. For those who really want to kill him, Yi Sha's rule is to kill them first. Especially when Yi Sha has given them a chance before. Killed another person, but didn't see the canvas bag. The other party probably hid in advance for fear of being exposed. Anyway, Yi Sha didn't need the number plate, so he was too lazy to look for it, and went downstairs directly, leaving from the side door on the first floor. Yi Sha saw someone walking towards him, and the other party immediately said, I'm delivering weapons. Yi Sha cursed. Come again? The other party had a headset on his ear, and seemed to hear something, and immediately shouted, I'm real. The other party didn't waste any words, and directly raised an ammunition box in his hand. After opening it, an M2000 pistol fell out, as well as some bullets and an iron can, which looked like a smoke bomb or a flash bomb. The other party then pulled the badge on his chest, staff logo. Yi Sha, throw the badge over here. The other party took off the badge, and threw it over without saying a word. The badge was made of hard plastic, with a photo printed on it, and a name and a string of numbers, indicating the staff of the target game. This time it was real. Yi Sha checked the appearance and it matched. Because it was a printed photo, it couldn't be faked without a machine. And where could he get a machine in this place? Yi Sha signaled the other party to step back, walked to the side of the pile of weapons, put down the sign, then took the weapon and stepped back. The weapon was an M2000 pistol with 7 bullets and a stun grenade. Judging from the current game progress, it was already a weapon of the high kill level. It was indeed using this method to tell everyone that the more people you kill, the higher the chance of survival. Yisha quickly loaded the bullets. But did not leave. But pretended to leave. This building is 3 rectangular buildings of different heights, with 2 floors connected. The building that Yisha just came out of has only 2 floors, and the one on the side has 5 floors. Yisha climbed in through the window, observed to make sure there were no cameras, and immediately hid by the window. The staff member watched Yisha leave and breathed a sigh of relief. This job is not easy to do, and it is too easy to be accidentally injured. After picking up his work card, he turned around and left. At this time, Yisha climbed out of the window and quickly followed him. The word staff gave Yisha an idea. Could the place where this staff member went back to be where Sessions was? If so, why did he bother so much? He could find Sessions by following him. As for the armed forces around Sessions, was Yisha afraid? Yisha didn't believe it. Sessions could also let the missile vehicle follow him. Besides, as long as he could get close to Sessions, no matter how many heavy firepower weapons Sessions had, it would be useless. If Sessions ordered him to be blown into a meat paste, Yisha would admit defeat. Unfortunately, Yisha's idea was good, but it didn't work. The staff member walked down a small path on the side, and then suddenly stopped. There was a triangular flag next to him, which read working point. No fighting in this area. Yisha suddenly felt like vomiting blood, and he almost understood that in order to transport weapons, there were probably such working points all over the island. If someone killed the target prey, the person in charge of monitoring would use the communicator to notify the nearest staff, and then the staff would deliver the weapons. Therefore, these staff members are actually part of this target game. If that's the case, then there's no point. They won't go to Sessions unless the target game is over. Yisha's mind flashed again. It seems that this is also a way. If the target game is over, will the winner be taken to Sessions? What if he wins? Then Yisha shook his head. The probability is actually not high. For the next arrangement of the winner, Sessions doesn't need to come forward in person. After all, he is the big boss. After thinking about it, Yisha still thinks it's more reliable to go to EU. Chapter 1427 Zombies are dispatched. Yisha returned to the vicinity of the building and found another ammunition box in the corner. Yisha expected to get communication equipment or something, judging from the note that the man found earlier that could reveal the number. The so-called weapons were not necessarily offensive. Moreover, from the overall situation, the power to know the other party's target number is actually far more useful than getting a dagger or something. Especially the fewer people, the greater the advantage. From this point of view, the man who was killed by Yisha just now obviously did not use it properly. After opening the arms box, Yisha did not know whether it was good luck or bad luck. There was no communication equipment in the arms box, which could not help Yisha find EU, but a weapon, which was the Alaskan harpoon. Of course, this Alaskan harpoon must be an ordinary Alaskan harpoon, unlike the Alaskan harpoon in Yisha's hand, which was produced by Doomsday Train and had special effects. Therefore, Yisha didn't know how to describe his current feeling. He got an ordinary Alaskan whale harpoon, which could just replace his own one, and he could use it openly. However, whether to use the Alaskan whale harpoon or not, Yisha felt that it didn't seem to make much difference to him. Is there anyone on this island who can beat him? Even if the other party has a gun and he is unarmed, it's better than nothing. Yisha directly put away the Alaskan whale harpoon and stuffed it into the canvas bag. When he took it out next time, it would be another one, so he could just swap it out. He stood up and continued to move forward. And suddenly, ah! A scream suddenly sounded, attracting Yisha's attention. He quickly ran forward, then came to a window and looked inside. A tall woman fell to the ground, crying, and a windproof lighter that was still lit fell to the side. In front of the woman was an iron cage cell, which was full of zombies. After a while, the woman stumbled to her feet, picked up the lighter and ran away. I see. Yisha showed a surprised expression. In the first hour of the target game, there were no zombies, which was a relatively safe and free time. The main focus was on finding weapons, and fighting between each other was rare. It was pure bad luck that Yisha encountered 2 attacks. One was from Sessions' men, who were more aggressive, and the other happened to know the target number and could design a trap. After an hour, zombies appeared and the battle became fierce. It was not only a battle between humans, but also a battle between humans and zombies. The so-called battle royale was not just about killing, but also about survival. As for the zombies that will appear in an hour, they are obviously the imprisoned zombies. When the time comes, they will probably be released. Yisha looked at the time. There was not much time left for the zombies to be released. There were less than 20 minutes left. While thinking, Yisha continued to move forward. Unfortunately, Yisha did not find Yu, but found 2 more arms boxes. In the arms boxes, there was a remote-controlled C4 bomb and a miniature pistol made by a 3D printer. It would fall apart with one shot, but it was only the size of 2 fingers combined, and it was very concealed. Then, 12 o'clock. Zombies are out. Click, click, click. In the prison, the doors of the cells were unlocked with the sound of electronic locks. And then one by one the iron doors were opened, and zombies kept staggering out of the cells. There were many drainage holes near the coastline, and zombies kept crawling out of those drainage holes. The cellar of another prison was old and dilapidated, but very strange. There was a very high-tech electronic door with a cover in the middle of the cellar. Pure electronic lock, reinforced alloy, and reinforced lock bar, the kind commonly used in bank vaults. Even a rocket launcher may not be able to destroy it. And at this moment, the red electronic lock light turned green. The cover opened, and zombies began to crawl out one by one. Roar! A roar sounded, and then all the zombies blocking the exit were swept away, and a huge mutant zombie slowly crawled out. The zombie looked around, then twisted off a lock bar on the cover that was as thick as a wrist, dragged it, and began to walk out. Zombies are out. Yisha noticed the zombies at the first sight. He was inside the prison. A cell on the side suddenly opened, and the zombies rushed out. Bang! Yisha punched a zombie on the head without hesitation, then drew his gun while backing away. Bang! 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 Bullets fired continuously. Yisha's gun skills were certainly not as good as Nyepo's, but he had no problem shooting at the head at such a close distance. He shot at the head with every shot, blowing up 7 zombies, then shook his wrist, and the Alaskan harpoon fell into his palm and pierced into the head of a zombie. Bang! After a successful attack, Yisha kicked the zombie away, hitting other zombies, and then began to retreat. There was no need to bother too much with zombies, because killing zombies was meaningless. Of course, I was referring to ordinary zombies. Yisha was no longer interested in what he could get from ordinary zombies. However, even if he wanted to leave, he had to see if these zombies were willing to let Yisha leave. He retreated, but before he reached the corner, new zombies rushed out and rushed towards the corridor. Yisha looked around and was unlucky. He didn't see any windows, so he couldn't jump out of the building. He simply stuck the C4 bomb on the corridor, then slipped into a cell without zombies, closed the iron door, and held it with his back. Bang! Bang! Soon, the sound of banging the door came from behind Yisha, and the zombies had gathered nearby. Yisha resolutely did not move. He could feel the impact from behind, but with his strength, he could withstand it. 10, 9, 8. Yisha's lips moved, and he began to count down, then pressed the remote control. Boom! The sound of the explosion sounded, and the whole floor seemed to tremble. Stone chips kept falling from the ceiling, and the door suddenly became quiet. Yisha opened the door, stretched out his hand and shook it, sweeping away the black smoke at the door, and then stepped out. Many zombies were blown into a bloody mess, but if their heads were not blown to pieces, these zombies would not die, but their broken limbs would not allow them to climb up for a while. Yisha had no intention of getting rid of the zombies one by one. He just stepped over and left quickly. He couldn't stay inside the prison for the time being, as most of the zombies were imprisoned in the cells. Before they were dispersed, the prison would be filled with a large number of zombies. Although Yisha was not afraid, it would be too troublesome to deal with a large number of zombies. Chapter 1428 Traces. Yisha turned around the corridor and found an iron fence outside the surveillance area. There was a small room similar to a communication room next to it, which was where the prison guards rested. After going around it, because he had left the detention area, Yisha finally saw the window. With an elbow strike, Yisha smashed the window and then climbed out of the window. Under the window was the outer box of the air conditioner. Of course, the prisoners did not have such good treatment and could still enjoy the air conditioner, but the prison guards did. He stepped on the outer box of the air conditioner and jumped continuously, and soon fell to the ground. Shaking his arms, Yisha walked to the side. We need to speed up the search for Yi. Before the zombies appeared, it was not a big problem, and Yisha did not think that anyone could pose a threat to Yi. But it was more troublesome after the zombies appeared. If Yi did not want to be exposed, she could not use her brain ability. And with Yi's small body and experience in close combat, it would not be a problem to deal with a few zombies. But if they were blocked and had no weapons in their hands, it would be very troublesome. While thinking, Yisha walked towards the southwest. Although Yisha had not yet explored the prison's interior, he had paid attention to the surrounding areas. Even when he was inside the prison, Yisha would take the opportunity to look outside whenever he saw a window. So, if Yi was not inside the prison, she was most likely not in this area. Yisha thought so, and then looked into the distance. The Devil's Island prison was divided into two areas. The area where Yisha was located was the old cell area, which was used as a military prison when it was first established. After crossing the hillside, there are buildings. It is also a prison, but it is called the new cell area. It was built after the military prison was abandoned as a prison for serious criminals. Since Yi is not in the old cell area below, it is very likely to be in the new cell area. Of course, the building where the prison guards work on the other side is also possible. But the route is the same. The building is built on the side of the new cell area, and both require climbing. There is a road between the old and new cell areas. Go into a brick tunnel covered with moss, and when you come out, you will reach the other side. But that was too slow. So Yisha chose to climb up from the adjacent rock walls on both sides, putting the Alaskan whale harpoon in his mouth and biting it with his teeth. Yisha began to step on the protruding rocks and began to climb with his hands. The rock wall was not high, about 8 to 10 meters, steep and almost right angles. But like the rock wall on the coast, there were many protruding rocks and many footholds. If you can climb with your hands, it won't be a big problem. At that time, the premise was that there were no attackers. When Yisha climbed halfway, his body suddenly stiffened. Because crawlers are the weakest of the mutant zombies, and the most common mutant zombies. When the apocalypse just came, crawlers were everyone's nightmare. In front of ordinary zombies, you can still run away, or even pick up a stick and hit the zombie's head to kill it. But crawlers are different. Encountering crawlers in the early days of the apocalypse is like David challenging Goliath. It's a fight to the death. Of course, it was not the beginning of the apocalypse, so Yisha did not take the crawler seriously. However, there was a prerequisite. That is, Yisha could stand on the ground. What bad luck. Yisha was angry. I am so unlucky today. The crawler was very fast, and it walked on the rock wall as if it were flat ground. Like a gecko, it immediately rushed towards Yisha after discovering Yisha. Yisha only waited for a moment, and then he planned to jump down. After all, the height of 4 or 5 meters was not very high. Otherwise, fighting with the crawler on the rock wall, his feet were not on the ground, and his hands had to be used to stabilize his body. Yisha was also very troubled when facing the crawler. But just as Yisha let go of his hand, the creeper was already in front of him, and its tail whipped over like a whip. Bang! Yisha was hit in the chest, and the whole person was slapped against the rock wall. Unable to jump down, Yisha was also aroused by his ferocity. He could actually be bullied by the creeper. He pulled the creeper's tail and wanted to throw this guy down. But he happened to see a camera set up on the edge of the rock wall. I can't bear it. Yisha gritted his teeth, then pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed it into the creeper's tail. The crawler felt pain, opened its mouth and roared, and its body moved along the rock wall. It twisted its body and opened its mouth to bite Yisha. Yisha twisted his body, twisted a piece of rubble from the rock wall, and smashed it towards the crawler's head. The rock broke into a pile of stone chips, and the crawler's body loosened and fell from the rock wall. With a bang, the crawler fell to the ground, and Yisha also jumped down, directly riding on the crawler, and then raised the Alaskan whale harpoon and stabbed it fiercely. Poof! Blood splattered. Yisha was covered in warm blood, which had a fishy smell. Solo kill of the creeper. Number 36. Bet. Number 36. Bet. Number 36. Bet. Yisha himself certainly didn't feel anything, but a large number of bets appeared on Yisha's number again, and not everyone could kill the creeper with a dagger. On the other side, Yisha killed the creeper, wiped his face casually, wiped off the blood, and continued to climb. This time, there were no crawlers. Yi Sha reached the top of the rock wall smoothly. After reaching the top of the rock wall, the first thing Yi Sha saw was corpses. Not human corpses, but zombie corpses. Their heads were blown up, stabbed out by daggers or knives. But Yi Sha had an unusual feeling. There was something unique about those corpses. The feeling of brain power. Also, some clues can be seen from the wounds. Those wounds are completely smooth. When a normal person stabs, there is definitely an angle of inclination. Depending on personal habits, the angle may be large or small, but there will be some. First, the knife is completely straight, which will make the posture very awkward, unless it is a weapon like a bayonet. Second, there is a certain angle of inclination, which allows you to stab and cut with the blade at the same time, making it easier to stab the knife into the target. But the wounds on the heads of these zombies are completely straight. Normally, this is impossible, but superhumans can do it because they have the ability to manipulate objects, directly control the dagger to fly, and then stab forward out of thin air. Of course, the blade is straight. But, did Yi use her brain power like this? If she was caught by the camera, she would definitely be exposed, Yi Sha thought, and showed a look of sudden realization. So that's it. Yi Sha smiled. Almost certain that you must have killed these zombies, because all the cameras around were moved. Chapter 1429 Encounter. This target game is to be broadcast live, so that bets can be placed. So there are cameras everywhere on the island. Although not all blind spots are covered, there are cameras in most places. Yi Sha saw a total of 5 cameras on the rock wall, and all the lenses were turned to the outside of the rock wall. Isn't this nonsense? Apart from perverts like Yi Sha who deliberately suppress their strength, how many people can climb more than 8 meters without protective measures? This kind of outward-facing camera is completely unnecessary. At most, 1 or 2 cameras can be placed to take a bird's-eye view of the mountain road, because there may be a fight there. As for the 5 cameras facing outward, it is almost impossible. No fool would design a shooting angle like this, especially when Yi Sha found that 4 cameras were shooting at parallel angles, facing the sea. Then there is only one possibility, that someone had quietly moved. Then what was the reason for avoiding the camera? Yi Sha could only think of Yu. The girl pointed the camera outward to avoid being photographed, threw out the dagger and used her brain ability to control it, instantly killing the zombies blocking the way. It was simple and straightforward. Although Yu has not been found yet, it is a good thing to have clues. Following those clues all the way up, Yi Sha came to the news cell area. There is a barbed wire fence outside the prison, but there is a high wall, about 5 meters high, and 2 sentries can be seen. There is an electric fence above, but it should be out of power. Yi Sha threw the Alaskan whale harpoon up and hit the electric fence. He tried it, and it was true. Then he stepped back and stepped on the wall 3 times in a row. Then, he exerted force twice and successfully grabbed the edge of the wall. Then, he took the Alaskan whale harpoon and climbed over the wall. Behind the wall is a large playground. There are zombies wandering around, but not many of them. Most of the zombies are still inside the prison, and not many of them wander out. Yi Sha did not deliberately fight with the zombies, which was a pure waste of time and energy. After observing for a while, he confirmed the route and then went around from the side to the back of the prison. Yi Sha's purpose was climbing the water pipe. It makes sense to stand high and see far. If Yi was not inside the prison, then he might be able to find Yi by looking around on the roof. Yi Sha did what he said and climbed up the water pipe. Then, when Yi Sha climbed to the 4th floor, crash! The window glass on the side of the water pipe suddenly shattered, and a blonde woman with blood all over her face suddenly rushed out. The moment she saw Yi Sha, she grabbed the last straw and shouted loudly, "Save me!" The next moment, several arms suddenly stretched out from behind and forcibly pulled the woman back. Amid the screams, the sound of gnawing continued to be heard. The woman was eaten bit by several zombies. Her clothes were torn, and her flesh was bitten off continuously. Yi Sha was also scared to death, and almost fell back to the ground. This had nothing to do with fear, but it was too sudden. The state of panic was an instinctive reaction of the body. Although there was no substantial danger, Yi Sha still wiped the cold sweat. When he was about to climb to the top of the building, a pistol suddenly appeared from the edge of the roof. "Get down," a voice sounded, "or I will shoot." "Yi Sha, do you think you can kill me with a gun?" Hurry up and put it away. Yisha continued to climb up without caring. Because it was Yiyu's voice. When Yisha climbed onto the roof, it was indeed Yiyu. Yiyu smiled. I was thinking of coming to the height to find you with my perception ability. But I didn't expect you to come here by yourself. Yisha nodded. Is there a camera? Yiyu, yes. Follow me. There is a blind spot here. Yiyu took Yisha along the roof, and then went to the place on the roof leading to the inside of the building. This place is a towering square with a door that can enter the prison. There are more cameras inside the prison, as well as surveillance cameras. And hidden probes can be installed, which is more difficult to avoid than in the wild. However, Yiyu and Yisha didn't even think about going in. They just opened the door, covered their bodies, and squatted at the entrance of the corridor. This formed a blind spot. The surveillance cameras below the corridor could not capture the entrance and exit of the roof, and the cameras on the roof were blocked by the door. Yiyu, we are looking for Sessions. Right? Yisha nodded. Yiyu spread his hands. No one. Yisha, what do you mean? Yiyu drew on the ground with her fingers, using the dust to barely outline the lines, and drew the general outline of Alcatraz. Yiyu, the upper and lower prisons are connected by a ramp. I don't even need to use my perception ability to know that Sessions is definitely not in these two places. The interior of the prison is the main area of the target game, covering more than half of the island. And the zombies are also imprisoned here. Yisha nodded, yes. In fact, covering half of the island is a more polite statement. Some undulating broken roads and gravel areas on the coastline are all unusable. It's not that you can't go there, but it's almost impossible to fight in those places. For example, if you don't take the ramp to the connection between the upper and lower areas, there will be only a rock wall and a steep slope, which makes it difficult to walk, let alone fight. So, excluding these areas, the two prisons occupy nearly 2/3 of the area, and it is impossible not to use it for fighting. Yiyu continued, this location is the dock. There is a convenience store, a tourist product store, and a public toilet, so there is no need to think about it. Sessions can't be there. Yisha, the prison guard office building? Yiyu, I thought so too. But that is actually the main battle area, and a large number of zombies appear from there. But there is a certain possibility, such as isolating the top 2 floors and not using them as target games. If someone goes up, they will be directly prohibited from entering. But, Yisha, but this kind of turn is not a good word most of the time. Yiyu spread her hands. I have sensed that there are a lot of moving targets on the top 3 floors, moving irregularly and very slowly. And occasionally I can sense that the targets collide with each other. Yisha, it's a zombie. A large number of targets doesn't mean anything. If Sessions is really on Alcatraz, he can't be alone. He must be accompanied by people. And there must be a lot of armed personnel. But the armed personnel are standing guard for Sessions, and it is basically impossible for them to move, or only a few targets move. As for bumping into each other, this is the key to confirming that it is a zombie. It is the zombies that wander around stupidly and bump into each other. Yiyu clapped her hands and showed a helpless expression. Look, there are only a few buildings, and Sessions is almost impossible to be there. What do you think we should do? Yisha also had a headache. Where is that bastard Sessions hiding? Chapter 1430. This game is under my control. Yiyu, is there something wrong with the boss lady's intelligence? Yisha was also a little confused. In theory, the boss lady's intelligence could not be wrong. But this time, the intelligence was inferred based on the fact that Sessions watched nearby every time the target game was played. So, what if Sessions didn't want to watch this time? Or maybe he found that there was no place to stay on Alcatraz Island, so he didn't come to Alcatraz Island. Speaking of which, Alcatraz Island is quite close to the nearest city. They can see a cross-sea bridge in the distance when they stand on the roof, which is one of the unique landscapes. Before the end of the world, the flights from the pier to Alcatraz Island were only every 35 to 40 minutes, which shows how short the journey is. In this case, they may be watching in the city, and they didn't go to the island at all. Moreover, from the distance, it can be considered as nearby viewing. Yisha thought for a while. Anyway, since we are here, we can't just give up so easily. Maybe there is a hidden place? Yiyu, there is no need to consider the 2 prisons. It is absolutely impossible. The prison guard office building. It is unlikely that Sessions is hiding in the middle. But we can get close and sense it. In addition, Yiyu's eyes suddenly lit up. There is a place. Maybe it's possible. Yisha was puzzled. Huh? Yiyu, didn't you often go there before? Yisha, drill? Sewer? It's really possible. It won't be a problem to transform it into a temporary base. The prison has a drainage system. Or in other words, there is a drainage system for water. Prisoners also need to take a shower. And the kitchen also needs water to make food. All this water flows into the sea through the drainage system. The sewer must be very complete. The sewer is actually quite spacious. There is a large area next to it. It is very likely that Sessions is hiding inside. Yiyu, let's go down. I'll sense it. Yisha nodded. Okay. Don't use up too much brain power. Corpse flower can also help explore it. Yiyu nodded and walked down the stairs. The reason for not climbing directly from the outer wall is that you can explore the prison. Although it is very unlikely that Sessions is hiding inside the prison. You still have to take a look. In case there is any hidden space in the prison where Sessions can hide. Going down the stairs. As soon as you reach the next floor, zombies rush up from both sides. Yisha jumped up directly on the spot. Slashed in the air. Kicked 2 zombies to the left and right. And the moment he landed, he raised his hand to hold the head of a zombie. And the Alaskan whale harpoon suddenly came out of the sheath. Puff! The zombie's throat was cut open. And blood spurted out crazily. Yiyu took out 2 pistols from the canvas bag and threw them to Yisha. Just use the gun. Don't worry about the bullets. I have a few magazines of bullets here. Yisha was surprised. How do you have so many bullets? It's not surprising to have guns. Among the weapons found in the ammunition box, guns are still the majority. After all, it's too difficult for ordinary people to fight zombies with a dagger. But bullets are hard to find. It's obvious that in order to increase the excitement of the target game and encourage everyone to fight and grab weapons, the bullets are controlled. Yiyu snorted disdainfully. Don't you want to think about who I am? Yisha was stunned for a moment. And then suddenly realized that this girl is a superhuman, using perception to find the ammunition box. Isn't it accurate to find it? No matter how well it is hidden. It is undeniable that Yisha sometimes envied the superhumans. It was indeed convenient. Yisha, no wonder I saw many people being killed along the way. All with bare hands. It turned out that all the weapons were swept away by you. Yiyu didn't care, no matter what they do. They can live if they get weapons? This is the truth. If the target game is not terminated, there will be only one person left alive. Or even no one. It doesn't make much difference whether there are weapons or not. It's just the difference between dying earlier and later. After receiving the gun, Yisha didn't waste any words. He raised his arm and kept it horizontal, aiming at the heads of the zombies, and pulling the trigger continuously. While shooting, Yisha walked forward and said to Yiyu, actually, there is another place that is more suspicious. We can go and have a look. Yiyu, where? Yisha, the lighthouse. Didn't they say that the final winner can go to the lighthouse? Sessions may be there. Yiyu nodded, indeed. We can go and have a look. That place is at the farthest corner of the southeast, which is in the opposite direction from my previous position. It is too far away. I didn't spread my perception range so wide. Yisha nodded, and the two of them moved forward while talking. They didn't feel much for ordinary zombies, so they just killed them all the way. Yiyu knew her shooting skills, and although her physical fitness was much stronger than her body looked. After all, even superhumans had taken a lot of physical fitness enhancement drugs. However, it was too strange for a little girl who probably didn't even graduate from elementary school to shoot with a pistol, and was completely unaffected by the recoil. Yisha might remind the viewers of some identities, such as soldiers, foreign mercenaries, etc., which require long-term training or long-term contact with firearms before the end of the world. But what about Yiyu? So, what Yiyu did was to follow Yisha honestly. At the same time, in a dark room, there are many large screens in front, emitting light in the darkness. In a sofa not far away, only a human figure can be vaguely seen, holding a cigar in his hand, puffing out smoke. And on the coffee table next to him, there is a broadcasting machine that is constantly broadcasting information. Where did this number 36 come from? After a moment, the man suddenly asked, how can he be so strong? After the man finished speaking, he didn't get a response. And then, he couldn't help but frown. But he didn't care too much, but picked up the betting table on the coffee table and looked at it. After a while, the man spoke again, continued to adjust the odds of this number 36. included in the most popular candidate, and then wait until the bets are enough. Find a way to kill him. Gambling. No matter what you bet on. There is never so-called fairness. The man still received no response, which made him angry. He slapped the coffee table and said, "They are all dead? I told you to do something. But you didn't hear me? They are indeed all dead." At this time, a faint voice suddenly sounded behind the man, and then a rope suddenly fell around the man's neck and began to tighten. "Sorry. I will take over this game from now on." As the man spoke, the rope tightened, and finally the man's eyes widened. His head tilted to one side, and he lost his voice. Chapter 1431 Mysterious Enemy. Yisha and Yi Yu had already reached the next floor, and they were both stunned. This floor was empty. Yi Yu, isn't it a little strange? Yisha nodded. It was a little strange. Although the zombies on the previous floor were not scary, they filled the passage. But why was there not even a single zombie on the next floor? Even if there were no zombies in the cells on this floor, there must be zombies wandering up from the previous floor to the next floor. How could there be no zombies? Yi Yu killed? This is the most likely answer. But were all the zombies on one floor cleared out? Among the people participating in the target game, who has such strength? Of course, Yisha and Yi Yu don't count. But they didn't do it. And, Yisha, where is the body? This is a question. Although zombies are dead, they also have corpses. Yi Yu nodded. Be careful. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Yi Yu hadn't finished speaking. Her perception ability made her instantly discover something, and she immediately looked up. Be careful. Yi Yu shouted. It's in the ceiling. As soon as Yi Yu finished speaking, a piece of the ceiling broke, and a black shadow suddenly fell down, just in front of Yisha, and raised his leg to sweep across. Bang! Yisha felt a pain in his waist, and then his whole body hit the wall. The wall broke into a large piece with a crash, and Yisha fell directly into the cell. Yi Yu was also stunned for a moment. Yisha was kicked away with one kick. This is impossible? Yisha pushed away the stone that was pressing on him, and seeing the opponent punching Yi Yu, he immediately shouted, "Be careful. This guy is not an ordinary person." Yi Yu reacted quickly. Although she was stunned for a moment, she came back to her senses immediately. Binding! The figure's body suddenly stiffened, and his fist was suspended in the air. Yi Yu took the opportunity to quickly jump back, his body floating in the air, and used floating to quickly distance himself. Boom! At this time, the opponent forcibly broke free from the restraints, punched the wall, and broke another piece of the wall. Who are you? Yisha stood up and frowned. You are not a participant in the target game. The participants in the target game were all captured by sessions, and they would be assisted by Computech to undergo some simple transformations. For example, they would be injected with drugs to strengthen their bodies, or implanted with some machinery, such as inserting steel plates in the knuckles to enhance their lethality. But this transformation was done by sessions to make the target game less boring. After all, once the zombies were dispatched, a large number of people would die, and then the target game would be boring, and there would be no so-called betting. Fighting is mutual, and one-sided is called slaughter. But that's the extent of it. If the full score of combat power is 10 points, ordinary people are about 1 or 2 points, and those who are sent to Devil Island to participate in the target game can reach 3 or 4 points. And this is the key point. Guys like Yisha and Yi Yu are already considered non-human and can directly jump out of the 10-point combat power limit. Therefore, it is impossible for anyone participating in the target game to kick Yisha away. Yisha can suppress his strength to disguise, but his physical fitness cannot be hidden. Being able to kick Yisha away means that the opponent's physical fitness is definitely not much worse than Yisha. Secondly, it is impossible for a normal person to smash a wall with one blow. Unfortunately, the opponent obviously did not answer Yisha's intention, but kicked across the wall. Yisha immediately moved to the side. The opponent was very fast. He kicked across and smashed another wall, then punched continuously, smashing the wall, and then attacked Yisha. Yisha was a little puzzled. Did he know this guy? The other person was wearing a leather jacket, a pair of marten boots, and all black. He also had a pair of gloves on his hands, which covered his body very tightly. The most ridiculous thing was that he was wearing a black helmet on his head, the kind used on motorcycles. A typical biker outfit. That was fine. But from the front of the helmet, behind the transparent baffle. He was wearing a mask. This didn't look like a normal outfit. And he didn't speak, which made it easy for people to think that he was hiding his identity. There are usually two reasons for hiding one's identity. Either the other party is a celebrity who can be recognized at a glance, or Yisha knows the other party. Of course, in terms of probability, Yisha is inclined to the latter. While thinking, Yisha has retreated to the side wall. There is no escape. Yisha did not waste words and punched out directly. In this punch, Yisha did not intend to hide his strength at all. The fists of the two people collided firmly. The air waves stirred up by the fist pushed to both sides. Originally, those walls were just shattered, but now they were completely collapsed by the impact of the air waves. This punch also made Yisha completely confirm that the other party was definitely not a participant in the target game. Like himself, this guy was a non-human existence. Apostle? This thought flashed through Yisha's mind. And then he immediately denied it. It couldn't be the Apostle, because there was no need for the Apostle to make himself like this. What was there for the Apostle to hide in front of Yisha? The Apostle and the people on the Doomsday train were always completely opposite. They were in a relationship of fighting as soon as they met. Why hide themselves? Just kill them directly. Besides, the Apostles all wear cloaks, masks, and red scarves. This is the standard dress of the Apostles. And the key lies in the mask. You are wearing a mask when you are walking, and your appearance cannot be seen at all. Why do you change your clothes to hide yourself? Isn't that crazy? Could it be someone from Compu? Yisha thought of another possibility. But it was strange. If it is someone from Compu, and now appears on Alcatraz Island, then it can be considered Sessions' person. Does Sessions want to kill him? I didn't do anything. I just pretended to be participating in the target game, and then tried to find someone. There didn't seem to be anything exposed. Why did they kill me? It can't be that I am too strong and it will affect the target game. Right? I just killed some zombies, and killed 2 people. It shouldn't be this serious. Right? Yisha was confused at the moment. His thoughts turned around, but he couldn't figure out what was going on. The opponent had withdrawn his fist and kicked again. Bang! Yisha raised his arm to block the opponent's attack, and then kicked the opponent back several steps. After stabilizing his body, the opponent suddenly reached behind his waist and untied a long black cloth bag from his waist. Chapter 1432 Fight. The other party pulled the black cloth bag open, revealing a sword. And it was a wooden sword. Before Yisha could figure out what the wooden sword was for, the wooden sword suddenly made a puff sound, and then it ignited with flames. The next moment, the other party took a step forward and slashed at Yisha with a sword. The flames spread, and a large piece of flames poured out from the sword body, covering Yisha all over. Damn! Yisha's pupil shrank. Is it really the Apostle's walk? That wooden sword is obviously not an ordinary one. Even if a normal wooden sword is doused with gasoline, it will not burn like this. Not to mention that it can control the flame to attack forward. Then Compu can be ruled out. If the other party takes out a Gauss gun, Yisha may think that the other party is from Compu. And at present, this kind of wooden sword as a weapon is only on the Doomsday train and in the hands of the Apostle. Doomsday train? There is basically no need to consider this. I am here to perform the task of the deputy train conductor. If other people are sent, the boss lady will inform me. And there is no Devil's Island at this stop of Doomsday train. That's naturally the Apostles. Yisha cursed in his heart. You Apostles. You don't think your outfit is weird enough. You even deliberately make yourself like this. However, even though Yisha cursed, he didn't delay and quickly stepped back. At the same time, Yu made a move. When Yisha stepped back, the flame seemed to hit an invisible barrier, and they kept churning and were intercepted. At this time, Yisha also reached his hand to his waist. The opponent used this kind of weapon. So what should he hold back? As for exposure, that kind of thing should be thought about after dealing with the guy in front of him. He couldn't get beaten. Moreover, the opponent's strength seemed to be strong, and he was hiding. He might not be trying to get beaten, but to seek death. However, when Yisha reached out, he found that he touched nothing. Then Yisha couldn't help cursing, because he didn't bring any weapons with him when he participated in the target game by switching. Yisha only had an Alaskan whale harpoon in his hand. Retreat. Yisha shouted to Yu, go outside. Since he didn't plan to hide, Yisha didn't waste any words. He kicked the outer wall and broke it. then jumped down. With one hand on the ground, Yisha rolled over to relieve the force, and then shouted, "Come out!" Yisha was calling the corpse flower, and the weapons were hidden in the corpse flower's belly. But there was no response. After Yisha shouted, there was no movement from the ground, and the corpse flower vines did not appear. Yisha was stunned. But at this time, the opponent also jumped out of the building and slashed with a sword. The flames immediately rushed up and scattered towards the ground. Like liquid water, Yisha quickly ran to the side, avoiding the area covered by the flames. This guy did it. The other party couldn't see his face at all, and naturally couldn't see his expression. Nor did he make any verbal provocation or anger. But Yisha just had this feeling that the corpse flower didn't appear, or couldn't appear. It must be the other party's doing. Watching the other party fall to the ground and rush towards him again, Yisha gritted his teeth. "Do you think I can't fight without a weapon?" Looking at the flames coming towards him, Yisha first pushed out with a palm, using the shock wave to push the flames away. And then, Zila! The sound of electric current surged, and the arc kept jumping on Yisha's body. "Go to hell!" Yisha raised his palm to form a knife, and slashed forward directly. Then a stream of electricity slashed forward, cutting the flame in half, and fell towards the opponent. Boom! As the opponent dodged, the current struck the ground with a loud bang, directly cutting a huge crack in the ground. The next moment, the opponent fell to the ground, and his face changed. Bind? Yiyu's brain ability was activated, binding the opponent. As a relatively common brain ability, binding is less effective when facing a stronger opponent, which is reflected in the time. For ordinary zombies, Yiyu can crush them with a glance. But against the strong, binding can only bind for a moment. 3 to 5 seconds is considered a long time. Usually half a second. However, half a second is enough. The moment the opponent's action stops, Yisha has already rushed to the opponent. With a sweeping kick, Yisha's calf suddenly made a sound of electric current surging. And then he swept the opponent's waist with a kick, sweeping the person away. This is why Yiyu has always needed a bodyguard. Or in other words, why most superhumans need a bodyguard. Moreover, the stronger the bodyguard is, and the better the cooperation, the more powerful the superhuman can be. For example, at this moment, Yisha swept the opponent down with a kick, and Yiyu's attack came again. 2 huge rocks came from both sides, and the opponent immediately turned over and avoided them, and the 2 rocks collided with a bang. Then, the damn feeling of being restrained appeared again, and the body seemed not to be its own, and there was a moment of stagnation. Although the effect of restraint is not obvious, and the time is very short, it is completely possible to restrain multiple times. First, even if the restraint time is short, it can create flaws and opportunities for attack. Second, even if the restraint time is only a moment, it can disrupt the opponent's attack or defense opportunities. Therefore, among the many basic brain abilities, restraint has always been the one used most by superhumans, followed by perception ability and object control ability. Yisha rushed over at this moment, and without hesitation, he punched out again. Snake bite. The opponent broke free from the restraints, but it was too late to dodge, and Yisha's left hand also took advantage of the situation at this moment, directly tore through the surging flames, and grabbed the opponent's weapon. The next moment, Yisha spread his right hand. Since there is no weapon for the time being, make your own weapon. Yisha scratched his finger with his nails, cutting a hole on his finger, and blood gushed out. The blood quickly expanded and became a ball the size of a head, and then Yisha grabbed a blood sword from it. Blood coagulation sword fighting technique. Blood coagulation sword fighting technique. Blood transformation ability. Fighting ability. Swordsmanship, the ability to use blood to transform into a sword, or to cover a weapon with blood to attack. As the blood is used, the body will continue to weaken. The time and degree of weakness depends on the strength of the user's blood. Blood coagulation sword fighting technique can not only be used on weapons, but also directly condensed into a sword shape, which is also possible, but it is not as powerful as covering the weapon. Then, Yisha suddenly drew his sword. Blood boundary sword slash. Big sword swing a huge sword light at the enemy target to attack. Yisha slashed with a sword, and blood red sword light continued to surge from the blood sword. After it surged to 6 or 7 meters, it slashed down fiercely at the opponent. Chapter 1433 Attack. The wooden sword's fire attack was pretty good, but it didn't seem to have much defensive effect. After being hit by the blood boundary sword, it was directly knocked away. Yi Sha took advantage of the situation and slashed the opponent with a sword, sending him flying. There happened to be a ramp behind the opponent, and after being hit by the sword, he rolled down the ramp directly. Yi Sha was relentless and continued to attack. He jumped down from the top of the ramp and raised the blood sword again. Blood calls Red Lotus. Blood calls Red Lotus. Dagger turned blood into Red Lotus and attack a designated area with a radius of 1.5 meters. Yi Sha slashed out, and the blood sword in his hand shattered and disappeared. And around the opponent, one blood-colored dagger after another emerged from the ground. The man's reaction was also very fast. He jumped up and wanted to jump directly over those blood-colored daggers. But at this moment, Yi once again showed the value of her existence. Iron Wall Cage. Yi stretched out her hand and clenched it. A nearly transparent rectangular block appeared, directly covering the person inside and firmly blocking him. This iron wall cage is not as magical as imagined. It is actually a barrier. Creating a nearly transparent barrier for defense is also a specialty of superhumans. And at the same time, it is also one of the basic brain abilities of superhumans. But even if it is a basic brain ability, it depends on the strength of the superhumans themselves, as well as the so-called application. Yi is obviously a powerful existence among superhumans, and she is one of the ones who use her brain very well. This iron wall cage was created by her. The method is actually very simple, which is to use the combination of barriers to form a cube to trap people to death. But it is indeed very simple to say. The key point is that not everyone can think of it. Bang! The opponent immediately punched out, trying to break the barrier and escape. But unfortunately, he underestimated Yi. Although the barrier was not motionless, it was just shaking for a while. And it was obviously not something that could be broken by 1 or 2 punches. The next moment, the blood-red daggers around exploded. The moment the blood-colored dagger exploded, it was like a red lotus flower exploding one by one, appearing extremely gorgeous, because Yi's iron wall cage compressed the space, and also allowed the power of the blood-summoning red lotus to be maximized. Almost in an instant, the cube was completely submerged in the red sword light. At this time, Yi Sha fell to the bottom of the ramp, slowly paced to the side, and at the same time, he opened his palm and a new blood sword condensed again. The opponent is not dead yet, although he didn't know how much damage he could inflict on the other party. He was certain that the other party was not dead. After a brief confrontation, they could more or less feel each other's strength. With this level of attack, Yi Sha knew that he could not kill the other party. After a moment, Yi removed the barrier, and the blooming blood-red light gradually dissipated, and the other party appeared again. Sure enough, he was still standing. There were many cracks on the other party's clothes, and a small piece of the helmet on his head was also broken. Blood could be seen faintly seeping from the cracks in the clothes. However, the injury was not serious, and it should be just superficial. Yi Sha was not surprised or disappointed. He had not expected that attack to kill the enemy. And the blood coagulation sword fighting technique was not a very scary killing move. The reason why Yi Sha bought the blood coagulation sword fighting technique was, firstly, to enhance his conventional combat ability, and secondly, the two abilities of Blood Thorn and Blood Bomb were becoming less and less useful. So instead of wasting them, he simply strengthened them. Without any pause, Yi Sha pounced on the opponent again the moment he appeared. There is really nothing to say about walking with the apostle. Just kill him directly. Blood Prayer for Holy Blessing. Blood Prayer for Holy Blessing. Night Sword used the blood transformation ability to bless your own blood circulation and improve your physical fitness by 15%. Yi Sha swept the blood sword, and a large amount of red halo emerged from the blood sword, wrapping Yi Sha's body, making Yi Sha's body seem to be covered with a layer of light blood-red mist. Yi Sha can feel that his body has changed. His strength is greater, and his speed is faster. The 15% improvement in physical fitness is still very obvious, especially the effect of this percentage increase. The most powerful thing is that the stronger your physical fitness, the greater the value of the improvement. The next moment, Yi Sha came to the opponent and slashed down on the opponent's head with a powerful move like splitting Mount Huashan. The opponent's speed and reaction were not bad either, and he dodged to the side with small steps. Yi Sha did not delay, flicked his wrist, and quickly changed direction and swept sideways. The opponent still relied on his steps to dodge, and the two suddenly entered a state of entanglement, attacking and defending each other, and even breaking several moves, but neither of them caused any damage to the other. But at this moment, sizzle! A current suddenly appeared from Yisha's palm, and the timing was just right. At the moment when the opponent dodged, the current just surged out. The opponent immediately stopped and wanted to dodge in the opposite direction, but it was too late. With a bang, the current hit the opponent's chest and knocked him out. Yisha sneered. He was not only good at sword skills. At the same time, the opponent's chest was charred, and his body slid backwards. Before he could stand firm, Yisha jumped forward again and stabbed forward with a sword. 6 dragons flying. Yisha had already started to kill, and was going to end this battle. Using 6 dragons flying at this time was the best proof. The blood sword swept forward, and along with the overflow of blood-colored sword light, a blood dragon was condensed, and rushed towards the opponent with its fangs and claws bared. The opponent kept retreating and distanced himself from the blood dragon. Yisha sneered. The opponent was looking for death. 6 dragons flying was not impossible to dodge, but it was difficult to dodge, because the blood dragon was very fast, and it would chase like a tracking missile. Therefore, you must ensure that while dodging, you also let the blood dragon hit something else, such as rocks, trees, the ground, or even zombies. Only after hitting and completing the attack, the blood dragon will disappear. But doing so is very troublesome, and you have to face another problem. That is, it is very likely that the second blood dragon will arrive before you dodge the first one. In this way, it is very likely that the first blood dragon has not been dealt with, resulting in the direct impact of 2 blood dragons. It would be better to block them head-on and block the blood dragons one by one. But the opponent was obviously not familiar with the 6 flying dragons, and wanted to dodge the blood dragon's attacks. And this situation seemed not bad for Yisha. While thinking, Yisha swung his sword continuously without hesitation, and 2 blood dragons flew out ferociously towards the front one after another. Chapter 1434. A pupil. Yisha increased the speed of swinging the sword. In theory, the flying 6 dragons are not affected by the speed of the attack, because it takes time for the sword light to condense into a dragon shape, and this time is constant. However, swinging the sword faster will give you a sense of speeding up, even if it is just an illusion. This is the 4th blood dragon. The guy with the helmet is faster and more agile than Yisha imagined. He is not proportional to his body. The muscles that hold up his clothes show that he is definitely not small, but not bulky at all. Yisha still snorted disdainfully. It was useless to be fast. The more he dodged, the stronger the 6 dragons would be. When all 6 blood dragons came out at the same time, the explosive power would be absolutely terrifying. Yisha thought so, and swung his sword again. Since the opponent wanted to dodge, he would let him dodge as much as he wanted. 6 dragons came out at the same time. With the remaining 2 sword swings, the 6 blood dragons were condensed and rushed towards the opponent ferociously. At the same time, Yisha winked at Yu. Now it's 2 against 1. Yu didn't say anything and attacked directly. This time it's not the iron wall cage, but bound. The iron wall cage is very useful, but it is more targeted. If it is not a small-scale regional attack that locks the opponent in the iron wall cage, then this move can only help the opponent defend. After all, it is a rectangular block made of barriers, and the barrier is defensive. If the attack from the outside hits the iron wall cage, it means that Yu is helping the opponent defend. Therefore, restraint is the best choice. The restraint can only last for a moment, and the opponent seems to have adapted to the feeling of restraint. The effect of the brain area ability impact has decreased. Initially, it can restrain the opponent for about 1 second, but now it can only be restrained for half a second. However, half a second is enough, because the blood dragon is very fast. After only half a second of stiffness, 6 blood dragons rush to the opponent at the same time, biting at the opponent with their fangs and claws. But at this moment, after the man broke free from his restraints, he suddenly raised his right hand and took off the glove on his right hand. Evil eye. The man lowered his head and raised his palm forward. In that palm, there was an eye pupil, growing in the center of the palm, open, and even the eye pupil was constantly shaking left and right. The next moment, a huge suction force suddenly appeared from the eye pupil, and the surrounding airflow quickly gathered over and quickly formed a vortex. Then the 6 blood dragons continued to struggle. their bodies constantly twisted and compressed. And then all were sucked into the pupil. Yisha was also a little dumbfounded. Even if Yisha was dumb, he knew that the previous dodge was intentional. In fact, the characteristics of the 6 flying dragons may not be seen in the first 2. But when more blood dragons gather, it is inevitable that clues will be seen. The opponent still chose to dodge, which was obviously premeditated. What surprised Yisha even more was yet to come. After the pupil sucked in all 6 blood dragons, the opponent suddenly closed his palm. And when the palm opened again, the color of the pupil changed dramatically. The color of the pupil was originally black, but at this moment, the pupil suddenly turned golden. It was golden, and seemed to be covered with a layer of flowing light. Then, 6 dragons flew into the sky. In the pupil, a golden blood dragon flew out, opened its bloody mouth, and rushed towards Yisha. Hiss! Yisha took a breath of cold air. Such a shameless ability? He actually used my tricks to deal with me? However, Yisha thought about it, and felt that he also had such a shameless ability. Yisha immediately reached out to touch his waist, but found nothing. Jianluo Nanjiang was not beside him. Yisha cursed, thinking that he had forgotten about it again. And then he immediately bent his fingers and shot. Rain Spear. Rain Spear. Release a large number of strings, covering an area, and attacking continuously. Thin lines were constantly shot out from the string rings, heading towards the sky. And after making an arc in the air, they quickly stabbed downwards. Those thin lines were no match for the blood dragons. But they had the advantage of continuous attacks, which could continuously wear down the blood dragons. When the first blood dragon came to Yisha, it was already riddled with holes. Yisha immediately swung his sword and shattered the blood dragon. Then, Yisha faced the second blood dragon. Yisha used the sword a lot against the 6 dragons flying in the sky. After all, Yisha's main weapon was the sword. From the king's holy sword to the centipede sword. From the centipede sword to the evil eye sword. From the evil eye sword to the sword falling in southern Xinjiang. From the sword falling in southern Xinjiang to the twin Satu swords. Although the weapons have been changing, the sword-type weapons have always been Yisha's regular weapons. Especially after learning 3 sword moves from the evil eye sword. Yisha has completely fixed his main weapon as the sword type. After all, those 3 sword moves are really not weak, and it would be a waste not to use them. Although Yisha had used the 6 dragons flying a lot, this was his first time to fight against the dragon himself. After destroying the first blood dragon, Yisha stepped forward without hesitation, holding the blood sword horizontally, and chose to fight against the blood dragon. It was impossible to dodge. Yisha's own sword moves were of course very clear. This damn place was very open, and there was no shelter around to dodge and guide the blood dragon to complete the attack. And simply dodging was useless. It would only make the blood dragons gather and become more difficult to deal with. It was better to just go for it. Bang! The blood dragon collided with the blood sword in Yisha's hand, and Yisha felt a huge thrust. The power of the blood dragon was extremely huge. This should have been a feeling that only Yisha's enemy should experience. But now, it was Yisha's turn to experience it personally. At the same time, Yisha felt some slight pain in his body, because his body was being scratched continuously. The blood dragon was a fantasy, and in essence, it was actually a sword skill. When the blood dragon collided with the blood sword, the broken parts of the body turned into pieces of halo fragments. These halo fragments flew around Yisha's body, cutting his body and leaving scars. Although they were all superficial injuries, they could accumulate into a lot. Ah! Feeling the pain from his body, Yisha suddenly lowered his head and roared. Dragon transformation. It is difficult to resist the 6 flying dragons by relying solely on conventional means. You know, this is only the second blood dragon. Scales similar to dragon scales quickly appeared on Yisha's body, and dragon horns grew on his forehead. The next moment, Yisha raised his head and roared. Dragon roar. The airflow around him was disturbed in an instant, and along with the sound of dragon roar, the blood dragon in front of Yisha was torn into pieces in an instant. Then Yisha passed through the broken blood dragon and rushed forward. At the moment of charging forward, Yisha raised his hand and pressed forward. Dragon flame break. The air around Yisha became hot, and countless dragon breath fires appeared around Yisha. Chapter 1435 Absorption. Recoil. The dragon's breath fire quickly condensed and turned into the shape of a fire dragon, flying forward. The next moment, the 2 dragons collided. The blood dragon and the fire dragon collided with each other, entangled and torn each other, appearing extremely fierce. However, the fire dragon was obviously being chopped and torn apart bit by bit, and Yi Sha was not surprised. Although it was a move to enter the dragon state, it was not a big move. The dragon flame break was not as good as the 6 dragons flying, but although it was not surprising, there was still some surprise. Yi Sha really didn't expect that the other party could perfectly copy the 6 flying dragons. Not only was it similar in appearance, but also in power. In other words, the other party's ability was not to copy, but it seemed to have swallowed Yi Sha's 6 flying dragons and then released it. But the target became Yi Sha. While thinking, Yi Sha put down his fingers, and the dragon breath fire appeared again, flew forward, and entered the body of the flame dragon. Of course, he knows his own moves best. If he really can't deal with the blood dragon, Yi Sha won't release the dragon flame break. In fact, there is a huge difference between the two. The blood dragon cannot be strengthened. One sword is a dragon, but the dragon flame break can. As the dragon's breath fire continued to enter the body of the flame dragon, the flame dragon's torn body quickly became full again, and then continued to stalemate and collide, and finally shattered with the blood dragon. After blocking the 3rd blood dragon, Yi Sha strode forward. And then, Yi Sha saw the 4th blood dragon coming towards him. Yi Sha cursed in his heart. When he really fought against his own moves, Yi Sha found that his moves were really annoying and endless. But even if he thought so, he had to fight. White Dragon King. Yi Sha instantly entered the state of White Dragon King. His body changed again. The scales on his body turned into substantial white dragon scales, covering Yi Sha's whole body. At the same time, Yi Sha's figure became stronger. Puff! Puff! Behind Yi Sha, 2 dragon wings suddenly stretched out, and then flapped, and Yi Sha went towards the sky. Fiery flood! From a high point, Yi Sha looked down from the air, watching the blood dragon soaring into the sky. Countless bubbles appeared around Yi Sha, and the moisture in the air was absorbed by Yi Sha in an instant. Then Yi Sha raised his hand again, and a flame flew downward, and the surrounding bubbles burst and turned into water. The water flow and the flames swirled together. They were obviously mutually restraining things, but they had no effect on each other. They just became crazy and violent, and collided with the 4th blood dragon. Halong Yinpa is indeed no match for the blood dragon. But after activating the White Dragon King at the same time, the superposition of the 2 fantasy dragon abilities is another matter. The 4th blood dragon was instantly shattered, and even rushed directly to the 5th blood dragon. At the same time, Yi Sha twisted his body and swooped down from the air. The 5th blood dragon collided with Torrent 100 Piercing, but this time the blood dragon withstood. Firstly, Torrent 100 Piercing's power was weakened because it collided with the previous blood dragon. And secondly, the characteristic of 6 dragons flying to the sky is that one blood dragon is stronger than the previous one. The flood was finally shattered, and Yi Sha followed the trend and tore the dying blood dragon apart with his hands, and then continued to charge downward. The last blood dragon. Sizzle! Yi Sha's body suddenly showed electric current, and the blue arc kept jumping, wrapping Yi Sha's body. And then Yi Sha hit the last blood dragon fiercely. Among the 6 flying dragons, the last blood dragon was undoubtedly the most lethal. However, Yi Sha was also firing at full power at the moment, frantically releasing the current stored in the thunder core, increasing the power of the arc, and forcibly suppressing the impact of the blood dragon. Boom! A violent roar sounded, and the 6th blood dragon exploded, turning into countless red fragments of light, which sprinkled on the ground like rain, looking extremely beautiful. Yi Sha's dive momentum was also blocked by the last blood dragon. But Yi Sha's attack did not stop. The arc surrounding Yi Sha flowed as fast as water, and then gathered in Yi Sha's palm. Yi Sha swung his arm, and a blue electric current cut through the sky and fell towards the opponent. The opponent stood still, without any intention of dodging, facing the electric current, and suddenly raised his palm. The golden pupil turned rapidly, and a strong suction force appeared around again, and the airflow spun wildly, and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted at this moment. When the lightning entered this space, it naturally became distorted with the space, turning into an irregular shape, and then was sucked in by the pupil. The next moment, the opponent opened and closed his palm, and then a thunder suddenly sounded, and an electric current was released from the pupil, constantly making a harsh sizzling sound, and came towards Yi Sha in the sky. Shame on you. Yi Sha couldn't help but think of this. It's fine that he can absorb other people's attacks, but he can also use them directly after absorbing them. It's fine that he just swallowed 6 flying dragons. And now he swallows electricity? He can even use it continuously without any restrictions on its use? Yi Sha wanted to curse, but he didn't mean to dodge. He let the current hit him, and then absorbed it back into his body. Thunder Core. After genetic changes, electricity can be stored in the body and used when needed. The Thunder Core is an evolved version of the battery ability of the Lightning Strike. It absorbs and stores electricity. Any electricity is fine. It doesn't matter whether it is released by Yi Sha himself. Therefore, any lightning attack will be ineffective against Yi Sha unless the Thunder Core storage is full, because it will be absorbed by the Thunder Core. After falling back to the ground from the air, Yi Sha was no longer in a hurry to attack. The pupil in the opponent's palm was a bit abnormal. Whatever he used, the opponent would swallow it. How could he fight? This ability can be used for both defense and counterattack. The final counterattack is to counterattack with Yi Sha's attack, which is equivalent to curbing Yi Sha's attack. Yi Sha wondered whether to attack again to try. This ability cannot be used indefinitely, right? If there is no time limit, then it is likely that there is a limit on the number of uses. Mental shock, Yi Sha was thinking. But at this time, a light shout suddenly came from behind Yi Sha, and it was Yi Yu who suddenly attacked. Of course, when it comes to attacking, Yi Yu was just standing there, not even raising her arms. But that's how superhumans are. Many of their attacks are invisible and intangible, and completely invisible to the naked eye. Otherwise, why do people say that superhumans are particularly annoying? Because from all aspects, superhumans do have many abilities that make people hate them. Chapter 14 3600 Eyes. Yi Yu did not move, and neither did the other party. However, Yi Sha knew that the two were engaged in a fierce battle. Yi Sha saw blood. The man wearing a helmet had blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, which flowed down the corner of his mouth and slid across his neck, which was particularly clear. Yi Yu's expression was not good either. Her face was very ferocious and very pale. It was obvious that she was madly urging her brain ability. However, this was good news. The pupil did not activate, which meant that the pupil was ineffective against the brain ability. Yi Sha was delighted. And then, he rushed forward. If he let go of such a good opportunity to attack, he would be punished by God. Yi Sha was very fast. Although he didn't know how the mental shock was launched, nor how the opponent resisted. The opponent didn't move at the moment, and didn't react to Yi Sha's charge, which was good news. However, just when Yi Sha rushed in front of the opponent, Yi Yu's double pupils quickly closed and turned back to normal pupils. She covered her chest and took several steps back, shouting to Yi Sha, "Be careful." At that moment, the man reacted and rushed towards Yi Sha. Dodge? Or, when two men meet on a narrow road, the bravest wins. Yi Sha made a decision in an instant and clenched his fist. Zila! Electricity surged from Yi Sha's fist, wrapping his entire arm. The blue arc of electricity crackled and jumped. Then Yi Sha punched forward. No retreat. No retreat. This was a fist-to-fist attack. Only attack. Bang! The two fists collided in the air. A dull sound appeared, and a circle of air waves spread out along the fists of the two men. Then the other party opened his mouth, spurted blood and kept retreating. Obviously, Yi Sha won this round. Yi Sha didn't pause at all. If he was going to fight, he would beat the opponent to death. Yi Sha bent his legs and bounced forward, just like a cheetah hunting, and rushed forward again, raising his fist again. 100 Eyes. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded under the helmet, and then the opponent suddenly grabbed his clothes and tore them apart, revealing a strong body of muscles and dense pupils on the opponent's chest, waist, and arms. There were dense pupils. 6 rounds of phantom killing. The hoarse voice sounded again, and then the other party's eyes shone brightly. Red, blue, yellow, purple, green. Those eyes emitted different radiances, which blended together to form an extremely dazzling multicolored stream of light. When Yi Sha pounced on him, he was instantly enveloped by it. Pain. Severe pain. Those streams of light were like countless knives, constantly scratching Yi Sha's body. Yi Sha gritted his teeth. Since he was already surrounded by the flowing light, he simply didn't think about dodging, but rushed forward with all his strength, intending to break through the flowing light. Then Yisha's chest seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, and his throat felt sweet. He opened his mouth and spurted out blood. But he still moved forward 1 or 2 meters, and came to the edge of the flowing light. Yisha punched out without hesitation. The electric current reappeared, suddenly breaking through the flowing light and blasting towards the opponent. The man was also very surprised. He obviously didn't expect that under such circumstances, he couldn't force Yisha back. Yisha almost rushed out and launched an attack. He was stunned for a short moment. He wanted to raise his palm to absorb the current released by Yisha. But it was too late. The current hit the opponent's chest fiercely. Bang! Bang! Almost at the same time. Yisha and the opponent were both blown away and fell to the ground. Yisha twisted on the ground for a while, endured the pain and stood up, looked at his body, and couldn't help but take a breath. No wonder it hurt so much. His body was densely covered with wounds. Yisha's clothes had been completely cut into strips, and there were at least dozens of wounds from the collarbone to the waist, some deep and some shallow. The shallowest was just a skin injury, and the deepest was vaguely visible bone. Damn it! Why didn't the red flame armor activate? Yisha cursed, and then realized that this was his fault, because he didn't activate the red flame armor when participating in the target game, so that others wouldn't suddenly shoot him. And the flame of the red flame armor appeared by itself, and he was directly exposed. Habits are really scary, because this kind of thing is not necessary at all. So Yisha simply forgot about it, or ignored it. Otherwise, with the protection of the red flame armor, although it may not be able to block the flowing light, at least it will definitely not be so seriously injured. However, although Yisha remained in pain, his mood was not bad, and the opponent was not much better than himself. The last electric current hit, and the opponent's chest was directly charred by the electricity. The flesh turned inside out, completely charred, and black smoke was emitted. The injury was really serious. At the same time, because of Yiyu's mental shock, Yisha believed that the other party was actually more seriously injured. Especially mental shock. Mental injuries are not so easy to recover. Physical injuries can be treated with medicine, and if there is regeneration ability or self-healing ability, the body can recover faster. But mental trauma cannot be cured, except for the healing potion in the hands of the restaurant owner. There is almost no way to speed up the healing of mental trauma. It can only be recovered slowly by resting. Since the opponent is more seriously injured than me, of course I will kill him. Yisha endured the pain and rushed forward without even using the cell activation agent. Zila! Yisha raised his fist again, and at the same time, the familiar electric current surged out of Yisha's body again, turning into countless jumping arcs, wrapping Yisha's arm. But at this time, the opponent also stretched out his arm. But what he showed was not his fist, but his palm. The pupil in the center of the palm swayed left and right again. Damn it! Yisha cursed and quickly removed the electric current wrapped around his arm. But he continued to punch at the opponent without slowing down. Yisha didn't believe it. The opponent's ability could swallow the 6 flying dragons and the electric current. Could he swallow his arm, spit it out, and punch him? But the fact was terrifying. The pupil was actually swallowing the body. But it was not Yisha's body. The air around the pupil twisted again, and the airflow around was sucked in, forming a large vortex. And then the man's body twisted and shook continuously, and was suddenly sucked into the golden pupil. Chapter 1437 Bloodsucking Healing. The next moment, Yisha's fist arrived, but it was in vain. The opponent was sucked into the pupil, and then the pupil suddenly disappeared, and the opponent also disappeared without a trace. And Yisha's fist naturally fell into the air. Yisha looked back and was a little stunned. Did he run away? Then Yisha showed an angry expression. They fought to the death, but the opponent actually ran away at the critical moment? However, looking around, there was no trace of the opponent at all. The opponent's last move must have been a large-scale movement ability, and he ran away directly. There is definitely some reluctance, but there is nothing you can do about it, because the person is gone. Yisha quickly adjusted his mood, which is also part of the combat experience. Winning, losing, life and death are all part of the combat. This time he let someone escape, so next time he should not give him a chance, because there is no point in being angry. Yisha turned back to look at Yiyu. How is it? Yiyu, it must be better than you are now. Yisha looks miserable now. If it were an ordinary person, this injury would definitely be a serious injury, and most of them should be dead. But for Yi Sha, he can still hold on. Yi Sha did not inject himself with cell activation agent, but took out the Alaskan harpoon. I have this thing. And there are a lot of zombies in this place. Yi Yu took out the Seven Dust Sword. What a coincidence. I also have something similar. And there are a lot of zombies in this place. Yi Sha smiled. Weapons with healing effects are good. The Alaskan harpoon is not worth mentioning in terms of lethality or attack effect. But just because of its blood-sucking healing effect, Yi Sha will never change the Alaskan harpoon in his life. As the weapon that Yi Sha got in the early days, the Alaskan harpoon is the only one that has lasted for a long time. Any weapon can be thrown away, but the Alaskan harpoon cannot. This thing is really a life-saving thing at a critical moment. Yi Yu's Seven Dust Sword is similar. Yi Sha got it when he robbed the Noah's Steel, and later it came into Yi Yu's hands. Now, Yi Yu must have changed things in his hands several times, and the Seven Dust Sword is becoming less and less useful. Even so, although it is not used in battle, Yi Yu always carries it with him, because it can use attacks to restore brain consumption. Unless he dies one day, Yi Yu will never be willing to lose the Seven Dust Sword. I have to say, some things really can't be judged by appearance. When the Alaskan whale harpoon was first obtained, its value was calculated in silver skull coins. Of course, few people had gold skull coins at that time. But in fact, this thing is quite valuable and more important than the things in the treasure list. Moreover, effects such as blood-sucking and healing are indeed rare and rarely seen. With one station after another, everyone knows more and more about such things, and the value of such items is constantly raised. The Alaskan whale harpoon can be exchanged for a few silver skull coins at most at the boss lady's place. But in a private transaction, Yi Sha offered 100 gold skull coins, which might make people fight for it. Yi Yu held the Seven Dust Sword. What should we do now? Should we be exposed? Yi Sha nodded. Not that they should be exposed, but if the people under Sessions were not idiots, they would definitely be exposed. However, it was strange that they spent a lot of time fighting, and Sessions didn't seem to send anyone to encircle them. Yi Sha thought for a moment, then said, never mind. Since we're exposed, why worry so much? Go directly to the lighthouse. Kill zombies on the way to recover. Then sense the underground. And by the way, help me find the corpse flower. The corpse flower has not appeared. There must be something wrong. Little Gumao and the Archon couldn't hide themselves and followed. So they returned to the Doomsday train. But the corpse flower could. So, sensing Yi Sha's call, the corpse flower should definitely appear. There is only one possibility for it not to appear. That is, it cannot appear. Yi Yu nodded without saying anything more, and said directly, let's go. To get to the lighthouse, you have to walk along the side of the new cell area. The two climbed back up the ramp, and came to the front of the prison. They saw some zombies coming out of the prison building, and wandering around the playground. Yi Yu, my right. Your left? Yi Sha nodded, okay. Since he was already exposed, there was nothing to hold back or hide. Yi Sha took a step forward. His figure swayed left and right, and he immediately disappeared from the spot. When Yi Sha appeared again, he had come behind a zombie, and the Alaskan whale harpoon slashed forward, bringing out a silver fox. Puff! The Alaskan whale harpoon pierced the zombie's neck, and then Yi Sha quickly pulled it out, stabbed the opponent's chest a few more times, and then pierced the opponent's head at the moment when the zombie was about to pounce. At the same time, because of Yi Sha's attack, whether it was the sound or the smell of blood, the surrounding zombies immediately discovered Yi Sha's existence, and staggered towards Yi Sha. At the moment, Yi Sha didn't mind if there were too many zombies or too few. He couldn't recover from his injuries without killing a few more zombies, and he had to stab each one as much as possible. The more times he attacked, the more blood the Alaskan whale harpoon would be stained with, and the better the healing effect of blood sucking would be. On the other side, Yi was much more convenient. He didn't need to get close to the zombies. He could directly control the Seven Dust Sword by manipulating objects, quickly passing by those zombies, cutting them continuously, and his face soon became ruddy. It was obvious that his brain was recovering continuously. This efficiency is much faster than Yi Sha's. Of course, one is the attack method, and the other is that the Seven Dust Sword can be divided into 7 pieces, which the Alaskan harpoon can't compare with. The two of them used the zombie hunting to recover for a while, and it was obvious that they had recovered almost. Yi Yu came over and bound the zombies with restraints, making them unable to move. In this way, Yishaw's efficiency immediately increased. He just grabbed the Alaskan harpoon and stabbed the zombies continuously. Yiyu, I have sensed the underground. There is no problem in the underground within a radius of 1,500 meters, with this prison as the center. There are indeed sewers. And there are zombies in the sewers. But there are no living people. Yishaw nodded. I will go to the direction of the lighthouse and sense it as I go. By the way, did you sense the corpse flower? Yiyu shook her head. No. There are no large targets. Corpse flowers are of course large targets. And there are no other plant zombies in this place. So when sensing, you can easily find corpse flowers by roughly feeling the body structure. So, since it was not sensed, it means that the corpse flower is really not nearby. Chapter 1438, Moving Forward. Yishaw was a little worried. The best outcome is that the corpse flower is intercepted and does not reach Devil Island, or escapes after being injured. And the worst case scenario is, of course, that it is destroyed. However, this possibility is zero. At least for now. The reason is simple. If the corpse flower is destroyed, the corpse flower will be deleted from its personal information by Doomsday Train. Moreover, because the corpse flower is part of Yishaw's strength, if the corpse flower is deleted, it will also affect Yishaw's rating. In other words, Doomsday Train's evaluation of Yishaw's extraordinary level may drop back to 5 stars. Even if Yishaw has completed the task of hunting the extraordinary ancient species, and received the 2 tasks of the extraordinary road and position challenge. Therefore, there is no hint of the mysterious voice at present. Which means that the corpse flower is still alive. It is hard to say whether it is destroyed or alive. But as long as it is alive, it is fine. As long as it is not dead, it can always be saved. The biggest feature of alien creatures is that they have extremely strong vitality. No matter how much physical fitness potions humans take, they can't reach that level. Of course, Fei Long's extreme physical evolution can't be counted as a pervert. But in fact, humans with extreme physical evolution can only be compared with humanoid alien creatures. And in terms of vitality, they are still inferior to non-humanoid alien creatures. Corpse flowers are of course non-humanoid alien creatures. Basically, as long as the main flower is not destroyed, corpse flowers can even be said to be immortal. It doesn't matter if all the vines of corpse flowers are cut off. They will grow again. Moreover, after entering the complete form, it has evolved several times. And the growth rate of corpse flowers is also amazingly fast. Anyway, Yishaw could only comfort himself by thinking about the characteristics of these corpse flowers. Without finding any trace of corpse flowers, Yishaw had no other options. After a while, Yishaw recovered from his injuries and waved his hand towards Yiyu, indicating that he could leave. Yiyu didn't waste any words, and directly stretched out her hand to wipe the air. The heads of the remaining 7 or 8 zombies exploded at the same time, turning into headless corpses and falling to the ground, with blood mixed with brain matter all over the ground. Yishaw and Yiyu left quickly, and headed to the lighthouse from the ramp on the side of the prison. There were a few zombies, and humans being chased on the road. But there were not many people in the direction of the lighthouse, because it was useless to run there, and it was a dead end. There were 2 reasons for the dead end. One was that the direction of the lighthouse was a sea cliff, at least 40 to 50 meters high, and there were intricate reefs below. If an ordinary person jumped down, he would die unless he was the illegitimate child of God. Therefore, that direction was blocked by zombies, and there was almost no way to survive. Second, if you go in that direction, the staff of the target game will give a warning. Although they will not stop you, they will tell everyone that activities are not allowed in a certain area near the lighthouse. And there are armed guards. You can go if you want. As long as you enter the area, the other party will definitely shoot you directly, regardless of whether there are zombies chasing you. Yishaw stood at the top of the hillside, watching a middle-aged man being knocked down by a zombie. He yelled and shot continuously with a pistol, smashing the zombie's head, and then was held down by more zombies. The man struggled in pain. His flesh and blood were constantly torn off. And then he saw Yishaw and Yiyu at the top of the hillside out of the corner of his eye, and immediately shouted loudly, "Save me!" Yishaw shook his head, motioned to Yiyu, and prepared to move forward. Bang! At this moment, the man suddenly fired in the direction of Yishaw, and the bullet hit the ground at Yishaw's feet, stirring up a cloud of dust. The middle-aged man was like a madman, hysterically yelling, "Save me, or I will kill you!" Yishaw did not speak. and walked away from Yu. The man fired several shots at Yisha's back frantically until all the bullets were used up. And he was completely swallowed by the zombies. And his throat was bitten off by a zombie, bleeding profusely. People always grab the last straw at the last moment. Unfortunately, it is useless. Even if Yisha suddenly finds something called conscience and saves the man. Is it useful? Useless. As long as he is bitten by a zombie, he will be infected with the zombie virus. The man's fate has long been determined. Even so, Yisha said to Yu, sometimes, I still hate myself for being so rational. At least it's not a bad thing. Yu shrugged indifferently. The more she saw things like life and death, the more she felt that life was cheap in this era. She couldn't change it, and could only adapt to it. Yu, let's talk about business. Zombies are still roaming around. And humans are still fleeing. I just sensed that there were two people fighting on the other side. And one of them died. Yisha pointed to the distance. The staff of the target game. Sessions' people. Yu nodded. This means that the target game is still going on. If Sessions is on the island, he should still be there. But it's strange. After seeing our fight just now, even if Sessions is a fool, he would not think that we are ordinary people. Or normal participants in the target game. Yes, but no one is bothering us now. Why didn't Sessions send anyone to find us? Yisha frowned. I have a bad feeling. Are you sensing underground? Yu, I have been sensing. But I haven't found anything. Yisha nodded. Stop talking nonsense. And sped up to the lighthouse. In front of the lighthouse, there is a long ramp. Because this place was originally a sea cliff. And the height is not low. Of course, the ramp was repaired when the prison was built later. Yisha and Yu walked up the ramp. Before they reached the top, they suddenly looked at each other. They could see what each other meant from each other's eyes. Something happened. Yisha smelled blood. Although it was not strong. It was obvious and could be clearly smelled in the air. As for Yu, she not only smelled the blood, but also sensed it. The two stopped walking slowly and ran directly. When they reached the bottom of the lighthouse, a large number of zombies. Yisha, they are Sessions' men. The zombies are wearing uniform camouflage uniforms. They can't be the ones who are participating in the target game. Although Sessions will put his men who make mistakes in the target game. It is usually one or two. There are dozens of zombies here. More than half of the participants in the target game. At the same time, these zombies have blood on their bodies, which is still flowing. This means that these people should have died not long ago. Because they were infected by the zombie virus, and just turned into zombies. Chapter 1439. A corpse. Yu didn't waste words. When the zombies surrounded her, she just glanced at them. And the zombies' heads exploded continuously, turning into headless corpses falling to the ground one by one. Yisha sighed again. The superhumans are convenient. Even with Yisha's current strength, it is not easy to deal with such a large number of ordinary zombies with conventional means. First of all, you have to be able to deal with group damage. Secondly, if the so-called group damage is just multi-target damage, rather than regional coverage, it is not easy to kill so many zombies at once. Finally, even if it covers an area, there may be fish that slip through the net. For example, the rainstorm gun is a group damage that covers an area. But can Yisha guarantee that every shot hits the head? Obviously not. Unlike superhumans, who can just take a look, release brain power, and then there is nothing else. Of course, before Yu had the 7 Dust Sword, he didn't dare to use this method to hunt ordinary zombies. Brain consumption is always a big problem for superhumans. But with the 7 Dust Sword, this problem is not a problem. When facing a master alone, using the 7 Dust Sword to restore the brain area is not very effective. Because the 7 Dust Sword is too weak. And the enemy will not be stupid enough to give you continuous opportunities to recover. But when dealing with ordinary zombies, Yisha thinks that even if he encounters a zombie tide, Yu can kill it alone. Note that it is killing, not running away. To put it bluntly, the zombie tide can kill people. With the 7 Dust Sword and this trick, Yu can never be killed. Of course, the zombie tide is mixed with powerful mutant zombies, which is another matter. At the same time, just as Yisha's thoughts were scattered, and he was thinking randomly, Yu had already dealt with the zombies outside the lighthouse. Yisha came to the lighthouse, and the door was not closed. So Yisha went in directly. There were also zombies inside the lighthouse. As soon as Yisha entered the door, Two zombies with their backs to Yisha suddenly turned around and rushed towards Yisha with their teeth and claws. Yisha stretched out his hand and pressed the head of a zombie. The Alaskan whale harpoon attacked and stabbed directly into the opponent's forehead, then turned around and kicked the other zombie away. And then when the opponent rushed over again, the Alaskan whale harpoon stabbed forward again and stabbed into the opponent's head. I really want a weapon. The Alaskan harpoon is not bad for dealing with ordinary zombies, but it is too short. If I have Jinluo Nanjiang by my side, I can kill two zombies with one sword without moving my body. As for abilities, they are more physically demanding. For example, the Thunder Emperor consumes the current stored in the Thunder Core, which is a waste to use on ordinary zombies. Yiyu on the other side, the stairs are this way. Yisha nodded and walked towards the stairs. There is no so-called number of layers in a lighthouse. Or rather, it is extremely rare to see a lighthouse with layers. Lighthouses usually have only one floor, which is the top floor. That is where the lightkeeper works. Some modern lighthouses can be remotely controlled, but there are also some old-fashioned ones that have such a room for staff to rest. Moreover, even if they can be remotely controlled, there will be such a manual operation room to prevent malfunctions. Yisha and Yi went up all the way and encountered 3 or 4 zombies sporadically. There was no space inside the lighthouse, only a spiral staircase, and it was impossible to accommodate too many armed personnel. So naturally there were not many zombies. Walking all the way to the top, Yisha and Yi stood at the door. After looking at each other, Yisha suddenly pushed the door open. Yi was ready to activate her brain ability to prevent zombies from entering the room. But after the door was opened, it was pitch black, quiet, and nothing. Yisha, where is the light? Yi, here. Yi used her perception to find the power switch, moved 2 steps to the left, and turned on the light. The light in the room soon lit up. This was a small room. On the front wall, there were screens full of screens, at least 40 or 50 of them, and they were still playing pictures, all showing the situation on Devil's Island. In other words, the images captured by the cameras, surveillance probes, and hidden probes on the island were all transmitted here. Of course, the screen is not enough, but it should be possible to switch with the remote control. In front of the screen, there is a brown sofa, with a glass coffee table next to it, and the things on the coffee table have fallen to the ground. There is a box of cigars, a bottle of red wine, a wine glass, a lighter, and a stack of paper, which seems to have something like a table drawn on it. Yisha walked around to the front of the sofa, and then his face turned ugly. What's wrong? Yi followed Yisha and came over with the same expression as Yisha. On the sofa, there was a corpse. A gray-haired man, who looked to be around 50 years old, was strangled to death. There were strangle marks on his neck. However, from the perspective of the crooked neck, Yisha believed that it was not a normal death from suffocation, but a direct strangulation of the cervical vertebra. A normal person obviously cannot do this. It requires a lot of strength, and it must be a crushing force. Otherwise, he would have died of suffocation before the cervical vertebra was strangled. Yi, is it that bastard just now? Yisha's face was grim. Probably. Ordinary people can't break the cervical vertebra directly, but guys at the inhuman level can definitely do it. Like Yisha can do it. And Yi can do it too. Besides the 2 of them, there's probably only the man before on this island. Those apostles are sick. Yi cursed. They are involved in everything. And they want to get involved in everything. That bastard better pray that I don't see him again. Yi had reason to be angry, because it was Sessions who died. The boss lady wanted Yisha to complete the task, whether it was to ask Sessions for information or to capture Sessions directly. There was a prerequisite. That is, to find and recognize Sessions. Yisha and Yi didn't even know what Sessions looked like, so of course they couldn't carry out the task. Therefore, before setting off for such a task, the boss lady would give a simple character profile. In the character profile, of course, the photo is indispensable, and the man who died in front of him can completely match the man in the photo, not only in appearance, but also in body shape. Sessions was dead, and it was useless to bring his body back. Of course, no intelligence could be obtained, which naturally meant that the mission failed. Yi was angry. You ran so far, lay in that broken coffin for so long, and played this bullshit self-destructive game with a bunch of idiots. But in the end it was all in vain? Wait a minute. Yisha suddenly, What did you say just now? Yi, in vain? No. No. The first sentence. Yisha, lie in that broken coffin for so long. Yi, yeah. Then what? Yisha, do you think that person just now looks like the one driving the car? Chapter 1440 Substitute. Yi was stunned for a moment, and then really thought about it seriously. Appearance? There is no need to consider this. The guy wrapped himself up like a mummy before, and you can't see anything except a pair of eyes. Moreover, eyes are easy to hide, and a pair of pupil lenses are enough. Pupil lenses can not only change the color of the pupils, but wearing thicker ones can make the eyes dull, and wearing more transparent ones can make the eyes look bright. Therefore, the so-called eyes are the windows to the soul, which is not reliable at all nowadays. Then, what about the body shape? Yi thought about it carefully, and they were indeed somewhat similar. Both of them were strong men, but not the kind of explosively muscular strong men. They were of a bit of size, with obvious muscle lines, but not exaggerated. At the same time, their heights were similar. But to be honest, this kind of well-proportioned body shape with explosive muscles is the most suitable body shape for fighting. Many close combat masters pursue this kind of body shape, so this alone cannot be used to make a conclusion. Voice? Yi's eyes lit up. Is it because of the voice? The guy who had fought with them before was obviously trying to cover up everything about himself, including his voice. He hardly spoke from beginning to end, and had no reaction to Yisha's words, including provocation. However, he finally spoke a few words, and those 2 words made Yisha feel something. First of all, the driver's voice was not hoarse, but the 2 people's voices were very similar. Yisha nodded. Do you feel the same way? Yi thought for a while. I don't know how to say it. After you said it, I found that the 2 people's voices are indeed very similar, and the tone is similar, both of which are low-pitched. But you know that superhumans are used to sensing it all the time, right? Yisha nodded again. Yi, during the battle. Of course I also sensed it. When the driver first appeared, I didn't know whether he was a friend or foe. I was on alert and sensed him. If it was the same person, I should have discovered it. But perception cannot be said to be absolute, so I can't make a conclusion. Yisha held his chin and pondered. This matter had a weird feeling. If it was the driver, that means the other party was not an apostle, but someone on the Doomsday train? This is not impossible. Yisha deduced that the other party was walking with an apostle, but it was only because the other party had special props in his hand and could use his ability to deduce it. However, the people on the Doomsday train also have such ability, but Yisha did not think that there were other people on the Doomsday train, or would come to cause trouble for himself. So he overturned this possibility. But it seems possible at the moment. But why? Getting information about the initial zombie virus from Sessions, or directly tying Sessions back. From these 2 points of view, if there are really other people, competition exists. However, the other party was obviously 1 step ahead and got ahead of Yisha. So why did he come to trouble Yisha? Purely to kill me? Then it is not as simple as mission conflict and competition, right? Yisha scratched his hair and felt a headache. This matter inexplicably revealed a bit of weird feeling. After thinking for a while, Yisha said, let's go first. Since Sessions is dead. Stay here, wait a minute. Yisha was about to leave, looking at Sessions' body and said something. But when he finished speaking, Yisha's voice suddenly stopped. Yisha walked to the side of the corpse and stretched out his fingers to fiddle with the rope wrapped around the corpse's neck. Yi, what's wrong? Yisha, no blood. Sessions' neck was completely strangled, and the rope left marks on his neck. Judging from the things on the coffee table falling all over the floor, Sessions had struggled to some extent. Because of the struggle, the skin on his neck was rubbed by the rope. Then, since the skin was rubbed, even if it was a scratch, there should be blood. But there was no blood on Sessions' neck. Yisha pulled off the rope, reached out, and wiped the marks on his neck. Then looked at his fingers. There were indeed scratches, and the skin was worn out. There were also dandruff on his fingertips. If that was the case, why was there no blood? Yisha carefully observed the marks, then raised his eyebrows, took out the Alaskan whale harpoon, and gently cut along Sessions' neck. Then he pulled hard, and Sessions' entire face was torn off. Another man. A man that Yisha and Yi didn't know at all. The man in front of him was probably about 50 years old. His facial features were very similar to Sessions. But it was obvious that they were not the same person. They just had similar facial features and facial lines. Yi Yu was surprised. This is Yi Sha, silicone mask. A very high-end one. Silicone mask, also known as human skin mask, is highly simulated, with real skin texture and skin color, and is very thin and elastic. A good silicone mask is almost indistinguishable from a real person's face. The reason why I say almost is that silicone masks still have some defects, such as the face is relatively stiff. And if you make expressions such as laughing or crying, it will be obviously inconsistent. Secondly, depending on the user's facial condition, some fillers may be needed, and these fillers may also cause slight distortion of the face and appear flawed. But the silicone mask in Yi Sha's hand is obviously a different story. First of all, the material is very high-end. Not only the appearance, but even the touch of the face is similar to real skin. Secondly, this thing was obviously modeled after Sessions, and a person with a very similar facial contour to Sessions was chosen to wear it, which made the fit very high. Most importantly, this silicone mask is very thin and glued. There are some wounds on the face of the corpse, and the skin was forcibly torn off, and the skin was glued to the inside of the silicone mask. Obviously, this silicone mask is not worn, but glued to the face, so that it can fit the face completely. Even if some facial muscle movements are relatively large, the muscles can drive the silicone mask to make relatively real expressions, and there will be no flaws. Yi Yu suddenly showed some excitement. So, this guy is a fake, not the real Sessions? Yi Sha, it's obvious that this guy should be Sessions' stand-in. It seems that guy is more cautious than we thought. Yi Yu, I don't care whether he is cautious or not. As long as that guy is not dead, there is still hope for our mission. Right? Yi Sha nodded, but still poured cold water on Yi Yu. But this means that Sessions may not have the habit of watching the target game up close. The Sessions in the boss lady's intelligence may be just this stand-in. Chapter 1441 Twilight Eyes. Yi Yu's face fell immediately. These words made people feel sad, but they also made sense. Yi Sha turned over on the side, thinking that there might be some clues. Since he is Sessions' stand-in, he is simply a lackey who obeys Sessions' orders. Even if he issues orders with Sessions' face, these orders are definitely not his own, but the real Sessions. If we think about it this way, we can be sure that this person must have contact with Sessions. In this case, hope is not lost. Maybe there is some communication equipment that can contact Sessions, so that Yi Sha can follow the clues to find out. Unfortunately, there was nothing. The substitute had nothing on him. No communication equipment at all. Not even a mobile phone. Damn it! Yi Sha finally couldn't help cursing. It seems that this time he is really going to work in vain? Fortunately, it is the task of the deputy train conductor, and he can return to the Doomsday train even if he fails to complete it. Otherwise it will be a lot of fun. At this time, Yi Yu suddenly shouted, "Something is coming. Corpse flower. It's corpse flower." No, the corpse flower didn't come by itself. The ability of perception is very useful. But after all, it is just perception, not seeing with the eyes. Yi Yu felt that something was approaching the lighthouse quickly. From the outline of the perception, it seemed to be a corpse flower. But something was wrong. When Yi Sha heard that the corpse flower was more excited, he stood up immediately. If the mission really could not be completed, Yi Sha would have no choice. Sessions was dead. Or Sessions was not on Devil Island. Even if Yi Sha had the ability to reach the sky, he would have no way to do it. But no matter whether the mission was completed or not, the problem of the missing corpse flower must be solved. Yi Sha had to take the corpse flower back. Unless the corpse flower was destroyed, Yi Sha could not save the situation and could only give up. Yi Sha towards the lighthouse? Yi Yu nodded. Yi Sha didn't waste any words and went straight out of the room and walked to the other side of the corridor. There was a window here. After pushing it open, he could overlook the ramp in front of the lighthouse. Yi Sha didn't see anything for the time being. Yi Yu's perception distance was still relatively far. However, Yi Sha didn't wait long before he saw something coming up from the bottom of the ramp. It's a corpse flower. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows. Although it was far away, he could only see an outline. Moreover, because of the sky, everything was hazy, and he could only roughly see black shadows. However, the corpse flower was too easy to recognize. After all, it was a plant structure, and those thick vines were easy to recognize. However, Yi Sha soon found something wrong. Those corpse flower vines did not crawl forward, but dragged on the ground, as if being dragged by someone. Yisha frowned, then jumped down from the top of the lighthouse, used the Alaskan whale harpoon to cut through the wall, slowing down some of the momentum, and then fell to the ground. Yi was naturally much simpler, and could just float directly to the ground. The night breeze was slightly cool. Yisha stood at the bottom of the lighthouse, staring at the position of the ramp. Soon, the corpse flower appeared in front of Yisha. However, just as Yisha felt, the corpse flower was dragged up. Yisha narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of anger. It seemed that the corpse flower was indeed destroyed. Yisha's eyes fell from the corpse flower's body. And then, see a monster. Mutated zombie? In front of the corpse flower, a mutant zombie took a step forward, holding a vine of the corpse flower in his hand, dragging the corpse flower vine. The mutant zombie was almost humanoid. Although it was a mutant zombie, it had almost no exaggerated corpse characteristics. It was about 2 meters tall, and the hair on its head was completely gone. Unlike ordinary zombies, its skin was dark purple, and its hands, feet, and body were no different from those of humans. The only obvious corpse characteristic was the head. The mutant zombie's head was covered with dense blue veins, and half of its head was exposed. The most important thing was its face. It had no ears, mouth, or nose, and only a huge orange eye in the center of its face. Yisha moved his Adam's apple. It was actually Twilight Eye. Yisha was doubting his life now. What happened to him recently? Did he step on dog shit and start to have bad luck? Or was it just bad luck? A while ago, he encountered extraordinary ancient species one after another, and now he started to encounter extraordinary mutant zombies. Moreover, is this good luck or bad luck? Bang! At this time, Twilight Eye let go of the corpse flower vine in his hand, and the corpse flower vine fell to the ground with a loud noise. However, Twilight Eyes didn't seem to be interested in Yisha. Or rather, they were more interested in the zombies around them that Yi had killed. They took a few steps forward and grabbed a headless corpse. Puff! Twilight Eyes stretched out their hands and pulled the corpse's shoulder, tearing off the corpse's arm, and then sent it to the vicinity of the head. Twilight Eyes had no mouth, and except for the huge eye, the other facial features seemed to have degenerated, and the way Twilight Eyes devoured was to place the arm above the eye. Blood kept dripping down, and when it fell on the eye, white smoke kept coming out of the eye. Then the Twilight Eye brought the broken arm close to the eye, and the arm seemed to melt, and the flesh and blood quickly shrank, as if half of it was absorbed and all entered the eyeball. Yi stood beside Yisha and whispered, "It seems that something quite troublesome has been encountered." Yisha nodded in agreement. "You fight?" "Yisha, this is not something we can decide. It depends on whether this bastard fights or not." As Yisha spoke, he looked at the corpse flower. The corpse flower had obviously fought with the Eye of Twilight, and was clearly defeated by it. More than 2/3 of the vines were broken, but the main flower was not destroyed. It just drooped weakly. Yisha hooked his finger and quietly gave the corpse flower an order, not knowing whether the corpse flower could sense it. Yisha's meaning was very simple. That is, to let the corpse flower run away. If the Eye of Twilight was not interested in the corpse flower, then Yisha was not interested in fighting this battle. This thing in front of him was not easy to deal with. Fortunately, the corpse flower saw Yisha's action, and the remaining corpse flower vines suddenly began to wriggle, trying to retreat from the ramp. But at this moment, Twilight Eyes turned around suddenly, stretched out his hand to grab the vines of the corpse flower vines, and pulled them down with force, and at the same time prevented the corpse flower from escaping. Yisha's pupils shrank, and he said to Yi, "Kill." The next moment, Yisha rushed forward suddenly, flicked his fingers forward, and a thin line flew out of the string ring. Killing gun. The flying thin lines quickly entangled together, condensed into a strand, turned into a gun shape, and flew towards Twilight Eye's chest. Chapter 1442 Multiform Zombies. The Eye of Twilight obviously had no intention of letting the corpse flower go. Yisha guessed that the Eye of Twilight wanted to eat the corpse flower, but perhaps because the corpse flower was too large, or perhaps because of some other reason, the Eye of Twilight did not do it. But from the fact that the Eye of Twilight was dragging the corpse flower around and had no intention of letting it go, the Eye of Twilight probably intended to slowly eat the corpse flower and absorb it bit by bit. In this case, there was nothing to say. Yisha could not let the corpse flower become the food of the Eye of Twilight. So he could only fight. The piercing gun quickly came to Twilight Eyes. Twilight Eyes did not make any extra moves. He just stretched out his hand and took the piercing gun. Generally speaking, zombies fight directly like this. Dodging is almost non-existent. With a bang, the piercing gun hit Twilight Eyes' palm, and then turned into a bunch of thin lines, exploding in all directions, without causing much damage to Twilight Eyes. But just behind the piercing gun, Yisha took advantage of the piercing gun's cover, came from behind with a series of ghost steps, and punched Twilight Eyes. Zila! Electricity surged from Yisha's fist, and then hit the pupil of Twilight Eye, which was as big as a baby's head. Bang! Accompanied by the explosion of electricity. Twilight Eye was blown away by Yisha's punch and rolled continuously on the ground. Yisha shouted to Yu, "Assist me. Beat out this guy's other forms first." Twilight Eye is one of the few known extraordinary zombies that have appeared before. It was found in Linchuan City. When it was found, it slaughtered a large number of Doomsday train members, resulting in a mission completion rate of less than 10% at that station. And almost no one successfully returned to the Doomsday train. This matter was once a hot topic on the Doomsday train, mainly because people lamented the power and fear of the extraordinary zombies. Others who did not go to Linchuan City for the battle also had lingering fears after hearing about it. Yisha did not know whether the Twilight Eye in front of him was the one in Linchuan City. However, because it had appeared before, there was relatively detailed information about the Twilight Eye on the Doomsday train. The Twilight Eye itself was a zombie infected by the mutant zombie virus. And then the mutant zombie virus underwent a secondary alienation in the body of the Twilight Eye. In the information provided by the proprietress, this type of virus is called U2 type A virus. The biggest feature of this type of virus is its ability to split, recombine and regenerate. So Twilight Eye has multiple zombie forms. The most basic form is Twilight Eye, which can also be called human form, which is the current central one. Except that all the organs on the face have disappeared, leaving only a huge pupil. It is basically a human form. This form belongs to the basic form of Twilight Eye. And of course, it is the weakest. The second is insect form assimilation, which is called insect form. Yisha doesn't know what it looks like. There are no pictures in the information. It only records that Twilight Eye simulates insect viruses by splitting and reassembling its body to change itself into an insect form. The third form is the animal form, called the beast form. There is no specific appearance in the data. The function is basically similar to the insect form. It also uses the body to split and reassemble to simulate animal viruses and change itself into a beast form. The fourth form is the plant form, called the vine form. Like the insect and beast forms, there are no pictures or anything like that. The difference is that this time it uses the body to split and reassemble to simulate plant viruses and change itself into a plant form. Yisha is quite interested in this form. It's okay to simulate insects and beasts. After all, they are flesh and blood. But what does it mean to be a plant? Although the corpse flower is formed after being infected by a plant virus, its body is still essentially plant-like, with vines, branches and leaves. How can it be simulated? And the plant form is not the final form of the Twilight Eye. The Twilight Eye also has a fifth form, combat form. The first three are all derived from the characteristics of the U2 type A level virus. The so-called simulation is to simulate the genetic structure of other viruses to match the Twilight Eye's body splitting and reorganizing ability. The fifth form of combat form is different. It is the role played by the U2 type A level virus itself. There is no too detailed description, but it can be roughly understood. Just like the powerful alien humans, who have multiple forms of corpse transformation, they are purely strengthening themselves. But along with the strengthening, the body will further show more obvious corpse characteristics. Then, the first thing Yisha has to do is to fight out the other forms of Twilight Eye. The human form is the weakest form of Twilight Eye. In other words, it can be directly understood that Twilight Eye in this form has not shown its true combat power. Or in other words, it is not serious. Shaking its body, Twilight Eye climbed up from the ground, because it had no facial features and no expression. And the Twilight Eye in human form could not make any sound. Yisha could not tell from these aspects whether Twilight Eye was angry or not. However, Yisha felt that Twilight Eye should be angry. After all, the data recorded that the weakness of Twilight Eye in human form was the huge eye. This made Yisha sigh that it was no wonder that the human form was the weakest. The weakness was so obvious. the big eye. And it was right in front. As he thought, Yishaw's figure flashed. And he took a step with his ghost steps, and came to the front of Twilight Eye again. Binding! Twilight Eye naturally couldn't sit and wait for death. But before he could take any action, Yi directly activated the brain area ability and bound Twilight Eye. The ability of binding is an extreme against zombies. It is particularly useful for ordinary zombies without brains. But it is particularly difficult to use for powerful zombies without brains. The most speechless thing is that the reason for the two extremes is that zombies are creatures without brains, and can only act on instinct. But a moment of restraint is enough. After all, Yisha used Ghost Shadow, and could reach the Twilight Eye in an instant. Bang! Yishaw's fist blasted forward again, and the electric current lingered around Yishaw's arm, amplifying the attack, and hit the eye of the Twilight Eye again with a fierce punch. The Twilight Eye broke free at this time, but its only fate was to be blown away by Yishaw's punch again. Yisha took the opportunity to wave his hand at the corpse flower, and let it escape into the ground. At present, the corpse flower's combat power was negative, and it could not help at all. Moreover, it was such a large ball that it was completely an obstacle lying there. Of course, before hiding underground, the corpse flower spit out all of Yishaw's weapons. Chapter 1443 Insect Form. Yisha felt much better, because the weapon was back in his hands. He took the sword from midair, and landed in Nanjiang. He raised his hand, and slashed it out with the sword. Moonlit Night of the 24 Bridges. Yisha didn't intend to get too entangled with the Twilight Eye. Of course, he was referring to the human form of the Twilight Eye. Maintaining the human form meant that the Twilight Eye was not doing its best. Therefore, he had to force the Twilight Eye into other forms as soon as possible. The sword came out, and the sword light split. Yisha thrust out a sword, and the flying sword light instantly turned into 24. And the sword light was dazzling, covering the Eye of Twilight. The Eye of Twilight shook its body and got up from the ground. And without any defense, it rushed directly towards the sword light. Zombies are so willful, and dodging and defense are non-existent for zombies. The instinct of these guys is to bite and eat the target in front of them. Of course, zombies have the conditions to be willful, as long as the head is not smashed, or the attack is aimed at the weak point. Other parts can hardly cause any damage to the zombies. This is also the reason why Yisha chose the 24 Bridges Moonlit Night as his first attack. With 24 sword lights covering the area, Yisha didn't believe that not even one of them could hit the eyeball of Twilight Eye. Puff, puff, puff. Twilight Eye fearlessly rushed into the sword light, and then muffled sounds continued to appear on his body, and blood flowers continued to splatter. However, Twilight Eye was completely oblivious to the damage to his body, and didn't care at all. Even if a sword light directly cut Twilight Eye's lower abdomen and exposed his internal organs, Twilight Eye didn't feel it at all. Then, bang! With a crisp sound of swords clashing, a ray of sword light hit the eyeball of Twilight Eye. Just like the sound of a bullet hitting bulletproof glass, Twilight Eye's advance was finally blocked, and its eyeball was hit hard again. Although Twilight Eye was not knocked away this time, it kept retreating. Obviously, the attack on its weak point still caused great damage to Twilight Eye. At the same time, Yisha did not pursue the victory, but first picked up all the weapons on the ground and put on the World Destroyer gloves. On the other side, I don't know whether Yisha had bad luck or Twilight Eye had good luck. Only one of the 24 sword lights hit Twilight Eye's eyeball. Twilight Eye waved his arms and looked very angry. But Yisha did not force out other forms. Then keep beating. Yisha gritted his teeth. Beat you until you enter other forms. Yisha raised the sword Luo Nanjiang, swept it to the side, shook out a sword flower, and then walked towards Twilight Eye. Eye of Twilight waved his arms, watching Yisha approach again, and did not retreat at all. He went up to Yisha, raised his fist and punched him. Yisha hesitated for a moment, then raised his fist as well, without using a sword. Heavy punch. Blue arcs jumped on the edge of the destroyer, accompanied by white smoke from the tail. Yisha felt the boost, and then punched out. Bang! The fists on both sides collided, and then the ground under Yisha and Eye of Twilight could not bear the force, and it shattered in an instant, splitting into large spider web cracks. Then, Twilight Eyes kept retreating. Twilight Eye's entire right arm twisted. The palm was completely twisted to the back, and a bone was pierced directly at the elbow. Yisha didn't know whether zombies felt pain, and he had never become a zombie. But looking at Twilight Eyes, he looked quite ferocious. Obviously, the injury to the arm had an impact on Twilight Eyes. But Yisha didn't stop and rushed forward again. Theoretically, it is impossible to kill Twilight Eye in its current state, because the opponent has not yet switched forms, and has not shown his true strength. But what if he is killed? If Twilight Eye is killed directly in human form, it will obviously save a lot of trouble. Unfortunately, Yisha was not able to get close to Twilight Eye this time. When Yisha rushed forward, a crack suddenly appeared on Twilight Eye's chest, opening to both sides, and the ribs could be clearly seen. Then a large amount of green venom sprayed towards Yisha. Even with a puff of green poison mist, Yisha quickly stopped. He didn't expect that the Twilight Eye could release poison, because this was not mentioned in the information. However, it was not surprising. The information provided by the boss lady was also collected, and it was not written that it was not found during the collection. After all, the information was not 100% complete. Just when Yisha stopped, a nearly transparent barrier rose in front of Yisha. It was Yiyu who suddenly took action and intercepted the venom and poison mist. Venom is not a big deal, but poison fog requires extra caution. The drift of poison fog is not necessarily visible to the naked eye. Maybe the poison has already spread in the air. With a barrier, it is much more reassuring. No poison can penetrate. Yisha jumped back continuously, temporarily distanced himself from Twilight Eye. It was at this time that Twilight Eye's body began to change. Shape change. Puff. Puff. Two huge holes suddenly appeared behind Twilight Eye, and then a pair of transparent insect wings stretched out to both sides. At the same time, Twilight Eye's legs merged together, and the flesh and blood kept sticking together, like a huge meatball. Twilight Eye's hands began to tear and shatter, and then entangled with each other, twisting, and finally turned into 6 spikes, with a slight bend at the front, and a bit like the legs of an insect. Twilight Eye's body also changed a bit. The body was elongated, although it still maintained the upper body shape of a human body. But the proportions were very strange. A bit like the thin body of an insect. Very slender. Twilight Eye's head opened like a petal, with dense teeth on the edge. The huge eyeball was swallowed, and then grew out from the crack in the chest. Insect form. Twilight Eye's insect form actually has some structures based on human form, but some features and the overall outline are very much like insects. For example, the 2 legs that are combined together and slightly bent forward are very similar to the lower body of a bee, not to mention the insect wings on the back. The next moment, the eye of Twilight flapped its insect wings and flew about 2 or 3 meters above the ground. After all, it had lost its legs and could only rely on its wings to move. The moment it flew, the eye of Twilight also directly crossed the barrier and aimed at Yisha's position, with the eye on its chest constantly rotating. Chapter 1444 Battle. Puff. 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 As the eye turned, the cracked head of the Twilight Eye once again sprayed out venom and poison mist, covering the direction of Yisha. Yiyu did not waste any words and immediately activated her brain ability to continuously build a barrier around Yisha's body. If the venom is corrosive, then even if it is intercepted by a barrier, the barrier will still be damaged. And when the barrier is damaged, it will naturally consume Yiyu's brain area. However, the venom of the Twilight Eye is not corrosive, but infectious, so Yiyu doesn't care. The barrier is not a living thing, so it will definitely not be infected by toxins. Those venoms cannot cause damage to the barrier, and the consumption of her brain area is almost 0. In this case, what is there for Yiyu to be afraid of? She completely ignores the consumption of brain area and keeps erecting the barrier to isolate Yisha from the venom and poisonous fog. The Twilight Eye probably also realized this. After spraying a burst of venom, the insect wings suddenly flapped, and then the body fell downwards. Bang! Twilight Eye's body completely hit the barrier. With just one hit, the barrier cracked and turned into a pile of fragments. Then Twilight Eye's body fell to the ground, creating a large pit with a radius of 2 or 3 meters. Such a strong destructive power. Yisha was also shocked, and then said to Yiyu, "Tear down the barrier. If it doesn't spray poison, you don't have to use it." Yiyu nodded. Her barrier seemed to be more fragile than she thought in front of Twilight Eye. Of course, she could still resist it if she used it continuously, but it consumed too much brain power. After removing the barrier, Yisha faced the eye of Twilight head-on, still smashing, with wings flapping. He flew into the air and fell down again. The red flame armor suddenly activated, and flame surged from under Yishaw's feet, quickly covering the front of Yishaw, and then crystallized to form a wall. The crystallized flame of the red flame armor lasted longer than the barrier. After all, it was not cheap. If it was so fragile, Yishaw would really have to talk to the boss lady. But it only lasted for about 3 to 5 seconds. Fine cracks appeared on the crystallized flames, and then they shattered and turned into countless fireballs. However, this degree was enough. 3 to 5 seconds may not sound long, but it was enough for Yishaw to move and dodge, and even to move a long distance. Yishaw chose not to move horizontally, but behind the Twilight Eye. While dodging, Yishaw was also recalling the information about the Twilight Eye. The Twilight Eye in the insect form had 2 weaknesses, one of which was the eye on the chest. However, because the form has changed, the eyes are not the biggest weakness of Twilight Eye. The biggest weakness of Twilight Eye in insect form is behind it. Found it. Yishaw came behind Twilight Eye and immediately saw a protrusion in the middle of the 2 insect wings, similar to the human spine. And this thing is the biggest weakness of Twilight Eye in insect form. Railgun form. Yishaw raised his left hand, and the sound of mechanical rotation came from the destroyer. And then it quickly changed its form and turned into a gun barrel. Bang, bang, bang. At present, Twilight Eye has its back to Yishaw, and is completely defenseless, so Yishaw can shoot boldly. Moreover, at such a close distance, there is no reason to miss. Pulse bombs fly out continuously, sticking to Twilight Eye's back. Flashing light. Positioning explosion. The overlapping pulse bomb suddenly exploded. The power of the pulse bomb is actually a little inferior to Twilight Eye. After all, it is a superclass mutant zombie. But after overlapping and triggering the positioning explosion, it is another matter. 6 pulse bombs overlapped, and their power was not just 1 + 1, but doubled. With a loud bang, a blue light flashed behind the Twilight Eye, and an explosion sounded. And then the Twilight Eye was blown away and rolled on the ground. After the Twilight Eye landed, Yishaw saw that the back of the Twilight Eye was blown into a bloody mess, and the protruding part was also revealed. It was really a bone similar to the spine. The Twilight Eye rolled on the ground for a while, and soon flew up again. From the cracked head, a sharp whistle sounded, which was particularly harsh. Then, with the flapping of insect wings, countless crystal powders flew out from the wings of Twilight Eye. Yiyu immediately rebuilt a barrier in front of Yishaw to intercept the powders. Yiyu, poison powder. It seems that this guy's insect form uses poison as the main attack method. Yishaw nodded. Venom, poison mist, poison powder. There are already 3 types of toxin spreading attack modes. Yiyu's inference is undoubtedly correct. Moreover, as a super-level mutant zombie, the toxins released must be very fierce. It's hard to say. Different forms of toxin spreading attacks have different corresponding toxins. This is a very difficult ability, especially the characteristics of different toxins. Even if you bring antitoxin serum, can it really work for different toxins? This is not easy to say. Moreover, there are many modes of toxin spreading, which is a bit hard to guard against. There is always a way to poison people. If there is no Yiyu, the insect form of Twilight Eye is really difficult to deal with, especially in close combat. It is easy to be infected with toxins. The only way Yishaw can think of is to use the Infinity Bow or Thunder Emperor at a distance. But with Yiyu, it was much easier. As long as these toxins were not corrosive, they could be easily intercepted by the barrier. After a while, the barrier was covered with poisonous powder. The Eye of Twilight was very angry when he saw the powder being intercepted. He rushed directly towards the barrier. With a crash, the barrier was smashed to pieces. But before that, Yishaw seemed to have expected it. He jumped back directly and avoided the collision of the Eye of Twilight by predicting in advance. With a loud bang, the solid ground was hit by Twilight Eye again, and countless cracks spread out again, forming a big pit. This time, after Twilight Eye finished the smash, it did not get up from the ground, but twisted madly on the ground. It looked like a bug that was stepped on, but not crushed to death, struggling on the ground. Gradually, the pair of insect wings behind Twilight Eye suddenly peeled off, and then Twilight Eye's body gradually arched, and the legs that were originally connected by flesh and blood and fused together also separated again. Form switch. Chapter 1445 Plant form. As the insect wings peeled off, Twilight eyes almost turned back to human form. Even the pupils on the chest retracted into the body. The cracks closed, and in a moment, the eyeballs returned to the position of the head. And the head that opened like a petal also closed again. But the reason why it is almost is that Twilight Eye's hands did not change back. And they still looked like 6 spikes. At the same time, those spikes were constantly getting longer. Puff! The sound of flesh tearing suddenly sounded. On the back of Twilight Eye, where Yisha had previously bonded with a pulse bomb. Countless bones pierced out of Twilight Eye's body. There were a lot of bones. At least hundreds of them. If you only look at the size of the body, it is completely unable to accommodate so many bones. Because those bones were not originally large in size, and are now growing wildly. Those bones bloomed outward layer by layer. And each bone had a certain curvature, forming a bone flower layer by layer. The arms of Twilight Eyes, as they continued to stretch, became tentacles, or they could be understood as vines colliding and dancing. Yisha tilted his head. Is this a plant form? Indeed. If Twilight Eyes lay on the ground and looked down from above, it really looked like a flower, with 6 vines dancing around it. But your grandma's is just similar in appearance. Right? Apart from that, what exactly is the similarity with plant zombies? Plants and human flesh are completely different. Yisha was a little depressed. When he was recalling the information of Twilight Eye, he had been thinking about how to fight against Twilight Eye. Among them, the plant form should be the easiest to deal with in Yisha's opinion. Because the weakness is obvious. It is afraid of fire. Yisha still has a lot of red flame bombs in his hand. And the Infinity Bow also has explosive arrows and burning arrows. Even the red flame armor, as a defensive ability, should not be lethal. But if it is a plant zombie, it is likely to cause certain damage while defending. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. The plant form of the Twilight Eye only simulates the appearance of plant zombies. The essence is completely different. Yisha's previous idea is almost useless. Boom! Boom! While Yisha was thinking, the Twilight Eye suddenly launched an attack. And 6 tentacles swept towards Yisha at the same time. Yisha moved quickly to the side. The tentacles were very powerful, and continuously bombarded the ground, smashing it piece by piece. The previous battle strategy was useless, and Yisha could only think of a new way. However, the Eye of Twilight did not give Yisha too much opportunity to think. The tentacles were waving very fast, and Yisha had no time to think at all. He could only concentrate on dealing with the constantly dancing tentacles. Yi winked at Yisha, but was stopped by Yisha with his eyes. Yi's brain power was still used when it was most needed. At this level, it was not impossible to deal with it. But at this moment, puff, 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 behind the Eye of Twilight, those bone spurs that opened like flowers flew out like missiles. And after making an arc in the air, they kept falling towards Yisha. So fast, and so dense. Yisha estimated in his mind that it seemed that the distance of the ghost step was not enough to directly escape from the area covered by the bone spurs. And in just a moment of hesitation, the bone spurs were already in front of him. Ah! Yisha roared. Since he couldn't avoid it, he would naturally force it. Sizzle! At the moment when the bone spurs fell, a large amount of electricity surged out of Yisha's body, waving it randomly in the air. And after colliding with those bone spurs, they were electrocuted to pieces. However, the bone flower behind the Eye of Twilight seemed to be able to grow infinitely. After a round of flying spurs, the bone flower had lost its flower shape and became scattered. However, at a speed almost visible to the naked eye, those bone spurs were rapidly growing out of the body of the Eye of Twilight, forming a large area of dense, layered bone flowers again. Then the bone spurs flew again, arced in the air, and began to bombard Yisha. Yisha took a step forward, and did not choose to retreat, but defended again. Sizzle! The blue electric current wrapped around Yisha's arm like a snake, and as Yisha punched at the top of his head, the current rushed upwards, and all the bone spurs that met the front were smashed to pieces. The next moment, the dense bone spurs fell from the sky, but not a single one hit Yisha, because the bone spurs directly above were smashed by Yisha, and the other bone spurs were pierced into the ground around Yisha. The number of bone spurs is constant. If the area covered is larger, it will be less dense. In this case, it is enough to clear the bone spurs in an area. However, at this moment, Twilight Eye twisted its body again, and the bone spurs on its back grew again. Damn! It's endless. Yi Sha did not hesitate at all, and immediately rushed forward while the bone spurs had not grown completely. If he did not fight back, Twilight Eye might continue to grow bone spurs to stab. Coming to the Twilight Eye, Yi Sha raised his hand and punched the Twilight Eye. But he missed. The moment Yi Sha punched, the 6 tentacles on the Twilight Eye quickly came back to help, and gathered together in the center to form a defense. With a bang, Yi Sha's fist hit the tentacles, and the tentacles kept trembling. At the same time, the current flowing on Yi Sha's arm was like liquid, constantly rushing towards the Twilight Eye. Yi Sha sneered. His fist did not need to hit directly. The use of electric current could also cause damage. The ability of the Thunder Emperor was not so easy to resist. In other words, the power of the Thunder Emperor cannot be directly resisted by the body, and can only be resisted by a defensive ability similar to a barrier. The flesh and blood of the Twilight Eye trembled continuously, and the arc instantly enveloped the whole body. Paralysis state. The paralysis state caused by the current entering the body is triggered, and the effect that appears at the same time is the decline of life. After the current enters the body of the Twilight Eye, it is rapidly weakening the vitality of the Twilight Eye. Yi Sha did not continue to attack, but used the current to continuously stimulate the Twilight Eye. It would be good for him to continue to stalemate like this. But at this moment, the tentacles of the Eye of Twilight suddenly loosened a little, and then a bone spur suddenly emerged from one of the tentacles. Puff! The bone spur flew out, brushing against Yi Sha's cheek. Fortunately, the red flame armor was activated in time, and the crystallized flame made the bone spur deviate from its original trajectory. Even so, when the bone spur flew out, it still cut a wound on Yi Sha's face, and bright red blood flowed down his cheek. Chapter 1446 Tyranny. Yi Sha did not blame the red flame armor for not protecting against the bone spur. On the contrary, if it were not for the red flame armor, the bone spur would have hit Yi Sha's face directly. Yi Sha quickly glanced around and saw signs of bone spurs growing on other tentacles, so he immediately jumped back. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Sha jumped away, bone spurs appeared on those tentacles, and then they fired continuously at Yi Sha. These bone spurs were different from the previous ones. They were not a covering attack, but were fired at Yi Sha like guns, and they were faster and more powerful. Bloody Cross. Bloody Cross. Double swords perform oppressive attack and defense with the enemy target. Attack with blood-clotting double swords, and greatly increase the sword speed during battle. Yi Sha swept the sword fiercely, and the blood flowing down his face seemed to be pulled, and all flew to Jianluo Nanjiang. Then Yi Sha opened his hands and held the double swords. One is Jianluo Nanjiang covered with blood, and the other is pure blood sword. Clang, clang, clang. The bloody cross has no attack effect. It can turn a single sword into a double sword. If you don't use weapons, you can directly turn blood into 2. After the 2 swords, the only increase was the sword's speed. Dang, dang, dang! Yi Sha swung the sword forward continuously, with an amazing speed. Even when his arms were swinging, only the flying blood and the afterimage of his arms could be seen. At the same time, the 2 swords kept colliding with the bone spurs, making a crisp sound of collision, and then knocking down the bone spurs. The bone spurs on the tentacles seemed unable to grow continuously like the back. After being knocked down by Yi Sha, the Eye of Twilight did not continue to grow bone spurs, but the tentacles danced and swept towards Yi Sha again. Yi Sha took a deep breath and thrust the sword Luo Nanjiang into the ground with all his strength, directly inserting it into the ground, and then pulled out the twin sawtooth swords from behind. Iron-blooded soldier, great sword fighting in the great sword form. Losing the sense of pain, and all healing and regeneration abilities are improved by 1 stage. Indomitable great sword, dual swords when fighting with the twin sawtooth swords. The physical fitness is increased by 10% every 5 minutes, and the cumulative superposition is 30%. In the state of severe injury, the core energy stimulation is used to ignore the injury for 5 minutes. Yi Sha did not switch the twin serrated swords to double swords, but used the great sword directly, and at the same time, the 2 states of Iron-Blood Soldier and Indomitable were added together. It's going to be fierce. Iron-Blood Soldier can make Yi Sha lose the sense of pain and strengthen the regeneration ability, while Indomitable can improve physical fitness through fighting. When these 2 abilities are selected, it naturally means that Yi Sha will attack crazily. Puff! Taking a step forward, meeting the flying tentacles, Yi Sha directly raised his sword and swept it. And then, There was a muffled sound, and a crack was cut on the tentacle, and it fell to the ground. Yisha raised his foot and stepped on the tentacle, then raised the twin serrated swords again. Bang! Bang! The two tentacles hit Yisha's back, causing severe pain. But Yisha just shook his body and forcibly withstood the attack, then chopped down the twin serrated swords in his hand. Puff! The tentacle made a muffled sound again and was cut off by Yisha's sword. After a successful attack, Yisha turned around without hesitation and swept across, slashing the two tentacles with his sword again. Although he failed to cut off the two tentacles, he waved them away. The next moment, Ghost Step. Yisha ghostly steps and flashes, directly coming to the front of Twilight Eye, raising the sword and stabbing forward. Puff! Yisha stabbed the sword into Twilight Eye's lower abdomen, piercing through Twilight Eye's body. At the same time, 3 tentacles came back to help, and bone spurs grew again at the front, stabbing in from Yisha's back. Puff! 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 Although there is the defense of the red flame armor, the red flame armor cannot completely resist the attack of Twilight Eye. After the 3 bone spurs shattered the crystallized flames, they stabbed into Yisha's back, bringing out 3 blood flowers. But only half of them went in. Ah! Yisha didn't care about the injury on his back, and kept pushing forward, forcing Twilight Eye to retreat. Yiyu, who was watching the battle nearby, was also shocked. When did Yisha become so irritable? Although Yisha often used force when fighting, he was generally a very rational person. Close combat was also a technical way. If it didn't work, he would use his ability to fight back. This kind of fighting method of killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of himself in melee combat was almost never used by Yisha in melee combat. However, Yisha had no other choice. Only this fighting method was suitable for the twin Satu swords. They had lost their sense of pain, and their regeneration ability had been improved by 1 level. Although they could dodge and fight, if they took the initiative to dodge, it would be equivalent to wasting their ability as Iron Blood soldiers. In this case, it would be better to attack with force, pushing the Eye of Twilight forcefully 3 to 5 meters away. Yisha shouted again. Strong force. The muscles in Yisha's arms suddenly swelled up, like an inflated balloon. And then Yisha exerted force again and swept to the side. Puff! Blood mist filled the air. The twin serrated swords had already pierced into Twilight Eye's body, piercing through it. As Yisha increased his power and swept across, the twin serrated swords directly cut Twilight Eye's body in half. Although it was not a fatal injury, this kind of injury could not cause death to Twilight Eye, but it was also a serious injury. It was not a direct injury, but the cut body had to rely on the body regeneration and reconstruction ability of the U2A level virus to recover, which also took time. The next moment, Yisha turned his body violently, and the twin serrated swords cut off the 3 tentacles piercing his back. After the regeneration ability was improved, Yisha's self-healing speed also reached a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. As long as the injury was not too serious, and would directly endanger his life, he could recover quickly. The 3 blood holes pierced on his back stopped bleeding almost instantly, and there were tiny buds of flesh squirming on the edges of the blood holes. With the squirming of those buds of flesh, the blood holes were constantly shrinking and getting smaller. Twilight Eye was in a similar state. Even though his body was cut in half, he still would not die. Moreover, Yisha only used his regenerative ability to recover from his injuries. But Twilight Eye was even more ruthless. His body was reorganized. The surrounding tentacles stabbed Twilight Eye's waist and cut his body completely. Then the tentacles wrapped around the broken body and glued it together. Twilight Eye just lay on the ground. The flesh and blood squirmed. Twilight Eye's form changed again. Beast form. Chapter 1447 Confrontation. Twilight Eye's upper body embraced his lower body and merged. The flesh and blood connected together again, but not fitting together, but overlapping up and down to stick the body together. After the flesh and blood connected, there was no sense of disobedience. And then, puff, puff, Twilight Eye's limbs slowly stretched. And then the flesh and blood tore apart, and sharp claws grew out. At the same time, behind Twilight Eye, the bones that looked like bone flowers bent downwards, wrapped up in circles, forming circles of bone armor. Puff! The sound of flesh tearing rang out again. And then the head of Twilight Eye split open, and a tail suddenly jumped out from the crack. The original position of the buttock slowly stretched and became the shape of a head. like a dog or a wolf, without facial features. This is the beast form of Twilight Eye. It is hard to say what kind of beast it is, but from the body shape, it is indeed like a beast. The next moment, Twilight Eye suddenly jumped forward. So fast. Twilight Eye's speed was terrifying. Yisha only felt a black shadow flash in front of his eyes, and Twilight Eye suddenly passed by him. Then Yisha looked at his forearm, and a wound appeared. A wound was torn open on the part below the elbow, although it was only a superficial wound. And the moment the wound appeared, it was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. But Yisha still showed a look of surprise. The information about Twilight Eye in the boss lady's hand did record that Twilight Eye's speed would become very terrifying in the beast form. So, when Yisha saw Twilight Eye switch its form again, he was indeed prepared. But he didn't expect that his preparation was completely useless. Twilight Eye's speed was faster than Yisha imagined. At the same time, Twilight Eye passed by Yisha, tapped the ground with both feet, and when its claws broke the ground, it immediately twisted its body and rushed towards Yisha again, landing, turning around, charging. The connection was perfect. Speed is not just about speed. If the connection of each action is extremely smooth, it can also make the speed faster. Yisha is also experienced. Seeing Twilight Eye landing and turning around, he felt a sense of crisis, and took a ghost step directly, instantly moving sideways in a large range. The speed of Twilight Eye is much faster than Yisha's normal speed. Even if the Son of Wind's ability is fully utilized, it is probably only as fast as the speed of Twilight Eye in beast form. Moreover, although the Son of Wind's ability is useful, it is limited by wind force and direction, and there is almost no chance to fully utilize the effect. To put it bluntly, it depends on the weather. Ghost Step is not inferior to the speed of Twilight Eye, but the number of steps is limited. What should I do when the number of steps is used up? Then, since we can't keep up with the speed of Twilight Eye, let's suppress the speed of Twilight Eye. Yisha moved sideways again with a Ghost Step, and then held the twin serrated swords horizontally. Click! In the twin serrated swords, there was a clear sound of gears turning. Dual sword form. Eye of the Storm, dual swords in the dual sword form. The core energy of the sword body is activated to create a storm circle. The radius of 7.5 meters is affected, and the strength, attack speed, and movement speed are all reduced by 25%, and the physical consumption is increased by 25%. The effect of the iron-blooded soldier is applied to both the great sword and the dual swords, so it will not disappear. The effect of the Indomitable will disappear. However, the form switch of the Eye of Twilight this time lasted less than 5 minutes. So the Indomitable was gone, and it didn't even have time to improve its physical fitness by 10%. At the same time, the effect of the iron-blooded soldier continued to be activated, and Yisha's injuries quickly regenerated and recovered. At the same time, Yisha could feel that the twin serrated swords in his hand had fluctuated. This kind of fluctuation is not substantial, because it is pure energy fluctuation. But when holding the twin sawtooth sword, you can clearly feel it, and you can also feel it when you are in the range of the energy fluctuation. The next moment, the storm circle unfolds. Under the energy fluctuation of the twin sawtooth sword, the surrounding ground suddenly rolled up a wind flow, forming a circle. The circular storm is actually not very powerful, about half a meter high, and you can step out of it by raising your foot. But the center point of the storm circle is the twin sawtooth sword. As Yisha moves, the storm circle will move, and you can't step out just because you want to. The so-called Eye of the Storm is actually a weakened version of a small domain. When the Eye of Twilight was wrapped in the storm circle and rushed towards Yisha again, its speed slowed down significantly. The 25% decrease in movement speed was still very obvious. Clang! When the Eye of Twilight rushed to Yisha, Yisha swung his sword fiercely, and collided with the claws of the Eye of Twilight. After the speed of the Eye of Twilight dropped by 25%, Yisha could keep up with the speed of the Eye of Twilight. The most important thing is that the storm circle not only reduces the movement speed, but also the attack speed, and also increases the power and physical consumption. Of course, the effect of physical consumption is 0 against zombies. Zombies do not have physical strength, and their athletic ability is always full. But as long as they can keep up with the speed of the Eye of Twilight, it will be fine. This is Yisha's intention. Since they can't keep up with the speed of the Eye of Twilight, let the Eye of Twilight slow down. If it were other opponents, The first thought at this time would definitely be to find a way to deal with the storm circle and eliminate the negative effects. The storm circle created by the Eye of Storm is very similar to the domain ability. But it is not a domain ability. Why? Because it does not have the biggest feature of domain ability, which is indestructibility, among all domain abilities, except for the terrain domain, which is an exception, and can be destroyed by destroying the terrain created by the domain. Any other type of domain ability is indestructible. You can escape from the scope of the domain, or use some abilities to offset or suppress the domain ability. Yisha even knows that the boss lady has a domain ability called Only Me, which covers the domain ability of others. But there is only one thing. The domain ability cannot be destroyed. Once it is activated, it must exist within the duration, and the Eye of the Storm can be destroyed. Whether it is to destroy the twin serrated swords in Yisha's hand, or to destroy the storm circle, or to cause damage to the core energy fluctuations of the twin serrated swords. This is why the Eye of the Storm does not belong to the domain ability. Fortunately, the zombies are stubborn, and they will attack Yisha regardless of the impact of the storm circle. The beast form of Twilight Eye is indeed terrifyingly fast. Even after reducing it by 25%, it is still very fast. Fortunately, Yisha is not slow either. And Blood Cross. Yisha activated Blood Cross again, and the blood-colored smoke quickly enveloped the twin sawtooth swords, increasing Yisha's attack speed and making Yisha's moves faster. Chapter 1448 Final Form. Dang. 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 The twin sawtooth swords and the claws of the Twilight Eye kept colliding, making a crisp metal sound. The attack mode of the beast form of the Twilight Eye is not as good as the previous two forms. It is basically the attack mode of a wild beast. Scratching, biting, and occasionally pouncing. Very direct. Because it is direct, it is easier to resist or dodge. The main problem is that it is fast. This kind of straight attack, if the speed is very fast, will greatly increase the power. But Yisha used the storm circle to suppress the speed of the Twilight Eye, so this attack is not so terrifying. The tail behind Twilight Eye was a little troublesome. It happened in a split second. Just as Yisha dodged Twilight Eye's attack again, the tail swung forward fiercely. It was very fast. Yisha half-lowered one sword, guarding against Twilight Eye's attack, and swept the other sword to the side, slashing at the tail. But just when it was about to hit, the tail suddenly twisted, and actually shook out a wave in the air, and then hit Yisha hard. Bang! Yisha was hit, feeling the force of the impact, and slid sideways to the back. Before Yisha could stand firm, Twilight Eyes pounced on him again, with sharp claws and a faint light, sweeping towards Yisha's face. Flames appeared on Yisha's body, and the red flame armor was activated instantly, covering the front of Yisha, and then quickly crystallized. Crack! The crystallized flames blocked Twilight Eye's claws, and although they were shattered by a single blow, they were blocked anyway. Yisha immediately swept his sword and chopped off the Eye of Twilight. Attacking and grabbing were not difficult to deal with, but the tail was too annoying. Not only was it fast, but it was also very flexible and covered with bone pieces. Its attack and defense were much stronger than the previous tentacles. It was very difficult to defend against it when it came out of nowhere. The Eye of Twilight turned over and got up from the ground, rubbing its claws on the ground, constantly digging the ground, and making a whimpering beast roar from its throat. The atmosphere suddenly felt a little wrong. It's coming! Yisha raised his eyebrows. Obviously, in the beast form, the continuous attacks did not take down Yisha, and the Eye of Twilight began to get impatient. This also means combat form. The Eye of Twilight will enter the final combat form, or it can be said to be the ultimate form of the Eye of Twilight. Yisha did not attack, because attacking was useless. In the process of splitting, reorganizing and regenerating itself, the Eye of Twilight can be said to be invincible, and the core weakness will be hidden in the meat. And those pieces of meat overlapped, and were not easy to cause damage. Of course, it was also possible to take this opportunity to try to kill Twilight Eye, and directly use the killing move to try to break those pieces of meat. But in fact, it was difficult. When Twilight Eye's body split and reassembled, its regeneration ability even exceeded the speed of super speed regeneration. Its recovery ability was so strong that it was horrible. If it could not kill with one blow, no matter how you attacked, it would be useless. These were all recorded in the data. Yisha did not intend to waste his physical strength. Moreover, Even if the twin sawtooth sword could avoid the influence of physical strength, those killing moves were also limited. Either do not use them, or you must strive to kill people if you use them. In just a moment, the Eye of Twilight was squirming wildly on the ground, curling up like a huge meatball. However, the atmosphere was depressing. Roar! Roar! The pile of meat kept roaring, looking extremely ferocious. Yi Yu took a few steps forward and stood beside Yi Sha. I can't continue watching the show. It was not until this moment that the two of them truly felt the oppression brought by the extraordinary mutant zombies from the Eye of Twilight. The previous battles in several forms were at best just appetizers for the Eye of Twilight. The completely clumped pieces of flesh on the ground began to wriggle. The flesh quickly reorganized and stretched, and black spikes grew on the surface. Not long, only about 10 centimeters, in a cone shape. Compared to those spikes, the gigantic body of Twilight Eye made people feel more horrified. Those flesh balls were rapidly expanding, getting bigger and bigger, becoming taller than Yi Sha, reaching a height of 3 or 4 meters, and at the same time constantly stretching. About 5 meters away. Puff, puff, puff. On both sides of the meatball's body, the flesh was constantly torn apart, and centipede-like insect legs kept growing out. There were dozens of them on both sides, supporting the meatball. At the same time, in addition to the spikes, countless bones pierced through the body of Twilight Eye, crisscrossing and irregular, densely wrapped around the whole body. These bones can both defend and cause damage while defending. Puff, puff. The sound of flesh tearing appeared again, this time in front of Twilight Eye's body, and insect legs grew out on both sides again. But this time the insect legs were similar to the sickle of a mantis. Very hideous. Behind the Eye of Twilight, a snake-like tail grew out, constantly sweeping across the ground, sweeping away the dust. There was a crack at the top, and when it opened, it was full of bone teeth, and it turned out to be a mouth. So far, the final form of the Eye of Twilight has basically taken shape. Finally, the position of the head suddenly stretched and became flat, and a crack appeared in the middle, just like the mouth of a crocodile. There were not many teeth in that big mouth, only a few, each of which was formed by bones, very sharp, and looked very lethal. There was also crystal saliva stretched on the edge, with a strong fishy smell, and in that mouth, there was no tongue, but an eye with blood-red white and golden pupil grew out of Twilight Eye's mouth. Roar! Twilight Eye completely entered the ultimate state, then suddenly raised its head and roared. The ground around it kept shaking. Crack! Crack! The ground kept breaking. Countless cracks appeared one after another, and the broken stones seemed to be pulled by some force and kept floating into the air. Not far away, the lighthouse made a loud noise, and the outer wall suddenly cracked into a lot of cracks, and then collapsed with a loud bang, turning into a pile of broken rubble. Yi Sha took a deep breath, and Yi Yu's pupils instinctively split apart and became double pupils. What a strong sense of oppression! Yi Sha felt cold sweat oozing from his forehead. Compared with the ultimate form of the Twilight Eye, the previous forms were just a joke. Snap! Snap! The Twilight Eye gently moved its huge body, and saliva kept dripping from the corners of its mouth, falling on the ground and exploding into water droplets. Yi Sha licked the corner of his mouth. It seems that I have to show some real skills. Otherwise this thing seems to be not easy to deal with. Chapter 1449 Yi Yu attacks. Let me try out the quality of this thing first. Yi Yu's body suddenly floated up and stretched out her hand. Word spirit. Shatter. Yi Yu's double pupils were covered with a layer of 7-colored flowing light, and it was obvious that she was serious. As Yi Yu attacked, Yi Sha suddenly jumped backwards, and the ground in front suddenly made a loud noise, breaking into large pieces and collapsing downwards. The spiderweb cracks continued to spread until they reached the edge of the sea cliff. With a loud bang, the area close to the sea cliff collapsed directly, and countless rubble fell downwards and continuously smashed into the sea. The huge body of Twilight Eye fell into a deep pit, and the surrounding rubble kept rolling. Under Yi Yu's traction, it kept hitting Twilight Eye's body. However, it was obviously useless. Twilight Eye roared again, and all the rubble in front of him was shattered. Not broken, but directly crushed like fine sand. Yi Sha, the eyes are the weakness. The eyes of the Twilight Eye are the brain and the core of the morphological mutation. Yi Yu nodded, without saying anything more, and activated her brain power again. Word spirit. Magic golem. The broken rocks rolled and quickly gathered into a pile, and then continued to piece together, turning into a huge stone giant. And then raised his fist. Bang! The stone giant raised his fist and smashed down, smashing hard towards the single eye of the Twilight Eye. The next moment, Yiyu's eyes lit up. Hit? From Yiyu's perspective, she could clearly see that the stone giant's fist had hit Twilight Eye's eye. Then, for Twilight Eye, it was definitely a heavy blow. No matter how zombies mutate, their strengths and weaknesses are always so obvious. Their physical strength is unshakable. But as long as their heads, which are the center of everything, are smashed, no matter how strong they are, they will be finished. But at this moment, Yisha shouted to Yiyu again, "Get out of the way. I didn't hit you." Yes, it didn't hit. The stone giant's fist looked like it hit Twilight Eye's eye. But in fact it was hanging a few inches in front of Twilight Eye's eyeball. Because, before hitting, Twilight Eye's huge mouth suddenly closed and bit the stone giant's fist. Suddenly, Twilight Eye's body twisted, and the tail behind it rushed forward, hitting the stone giant's chest, directly piercing a big hole in the stone giant's chest, and then rushed towards Yiyu without slowing down. Yiyu's pupils shrank, and she immediately reached forward. Word spirit. Weak. The tail in front of Yiyu seemed to have lost its power suddenly, and suddenly fell down, smashing the ground, smashing a piece of the ground. Yiyu's double pupils once again shone. Word spirit. Push. Bang. Twilight Eye's body seemed to be hit by something out of thin air, and was pushed back continuously. Yisha's eyes lit up. He immediately understood Yiyu's intention, and secretly praised her for being smart, because Yiyu's goal was the edge of the sea cliff. Yiyu wanted to push Twilight Eye into the sea. Unfortunately, she failed. Twilight Eye's body was pushed several meters away, and then it roared wildly, and then its sickle-like insect legs stabbed fiercely at the ground, piercing deeply into the ground. At the same time, the bone spurs on Twilight Eye's body also stabbed downwards, one by one, and continued to pierce into the ground, using this method to forcibly push down Yiyu's attack. The next moment, Twilight Eyes, who had stabilized his body, growled, and the tail behind him rose again, stabbing towards Yiyu. Yiyu floated in the air, feeling as immovable as a mountain. Looking at the tail of Twilight Eyes coming, he stretched out his hand again and pressed it. Word spirit. Yiyu spoke again, slow. Twilight Eye's tail came fiercely. But after Yiyu spoke, it was as if it was slowed down 36 times. The speed at which the tail passed through the air seemed extremely slow, like a turtle crawling. Yiyu floated to the side, moving 3 to 5 meters away, and then Twilight Eye's tail resumed its original speed. But the result was naturally passing by Yiyu's body. Word spirit. Yiyu's expression remained unchanged, and continued to speak. Burn. Puff. 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 Around Twilight Eye, countless fireballs continued to appear, and then fell on Twilight Eye's body, burning rapidly, covering a large area of Twilight Eye's body in the blink of an eye. Twilight Eye immediately struggled, and his body kept rolling on the ground, crushing the ground. Then, the stone giant with a pierced chest took a big step and took the opportunity to come to Twilight Eyes, and slapped down Twilight Eye's body with a pair of giant palms. Bang! Bang! The stone giant's giant palms slapped Twilight Eye's body, and the damage was not bad. Twilight Eye's body was directly smashed into 2 pieces. However, such injuries looked bloody and seemed very scary, but they did not have much effect on Twilight Eyes, as long as it was not an attack on a vital position. Twilight Eyes did not care about the physical injuries. Yiyu was not interested in this. But, boom! The stone giant pressed his palms on Twilight Eye's body, and suddenly exerted force, increasing his strength, and actually pressed Twilight Eyes down to the ground. Boom! As Twilight Eye's body fell to the ground, large cracks immediately appeared on the ground. Twilight Eyes quickly struggled and continued to fight against the stone giant. At this time, Yiyu raised his hand again. Word spirit. Cut! Wind. Invisible surge. Because of the wind and rain from all directions, Yisha was particularly sensitive to the direction of the wind. He could clearly feel that the wind direction around him suddenly changed. The wind began to gather from all directions, and the place where it gathered, in front of the Eye of Twilight, the winds entangled and merged with each other, quickly forming a huge wind blade, which slashed fiercely towards the Eye of Twilight. Puff! The Eye of Twilight quickly closed its eyes, trying to resist it in the same way as before. But it was useless. The wind flowed directly through the gap of the closed mouth and slashed the eyes of Twilight Eye fiercely. Roar! Twilight Eye roared angrily, then suddenly exerted force, struggled madly, and knocked the stone giant away with one blow. The mouth opened, and a crack appeared on the eye. Green liquid continued to flow out along the crack. This time, it was a real injury. Maybe it was not a serious injury. But looking at the appearance of Twilight Eye, you can know that the injury was not light. Twilight Eye's body kept hitting the ground, venting its anger. Yisha couldn't help but look at Yu. This girl is so strong now. Chapter 1450 Omnipotent. Yisha was amazed at Yu's current strength. It's not about how terrible the killing is, or how amazing the destructive power is, but a feeling. A feeling called omnipotent. Attack. Defense. Dodge. There is a feeling that Yu can't be stumped at all, and the battle scene is completely controlled by Yu. Is the Eye of Twilight strong? Of course it is strong. When it enters the ultimate form, it crushes everything around it, and the strong oppression cannot be faked. Although the ratings given on the Doomsday train cannot represent the outcome of the battle, they are of great reference value. The extraordinary level is the extraordinary level. It is not that there are no cross-level challenges or cross-star challenges, but they are rare. It is because the ratings correspond to the strength, and the accuracy is still very high. At the moment, Yisha has a clear feeling that the Eye of Twilight is suppressed by Yu, and both the offense and defense are controlled by Yu. This is the feeling of being omnipotent. Yisha couldn't help but look at Yu twice more. Yisha does not deny Yu's strength. Superhumans have always been synonymous with trouble. However, Yisha has always felt that they are just troublesome. Yisha is quite versatile. He can fight in close combat, long-range combat, and melee combat. He can also use weapons. He is best at cold weapons, such as swords, but he can also use other weapons. He is not proficient in firearms, but his basic accuracy is also okay. This omnipotence is very restraining to superhumans, because superhumans have obvious advantages and disadvantages, and they can easily be exhausted to death by Yisha, or find opportunities to kill them by various means. Secondly, Yisha is a type with a strong will. Words like rational or cold-blooded can also be used to describe Yisha. Although he is not a superhuman, his spiritual attribute is quite high, so he is not afraid of superhumans. After getting the twin sawtooth sword a while ago, because the leading charge effect of the twin sawtooth sword reduces the influence of brain ability by 35% and increases the spiritual attribute by 25%. Yisha can even be called a superhuman killer. Because of these factors, although Yisha does not deny Yu's strength, or in other words, does not deny the strength of superhumans, he thinks it is just that. If Yu fights Yisha, Yisha even thinks that Yu's chance of winning is negative. But Yisha now feels that his feelings all along seem too one-sided. Yu's feeling of being omnipotent is too amazing. Yisha even puts himself in the shoes of Twilight Eyes to fight Yu. And then, Yisha quietly wipes the cold sweat off his forehead. Yisha finds that he doesn't know how to deal with Yu in this state. But at this moment, puff! Yu suddenly spurted out blood, then landed on the ground from the air, and said to Yisha, "Hey, it's your turn." Yisha was speechless. What happened to his omnipotence? Yu gritted her teeth. No way. The brain consumption is too great. Pushing this guy once consumes 10 times the normal consumption. The power of the puppet must be stronger than the Eye of Twilight. Compared with usual, it consumes several times the brain. I can't hold on. Yisha shrugged. Brain consumption is always the key to restricting the performance of superhumans. Yu's ability is indeed a bit scary. She feels omnipotent, but the problem is still the same old problem, which is that she can't last long. The stronger the opponent, the greater the consumption of Yu. Then I'll do it. Yisha took a deep breath and walked towards the direction of the Twilight Eye. Then he felt that it was a trap. Yu injured the Twilight Eye and completely angered this guy. He had to take the blame. But he had to take the blame. Yisha exhaled and stomped his feet. Sizzle! Under Yisha's feet, a large amount of electric current suddenly surged out, spreading around, surging like water. Jioshu! Thunder suddenly sounded in the sky, shaking the earth and the sky. The night sky seemed to be lowered, and the black clouds slowly gathered. The atmosphere became extremely depressing. Electric arcs surrounded Yisha's body, and with every step Yisha took, his body would make crackling sounds. In addition to the improvement of the wind, thunder, rain, and snow capabilities of the Nine Heavens domain. The most important point is that when attacking, all healing abilities can be suppressed. This is very important. More important than the improvement of lethality, and even the value of the Nine Heavens domain. Ancient species and mutant zombies above the extraordinary level almost all have the ability to regenerate. The only difference is whether it is high-speed regeneration or super-speed regeneration. The characteristic of the U2 type A level virus is that it splits, recombines, and regenerates itself. The Eye of Twilight is particularly powerful in this regard. Therefore, to kill this guy in front of you, you must first curb the opponent's regeneration ability. Then, thunder in 10 directions. Although curbing the healing ability is the key, since it enhances the effect of wind, thunder, rain, and snow, it naturally cannot be ignored. With the Nine Heavens domain fully opened, Yisha did not hesitate to use the big move. Boom! Thunder suddenly roared. In the dark clouds in the sky, blue electric currents flashed, like long dragons tumbling. Then, the lightning column broke through the air and fell. The lightning column that required 3 people to hold together fell, and hit the Twilight Eye fiercely, tearing a large piece of the flesh behind the Twilight Eye. The Twilight Eye immediately roared wildly. Don't think that the zombie's weakness is the head. The head of the Twilight Eye is the eye. If the eye is not broken, other attacks are meaningless. In fact, it is just that if you don't hit the vital part, you won't die, but it is not meaningless. For example, if you cut off all the hands and feet of an ordinary zombie, it will not die, but it can only crawl on the ground. What is the difference between that and death? The 10 directions of Wild Thunder is an indiscriminate regional bombardment and is not controlled by Yisha. So it is difficult to hit the eye accurately. But even if it attacks the body, it will still work if the Twilight Eye cannot regenerate the flesh. At least, it can weaken the Twilight Eye. After the roar, because of the lightning strike, the Eye of Twilight naturally became more irritable and angry. The huge tail suddenly stretched out from the back and stabbed Yisha. Yisha did not dodge, but rushed directly towards the tail. The red flame armor could not completely defend against the 3 forms of attacks of the Eye of Twilight before, and it was certainly not able to defend it now. So Yisha chose. Fight! Sizzle! Electric arc surged from Yisha's arms, and then gathered on his fists. At the same time, the inside of the destroyer also kept making mechanical rotation sounds. Electric arcs lingered, and white smoke spewed out from the tail. Heavy punch. As Yisha took a step forward and met the flying tail, Yisha punched forward fiercely. Bang! The next moment, Yisha's fist collided with the front end of the Eye of Twilight's tail. Chapter 1451 Divine Punishment. Damn! It's so heavy. Yisha's facial features were twisted together, and he looked a little wrinkled. Because of this, it was clear how much force Yisha was bearing. Yisha didn't expect that the tail sweep that you had resolved twice would be so powerful. The destroyer plus the Thunder Emperor's electric current amplification made the fight evenly matched. Of course, Yi used the power of the word spirit to directly avoid the tail, and didn't confront it head-on. Boom! Instantly, Yisha's fist and Twilight Eye's tail bounced back at the same time, and the ground beneath their feet broke again and collapsed downwards. In fact, there was no intact ground beneath their feet. Roar! Twilight Eye roared at Yisha, and at the moment, its tail was shaken away. A large amount of venom suddenly spurted out from the edge of the eyeball and fell towards Yisha. Yisha did not move, because Yi was right beside him. The barrier was suddenly erected, intercepting the venom. Yi did not fight to the death with Twilight Eye. She felt that her brain was overconsumed. Or in other words, she felt that her brain was exhausted to the limit, and she could not kill Twilight Eye. She retreated in advance for this moment. If her brain was exhausted to the limit, Yi would not be able to help at all. Although she was a little overconsumed now, it did not take much to build a barrier, so it could still be done. Boom! At the same time, when Twilight Eye was spewing venom, Yisha was not idle either. His attack continued. With thunder, another lightning column hit Twilight Eye's body, causing Twilight Eye's body to tremble slightly. The paralysis effect was triggered. Unfortunately, this time the paralysis effect triggered life decay, which was completely ineffective against zombies. Life decay destroys internal organs to achieve the effect of life decay, but zombies don't seem to have any organs that can be destroyed. In fact, this is different from directly destroying the body. Destroying the body can also weaken the opponent. As for the organs, even if the zombies really have that thing, It won't have much impact if it is destroyed. In addition, after using this ability of Thunder Emperor for a long time, Yi Sha found that although the electric current entering the body seems to be powerful, it actually has its shortcomings, which fits the saying that no ability is perfect. The shortcoming of the electric current entering the body is that when the paralysis state is triggered, it can only cause a paralysis effect to the opponent. In other words, when life decay occurs, it is impossible to trigger the effects of reduced mobility and knockback. And it is even more impossible to trigger the 5% probability of cardiac paralysis and direct death. Of course, cardiac paralysis is the most terrifying effect. But it is also useless against zombies. The hearts of zombies do not beat. So when dealing with zombies, this trick is a bit tricky. Knockback is also effective, but it is not very useful. The only useful thing is to reduce the movement speed. However, Yi Sha did not expect to kill the Eye of Twilight with this. The 10 Directions of Wild Thunder was a continuous attack, so Yi Sha did not need to worry about it. Yi Sha's real killer move was in his own hands. Clang! The sword fell from the sheath in Nanjiang. Brave! Brave! Hold this sword and enter the brave state, and your physical fitness will increase by 75%, which lasts for 300 seconds. After each use, there will be an interval of 1800 seconds before the next use. Entering the brave state, Yi Sha jumped up without hesitation and came to the front of the Eye of Twilight. 24 bridges on a moonlit night. The sword comes out. One sword becomes 24. 24 sword lights densely covered the Twilight Eye, appearing extremely dazzling. And the Twilight Eye immediately closed its mouth. This seems to be the only way for the Twilight Eye to defend against the fatal weakness. But it's useless. Yi Yu has used Feng Liu's attack to show Yi Sha how to break the defense. Even if the mouth is closed, there are still some gaps enough for the sword light to enter. Moreover, the sword speed of 24 bridges Moonlight Night is extremely fast. Dang! Dang! The sword light continuously hit the eyes of Twilight Eye, making a crisp sound. 24 bridges Moonlight Night could not break the eyeball of Twilight Eye. But Yi Yu made a great contribution, because a sword light hit the crack that was previously cracked by Yi Yu. Crack! There was a slight sound on the eyeball, and then the crack became obviously larger. Twilight Eye twisted its body, roaring wildly, and the two sickle-like pincers swept towards Yi Sha with force. A strong wind suddenly rose. Yi Sha seemed extremely calm. When the sickle foot swept over, he suddenly jumped up, dodged the attack, and jumped on the sickle foot. A glance lasted for 1,000 years. In midair, Yi Sha thrust his sword forward again. The sword light was cold. Yi Sha quickly drew and retracted his sword, and then fell back to the ground, making it impossible to see the attack clearly. But, crack! On the eyeball of the Twilight Eye, a circle of fine cracks suddenly appeared around the crack, and the shattering could be clearly seen. Roar! Twilight Eye roared loudly, twisting its body constantly, and even raised most of its body. Puff! Puff! Twilight Eye spewed out poisonous mist downwards, and as Twilight Eye twisted its body, the poisonous mist quickly swept across, and continued to spread in all directions. Ghost Step! Yi Sha didn't want to try the intensity of Twilight Eye's poison, but continued to use Ghost Steps, all moving directly to the back to distance himself from Twilight Eye. And Yi used double pupils. A golden light flashed, and the barrier was constructed again. Barriers rose one after another, intercepting the poisonous fog before the poison spread. Yi Sha, hold on for a minute. Yi Sha did not let Yi Yu intercept the poisonous fog before removing the barriers. Because? Endless bow. Yi Sha stretched out his hand and grabbed the void, imagining the endless bow. God's punishment arrow. Yi Sha stretched out his finger and pulled the bowstring, and the God's punishment arrow was imaginarily materialized. Yi Sha took a slight aim and released the bowstring. The divine punishment arrow flew forward, spinning in the air, bringing out a strong spiral of energy, and shot towards the Eye of Twilight. Speaking of which, bows and arrows are actually the weapons that Yi Sha is best at. The experience of the previous life plus this life is enough to make Yi Sha very good in this aspect. Yi Sha's archery proficiency has reached the master level. However, the limitations of bows and arrows are relatively large, so Yi Sha actually doesn't use them very much. After the initial stage of boarding the Doomsday train, Yi Sha used them very little, and only used them in specific situations. But this does not mean that Yi Sha's ability in this area has deteriorated. Yi was also very tacit. The moment Yi Sha released the bowstring, She removed the barrier to prevent the barrier from affecting the Divine Punishment Arrow. The next moment, the Divine Punishment Arrow made a slight arc in the air, and then drilled into the mouth of the Eye of Twilight. Chapter 1452 Fighting. With a puff. The first thing that was injured in Twilight Eye was not the eyes, but the mouth. Twilight Eye had closed its mouth, but there was still a gap. Yisha aimed at this gap. This was obviously a very difficult task, and it was a great test of archery skills. But Yisha did it. The Divine Punishment Arrow accurately drilled into the gap, and the strong spiral energy tore a piece of Twilight Eye's mouth, and blood was dripping in an instant. But it's not enough. Twilight Eye roared angrily, and the ferocious mouth opened. You can see that the Divine Punishment Arrow pierced into Twilight Eye's eye, and half of the arrow shaft was stuck inside, making a small hole in Twilight Eye's eyeball. Around the small hole, cracks continued to spread, densely packed, which was caused by the spiral energy after being hit by the Divine Punishment Arrow. But it didn't penetrate. The Divine Punishment Arrow did not penetrate Twilight Eye's eyeball, which means that the eyeball was not completely broken. However, Yisha was satisfied with the effect. He caused heavy damage to Twilight Eye, and then to Twilight Eye's mouth. Twilight Eye's mouth was cut off by the spiral chi of the God's Punishment Arrow, and it could no longer be completely closed. In this way, it was even more difficult to defend the eye. Moreover, because of the effect of the Nine Heavens domain, the loss of regeneration ability meant that the piece of flesh and blood could not regenerate. Therefore, this attack was still valuable, and it was of considerable value. The next moment, Yisha loosened his grip, and the infinite bow fell to the ground and disappeared. At the same time, Yisha rushed forward and came to the Twilight Eye again. Twilight Eye roared angrily, and the bones on his body suddenly extended and stabbed towards Yisha. Boom, boom, boom. The bone spurs kept hitting the ground, breaking it continuously, and Yisha quickly dodged the attack and jumped in front of Twilight Eye again. Die! Yisha raised his sword, Luo Nanjiang, with electric current wrapped around the sword, amplifying the power of the attack, and stabbed it hard at the eyes of Twilight Eye. But, crack! On both sides of the mouth of Twilight Eye, two tentacles suddenly grew out, wrapped in bone pieces, looking extremely hard, and quickly wrapped around. It was not Yisha, but the sword Luo Nanjiang in Yisha's hand. Yisha was stunned for a moment, and then cursed inwardly. Although Jiuxia's domain can curb the regeneration ability of Twilight Eye, the body splitting and reorganizing is not considered a healing ability, so it is still effective. The Eye of Twilight obviously changed its body structure temporarily. The next moment, after the two tentacles wrapped around Jian Luo Nanjiang, the Eye of Twilight's body immediately twisted, and its head swung to the side. Yisha was in midair, with no foothold under his feet, and was completely unable to resist the power of the Eye of Twilight. He was swept away by a clean blow. Bang! Yisha fell to the ground, smashing the ground into pieces while rolling backwards. The Eye of Twilight's attack was very fierce. Or rather, all zombies were like this, and they almost didn't know what defense was. After the two tentacles threw Yisha out, they did not retreat at all, but directly wrapped around him, and after making an arc above Yisha, they continued to stab downwards. Yisha looked up, and did not bother to get up, and quickly rolled to the side. Bang, bang, bang. The two tentacles kept hitting the ground, piercing the ground to pieces. Yisha did not know how many times he rolled on the ground, and saw that the two tentacles were stretched to the longest, because the attack distance was not enough. The speed slowed down. Yisha quickly stretched out his hand and slapped the ground, using the force to turn over. But, at this moment, crack! The ground suddenly cracked open, and a tentacle suddenly sprang out from the ground and swept past Yisha's calf. The back of Yisha's calf was instantly bloody, because the weapon was changed from the twin sawtooth sword to the sword falling in southern Xinjiang. Yisha's sense of pain also returned. He grimaced in pain, and sweat continued to ooze out of his forehead. It hurts. The torn piece of flesh was so big that the bones of the calf could be vaguely seen. The degree of pain can be imagined. At the same time, Yisha was cursing in his heart. Isn't this attack mode commonly used by corpse flowers? Yisha was not angry about being injured, but he didn't think of this. The ultimate form of Twilight, I can use the attack modes of the other three forms: Poison Mist, Collision, and Tail Sweep, which are the attack modes of insect form and beast form respectively. The attack mode of plant form has never appeared, and Yisha should have known this. Therefore, Yisha was angry about his negligence. At the same time, 3 tentacles circled in the air and stabbed towards Yisha again. Yi ran forward 2 steps to help. The injury was not serious, at least not fatal, and did not threaten Yisha's life. However, leg injuries are very troublesome because they affect movement and speed. Whether facing extraordinary ancient species or mutant zombies, humans do not have any advantages in terms of physical strength. Therefore, hard defense is the worst strategy, and fighting and entanglement are the main methods. Therefore, speed is very important. However, after Yi took 2 steps forward, she saw Yisha waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need help. So she stopped again. The next moment, 3 tentacles came to Yisha. Sizzle! Electricity gushed out of Yisha's body crazily, and continued to rush toward the sky along Yisha's body. Dancing crazily, Yisha spared no effort to stimulate the electricity stored in the Thunder Core. After the lightning strike evolved into the Thunder Emperor, why did the 2 conventional moves no longer need to be used? Because there is no need. The Thunder Emperor can fully control the electric current. Not only the way to use it, but also the form of electric current condensation, and even the power. In the absence of external electric current for Yisha to control, the more electricity Yisha extracts from the Thunder Core, the greater the power of the current. On the contrary, the less electricity Yisha extracts from the Thunder Core, the smaller the power. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Yisha releases electric current with a certain degree of restraint. If he uses it recklessly, it is easy to run out of power in the Thunder Core. However, Yisha couldn't care less about that at the moment. He usually restrained himself to keep his ability going. But now, he was risking his life. Almost instantly, the 3 tentacles were entangled with the electric current released by Yisha, and the air was filled with the smell of burning. The 3 tentacles were caught in the electric current. Not only were they charred black, but their flesh and blood also shriveled rapidly, with dense cracks appearing, and finally completely shattered into a pile of flying ash. Chapter 1453 becomes stronger. The electric current smashed 3 tentacles, and Yisha gritted his teeth and stood up, with more cold sweat on his forehead. It really hurts. On the other side, Twilight, I had 3 tentacles destroyed, but it was not a serious injury. The pair of sickle feet suddenly swung forward, and unexpectedly stretched out, sweeping towards Yisha. Yisha quickly jumped to the side, and the sickle feet brushed Yisha's body and flew out, hitting a pile of stone ruins behind him, smashing the ruins to pieces. Hey! Yisha supported himself with one hand, relieved the pressure on his legs, and then said, "It's time to get out and work." The injury to the calf affected his mobility too much, and the flesh was cut off. Not the wound caused by cutting. Even if it was super speed regeneration, it would not be able to regenerate the flesh in a very short time. However, there are still ways to deal with it. For example, the twin serrated swords. But Yisha did not intend to do so, because there was another way. Just give your body to Fatal. Of course, it doesn't mean that Yisha won't feel pain if Fatal controls his body. After all, his body still belongs to Yisha. It's just that if Fatal controls his body, he won't be affected even if it hurts. After all, the pain belongs to Yisha, not Fatal. As you wish. Fatal didn't say anything nonsense. Then black liquid gushed out of Yisha's body crazily, quickly covering his whole body, and then entered Fatal form. Roar! Opening his mouth, Yisha seemed to roar silently, and then leaped up. The pair of sickle feet of Twilight I swept over again, and at the same time, the head was not idle, and once again sprayed poison mist towards Yisha. Yu attacked again, building a barrier to intercept the poison mist. But Twilight Eye's sickle feet had no way to do anything. The pair of sickle feet swept and easily cut a piece of the barrier, and continued to attack Yisha. Behind Yisha, black liquid surged, and suddenly split into 2 streams, swept forward, and entangled with Twilight Eye's sickle feet, circling each other. Don't look at the size. Twilight Eye is much bigger. In a pure strength contest, Yisha is definitely at a disadvantage. But fatality is another matter. Fatal is also a type of alien creature, just borrowing Yisha's body to coexist and survive. When entering the fatal state, it looks like black liquid is just wrapping Yisha's body. But in fact, because the black liquid covers and completely integrates into every inch of Yisha's skin, bones, and internal organs, Yisha's body can completely reach the level of alien creatures in the fatal state. Not weaker than Twilight Eye. The black liquid entangled with the sickle foot, pulling and dragging each other. This was a pure strength contest. But Yisha did not lose. No one could do anything to the other. The next moment, Yisha jumped up and turned his body in the air. Then the black liquid on his shoulder suddenly surged and shot out downwards. At the same time, it suddenly solidified and became extremely solid and sharp, directly piercing Twilight Eye's body. Roar! Twilight Eye roared loudly and angrily. And then the bone spurs on his back shot out into the air, intending to fly Yisha. If Yisha had come up with this move by himself, he would have no way to do it. There was no fulcrum in the air, so he couldn't move in a large area. Even if he blocked, it was difficult to exert force because there was no fulcrum. But the fatal attack was not affected. 2 streams of black liquid gushed out and stuck to the ground, forcibly pulling Yisha's body down to the ground, avoiding the attack. After landing, Yisha put his hands on the ground and ran like a beast, running quickly around the Eye of Twilight, leaving a stream of black liquid on the ground. After Yisha circled around the Twilight Eye, the black liquid suddenly tightened and bound the Twilight Eye's body. Roar! The Twilight Eye roared and struggled, and its insect legs kept opening to the surroundings, trying to struggle out of the black liquid. But it was useless. The black liquid did not bind the Twilight Eye forcibly, but was elastic and kept stretching. No matter how hard the Twilight Eye tried, it could not break the black liquid. At the same time, Yisha's figure flashed and came in front of the Twilight Eye again. Puff! Puff! 2 streams of black liquid shot out from behind Yisha, surging forward and piercing the eyeball of Twilight Eye. Crack! The weak spot of Twilight Eye was hit hard again, but it was still not broken. There were more cracks, and the cracks had spread to the entire eyeball. TSK! Yisha TSK in his heart, secretly sighing that Twilight Eye was really durable. This didn't break the eyeball, and the eyeball was equivalent to the brain of Twilight Eye, and it was also the most vulnerable part of Twilight Eye. The Eye of Twilight roared again, and stopped struggling, letting the black liquid bind his body. Then a pair of sickle legs and dense insect legs on both sides of his body flew out, with tentacles attached to the back. Boom! 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 The insect legs hit the ground continuously, breaking it up. Yisha ran quickly, and the beast-like movement method of the deadly beast was indeed faster and more flexible. The insect legs were about to hit Yisha, but Yisha suddenly stopped and changed direction. It was a very simple action, but it was very effective. In fact, it was very difficult to stop and change direction at high speed. Inertia was not so easy to change and resist. It was because of the beast-like movement of Fatal that this could be achieved, easily avoiding the continuous flying insect legs. Fatal suddenly asked, "Do you want to try a fatal blow?" Yisha wondered, "Fatal blow?" Yisha did not wait for Fatal's answer, because he thought of the answer after asking. The power of the Apostle. Yisha was a little confused. The power of the Apostle is strong, but it may suffer from terrible sequelae. Every time he uses it, Yisha has to endure an extremely terrible mental shock. This mental shock is very terrible, directly targeting Yisha's heart, thinking, and even consciousness. If he can't hold on, Yisha's consciousness may disappear. Then, if there is no self-consciousness and thinking, what is the point of keeping the body? Will he become a vegetable? It is also possible that Yisha will become a new apostle, and this body will become the apostle's thing. Fatal, it's just a part of the power. I think you should be fine. Yisha, why? You didn't say that before. You also warned me not to use it easily. Fatal, because you have become stronger. This is really a simple and crude reason, but it also makes sense. Yisha was a king before, and now he is a supernatural. Indeed, he has become stronger. Chapter 1454 Killing. Then, Yisha was also determined in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "Kill this guy. It has been delayed for long enough." Yisha is still the same Yisha. Rational, calm, and even cold-blooded. It is not that Yisha will not be impulsive, but it is rare. The reason why Yisha is so decisive is that he has almost no choice. Yisha's current strongest killing moves, Jiushi combined with Divine Thunder, can be used, but it is not easy to use at the moment, because it is not easy for Divine Thunder to accurately hit the Eye of Twilight. To deal with Twilight Eye, you need a killer move that can accurately hit a single target. This kind of killer move with large-scale bombing obviously depends on luck. If you can't hurt Twilight Eye's eyes, you can't kill Twilight Eye. White Dragon King combined with 8 directions wind and rain is another killer move. Even. This is the seaside. Lord of the Sea. It can be used when entering the final Dragon Might state. After using it, the final Dragon Might will be extended to 60 seconds. In the ocean environment, you can drive the seawater to attack at will, turning the river and the sea upside down. With infinite power, the Lord of the Sea is the strongest killer move of the White Dragon King. But the environment requirements are too strict. Yisha has never used it because there is no chance to use it. It can only be used in places with seas, and the conditions are met at the moment. However, Dragon Transformation and the White Dragon King have been used before, and now they are still within the use limit. The third killer move is the King's Holy Sword that Yisha has sealed for a long time. The Demon Sword and the Tragedy King are the greatest value of the King's Holy Sword. The Demon Sword must not be used. There is only one last chance left. After using it, the King's Holy Sword will be broken. It should be used at a more critical moment. The Tragic King has to bear a huge side effect, which is a chance to revive. Thinking of this, Yisha was extremely entangled. The King's Holy Sword really made Yisha not know how to describe it. It was unimaginably powerful, and the side effects were equally unimaginable. In other words, if it weren't for this, the King's Holy Sword would not have been sold to the boss lady for only 50 gold skull coins, which was the lowest level in the treasure list. In addition to these 3 moves, Yisha currently had no other means to deal a fatal blow to the Eye of Twilight. So, this is a multiple choice question. Pay the price of a chance to resurrect, or resist the erosion of the Apostle's power on himself. Yisha chose the latter, and when Yisha made the choice, Fatal would not hesitate and ran towards the Eye of Twilight again. While running, the black liquid behind Yisha suddenly surged wildly. Puff, puff, puff. The black liquid kept flying out from behind Yisha, falling on the Eye of Twilight like a rope, binding the Eye of Twilight tightly. The Eye of Twilight was not to be outdone. The black liquid was extremely difficult to struggle out due to its viscosity and elasticity. But even if it did not move, the Eye of Twilight could still attack. Plant-like attack mode. The insect legs connected to the tentacles did not hit Yisha, and after circling in the air, they rushed towards Yisha's back. At the same time, boom, 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 continuous loud noises continued to appear. The ground continued to crack, and then tentacles, like corpse flower vines, continued to drill out from the ground. The next moment, those tentacles fell from all directions towards Yisha. As those tentacles hit, the ground continued to crack, and then, the sea cliff collapsed. The continuous battles finally made the sea cliff unable to bear the weight and began to collapse. Countless pieces of rubble continued to fall down, and then fell into the sea, splashing a lot of water. The corner of the sea cliff protruding toward the sea surface completely collapsed downwards. Yu floated up and used floating to hang in the air. The reaction of the Eye of Twilight was also very fast. The insect legs immediately stabbed towards the cliff exposed after the sea cliff was broken. Boom, 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 as the insect legs continued to stab into the cliff. The whole body of the Eye of Twilight was hanging on the cliff. But at this moment, Yisha came. Yisha's body fell directly from the air. With a palm, black flames overflowed from Yisha's palm, constantly jumping, and then rotating, forming a fireball. The fireball was very small, probably only the size of a baby's fist, and it was hard to tell how hot or powerful it was. But at this moment, Yisha threw the black fireball towards the Eye of Twilight below. The collapse of the sea cliff was not necessarily a bad thing for Yisha, because it restricted the movement of the Eye of Twilight. Of course, the Eye of Twilight could still move by using its insect feet to continuously pierce the cliff, but it was obviously impossible to walk on flat ground. This was a great opportunity for Yisha. A fatal blow. The black fireball fell and accurately entered the mouth of Twilight Eye. Boom! The black fireball was obviously very small, but the moment it fell into Twilight Eye's mouth, it suddenly made a huge roar. The violent sound brought a violent tremor. The whole sea cliff began to tremble wildly because of the power of this blow, and countless rubble fell madly towards the sea below. At the same time, black flames gushed out of Twilight Eye's mouth crazily, and the palm-sized fireball before was just an illusion. Almost instantly, the black flames enveloped the body of the Twilight Eye, burning fiercely. Yi Sha could clearly see that the body of the Twilight Eye was quickly torn apart, burned by the flames, and even some of its flesh and blood were burned and peeled off, self-splitting, reorganizing and regenerating. This is the specialty of the Twilight Eye. It wants to use this method to offset the damage caused by the flames. But it's too slow. The ability of the Twilight Eye to split, reorganize and regenerate is actually very fast. But in the black flames, it seems too slow. Or in other words, the speed at which the flames burn and cause damage is too fast. That was the flame of the Son of Flame. The mouth of Twilight Eye opened, roaring wildly, revealing the eyeball. Crack! The eyeball made a crisp sound and completely shattered. The cracks completely covered the eyeball. And at the same time, the smelly green liquid also gushed out of the eyeball. Twilight Eye. Death. You killed Twilight Eye. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, broken Twilight Eyeball. You killed Twilight Eye. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, U2 type A grade mutant virus. You have killed Twilight Eyes. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, split cell meat. You have killed Twilight Eyes. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, Twilight Retina. You have killed Twilight Eyes. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, high density alien bone. Chapter 1455 The Death of Yi Sha. Mysterious voices kept ringing in Yi Sha's ears, announcing the death of Twilight Eye. The next moment, Twilight Eye 3 or 4's body seemed to have lost its strength and could no longer hold on. Its flesh and blood suddenly shattered, and the whole person fell downwards. Yi Sha fell rapidly, jumped onto Twilight Eye, dug out Twilight Eye's eyeball, and then cut off a piece of meat, then jumped towards the rock wall and grabbed the protruding rock. Looking down, the eye of Twilight smashed into the reef below, and its body was smashed into a pile of meat. Yi Sha was not very satisfied. It was his own reward. The broken eyeball was there, and the meat was also obtained, which could be used to extract the U2 type A level mutant virus. But the bones were not available. The eye was smashed into a pile of rotten meat, and I didn't know if I could fish it out in the sea. Sighing, one less thing is one less thing. Yi Sha began to climb up the rock wall and soon climbed to the top. Yi came over, finished. Yi Sha threw the broken eyeball in his hand, of course. But at this moment, bang! The cracked eyeball suddenly exploded, and several bone spurs suddenly shot out from the inside of the eyeball, hitting Yi Sha's head accurately. Almost in an instant, Yi Sha's head was covered with dense bone spurs, like a thorn ball, and blood flowed quickly. Plop! Yi Sha's body fell backwards and fell straight to the ground. Yi Yu covered her mouth. Her pupils dilated continuously, revealing a look of horror. No one can survive after being pierced through the head, especially Yi Sha's head, which was pierced like a hornet's nest. In the luxurious room, a large screen was playing the scene of Devil's Island. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Yu looked at the screen and suddenly laughed. Looking very satisfied, he reached out and took a glass of red wine from the side and brought it to his mouth. But at this moment, on the screen, Yi Sha, whose head was pierced, suddenly sat up and pulled out the bone spur on his head. A green light appeared on Yi Sha's body, covering his whole body. In the last second, his body had already become dull. But in the next second, that kind of vitality returned. The wound on his head suddenly disappeared. It was not healed, but disappeared suddenly, as if it had never appeared. Under the cover of green light, Yi Sha's pale face suddenly became normal again. Asshole! Dongfang Yu was stunned for a moment, then smashed the wine glass against the wall. This guy actually has the ability to resurrect. Dongfang Yu didn't seem to feel relieved, and kicked the sofa away again, punched the wall angrily, and cursed, asshole, asshole, asshole. After cursing for a long time, Dongfang Yu gradually calmed down. Can't be killed. Having the ability to resurrect means that Yi Sha can't be killed. Of course, the ability to resurrect is very, very rare, and it can even be said to be counted on one's fingers, and usually has more stringent conditions. Moreover, the resurrection ability cannot last forever. Otherwise, an unkillable enemy naturally means invincibility. So, if you really want to kill him, it is not impossible to kill him. The key is how many times you need to kill him. But Dongfang Yu knew that there was no chance this time. At least on Devil Island, it is impossible to kill Yi Sha. Dongfang Yu took a deep breath and suddenly turned his head. In the corner of the room, There was a man tied up with rags stuffed in his mouth. Dongfang Yu pulled the man up from the ground and took the rag out of his mouth. I don't want to waste time. Let me ask you again. Is what you said before true? Really? Really? The man nodded immediately. I swear to God. What I just said was all true. I have told you everything I know. Dongfang Yu nodded. From the look of you, you really don't seem to be lying. The man was surprised. Then you promised. As long as I say it, you will let me go. Crack. Dongfang Yu suddenly reached out, grabbed the other person's throat, and twisted it hard, breaking the other person's neck. Sorry. Dongfang Yu let go of his hand, and then looked at the corpse. I lied. After throwing the corpse aside, Dongfang looked at the screen, snorted coldly, and then quickly opened the door and left. Devil's Island. Sea cliff. Ugh. Yisha groaned and sat up suddenly from the ground. The feeling of dying once. Yisha gasped for air, then raised his hands to touch his face, and then quickly touched his body to feel the body temperature. Then Yisha heard a scream, and when he looked sideways, he saw Yi retreating in fear. Yisha, what? Yi moved her throat. Zombies? Yisha, have you ever seen a zombie that can talk? Yi ghosts? Yisha sighed. I'm alive. Yi, this is the first time I've seen someone survive with his head pierced like a hedgehog. Yisha lied, as a flight attendant. You must have something to hide in your heart. Right? If it's that easy to kill me, I would have died countless times. Yisha said, as he glanced at his personal information, and then cursed him in his heart. Sure enough, in the 12 trials of immortality, his number of resurrections was reduced by 1. And he really died just now. Just as Yi said. No one can survive with their head turned into that. However, when he reached the gates of hell, the 12 trials of immortality saved him. Of course, Yisha also paid a chance to revive for this. This feeling made Yisha feel extremely unhappy. He had killed Twilight Eye. How could it be at the last moment? No, this was not the last moment. Twilight Eye was obviously dead. And the mysterious voice appeared. Why is it like this? Yisha looked at the broken eyeball fragments on the ground, which looked like glass. But when he really picked it up and took a look, it was actually different. He could feel the flesh. Yi looked at Yisha and asked tentatively, Hey, are you okay? I'm fine, Yisha replied. But Yi looked at Yisha clenching his fists, squeezing his joints until they crackled. And he looked like he was fine. Let's go! Yisha stood up and waved his hand. Let's leave here first. But at this moment, a chirping sound suddenly came from the sky. And then Yisha looked up and saw the ice and snow god flapping his wings, falling from the sky, landing on Yisha's shoulder, shaking his head constantly. Yisha looked at the ice and snow god and raised his eyebrows. You said there was a place you wanted to take me to? Chapter 1456. The snow god appears. The Archon and little ancient cat could not come to Devil Island, so they returned to the Doomsday train. But the corpse flower and the snow god had no problem. The corpse flower could come from the bottom of the sea, and the snow god was more convenient because he could fly. However, the snow god had not appeared, and Yisha thought that he had not arrived yet, or was still looking for him in the air. Now that the fight was over, the snow god did appear, and seeing the snow god dancing and flapping his wings on his shoulders, it seemed that he was signaling to follow him. So he couldn't help but ask. I guessed it right. The ice and snow god nodded wisely, then spread its wings and flew forward. Yisha and Yi looked at each other, and then Yi looked like she was going to do whatever she wanted. Since the ice and snow god belonged to Yisha, Yisha didn't waste any words and simply followed the ice and snow god forward, going down the slope of the cliff directly. Yisha was a little surprised that the ice and snow god actually flew towards the seaside, and flew directly to the sea surface. Yisha frowned. Want to swim? Yi, I don't care anyway. I can just float over. It's not far to cross the sea and reach the pier on the other side. Yisha saw that the ice and snow god had already flown far away, circling in the air for 100 meters, and simply said, then swim. Anyway, to return to the Doomsday train, you have to go to the other side. There is no entrance and exit to the Doomsday train platform on Devil Island. While talking, Yisha rushed 2 steps and jumped directly into the sea. Yi shrugged and floated half a meter above the sea surface. Yisha was jealous. But it was a pity that the brain ability evolution was not something Yisha could do just by thinking about it. To be honest, Even Doomsday Train could not do anything about it. There were also drugs that could turn people into corpses, like alien humans. Although there were side effects, and they could not do the same as alien humans, it was still a corpse ability, and they could experience the feeling of alien humans. The only thing that could be used to become a superhuman using brain ability was not true. While thinking, Yisha swam forward. And after swimming for a while, Yisha suddenly realized that the direction the ice and snow god was flying was not directly towards the other side. Yisha frowned. What on earth is this going to do? While Yisha was puzzled, a yacht appeared in front of him. And then Yisha saw the ice and snow god flying over the yacht and stopped. Yisha was stunned. The place where the ice and snow god wanted to take him was this yacht. Yisha was puzzled, but he still approached quickly, and then climbed onto the yacht from the side and back. Bloody smell. Very strong. After climbing onto the yacht, Yisha smelled a strong smell of blood. He looked down and saw blood under his feet. Then he looked forward along the blood and saw two bodies. Yisha walked to the corpse and turned it over. At this time, Yiyu also floated to the yacht and said directly, "There are no living people here. I feel a pile of corpses." "You are right." Yisha pointed to two corpses, Sessions as people. Yiyu's eyes lit up. "I see." The boss lady said that Sessions likes to watch the target game nearby. So every time at the scene of the target game, if she is not pointing to the stand-in, Sessions is most likely on the yacht. Even if Sessions wanted to watch, he couldn't really watch it live, and he still had to rely on cameras and screens. The location of this yacht is about 1 nautical mile away from Alcatraz Island, so it can certainly be considered a nearby view. Thinking about it this way, Yisha felt that it really made sense. He had been thinking wrong from the beginning. Sessions was indeed watching nearby, but he didn't say that he had to be on Alcatraz Island. He could just get a yacht on the sea. However, it seems that he is late again? Yisha immediately waved his hand. "Let's go!" Yisha immediately walked into the yacht. It can be said that there were corpses everywhere. The interior space of the yacht is 2 floors. The upper floor is a hall with about 5 or 6 corpses lying. There are 2 bedrooms on the lower floor. The space is not large and can be searched quickly. Because the bedroom is on the bottom floor, it is naturally the last to be searched. After entering the bedroom, Yisha couldn't help but slap his head. Sure enough, I was late again. There was a corpse stuck in the corner. Judging from his appearance, it was Sessions. Yiyu was dissatisfied. Another body double. Right? Yisha walked to the body and checked it. The fatal injury was similar to the body double, with a broken neck bone. However, the body double was strangled by the rope, while the current one was pinched, because there were obvious concave fingerprints on both sides of the neck. After checking, Yisha sat aside helplessly. This time it's the real thing. Yisha's conclusion after the inspection was that there was no silicone mask, unless it was a plastic surgery. Otherwise, Yisha could be sure that it was a real face, and the appearance was completely consistent with the photo. It was undoubtedly Sessions. Yiyu couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. And then, it seems that it's really in vain? Yisha stood up and looked around. There was a broken red wine glass. A plate fell on the ground, and some food was inside. There was a spliced large screen in front of him, with a picture of Devil's Island on it. Everything seemed to confirm that the body in front of him was really Sessions. It seemed that the mission might really be ruined. But Yisha was not so interested in the mission at the moment. What Yisha cared more about was who did it. Apostles? Or people on the Doomsday train? If it's just a pure mission competition, it's relatively simple. But what if it's not? This made Yisha check the surroundings more carefully, hoping to find some clues. To be honest, Yisha's eyes suddenly lit up. Yisha suddenly said, "Our mission is not over yet." "Why?" Yiyu was stunned for a moment. "Can you still bring this guy back to life?" "Yisha, it's impossible to bring him back to life. But the dead can also speak." Yisha stretched out his fingers, pushed open Sessions' coat, and then took off a tie buckle from Sessions' shirt. Yiyu looked at the tie buckle, which looked very luxurious and valuable. Of course, it was before the end of the world, because the tie buckle was made of pure gold, and the edges were inlaid with broken diamonds, and the 2 ends of the pin were decorated with rubies. As for the shape of the tie buckle, it looked like the English letter M, but it was not a pure M font. It was a handwritten M font that was designed and then made into the shape of a tie buckle. Yiyu could guess that this tie buckle was definitely worth a lot of money before the end of the world. Probably at least 6 figures. but it was completely rubbish in the end of the world. It was useless, and probably couldn't even be exchanged for a piece of bread. Yisha suddenly said, "Have you heard of a woman named Martha Miller?" Chapter 1457 Clues. Yi was stunned for a moment. "I seem to have heard of it. It's quite familiar." Yisha, Martha Miller. The outside world has always believed that she is one of the founders of Compu, and the wife of Karam, although it is said that they are not married, but just lovers. Oh! Yi suddenly realized, that woman. Yisha shook his tie buckle. Martha is Karam's woman, and one of the major shareholders of Compu. But Martha does not have much say in Compu, and her shares were originally given by Karam. Yi grinned. Kareem wants a bigger say. Yisha nodded. In fact, each shareholder of such a large company does not hold many shares, because the majority of them are held by the three giants of Computech. For example, Kareem, who owns 20% of the shares, is already the largest shareholder. The other two giants also own about 15%, and the three of them hold more than 50% of the shares. The market also holds about 20% of the shares. So the remaining so-called major shareholders only hold about 3% to 5%. However, all board members have voting rights. Even if Karam has the largest 20% of the shares, he still has only one vote. In the early days when Comscope was united, the three giants had the final say. However, according to Dr. Davis, the three giants had a gap in the later period. That is, there was an internal power struggle. What should we do if we need more say at this time? It's very simple. Just have more votes on the board of directors. Karam gave Martha 5% of the shares, and he is still the largest shareholder. But Martha entered the board of directors because of the 5% shares, and Karam has 2 votes. Even more, Karam could use this method to give another 5% of the shares to a trusted person. He would hold 10% of the shares, still one of the top 3, but he would have 3 votes. So, in the dispute among the top 3 of Computech, Karam had the most advantages. This is probably the reason for Karam's death. In a normal power struggle, Karam had too much advantage, so he had to resort to extraordinary means. Yi, but what does this mean? Yisha, I received intelligence that this woman is very ambitious and is unwilling to live in the shadow of Karam. The person who killed Karam may be this woman. Secondly, she is one of the current leaders of Compu and may hold the initial zombie virus. Yi, this is the intelligence you have obtained before, right? I am asking what this type button represents. Yisha, before the end of the world, Martha was the major shareholder of Compu, but she actually had no decision-making power. Karam had the final say. She mainly used this identity to develop her own business. She invested in many things, among which fashion brands invested the most. Yi tilted her head, still not understanding. Yisha shook the tie buckle in her hand. Martha has her own high-end fashion brand, named M, which is the first abbreviation of her name. Yi showed a look of realization, but still puzzled. Even if this tie buckle is a brand product under the name of Martha, it can't represent anything, right? No, it can represent something. Yisha, because there are only 5 of these tie buckles in the world. Yi was stunned. Huh? Yisha, this was designed by a famous designer when Martha founded her brand on its 10th anniversary. There are only 5 in the world, and they are not sold to the public. These 5 tie buckles were given to 5 people, including the 3 giants of Computech, Martha's father, and Martha's brother. The one given to her father died of cancer later, so the tie buckle returned to Martha. Yi finally understood a little and said directly, so, Session shouldn't have this thing? Yisha, yes. Then, guess how this tie buckle got into Session's hands? Yi thought for a while. The most likely one is Karam's. Yisha, yes. If Sessions is the murderer who killed Karam, then Karam's tie buckle is likely to fall into Sessions' hands. Unfortunately, this one is not Karam's, but Martha's father's, Yisha said as he opened the tie buckle. On the inner side of the tie buckle, an English name was hand-carved, Reddick Miller. This, Yi frowned. Normally, one should keep his father's relics for himself and not give them to others. Yisha, unless the 2 of them are very close. Yi, that makes sense. Yisha dipped his finger in some blood and drew on the ground. First a triangle, and then wrote Wayne Astaire, Adam, Will, and Martha in the triangle. Wayne and Adam are the other 2 giants of Compu Corporation besides Karam. Then, outside the triangle, Yisha drew a line and wrote Sessions' name. Yisha smiled. This is still a very interesting relationship. Yu made a gesture of listening attentively. Yisha, let's not talk about the relationship before the end of the world. Let's talk about the current Compu company. The top leaders are Wayne and Adam. Among them, Adam is a very outstanding scientist, mainly responsible for the technical support of various experiments in Compu company. Yu pointed to Martha's name. Since you listed the two people separately, it means that Martha is not in the same group with the two people? Yisha, yes. After the end of the world, Martha inherited everything from Karam, and took away a group of Karam's cronies. She is the third leader of Computech. And now the leaders of Computech are the three of them. Yu, since you used the word on the surface. Then, secretly? Yisha, secretly. Wayne and Adam are not satisfied with Martha. In their opinion, this woman is just an appendage of Karam, and has no ability. It was only after Karam's death that she took away everything from Karam, by using her identity as Karam's woman. Of course, Wayne and Adam also have ambitions. After Karam's death, they think that they should be in charge of the company. Yu thought for a moment, then, the most suspect in Kareem's death should be Martha? Yisha, let's not talk about this for now. Anyway, the three of them did not break up on the surface. After the end of the world, the three of them were the top leaders. However, Martha has been living on a private island called White Whale Island. She also uses the name of Compu. But she does not interfere with Wayne and Adam. Chapter 1458 Situation. Yu, on the surface, they are harmonious. But in fact, they are separated? Yisha thought about it, and then laughed. You are quite right. Because before the end of the world, Martha used the name of Kareem to gain certain power within Compu. So she needed this title. Yu. But the other two giants were not satisfied with her. After the end of the world, she simply became independent. But she did not throw away this title. I don't know if the two are related, but the general situation is like this. Yisha said, while drawing a circle on Sessions' name. Let's talk about this guy. Yu, I have read Sessions' information. Before the end of the world, Computech was a company supported by the military. Sessions represented the military. Sessions was not from Computech, but he had a close relationship with Computech. Yes. Yisha, but the key is that after the end of the world, this relationship is meaningless. Yu nodded. Yisha continued, and the key is here. Sessions is a tough guy. He actually created an armed force after the end of the world. In the early stage, before Compu had its own armed force, or before the Three Dragons and the cleanup team were formed, they borrowed Sessions' armed force. As Yisha spoke, he circled Wayne and Adam's names, and then connected the two names with a line. Even if Yu was stupid, she understood it, and said directly, from the appearance of the tie buckle on Sessions. Sessions and Martha's relationship is probably very close. So Sessions actually has connections with both sides? Yisha smiled. That's what I thought. Wow. Yu, this guy is a traitor. Yisha, this is his strength. Before the end of the world, although Sessions represented the military, and his ostensible responsibility was to supervise Computech, he secretly provided convenience to Computech. On the other hand, he used his military status to exploit Computech at all times, and even threaten Karam. Yisha remembered Dr. Davis's evaluation of Sessions, saying that this guy was a shameless person. His best skill was to take advantage of the East and the West. The worst thing was that he often took advantage of both parties, and did not do the work of either party. Yu, so what should we do with the current situation? Yisha, actually, I just suddenly thought of a question. Yu was puzzled. Huh? Yisha, according to the earliest information I got, the initial zombie virus must be in Karam. Right? Yu nodded. Yisha, so? The conclusion is that whoever killed Karam got the initial zombie virus. Right? Yu nodded again. She also knew about this matter. She also knew that Yisha and Yepa went to the villa where Karam died in order to investigate the murder of Karam. Unfortunately, they did not get any information about the initial zombie virus. Yisha pointed at the names on the ground with his finger. We have always believed that whoever killed Karam had the original zombie virus, and the murderer was one of these people. But we overlooked a very important question. That is, what if the murderer was not one person? Yu, collusion? Yisha, according to my intelligence, these four people all had reasons, or interests, to kill Karam. If so, why couldn't they have done it together? Or 3 people? 2 people? Yi thought for a moment. Martha and Sessions? Yisha singled out Sessions' name. Actually, if you think about it carefully, Sessions is the least likely to kill Karam. There is only one possibility for him to kill Karam. That is, Wayne or Adam promised him that he would be rewarded after taking power. And if these 2 people wanted to take power, Karam would not be able to cross the threshold. Yi immediately understood. Secondly, it is about the initial zombie virus. Sessions is the only one who got the initial zombie virus. But it is useless. Yisha, yes. According to intelligence, many of Compu's products are based on the original zombie virus, which is also Compu's core value. In other words, Compu grew because it had something that could produce the original zombie virus. And if the original zombie virus produced super soldiers in the research plan instead of zombies, it might bring world-class wealth and power. The problem is that Sessions is the only one who is incapable of conducting this research. Yiyu, let's not talk about Wayne and Adam for now. Martha inherited everything from Karam, including the members of Computech, who were loyal to Karam. She also has the ability to conduct research. Yisha, so, let's assume that Sessions participated in the plan to kill Karam. He must have a collaborator. Who is this collaborator? The most likely ones are Wayne and Adam. Even if Martha inherited everything from Karam, she is not Karam after all. After Karam's death, the real giants of Computech are actually only Wayne and Adam. Yiyu, but the appearance of that tie button makes things difficult to say. Maybe Sessions' collaborator is Martha. Then, Sessions is not capable of studying the initial zombie virus. The thing must be in the hands of the collaborator. Yeah. Yisha, of course. This is just a guess based on limited intelligence. It is not certain. But it is a possibility after all. What is the real purpose of our mission? The reason why Yisha took over this mission was not just because of the reward from the deputy train captain. Of course, the reward from the deputy train captain was also one of the reasons. Why not take advantage of the opportunity? But the information about the initial zombie virus, or getting the initial zombie virus, is the most important thing for Yisha. No matter what the initial zombie virus is worth, or whether it can be used to negotiate with the train conductor. That is the big deal. So, Sessions' death is of course a huge pity. Some doubts can be answered clearly through Sessions' mouth, which is the best. But the current situation does not seem to be too bad. At least one thing. That is, the clues have not been broken. Since the clues are not broken here with Sessions, it means there is still hope. Yisha thought so. And then searched Sessions' body again, hoping to find something else useful. And Yisha really found it again. In Sessions' pocket, there is a palm-sized notebook. Yisha opened it, and saw that it recorded Sessions' schedule. Chapter 1459 Return. This is quite surprising. Before the end of the world, it was natural for Sessions to have a schedule. But in the end of the world, he is still acting like a super busy person. And he has to be careful about his schedule 24 hours a day. It feels a bit weird. The train conductor is busy for a while, and rests for a while. Could it be that this guy is more famous than the train conductor? Yisha thought about it while flipping through it, and then found that he had misunderstood Sessions. The schedule is indeed a schedule, but it is not based on days, but a schedule for a period of time, mainly with some fixed schedules to be arranged. It doesn't really matter whether there is a schedule at this level, but Yisha thinks Sessions is probably used to this kind of record. After all, he was a busy man before the end of the world. Yisha flipped through the notebook, and suddenly, Yiyu, wait a minute. Yisha was puzzled. What? Yiyu, if you flip forward, it seems that there are several places that repeat. Yisha flipped back the notebook, obviously looking more carefully, and indeed found something worth thinking about. For example, there was an overlapping timeline on the notebook. On this timeline, the days and months were different, but the time was the same. All 12 o'clock in the evening. On this timeline, Linjiang City, St. Lawrence City, Newham City, etc. appeared. The regions were completely different, and even the continents were different. It was not until the 5th place name was marked as Devil's Island that Yisha and Yiyu understood. This timeline is the timeline of the target game. Just like the boss lady's intelligence, Sessions will be present at each target game. Then, Yisha began to pay attention to the repeated place names mentioned by Yiyu. This is Sessions' Survivor Human Camp. Yisha, of course. It is a little different from the normal Survivor Human Camp. Sessions Camp does not provide external relief or recruit anyone. It is actually an armed force. Yi Yu reached out and crossed out the place name called Horizon, the remaining 3 places. Why do they feel weird? Yi Yu circled the remaining 3 place names. Namely, Hoofenland Port, Sky City and Palace Museum. Yi Yu, I can understand the first 2. But what does this Palace Museum mean? Yi Yu said as she copied the date on the notebook. 7 months. Yi Yu, 12 times in total? Yi Sha, it seems that it is not an ordinary museum. But I am more concerned about Hoofenland Port. Yeah. Yi Yu knew what Yi Sha meant and nodded. Hoofenland Port is located in the city of Sails, close to the Pacific Ocean. This is something that will undoubtedly make people associate. Martha hides on a private island in the Pacific Ocean, and Sessions often goes to Hoofenland Port. What is the reason for going there? Of course, to go out to sea. Yi Sha, for the time being. There are only so many places where we can see the tricks. But this notebook is valuable. Take it back first. Yi Yu nodded. And then, by the way, you have done a lot of research on Computech. And you know so many things. Yi Sha smiled. He knew nothing. It was Dr. Davis who told him. Many things were secret even before the end of the world, such as the internal disputes of Compu. An outsider would never know. This was why Yi Sha had no clue when he was looking for the cause of Kareem's death. But now Yi Sha and Dr. Davis were in a cooperative relationship. He asked casually. Dr. Davis didn't care. He didn't care about such things. He would tell Yi Sha when he asked. It's true that Dr. Davis's position in Compu was not low, whether before or after the apocalypse. He was one of the chief scientific researchers in Compu, so he certainly knew a lot. However, after all, he was just a scientific researcher. So although he knew a lot, Dr. Davis was also vague about many irrelevant things. But for Yi Sha, it was enough. Just figuring out the internal structure of Compu and the relationship between the 3 giants of Compu was very important information. After putting away the things, there was no other discovery. This mission was probably impossible because of Sessions' death. But it was good to have intelligence. Yi Sha and Yi Yu prepared to return to Doomsday train. There was no trouble on the way back. Yi Sha drove the yacht back to the port, found a car, and returned to Doomsday train. Welcome back. The proprietress always looked lazy, lying on the bar with boredom, and a half-drunk Bloody Mary was placed next to her. Yi Sha gestured to Yi Yu, and walked to the bar and sat down alone. Mission failed. Oh! The proprietress laughed. This is unlike you. You have always been very steady in doing things. This is also what the conductor appreciates about you. People who can do things and get things done are always liked by others. Yi Sha spread his hands. There is no way. When I find a person, he is already dead. What can I do? The proprietress, maybe. Find something from the body? Even a little bit of information. Yi Sha looked at the lady boss and felt a little strange. What does it mean? Knowing that he found something on Sessions' body? But it doesn't feel right. The so-called notebook and tie button are not important clues. Or it should be said in another way. Those so-called clues were all speculated by Yi Sha. The tie button and notebook only played a guiding role. It's okay to describe this situation as clues, but it definitely doesn't reach the level of intelligence. Therefore, Yi Sha never thought about completing the task. In fact, Yi Sha didn't care whether to share his speculation. There is a key point here. That is, Sessions is dead. If the first person to get there is someone on the Doomsday train, he must know more than Yi Sha. Yi Sha only got clues, and then speculated based on the clues, while the other party might have obtained real information. Secondly, Yi Sha's speculation is based on the information provided by Dr. Davis. Since Yi Sha can ask, the train conductor can certainly do it. So this speculation is actually worthless. Of course, knowing more or less will not affect the fundamental purpose. Whoever gets the initial zombie virus will be the winner. But looking at the boss lady's appearance, Yi Sha always felt a little weird. He always felt that the boss lady was inducing him to speak out his speculation, as if she was forcing him to complete the task. Yi Sha always felt weird. But anyway, the speculation was not valuable. So he just said it himself? Yi Sha didn't quite understand what the boss lady meant, since she wanted him to say it himself. He just said it. Chapter 1460 Inexplicable. Yi Sha thought that since there was no loss, he would just say it. And then, he told his speculation. The lady boss nodded. Which one of those rewards do you want to choose? Yi Sha was stunned. So straightforward? No reason? Can you count the task as completed just by talking nonsense? Then, If you encounter such a task in the future, why bother to perform it? Just go for a walk and come back to talk nonsense. Anyway, just say it is your own analysis and speculation. The lady boss, speak. What are you doing standing there like an idiot? Yisha came back to his senses, the most expensive one. Okay. The lady boss then looked at Yiyu. What do you want? Yiyu was also silly. She didn't expect to get a reward for this mission. She couldn't help but look at Yisha twice. You are the train conductor's illegitimate child. Right? Does this count as completing the mission? Which attendant spirit? Yiyu immediately said what she wanted. If she didn't take it, it would be a waste. This is the same as someone giving money to her door. Saying that you don't accept rewards without merit is called hypocrisy. The boss lady nodded. Okay. I'll make a note of it. I'll send the things to you later. Yisha later? There is no precedent for this. Unless it needs to be made and cannot be taken immediately. Or it is directly said that it is not a finished product. It will be given later. Generally. No matter what the reward is. The boss lady will give it directly. Yisha wants ability. And Yi wants things, which are also finished products. There is no reason to postpone it. The boss lady, the deputy train conductor, left the Doomsday train for something and has not returned yet. Maybe he left in a hurry, so he forgot to leave the things. I will send them to you later. This is indeed a reasonable reason. But Yisha still feels weird. But he didn't say much. Just nodded. Yisha, then I'll go back to my personal car first. Come find me later. The boss lady smiled. Have a good rest. After leaving the dining car. Yiyu, why do I feel a little weird? Do we complete the task like this? Yisha, of course it's weird. The last reason is nonsense. Yiyu, what do you mean? Yisha, forget about you wanting something. Maybe it's in Dongfang Yu's hands, and he forgot to bring it over. But what I want is ability. Yiyu showed a look of realization. Among the extra things, there are two things that can only be kept in the hands of the boss lady, even if you don't use them yourself. One is skills, and the other is abilities. After getting skills or abilities, if you feel that you have no use for them and want to trade them, that's fine. But since there is no physical object, you can't take it away and can only keep it in the hands of the boss lady. When you need to trade, just say hello to the boss lady and let the trading partner get the skills and abilities directly from the boss lady. So there is no need for the boss lady to go to Dongfang Yu to get them. Yiyu, so what's going on now? Yisha shrugged his shoulders, saying that he didn't understand. He failed in his mission, and Dongfang Yu didn't want to give him anything as a reward. But the boss lady forced it on him? This is how Yisha feels now. But there is no reason. Moreover, the boss lady has no reason to do so. Yisha himself thinks that this mission is completed, which is not justifiable at all. He has already prepared for the failure of the mission before returning to the Doomsday train. Yiyu frowned. This may not be a good thing. Yisha, at least it seems to be a good thing. If you have something to take it first. I will find a chance to test the attitude of the boss lady later. Yiyu, that's right. At the same time, the boss lady rarely left the dining car and came to Dongfang Yu's personal compartment. Dongfang Yu's personal compartment is completely decorated in the ancient Chinese style. Most of it is made of pure wood, with dragons and phoenixes carved, exuding an antique flavor. The lady boss was also very direct. She said directly after entering the carriage, "Stuff." Dongfang Yu said gloomily, "Did they complete the task?" The lady boss said expressionlessly, "The conductor asked me to tell you something. He doesn't care how you want to play. Living people represent the value of living, and dead people naturally represent no value." Dongfang Yu smiled. "I agree with this statement." The lady boss, "But if you want to play, you have to play according to the rules. You set the rules, so you can't break them. If you are given a task and then kill the task target yourself, this is not following the rules. So take out the stuff." Dongfang Yu's face suddenly darkened again. The boss lady, "Hurry up. Don't make it difficult for me." "Humph. Do you think I care about such a little thing?" Dongfang Yu was angry. "I don't understand why the train conductor wants to protect that boy. Haven't I done enough for the train conductor?" The boss lady said indifferently, "I just do what the train conductor wants. I don't care about other things. What I said just now is the train conductor's original words." Dongfang Yu gritted his teeth, suddenly felt something, and took a deep breath. "Give it to him." The proprietress laughed. "You see? That's right. The thing is actually in my hand." But if you don't nod, I won't give it to him. That's called the rule. You? Dongfang Yu stood up with his eyes wide open. But the proprietress didn't care at all, and had already turned around and left Dongfang Yu's personal compartment. Don't mess with that woman. At this time, Malfarian's voice sounded. And then Malfarian walked out from behind a screen on the side. That woman is different from us. Dongfang Yu gritted her teeth. If it wasn't the conductor, I would have crushed her to death. Malfarian, that's the point. She only listens to the conductor and doesn't care about the two of us, even if we are the deputy conductors. Moreover, I always think this woman is not simple. Dongfang Yu, what's so simple about her? Malfarian, even we often don't know the conductor's movements. But she knows. Isn't that enough? Dongfang Yu disdainfully. It can only mean that she has a close relationship with the conductor. Or the conductor favors her? After all, she is a pretty woman. Malfarian looked at Dongfang Yu with a hint of contempt. But Malfarian hid it very well. The contempt was fleeting. And then, again, don't mess with that woman. As for that kid, the train conductor at least showed his attitude. Didn't he? Dongfang Yu took a deep breath. That kid is not easy to kill. And he actually has the ability to resurrect. Resurrection ability. Malfarian smiled. It's just that he is not easy to kill. But it's not impossible to kill him. Just find out what kind of resurrection ability he has. Isn't it? Anyway, the number of resurrection abilities is very small. Dongfang Yu nodded. And then said, it would be convenient if I could just do it directly. Malfarian said seriously, since the conductor has made his position clear, we'd better abide by it. Dongfang Yu, I know. I just think it's troublesome. Malfarian, don't worry. Even if we play by the rules, can we still beat them? Chapter 1461 U2 Type A Level Mutant Virus. Yi Sha didn't know that the boss's wife had gone to collect debts for him. He sat in his personal compartment, playing with a bottle of light blue medicine. To be honest, if this mission was really serious, Yi Sha felt that he should be extremely angry, because this was a miserable defeat. Normally, Yi Sha felt that the mission was not completed, so naturally he would not get any reward. And what did Yi Sha pay as a price? A chance to revive. Even after finally killing the Twilight Eye, Yi Sha paid a chance to revive, but didn't even get any benefit. The eyeball exploded, so it was gone. And the retina that had to be removed from the eyeball was also gone. And the bones of the Twilight Eye were not obtained at the beginning. Of course, there were still things to get. A palm-sized piece of flesh and blood, and a bottle of U2 Type A level mutant virus extracted from the flesh and blood. In terms of value, these two things could never be worth a chance to revive. But the thing has already happened, and Yi Sha can only try not to think about it, so as not to make himself upset. Mood is something that needs to be adjusted by oneself. Think about the value of the things you got, and you can barely make yourself feel better. And, to be honest, the two things are actually really good. As a production material, flesh and blood has always been the most useless thing, because the things that can be made with this thing are too limited, and the types of production are too few. The most common use of blood and flesh is to transform the body or extract genes and cells for use. However, the value of the split cell meat of the Eye of Twilight exceeded Yi Sha's imagination, which made Yi Sha sigh that it was a superclass mutant zombie after all. Of course, it is not quite accurate to say that it is worth it. Yi Sha sighed mainly for its function. The split cell meat of the Eye of Twilight is actually the raw material for making meat trees. The meat tree is indeed very strong. It devours, grows and mutates, making the meat tree full of potential. Of course, the superclass is a threshold, and ordinary meat trees can hardly cross this threshold. But with the split cell meat of the Eye of Twilight, it is different. As long as this piece of meat is used as the core material, it can provide sufficient fusion materials and energy, and the meat tree produced can reach the extraordinary level 100%, which is nothing more than how much time it takes to cultivate. Of course, there is a problem here. Cultivating zombies is not like cultivating corpse flowers. Corpse flowers must listen to themselves when they are cultivated, or they can be more intuitively expressed with numerical values. If loyalty has a numerical value, and the full value is 100, when Yi Sha cultivates the corpse flower to its full form, this value should be at least between 60 and 70. And then with various factors such as communication, fighting together, etc., it can be increased to 100. But training zombies, no matter how you train them, is 0. Zombies don't have the so-called loyalty. But they are not without training value. They can be controlled by other means. It's just that zombies don't have emotions. So there is no problem of loyalty. But at least it is valuable. Yisha curled his lips, even as a trading item. Its value is not low. In short, Yisha is very satisfied with this thing. But there is something more satisfying to come. U2 Type A-level mutant virus. U2 Type A-level mutant virus, extremely rare special mutant virus. 100% of mutant bodies are created after injection. 100% of the characteristics are obtained. Self-division and recombination regeneration. 50% of the alienation effect occurs. The alienation direction is unknown. And 75% of the corpse characteristics appear. This thing can turn Yisha into another Twilight Eye. However, it looks very good on the surface. But there are still some problems. Theoretically, Yisha can even inject himself. And then get an alienated body. And then, he can have the ability to split and recombine himself. Yisha has seen the degree of perversion of this ability. And the recovery ability is stronger than super speed regeneration. This alone makes people jealous. In fact, it can be said that if there is no fatal weakness that can be killed with one blow, it is almost synonymous with invincibility. Moreover, there is a 50% probability of alienation. Alienation does not mean that it will become stronger. Occasionally, alienation will weaken. After all, alienation can be either evolution or degeneration. However, the probability of degeneration is usually extremely low. Almost 9 to 1. The probability of evolution is 90%. And the probability of degeneration is only 10%. Or even lower. In short, no matter from which aspect, the U2 Type A-level mutant virus is extremely good. The only problem is that there is a 75% chance of the zombie feature. The meaning of this sentence is that there is a 75% chance that Yisha will become a zombie. Or it can be directly understood as the end. Although there is a 25% chance. Yisha feels very sad. Recovery ability and healing ability have always been the abilities that everyone dreams of. Usually, there are more people with elementary and intermediate regeneration abilities. And people with advanced regeneration abilities are very rare. As for the super speed regeneration ability, Yisha had never heard of anyone who had it. So the self-splitting and reorganizing regeneration ability that was stronger than super speed regeneration was really very coveted. However, thinking of the 75% probability of death, Yisha thought that his character was quite decisive. But he was still in a rare state of choice phobia. Do you want to become stronger? Yisha suddenly said to the Archon, but there should be sequelae. The Archon did not speak, but stretched out his hand to Yisha. Yisha repeated, are you sure you don't care about the sequelae? Don't force yourself. You might. Yisha was silent for a moment. Then, you will turn back into a monster. This thing is actually most suitable for Archons. Anyway, corpse transformation will not affect Archons. Because Archon's original biological form is zombies. The corpse transformation and changes in the body have no effect on Archons. However, it is not easy for Archons to grow slowly to their current state. From the initial puppets that could only mechanically receive orders from the chip and then execute them, to the new species with individual thoughts, the process can be considered difficult. Moreover, in terms of form, the Archons are becoming more and more like humans. And this is the problem. Yisha believes that the Archon's thinking will not be changed. Because in essence, simplifying the evolutionary process, the Archons are zombies that have evolved into intelligent zombies. The Archon cells currently also have zombie virus components. If they were to be affected, they would have been affected long ago. Mainly in terms of the physical body. There is a certain probability that they will no longer be able to maintain their human form. This is not something that everyone can accept. After the Archons have their own thinking and wisdom, Yisha will also treat the Archons equally, and need to consider or consult the Archon's own will. Chapter 1462 Rewards. In fact, this is the same as the corpse transformation potion sold in the dining car. In fact, the corpse transformation potion sold in the Doomsday train is not worse than that produced by Compu Corporation. But, does anyone buy it? Of course there are. But the number is very small. Even in the early days of the apocalypse, when everyone just boarded the Doomsday train, the corpse transformation potion is undoubtedly the cheapest and fastest way to improve strength. And the cost effectiveness is unimaginable. But there are still few people who buy it. Because no one wants to make themselves look like a ghost. Yisha didn't want to either. Even though Yisha believed that as long as he could survive, anything was acceptable. He would not use the corpse-transforming potion if he could, especially as their strength continued to grow, and they saw many incredible things. Most people would feel that they were no longer human, and some even had self-doubts. The human form was the last spiritual sustenance. But what surprised Yisha was that the Archon didn't even think about it, because the hand that was stretched out didn't retract at all. His expression did not change. His body did not tremble. He did not struggle. He did not hesitate. The Archon was more determined than expected. Maybe the thinking of alien creatures is different. Or is it because the Archon's current form is still more like a zombie than a human? But no matter which one it is, since the Archon has not wavered at all, and Yisha himself is very hesitant. What else is there to think about? This is really an easy decision. Yisha handed the U2A-level mutant virus to the Archon. Since this is your own choice, then you can do it yourself. The Archon took the medicine bottle, took out the needle gun, filled it with medicine, and then pointed the needle gun at his neck. This made Yisha speechless. His equal treatment was meaningless, and the Archon had no resistance at all. After solving the U2 Type A-level mutant virus, there was nothing to do next. It was still early before the next stop. Yisha didn't spend much time on Devil Island. He experienced the target game, fought a big battle, and came back after finding the body. All in all, it seemed less than 2 days. At most 40 hours. Yisha chose to rest, just as a vacation. After waking up the next day, Yisha found that the boss lady had left a message for him, asking him to go and get the reward. Going to the dining car, Yisha got the reward from the boss lady smoothly, and it was a bit unbelievable. Was this task really completed? Or was Dong Fangyu so easy to talk to, and was just giving him a benefit? Yisha thought for a while, but couldn't figure it out. He just felt that something was wrong. And then he said to the boss lady, "When I went to Devil's Island, there was a driver." The boss lady blinked at Yisha, not quite understanding what he meant. "Yisha, who is that driver?" The boss lady smiled. "It's just logistics. When you call for logistics support, don't you often encounter these people? Is there anything strange?" Yisha glanced at the boss lady. Of course, it was strange. It was completely different from the previous puppets, especially when Yisha suspected that the guy attacked him on Devil Island. "Okay." The boss lady smiled. "That one is the captain who is specifically responsible for logistics." "Yisha, what do you mean?" The boss lady, "You can understand that in terms of position, the other party is equivalent to you. But he directly serves the train conductor, and because of his position, he is responsible for providing you with logistical support." Yisha was surprised. "There is such a position?" The boss lady, "You don't have to think too much. I'm just giving an example. Besides, if there is such a position, you can't get it. So you might as well work hard to become the deputy train conductor." "Give an example?" Yisha suddenly had an idea. "Compared with you. How about it?" The boss lady laughed. "Do you want to do my job? It's so boring to stay here." Yisha, boring? This is the life that many people dream of. They can live a stable and unburdened life without leading the Doomsday train. The boss lady laughed. "Unfortunately, even if I want to give it to you, I can't." The boss lady never answered Yisha's question directly. Yisha didn't ask whether he could replace the boss lady's work. The key point was the position. You know, the position is something that, after really becoming a flight attendant chief, you will find that it is not as good as imagined. Of course, it is undeniable that the chief purser is definitely stronger than the attendants. And the attendants are definitely stronger than the members of the death car, because the prerequisite for holding a position is strength. But the position still brings benefits, because more resources are controlled. For example, the attendants have attendant tasks. The chief purser can let the attendants perform general tasks on their behalf, have more options to improve themselves in more places, and can also get the tasks of the train conductor and the deputy train conductor. These are all resources. But this was not the reason why Yisha suddenly had an idea and asked tentatively. Position can symbolize strength, and it can also symbolize status on the Doomsday train. Yisha was using this method to find out what role the boss lady played on the Doomsday train. Unfortunately, the boss lady cleverly diverted the topic, and it can also be seen from the side that the boss lady did not want to answer this question, and even was wary of this question. In this case, Yisha did not ask further. Yisha was very tactful. He would occasionally test and explore, including the train conductor, the boss lady, and even the Doomsday train. But he would not cross the line. Testing represents Yisha's ambition. And not crossing the line represents Yisha's sensibility. At least let the boss lady and the train conductor think that he is a very sensible person. By the way, the boss lady threw a box to Yisha. This is for that little girl. Take it with you? Yisha took the box and looked at it. Yisha remembered that what he wanted was called a witch attendant spirit. And this thing turned out to be a set of clothes. A set of red and white clothes. The shape is a bit like Hanfu. Of course, it is not actually. Because Yisha knows what this dress is. Called Jiruga and Faihakama. Which can often be seen in Japanese animation and movies. The shrine maidens there wear this kind of red and white traditional dress. As for why it is similar to Hanfu, it is because many things in that tiny country are passed down from China. In fact, when it comes to a long history, the Chinese can be proud of it. In ancient times, its culture influenced many surrounding countries at that time. Yisha was a little curious about why Yi wanted this thing. But after all, it was Yi's. And Yisha was really embarrassed to check the effect privately. After covering the box, he said hello to the proprietress, left the dining car, and went directly to Yi's personal car. Chapter 1463 Intelligence. Come in quickly. When Yisha arrived at Yi's carriage, he found that Yi was very excited and hurriedly pulled him into the carriage. Yi's personal carriage is also very unique. The furnishings are nothing special, but most of the things in the carriage are floating. The coffee table, desks and chairs, and cups, etc., all float up and down in the air. Yi explained, daily training of the brain is like training physical strength and muscles. However, after drinking too much physical fitness enhancement potion, normal training is difficult to improve. So it is the same whether you train or not. But the brain is different. The more you use it, the stronger it is. And it is always at the average level through training and strengthening. Yisha nodded. No matter what. On the Doomsday train, hard-working people will not be eliminated. Yisha handed the box to Yi. I'm here to give you a reward. Yi threw the box aside. It doesn't matter. I have more important things to do. It's impossible to say it doesn't matter. That suit is worth 195 gold skull coins in the treasure list. How can it be indifferent? But looking at Yi, she is indeed excited. Yisha, do you have anything important? Yi, indeed. Have you decided where to go next? This question really stumped Yisha. Yisha pondered for a while. And there were many places he wanted to go. For example, go to the desert to find the capsule machine. For example, go to help Dr. Davis collect all the materials so that he can start making constellation monsters. For example, after getting a clue this time, Yisha also wants to go to White Whale Island to find Martha Miller. For example, Yisha still has to find the energy source. The power stored in the Thunder Core is only half. And the energy in the crystals intercepted last time has been exhausted. The stingy proprietress said that those crystals are not for sale and cannot be sold to Yisha. In this case, Yisha could only look for such energy sources by himself. And sighed secretly. He should have kept a few more pieces when he came back from the radiation zone last time. Anyway, those things didn't exchange for much money. Because there were too many places he wanted to go. Yisha couldn't decide where to go for a while. It was also possible that he would not go anywhere, and just go to the next station to perform the crew mission. After all, Yisha only had one vacation period left. If there was no conductor mission or something, he had to save up for the vacation period. Seeing Yisha silent, Yi couldn't help but ask, do you want to go to the Pacific Island to look for the initial zombie virus? I will go there sooner or later. Yisha, however, I haven't made up my mind yet. First, that place is also the headquarters of Compu Corporation, and I can't go there whenever I want. Second, I met Martha Miller in the radiation zone last time, which means that woman doesn't stay on the island all the time. So, it's best to find a way to grasp her movements. I don't want to go there in vain. Yi, in that case, why don't we go to the romantic city? The romantic city? Yisha was stunned. Oh, you want to go to the Palace Museum? In Session's notebook, several place names appeared repeatedly several times, one of which was the Palace Museum. The Palace Museum is located in the romantic city. It was a royal palace during the Renaissance and later became a museum. This is why it is called the Palace Museum. It is also one of the most famous museums in the world. To be honest, Yisha is also a little interested in the Palace Museum. After all, This place is recorded in Sessions' notebook, which means that Sessions must have been there several times, although it is unlikely to be related to Martha. Why did Sessions go to the Palace Museum several times? It would be a lie to say that Yisha had no curiosity at all. Yiyu, I was very curious about that place, so I did a little research. Yisha was curious. What do you mean by research? Yiyu, don't you know? The Doomsday train went to the romantic city when it was at the 8th stop. Yisha, I really don't know about that. The 8th stop? Yisha thought about it. It had been too long, and he was not sure whether he had become a flight attendant at that time. It seemed that he had not. But even if you don't become a crew member, each station actually corresponds to a carriage. For example, carriages 1, 2, and 3 go to one place, and carriages 4, 5, and May 6 go to another place. Simply put, the same station but different places. The most obvious example is that the platform that Yisha passed by in his previous life is completely different from the platform that he passed by in this life. Although there are overlaps in places, the order of the platforms is completely staggered. This is because the same station but different places. Yisha can't be the same as in the previous life. And it just happens that every station goes to the same place as in the previous life. Yiyu, I started to investigate. One of the tasks accepted by the people who went to the romantic city at that time was to find Anna's potion. Yisha, the name sounds familiar. Yiyu, it's similar to the golden potion. Before the end of the world, it was a health product for regulating women's endocrine system, insomnia, poor mental state, etc. Then after the end of the world, Anna's potion, like the golden potion, changed. Yisha showed a surprised expression. No wonder it sounded so familiar. That thing was very famous before the end of the world, and the advertisements were everywhere. Yisha, what's the point of that potion? It's very high-end after the mutation? Yiyu, it's similar to the golden potion, a low-end physical fitness enhancement potion, but it's more effective for women. No, you diverted the topic. I didn't mean to talk about Anna potion. Yiyu glared at Yisha while speaking. Yisha spread his hands. You continue. I won't interrupt this time. Yiyu, at that time in the romantic city, Anna potion existed in an abandoned Compu Company research base, but part of the base was still operating. Yisha, this does not mean that the institute is still in normal use. Sometimes there are only survivors left. Yiyu, this is just a clue. It is the information I collected while investigating. Considering that Sessions frequently goes there, there may be a connection. The highlight is still about the Palace Museum. Yisha, you say. Yiyu, there is something wrong with that place. All the people who entered the Palace Museum did not come out. Yisha was stunned. What do you mean by not coming out? Yiyu, at that time, a 5-member team found a large number of armed personnel from Comp Corporation outside the Palace Museum. They were lying at the main entrance of the Palace Museum with no obvious injuries. It was unclear whether they were dead or unconscious. Then the team entered the Palace Museum and never came out again. Yisha pondered for a moment. Since they didn't come out, how did you get this information? Chapter 1464 Wolf City. Yiyu, oh, didn't I say that? It was a carriage battle. Yisha suddenly realized that the carriage battle was an upgraded version of the death carriage battle. If the death carriage battle was a personal war, then the carriage battle was a carriage war. The meaning is actually the same. To put it bluntly, the Doomsday train uses the method of survival of the fittest to eliminate the losers, and the ones left are the elites. Since it is a carriage battle, whether you like it or not, it is a collective action, even if you act alone. Considering that the final winning condition is based on the carriage, you have to pay attention to the dynamics of others, and even cooperate and help. Yiyu, so, before those 5 people entered the Palace Museum, they said hello to the others, and then never came out again. Later, 2 more people went to check, but they were gone as well. Yisha was surprised. How can they win after 7 people died? Yiyu smiled, because they have Samuel. Yisha said that this was understandable. Samuel was a veteran crew member, but he was not a crew member from the beginning. Moreover, Samuel was indeed very good in the ordinary carriage and the death carriage, and won the first place in the death carriage battle twice. Yiyu continued, remember when we went to look for zombies? Yisha, I remember. Yiyu, even if there are no relics of ancient civilizations in the Palace Museum, there is a high possibility that there is an item like the bell I got there. This reasoning is based on facts. After the end of the world, The whole world is changing. And some things will have mysterious powers. Usually these items are antiques. So they are more common in places like museums. Among these items, many are very good, and can even reach the level of the treasure list. Many people look for such items when they don't have enough gold skull coins to buy items, which is also a way to strengthen themselves. But Yisha lost interest instantly, because he didn't need to use this method to make himself stronger. There are risks in looking for such items. You can't take them away if you find them, since you have to take risks. Yisha might as well look for extraordinary mutant zombies and ancient species, and the things he gets can be exchanged for gold skull coins stably. The advantage of the golden skull coin is that you can buy anything you want. But what if you spend a lot of effort looking for something, but you don't like it or it's useless? Of course, Yisha ignored that it's not so easy to find extraordinary zombies and ancient species, but he has encountered them frequently recently, which made Yisha have an illusion that these things don't seem to be so difficult to find. Moreover, by the way, he could also help Dr. Davis collect materials. This matter, Yisha thought for a while. You take Phylon with you. Yi frowned. I really don't want to take him with me. He has to be both a father and a mother, and also a nanny. Yisha smiled. You should be content with his level of being your bodyguard. Yi spread her hands. It seems that you are not interested in this. Yeah. Yisha did not deny it, and said directly, I have a lot of goals now, such as the initial zombie virus. I don't have enough vacation time, and I don't want to waste it on this. Yi, okay. Forget it if that's the case. If I find any information about Martha or the initial zombie virus there, I will tell you. Yisha nodded and smiled. Then I wish you good luck. And I wish myself good luck. Yisha was not very interested in Yi's proposal, and the reason was not to perfunctorily deal with Yi. Yisha's current time was indeed quite tight, although improving strength was a good thing. Instead of looking for these things, Yisha felt that it was better to do what should be done, especially when the mysterious voice appeared and announced the destination of the next stop. The Doomsday train will arrive in Wolf City in 5 hours. Release Task 1. Please obtain the TO-type animal zombie virus. Release Task 2. Kill at least 15 Platinum 5-star or above mutant animal zombies. Release Task 3. Investigate the initial research samples of the TO-type animal zombie virus developed by Compu, and obtain the TO-type animal zombie virus variant, improved and activated types. Of the 3 tasks, you must complete Task 1 and Task 2, or any model of the TO-type animal zombie virus in Task 3 to get back on the Doomsday train. Complete 3 of the 3 tasks, and you will get a random fantasy weapon. In Task 3, you will get an extra special reward for each TO-type animal zombie virus model you get. Crew Member Task 1. Kill members of the cleaning team. For each member of the cleaning team killed, you will get an extra special reward, non-restricted task. Crew Member Task 2. Find Dr. Baines, the chief scientific researcher at the Timberwolf Research Base, and bring him back. Or get the initial TO-type animal zombie virus infected body sample, Alienated Hellhound, from Dr. Baines. The carriages entering Wolf City this time are Death Carriage number 102, Death Carriage number 105, and Death Carriage number 120. Yisha didn't care what the mission was, whether it was an ordinary mission or a crew mission. Yisha didn't care at all. What Yisha cared about was the location. Wolf City, Minnesota, Eagle Mountain Highway. This is where Yisha found the capsule machine and got the come again note. I must go. Almost instantly, this was the only thought left in Yisha's mind. Finding the Gashapon machine was originally one of Yisha's must-do itineraries, since the Doomsday train happened to be heading there. What reason did Yisha have to refuse? Especially if Yisha went by himself. He would have to use his vacation time to choose a location. Now that the Doomsday train has arrived in Wolf City, Yisha can save his vacation time. He will go there sooner or later anyway, so why not? Moreover, there is another very important benefit to going to Wolf City. According to Yisha's memory from his previous life, there is a new virus in Wolf City. That is, the TO-type animal zombie virus, which causes a lot of animal zombies there. Coincidentally, half of the missing materials in Dr. Davis's list have to be obtained from animal zombies. This is a very helpless thing. There are actually quite a few animal zombies, but their distribution is very uneven. The most common animal zombies in the city are animal dogs, and other types of animal zombies are rare. Moreover, animal zombies have very strong directionality. For example, zombie dogs are very common, but zombie cats are very rare. Cats are almost dead after being infected with the zombie virus, and rarely become zombies. Among birds, zombie crows are very common, but sparrows, starlings, fairy flycatchers, etc. are almost never seen. Like cats, most of them die directly after being infected with the virus. Chapter 1465 Arrival. So, in Dr. Davis's list, many of the materials that needed to be obtained from animal zombies were not obtained. Because, if you don't go looking for animal zombies, it is indeed not easy to get such materials. But Wolf City is a good place. Minnesota is also called the North Star State. It was a place where a large number of Indians lived in the early years. Among the early immigrants, there were a large number of Vikings. The winter is very cold. The people here love strong liquor, and the folk customs are very tough. All of this has led to the fact that the most beloved sports of the people of Wolf City are fishing and hunting. Fishing is because there are a large number of lakes and famous rivers here. And the key is hunting. The people here are very keen on protecting the environment, whether they are hunters or vegetarians, which makes the natural ecological environment here surprisingly good. All of this combined makes this place particularly crowded with animal zombies after the end of the world. And many animal zombies will run into the city unscrupulously, because the hunting grounds are also very close to the city. In this case, we must go to Angshan Highway. Yisha will not be satisfied if he does not look for the capsule machine. Secondly, we can also fill in some of the materials that Dr. Davis needs. Yisha is rarely looking forward to the next stop. He suppressed his restless heart and waited for the arrival of the next stop. The members of the ordinary carriage still went first. Yisha habitually liked to be the last one. After everyone left, he slowly walked down from the Doomsday train and walked out of the platform. However, before walking out of the platform, Yisha was slightly stunned, because someone was waiting for him here. "Why are you here?" Yisha patted his head. "Oh, are you the designated attendants for this station?" At the platform entrance, Du Lingling and Kong Max were standing on the side. When they saw Yisha, Du Lingling waved at him. Yisha was originally puzzled. How did these two people get together? Although they were both his attendants, it seemed that they had no precedent for cooperation. But he soon understood. Yisha waved his hand. "Let's go." The three of them walked out of the Doomsday train platform and looked around. It was a bit strange. This was actually a house. Strictly speaking, a villa. Looking out from the glass wall of the villa, you can see a group of villas. Although it is not strange for the entrance and exit of the Doomsday train platform to appear anywhere, it is relatively rare for it to appear directly in a building. It is usually seen on the street. Du Lingling, we should go to the city center first and find a map to look at it. Yisha, no need. Just follow me. In his previous life, Yisha came to Wolf City to perform a mission. And when he passed the Eagle Mountain Highway, he found the Gashapon machine. So Yisha was deeply impressed by this stop. Yisha remembered that the target of the mission was also the Teo-type animal zombie virus. Or in other words, the mission of this stop was centered around the Teo-type animal zombie virus. But there were differences in the details. The most important point is that Yisha was not a crew chief or even a crew member in his previous life. He performed ordinary tasks, which were not very difficult. The hunting in Mission 2 is not that difficult. There are many animal zombies in this place. Killing 15 is not a problem at all. The only trouble is the rating of the specified target. But Platinum 5 stars or above is not difficult to find. As for the common version of the Teo-type animal zombie virus, it is also easy to find. Almost by the way, usually after you have hunted 15 animal zombies. If you are not unlucky, you will definitely get it. Mission 3 is a little difficult. As far as Yisha knows, there is a semi-abandoned Comp Corporation experimental base in Wolf City. The reason why it is called semi-abandoned is that this experimental base actually no longer belongs to Computech. When the end of the world came, the zombie virus broke out and the experimental base was almost destroyed. But some of the staff in the experimental base escaped into the base's safe area and survived by using heavy alloy doors and base defense measures. The leader of this group of people is Dr. Baines in the crew Mission 2. If judging by the memory of the previous life, Yisha knew that Dr. Baines and a group of remaining researchers from Computech were still in the experimental base. Dr. Baines didn't know whether he was loyal to Compu or just grasping at the last straw. He repeatedly called Compu headquarters for help, but received no response. Then, In order to prove his worth, Dr. Baines began to continue to study the T-type animal zombie virus. All the subsequent messy T-type animal zombie virus models were created by him. And Dr. Baines's purpose was to use the T-type animal zombie virus to attract the attention of ComPU headquarters, or to recognize his worth, and then rescue them and take them away from Wolf City. Yisha led the way out of the villa, and asked as he walked, "How many people are on the crew mission this time?" "Comes, there are 2 of us, and another one called Van Horn, who is an independent crew member." Yisha thought about it. There are only 3 crew members, so the difficulty should not be too great. Generally, the difficulty of the crew mission is directly judged by the number of crew members. Usually 5 is the standard number for a station. If it is less than 5, it is below the average difficulty. On the contrary, if it is more than 5, it is above the average difficulty. Yisha originally had no intention of managing the crew tasks. In fact, this is a common practice of the chief steward. Although it is true that the chief steward can only do the crew tasks by himself when no crew members are assigned and no vacation time is used. But it does not mean that other crew members will not come. Therefore, the chief steward usually plays by himself. Anyway, he does not care about the crew rewards. Of course, there is also self-esteem. You are the chief steward, and you still compete with the crew for task rewards? Therefore, the general practice of the purser is to let the crew members handle it themselves, while he goes hunting and doing other things. Unless the crew members can't handle it, the purser will take action. Yisha originally thought so. He didn't care about the crew rewards. He originally wanted to go to Ingshan Highway as soon as possible. As for the crew tasks, he let the crew members do it. After completing it, he would go back to the Doomsday train. If it can't be completed, Yisha will complete it. As for the possibility of failure, Yisha has not considered it. He still has confidence in this. But since the crew members who came happened to be Du Lingling and Kong Max, Yisha thought about helping them. These 2 are his own people. Although he doesn't think that this low difficulty task can't be completed, there is no guarantee that there will be a chance. Chapter 1466 Paper God. This is the villa area on the outskirts of the city. After leaving the villa, Yisha squatted down and picked up a branch to draw on the ground. Enter the city from this location. Southwest is the famous Carl College, where ComPU's experimental base is located. Du Lingling wondered, "How do you know so clearly?" Of course, Yisha couldn't say that he had been here in his previous life, so he could only lie. "I came here to travel before the end of the world. In addition, when I investigated the initial zombie virus, I collected a lot of information about ComPU. Carl College has its own college experimental base, which was invested by ComPU. The purpose of the investment was to cover up that they had established their own research institute in it." After Yisha finished speaking, he did not want to continue the topic and took the lead to continue walking. This villa complex was built on the hillside, surrounded by naturally grown trees. The environment was very good, but there were no zombies. It was empty everywhere. But when leaving the villa and going down the mountain, on the mountain road, a dead stag lying on the ground suddenly stood up. Dead deer. Kong Max and Du Lingling were both alert. But at this moment, a dead wolf with red eyes suddenly jumped out of the bushes on the side of the mountain road. Jumped at least 2 meters high. And when it fell, it bit the dead deer on the neck. Puff! Puff! The sound of flesh tearing rang out. And the wolf's fangs pierced the neck of the corpse deer. And black blood kept gushing out. This is the biggest feature of animal zombies. After humans are infected with the zombie virus, they will not attack each other, but wander around on their own. But animal zombies will attack their own kind. Probably because they have retained the habits of wild beasts, especially carnivores. This aspect is particularly obvious. The corpse wolf bit off the head of the corpse deer very ferociously, with blood all over its mouth, and came towards Yisha and the other 2. Yisha did not move. It was just a small thing. Why did he need to take action? As expected, when the corpse wolf charged forward and jumped in front of the 3 people, Kong Max calmly raised the Gauss gun he was carrying and pulled the trigger forward. With a bang, accompanied by a loud gunshot, the corpse wolf was blown away. Kong Max did not aim at the head, but just shot hard. The corpse wolf was not killed, but it was no different from being killed. 2 legs were broken, and the side of the body was directly shattered, and the internal organs fell all over the ground. Kong Max stepped forward and fired another shot. smashing the corpse wolf's head, and then complained, "Gold 5 stars. The level is so bad. Not up to the mission standard." Yisha, although platinum 5-star animal zombies are not difficult to find. They are not everywhere. If you want to harvest the ordinary carriage mission, you can go to the hunting ground outside the city, or the ecological zone around the Sibi River. You can get enough in 2 days at most, Yisha said, waving his hand, and continued to walk down the mountain. The appearance of the corpse wolf and corpse deer was just a small episode. Leaving the villa area, Kong Max looked around. "I'll go find a car that can be driven." Yisha nodded. "Find one with a larger space. Or clear out the trunk." Du Lingling couldn't help but, "I've wanted to ask for a long time. Why do you carry such a big backpack? What weapon is so big?" Yisha's outfit is the same as always, with no changes, except that there is a large black and white leather bag on his back, which looks like a golf bag, which can be carried across the waist or on one shoulder. However, this bag is much bigger than a golf bag. If it is placed upright on the ground, it will exceed Yisha's belly and almost reach the chest. Du Lingling has always been curious about what is in it. A sword? It seems impossible. The width of a sword does not need such a big bag. So is it a gun? But if it is a gun, just carry the Gauss gun outside like Kong Max. It is convenient to use it when you need it. You can just pick it up and use it. Or a sniper rifle. But those have special gun boxes, and they are not packaged. Sniper rifle parts are just stuffed into the bag, and they will collide with each other when walking. The gun box has a special parts compartment. For example, the Archon carries a gun box with the Eagle King sniper rifle. And he doesn't carry a big bag like Yisha. "You mean this thing?" Yisha put the bag on the ground and opened it. "My latest weapon." Du Lingling looked over and almost vomited blood. "The latest weapon? Isn't this a pile of A4 paper?" Yisha's backpack was filled with bundles of A4 paper, which must weigh at least dozens of kilograms. This was also where Du Lingling was speechless. For the first time, she felt that paper should be calculated in Gene. Yisha was also helpless. He also felt that it was a bit of a pit to carry a pile of A4 paper. But he had to carry it. If he didn't carry it, he wouldn't be able to use the ability he just got from the boss lady. Paper God, mental control ability, illusion ability. You can manipulate paper at will and change the texture of paper. All paper products will become your weapons. Note, the change of paper texture depends on the strength of the user's mental power. Shaping. You can use mental power to shape paper items into any form. Paper blade. By changing the texture of paper and manipulating it, the paper blade is shot out to cause damage. Rondo. Shoot out a large number of paper blades to wrap the target, and continuously rotate and cut to cause damage. Angel wings. Use paper to shape and change the texture to make wings, which can be used for flying. The height is determined by the texture of the paper, and the maximum height cannot exceed 300 meters. Wind and snow sealing the sky. Shoot a large number of paper pieces into the sky, forming a paper snow sealing the sky. During the duration, you can manipulate the paper snow and continuously attack the enemy target. The duration is 15 minutes, and the interval between uses is 24 hours. This is the ability that Yisha got from Dongfang Yu through the boss lady. The Paper God ability is worth 220 gold skull coins, which is a medium price in the treasure list. But the practicality is actually quite high, and can be ranked above the middle, or even the upper level. The reason lies in that note. The change in paper texture depends on the user's mental strength. This means that the Paper God's ability is very potential. Many abilities are fixed, and you get what you get. But the Paper God's ability has considerable potential, which means it has room for improvement. In terms of cost effectiveness, the practical value of the Paper God exceeds its price. So, why was such a good ability abandoned by Dongfang Yu? Generally speaking, fantasy abilities of this value are worth learning anyway, and they will not be too bad, unless you are very short of skull coins. It is always a good thing to have an extra means of combat. The key is that the Paper God's ability relies on mental strength. Chapter 1467 Transition. Everyone feels weird about mental strength. Strength, physical fitness, and agility are all relatively easy to understand. All three are comprehensive. Strength includes the comprehensive assessment of the strength of various parts of the body, and also includes explosive power. Moreover, explosive power is the most important in strength rating. This principle is like conventional strength, which is equal to the ability to fight conventionally. While explosive power is the ability to deliver a fatal blow, physical fitness is the easiest to understand. Some people become weak after 5 minutes, while some people can party every night. As the saying goes, good kidneys are everything. Agility is also comprehensive, roughly including movement speed and attack speed. But it is actually more complicated, including average speed, extreme speed, and burst speed in a short period of time. Moreover, speed is related to strength and physical fitness. If you have excellent leg strength, your speed will also increase, and it can affect the burst speed. At the same time, there is also an impact on the body. The most obvious example is that the difference between marathon and sprint is the correlation between physical fitness and speed. But in general, everyone can directly feel the improvement of these three values, whether it is running faster, jumping higher, or having more strength. Even the physical fitness that is the most difficult to feel can also feel the difference as long as you continue to exercise. Only this mental power is hard to explain. And most importantly, it cannot be felt intuitively. Yisha has discussed this with the boss lady. Regardless of the use of ability, the basic of mental power is willpower. The stronger the willpower, the higher the value of mental power. On the contrary, the more fragile the psychology, the lower the value of the glass heart. As for willpower, how to say it? Everyone has different views. Some people regard bad temper as strength, and some people don't care about the so-called willpower at all, because it can't be seen at all, and it can't be felt how much help it can bring to oneself. As a person who died once in the previous life, Yisha attaches great importance to this aspect. What is will? Will is when you wander in front of the gate of hell once. You can still walk back. This is called will. Will is when you fall into the abyss. You still bite your teeth and climb out. This is called will. Will is when you are in despair and feel that the whole world has abandoned you. You can still live strongly. This is called will. Will is when you fail again and again, but never give up, and come back again and again. This is will. It is true that willpower is invisible and intangible at ordinary times. But in many critical moments, willpower is the only thing that supports you. But Yisha always believes that although willpower cannot determine a person's lower limit, it can determine a person's upper limit. Because of a strong will, those things that cannot kill you will make you stronger. Mental power is the embodiment of willpower. But most people prefer to focus on the benefits in front of them. Mental power cannot be seen directly, so most people don't take it seriously. Another reason why mental power is not taken seriously is that the abilities related to mental power are almost all brain abilities. Such abilities require super-physical abilities to use, which directly cuts off the thoughts of most people. Superhuman beings must have a very high mental value. But not everyone can become a superhuman with a high mental value. This has nothing to do with talent, but acquired evolution and talent. This makes mental power even less popular, and it is completely useless. Dongfang Yu got the paper god ability, which was quite good in all aspects. He didn't choose to use it even though he didn't lack the gold skull coins. It was based on this reason. Even if Dongfang Yu was the deputy train conductor, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't make himself a superhuman without the bonus of the brain to the mental state. The mental value was purely supported by willpower. No matter how strong the willpower was, it was difficult to break through the limit of ordinary people. Especially the growth of mental power was difficult, since it can't exert its power. Dongfang Yu naturally treats it as a bargaining chip. It's very interesting. Why did Yisha choose paper god among the many choices provided by Dongfang Yu? It's definitely not because this ability is the most valuable, but because of the mental power. Yisha's willpower was considered to be a tough type in the early days, so his mental power has always been high. Among normal people, it is excellent, or close to excellent. If the normal person's mental value is 100, Yisha's level is at least between 85 and 90. Of course, it is just the level of normal people, which is incomparable to the mental power of superhumans. If the full value is 100, the minimum standard of superhumans also exceeds this value, starting from at least 130. However, after the fusion of 8 directions wind and rain and nitrogen control, Yisha's mental power has grown tremendously, almost reaching the mental power threshold of superhumans. In other words, if we only look at the mental power value, Yisha can take some physical fitness enhancement drugs to raise his mental power a little bit, and even become a superhuman. However, the problem is that even if the mental power value breaks through the sky, it is useless if the brain area does not evolve. It is impossible to become a superhuman with mental power alone. It seems that even if Yisha's mental power has grown greatly, it is useless because there is no room for it to be used. And in fact, it is indeed the case. Yisha's mental power, except for the manifestation of will, is completely useless. Until Yisha saw the ability of Paper God. The basis of the Paper God's ability is mental power. The higher the mental power, the more powerful it can be. However, the Paper God's ability does not need to be activated in the brain. That is, it is not a brain ability. This means that non-superhumans can also use it. Of course, because superhumans have higher mental power values, the effect will definitely be better. However, Yiyu does not want this thing. Yisha also asked privately, and Yiyu's answer was very realistic. Originally, superhumans have the ability to manipulate objects. So why do they have to get an ability to manipulate paper objects? This reason was really something Yisha couldn't refute. In the end, in order not to waste his mental power, Yisha chose the Paper God ability. Anyway, Yisha's mental power was not weak, but it was not as good as that of superhumans. This ability was still effective. Of course, the only trouble was that he had to carry a lot of A4 paper with him. Yisha's backpack was filled with A4 paper for easy access. In the belly of the corpse flower, Yisha also stored a ton of A4 paper. While Yisha was thinking, Kong Max had already driven back in a jeep. Yisha threw the backpack on the back seat and sat on it. Chapter 1468 Experimental Base. Combs drove over. What should we do now? Go directly to Carl College? Yisha, yes. Go directly in. Du Lingling was worried. Isn't it too rough? Yisha, don't worry about Dr. Baines. It's just some defensive measures and animal zombies. It's not difficult to deal with. The only trouble is Mission 1. Du Lingling, Mission 1? Clean up the troops? Yisha nodded, yes. According to Yisha's memory from his previous life, this mission was not difficult. Whether it was the mission of the ordinary carriage, or the mission of the crew. The only uncertain mission was that Mission 1 required killing members of the cleaning team. The reason why Dr. Baines painstakingly studied the TO-type animal zombie virus was to produce results, and let the headquarters of Compu Corporation know his value. On the one hand, Dr. Baines might be reused, and on the other hand, someone would take Baines away. But in the previous life, the people from Comp Corporation headquarters did not show up. Or to put it more directly, the people from the cleaning team did not show up. At that time, Yisha was the biggest winner of this station. He brought back 3 types of TO-type animal zombie viruses, and did not encounter the people from the cleaning team. However, compared with the previous life, the timeline is different. Yisha vaguely remembered that he came to this battle relatively early, probably at the 6th or 7th station. At that time, it was hard to say whether Comp Corporation had created a cleaning team. But in this life, the timeline was obviously pushed back. And it was pushed back a lot. According to the crew mission, Dr. Baines was probably successful. So the people from the cleaning team appeared. Probably to pick up Dr. Baines. This is the difference between the previous life and this life. Invisibly, compared with the previous life, the mission difficulty has obviously become higher. But Yisha is not worried. Compared with the previous life, his strength is also much stronger. Some people from the cleaning team are just some people. And Yisha does not take them seriously. In fact, unless Compu sent out the constellation monsters, Yisha would not feel any threat. With Witzel dead and Lillian dead, it was hard to say whether Compu had any constellation monsters at the moment, let alone sending them out. After entering the city, Max headed straight for Carl College. He saw many zombies along the way, but they were all ordinary zombies, not densely packed, so he could just drive past them. As the speed of ordinary zombies could not keep up with the speed of the car, he often saw zombie dogs, which were very fast and could keep up with the speed of the car. But he could just knock them away, as 1 or 2 zombie dogs could not beat a car. Carl College is also located in the suburbs, not far from their location, and it takes about 15 minutes to drive there. This is of course good news. After arriving, looking at the half-closed iron gate, Yisha said directly, "Bump through it." Max didn't waste any words, and obediently stepped on the accelerator, and bumped through it. Carl College is a private college with a national reputation. Not only does it have a high status in the circle, but also because it is a private college. It receives a lot of sponsorship every year. so the campus is naturally built incomparably luxurious. Yi Sha didn't waste any words and pointed the way directly, asking Calm Max to drive to the experimental base. That felt a bit strange. Even if Yi Sha had come here for a trip before the end of the world, he wouldn't be so familiar with a private college. Right? Especially even if he had visited it before. Places like experimental bases are usually not open to the public. In that case, why is Yi Sha so familiar with it? Yi Sha didn't explain. And Calm Max and Du Lingling didn't feel comfortable asking. So they just followed the direction Yi Sha pointed. After a while, the car stopped in front of a large building. There were some zombies lurking in front of the building. When the tires stopped rubbing against the ground, the zombies surrounded them. Combs kicked the car door open, and the door hit a zombie, knocking it away. Then Combs pushed his hand and jumped out of the car. Bang! Combs fired a gun and blasted a zombie on the side away. Then he moved forward while firing. If a zombie approached, Combs would smash the other's head with the butt of his gun. Let's go! Yi Sha waved his hand, took his backpack and walked forward. This is the experimental base of Carl College, which is mainly for the School of Biology and Biomedical Medicine. But this course is not popular in Carl College, and it ranks only in the 70s nationwide. Du Lingling, because it is not well known. It does not attract attention. Compu can rest assured to build its own experimental base here. As for the college, as long as Compu invests money and provides some land for Compu to build a hidden experimental base, it is a piece of cake. Yes, that's it, Yi Sha said as he entered the building and came directly to the elevator. After entering, he did not press the number of floors, but jumped lightly and poked the cover above the elevator. After climbing out of the elevator, Yi Sha jumped onto the maintenance ladder on the side and began to climb down. One of the difficulties of this task is to find the specific location of the experimental base of Comscope. Usually, in order to determine that the mission target is in the experimental base, the location of the experimental base is investigated, and the more cautious ones also need to figure out the structure of the experimental base. All of this took a lot of time, but Yi Sha was completely familiar with the route and headed directly to the experimental base. If nothing unexpected happened, the experimental base must be hidden underground. Although I was curious about how Yi Sha knew this, he obviously had no intention of explaining it. And it was not a bad thing after all. Climbing down from the maintenance elevator, this building did not have a so-called underground floor. That is, the so-called negative first floor, negative second floor, etc. But in fact, when they jumped out of the elevator, Du Lingling and Calm Max felt something was wrong. Because if there was no underground floor, the elevator would have stopped at the first floor, and the bottom should be solid, and they could not go down. However, there is one below this elevator, but there is no button for the negative floor. Climbing all the way to the bottom, I saw an alloy door on the side, with an electronic lock on the side, and even pupil pattern recognition and bone recognition. With such a high-end door lock, it is easy to know that the experimental base has been found. Without saying anything, Calm Max took the Gauss gun and planned to bombard it, but was stopped by Yi Sha. Yi Sha, this door is not so easy to open. Besides, in such a small space, the recoil force is also very strong. As Yi Sha spoke, he smashed the verification device of the electronic lock with one punch, then took out a stack of paper from his backpack, pulled out a piece, twisted it into a strip, and stuffed it into the keyhole of the physical lock. Du Lingling couldn't help but, "Is it okay?" Click. As soon as Du Lingling finished speaking, the alloy door clicked open and a gap popped inward. What Yi Sha did was actually very simple. He stuffed the paper into the lock buckle, then reshaped it so that the paper changed according to the shape inside the lock buckle, and then hardened the paper. A perfect key was formed and could be opened naturally. The only uncertainty was whether forcibly destroying the electronic lock would force the lock buckle to close. Fortunately, it didn't. Ola. Alala. After entering the alloy door, a shrill alarm sounded. Du Lingling, there is an alarm, which means the defense system has been activated. Be careful. Chapter 1469 Advance. Before Du Lingling finished speaking, she saw Yi Sha walk directly into the passage. Du Lingling was speechless, but she was even more speechless. As soon as Yi Sha reached out, the Archon handed the Pluto rifle to Yi Sha, and then Yi Sha raised the muzzle and started firing. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Sha moved forward, shooting at various locations on the ceiling of the passage, and then looking at the broken place. He suddenly found that there was a sentry machine gun hidden behind it, but it was broken by Yi Sha before it was launched. Du Lingling was a little mad. This was no longer a question of strength. How could Yi Sha know where the sentry machine gun was hidden? Was there an undercover in the experimental base? Yi Sha smiled. Actually, I have X-ray vision. This was of course nonsense. But Du Lingling was not sure if there was a similar ability on the Doomsday train. He kept moving forward until he reached the end of the passage. Crash! The glass window of a square room on the side was smashed, and several zombie dogs suddenly jumped out. Yi Sha immediately raised his elbow and knocked down one of them with an elbow strike, then raised his leg and swept away another one. Then put the muzzle of the gun into the mouth of a zombie dog and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Thump, thump, thump. As Yi Sha pulled the trigger, bullets flew forward continuously, piercing the body of the zombie dog. However, Yi Sha found that the number of zombie dogs was actually more than he had imagined. There were about 20 zombie dogs densely packed in that room. Only a small part of the zombies rushed out, and the following zombie dogs quickly followed. Du Lingling rushed up immediately, and then Yi Sha saw the familiar weapon. Centipede sword. Du Lingling drew out the centipede sword and swept it forward. The centipede sword stretched forward, and then rolled back all the zombie dogs that rushed out and threw them back into the room. At this time, Kong Max growled, and found a steel plate from somewhere to block the broken glass window. Before blocking the glass window, Combs threw a metal ball into the room. The next moment, there was a loud bang, and the sound of an explosion came from the room, followed by a blazing flame. The surging impact force spread in all directions and hit the steel plate. Combs felt the impact and hit the wall with a bang. However, this level obviously could not cause any harm to Combs. Combs twisted his body with a grin, and then threw the steel plate aside. As for the zombie dogs in the room, although many of them were not dead, they were blown to pieces and had lost their ability to move. Yi Sha suddenly felt that Kong Max was not bad. Although they had worked together on Kavasi Island, Kong Max did not have many opportunities to show his abilities at that time. The only time he showed his abilities, Yi Sha was not around. Looking at Kong Max's appearance, I have to say that this guy's fighting style is really explosive. The appearance of the zombie dogs was just a minor episode, and it didn't matter whether they were killed or not. Not to mention Yi Sha, Kong Max, and Du Lingling also had the rewards for killing the zombie dogs. Besides, it's hard to get rewards after killing too many ordinary things like this. Continue to move forward. Walk along the corridor. And then, when you are about to reach the corner, dang, dang, a crisp collision sound suddenly rang out. At the corner of the corridor, an arm stretched out from both sides, and then rolled two metal cans towards them. Grenade! 2 grenades were rolling towards them. Yi Sha immediately raised his hand, pulled out a stack of papers from his backpack, tore off the seal, and threw it forward. The A4 papers scattered in the air, turning into a pile of paper pieces flying in the wind. But at this moment, a strange light flashed in Yi Sha's eyes, and then the paper pieces danced in the air, overlapping and forming a paper wall, blocking the passage in front of Yi Sha and the other two. Boom! Boom! The 2 grenades exploded, spreading hot flames and directly hitting the paper wall. However, it cannot break through the defense. If it is only able to manipulate paper, then the paper god's ability is completely useless. Paper is not something that cannot be used as a weapon. The edge of the paper is very sharp. With some skills, it can even be used as a blade. It is difficult to cut hard objects, but it is still possible to cut some relatively fragile objects. However, that is the extent of it. The most important point of the paper god's ability is that in addition to being able to manipulate paper objects, it can also change the texture of all paper objects. Texture refers to the nature of the structure of a certain material. This is where the paper god's ability is truly powerful. Yi Sha can not only make paper as hard as steel, but can even change the texture of paper into the texture of wood, alloy, rock, etc. Therefore, those flames rushing forward are completely useless. The flames kept hitting the paper wall, but could not break through the paper wall. Nor could they make the paper wall burn. They could only keep churning and then extinguish. After a while, the flames dispersed, and Yi Sha casually waved his hand and removed the paper wall. Yi Sha and his companions quickly came to the corner, but did not see anyone. Du Lingling, he ran away. Yisha, he can't run away. Chase him. Yisha was not talking to Du Lingling and Kong Max, but Little Ancient Cat. Little Ancient Cat took 2 steps forward, sniffed the ground, and immediately ran to the left. Yisha immediately caught up with him. Little Ancient Cat had a very sensitive sense of smell, and the other party would definitely not be able to escape from Little Ancient Cat's pursuit. And it was impossible for him to run faster than himself, without rushing to the end of the corridor, which was about 20 meters long. Yisha didn't think the other party could break through so quickly. The Little Ancient Cat stopped in front of an alley door, stepped back and stood upright, and then kept scratching with its claws. Yisha immediately raised his foot and kicked the door open. Behind the door was an office area, the kind commonly seen in office buildings, with desks one by one, and the ground was full of papers, pens, folders and other things. Yisha was still searching the office area, and the Little Ancient Cat had already pounced out and jumped directly over a desk. Chapter 1470 Sorry. Let go! A bearded man rushed out from behind the desk, roaring angrily. His arm was bitten by the little cat, and the sharp teeth directly pierced through the other's arm, and bright red blood continued to flow out. Behind another desk, a young man rushed out, grabbed the body of the little cat, and tried to tear it apart. But at this moment, the little cat's tail swung and hit the young man's chest, just like a whip that whipped the other person hard, and directly whipped the man out and smashed him to the side. Yisha took a few steps forward, grabbed the bearded man's head, and pushed him down to the desk. With a crash, the desk broke into pieces. Yisha pressed the other's head. You. Shit! Yisha was about to ask a question, and then he was dumbfounded. Fresh red blood kept pouring out from under the man's head, and he was actually dead. Yisha looked puzzled. He didn't use much force. Yisha didn't mind killing people, but he still wanted to ask questions, so he didn't use much force. But the man in front of him really died. Kong Max and Du Lingling arrived at this time. After looking at the corpse, Kong Max smiled. No need to be so angry. Yisha didn't know how to explain that he didn't want to kill anyone at all. Oh, there is another one. Yisha remembered another young man and walked over immediately. He was dumbfounded again. He was also dead. The Little Ancient Cat smashed the other's sternum with one blow of its tail. The whole chest was sunken, as if there were no bones. He stared with his eyes wide open and had already died. What the hell? Yisha, these two are just ordinary people, right? Yisha finally understood a little bit, and looked at the two people's outfits. They did have some equipment. Pistols, submachine guns, and grenades and stun grenades on their belts. However, this physical strength is too poor. Even when Yisha held back, he killed someone unconsciously. The only possibility Yisha could think of was that the other party was actually just an ordinary person. Of course, he couldn't withstand the power of Xiao Gumao and Yisha. Du Lingling stepped forward and took a look. These two are the Revolutionary Army. Revolutionary Army? Yisha was stunned. The group of people who are against Compu? Yisha knew the Revolutionary Army. In the apocalypse, the only forces that can be called forces, or should we say, forces that can continue to explore the world and wander around after the apocalypse, are Doomsday Train, Apostle Walk and Compu. There are actually many other so-called forces, which are just a group of people who huddle together for warmth and try their best to survive. These so-called forces are usually named survivors' human camps. But there is almost no need to worry about it. First, there is no so-called combat power. And second, there is no conflict. People are just begging for survival. As for the Revolutionary Army, it was split from Compu, mainly because they were dissatisfied with Compu or had a grudge against Compu. For example, when the end of the world came, Compu used armed forces to protect a large group of researchers because these researchers were valuable, but did not protect their families, and even forcibly separated those people from their families. For example, some people inside Compu saw that Compu conducted experiments using living bodies, and they were dissatisfied, resentful, and disgusted. Moreover, there have been rumors that the zombie virus was created by Compu, and that Compu was the culprit of everything, which caused more people to be dissatisfied. After these people gathered together, they formed a force specifically against Compu, calling themselves the Revolutionary Army. It's true that Yisha never thought that this group of guys who wanted nothing could cause any trouble, but they really developed slowly. And recently he often heard news about the Revolutionary Army. Although they did not pose any threat to Compu, they did cause a lot of trouble for Compu. For example, their favorite thing to do was to rob Compu's supply trucks. Yi Sha, but why did the Revolutionary Army show up? Why are they here to cause trouble? If they knew that the other party was the Revolutionary Army, Yi Sha would not be able to do it. He had no conflict with the Revolutionary Army. Moreover, he had never heard that the Revolutionary Army had the 3 Dragon Squadron and the armed forces, like the cleanup force. Most of them were just ordinary people. Yi Sha felt embarrassed to do it to such people. It was too bullying. Du Lingling, it's not impossible. Yi Sha, what do you mean? Du Lingling, Dr. Baines is holding on to this experimental base. But Compu has not responded. Doesn't this mean that Dr. Baines has been abandoned? This kind of person happens to be the best target for the Revolutionary Army to win over. He is capable and technical. And he also has the TO-type animal zombie virus. He is very likely to hate Compu, because Compu abandoned him. It makes sense. Yi Sha sighed. It's a pity that they came at a bad time. Since we are here, we can't let Dr. Baines fall into their hands. Yi Sha waved his hand, indicating to leave here and move on. These 2 revolutionary soldiers are of no value, whether alive or dead. If the other party is Dr. Baines' man, we can ask where Dr. Baines is. Although Yi Sha has the memory of his previous life, Yi Sha was not a flight attendant at that time. He just came here to find the TO-type animal zombie virus. He found the thing. But Yi Sha did not meet Dr. Baines. Besides, even if they had met in the previous life, it would be useless. They were living people, not dead things. How could they find each other in the same place? Yi Sha and his companions walked towards the door. Kong Max stood closest to the door and left first. But at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared above Kong Max's head. And then several tentacles, like octopuses, suddenly wrapped around Kong Max's head. Boom! The next moment, after those tentacles wrapped around Kong Max's head, they dragged Kong Max to the side and slammed his head against the wall on the side. After a loud bang, the wall collapsed. Yi Sha and Du Lingling chased out and looked along the collapsed wall. They saw a man holding down Kong Max, with an octopus-like tentacle on his left hand. The flesh and bones of the other hand were twisted together, like a sharp sword, raised high, ready to stab Kong Max's head. At this moment, Yi Sha's figure flashed and suddenly disappeared. Ghost step. Yi Sha suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared, came to the other side, and grabbed the other's wrist. Excuse me. What do you want to do to my people? Chapter 1471 Battle. The cleaning team. When Yi Sha saw the other party, he confirmed his identity. Not only did the man have obvious characteristics of corpse transformation, but also because of the clothes he was wearing. The clothes were the unique uniforms of the armed forces of Compu. Although the clothes were stained with blood, the shoulder straps were still clearly visible, which was the logo of Compu. Secondly, there was a badge of the cleaning team number on the chest, which looked like a cavalry sword wrapped with a red ribbon. Although it is not necessarily correct to judge the identity by the mark on the clothes, the combination of the corpse state and the clothes can basically determine it. Besides, if it is not for impersonation or disguise, there is generally no need to change clothes, especially for the people in the cleaning team, who will turn into corpses when fighting. So it is easy to recognize. What is the point of disguise? Roar! At the same time, the moment Yi Sha finished speaking, the other party suddenly turned around, let go of Kong Max's head, raised his hand towards Yi Sha, and the octopus-like tentacles came towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha even found that the opponent's tentacles were really different from the common mutant tentacles. They really looked like octopuses, and even had suction cups. However, the tentacles did not touch Yi Sha. When they came to a few inches in front of Yi Sha, the red flame armor suddenly activated, and flames appeared in front of Yi Sha, which quickly crystallized. Crack! The tentacles collided with the crystallized flames, making a crisp sound. And then, they were stopped. Yi Sha waved his arm, and threw the man out. With a bang, the opponent hit a desk, knocked it over, and fell backwards. Yi Sha's mind moved, and the paper on the ground suddenly floated up. This is still the office area, and there are scattered documents everywhere, all of which are paper. Yi Sha does not need to use the A4 paper he brought, and the ammunition depot is sufficient. As Yi Sha activated the paper god ability, the paper pieces flew forward. Paper blade. By changing the texture of paper and controlling it, the paper blade is shot out to cause damage, When the member of the cleaning team got up from the ground, densely packed paper pieces flew right in front of him. Ah! Those pieces of paper were like sharp blades. After hitting the opponent's body, although they could not penetrate directly, they were firmly nailed to the opponent's body, piercing all over his body. Blood kept flowing, and the clothes that were already covered with blood looked even more hideous. While screaming, the member of the cleaning team suddenly stretched his hand forward, and those tentacles suddenly stretched out and swung towards Yisha. Kong Max got up from the ground, and Du Lingling also came to the office area here, but Yisha waved his hand, indicating that the two did not need to come. It was not that Yisha looked down on the other party. Underestimating the enemy is always a taboo. But Yisha wanted to take this opportunity to test the power of the paper god. Although along the way, Yisha also used the paper god to kill some zombies and zombie dogs. However, the paper god is at least the power of more than 200 gold skull coins. And killing some zombies and zombie dogs at the same time does not actually show the strength of the paper god. If this kind of power is difficult to deal with ordinary zombies, Yisha will not cry to death. Therefore, this guy in front of him is a better touchstone. Seeing the opponent's tentacles coming towards him, Yisha simply didn't even use the red flame armor, but stretched out his hand forward. And then the pieces of paper floated up, along Yisha's body, and circled around. Bang, bang, bang. After the tentacles stretched out, they kept hitting the pieces of paper surrounding Yisha's body, trying to break through the defense. But after several impacts, they were all bounced away by the pieces of paper, making a sound of impact. Yisha nodded, quite satisfied. This strength seemed to be no worse than the red flame armor. However, the red flame armor was self-defense, with a faster defense speed, a larger coverage area, and did not consume Yisha's physical strength. It also had a defensive move. But then again, the red flame armor could only defend. The two had different characteristics and were not comparable. After shaking off all the tentacles, Yisha's eyes flashed with a strange color, and he activated the paper blade ability again and flew towards the opponent. This time, the member of the cleaning team did not let the paper blade get close so easily. The tentacles suddenly gathered together, then spread out in different directions, and then quickly spun, forming a disc-like shape, like a shield. The pieces of paper hit the shield formed by the tentacles, and were constantly shaken away. At the same time, the member of the cleaning team rushed forward. Another twisted arm was raised, and the flesh and bones were all twisted together, like a conical sword, sweeping forward continuously, constantly sweeping the pieces of paper down. Ah! 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 The member of the cleaning team swung and screamed loudly, looking a little crazy. Yisha narrowed his eyes, feeling something was wrong. The mental state of the guy in front of him seemed to be wrong. This guy was too irritable, even a little crazy. Yisha didn't know how to describe the other person's expression at the moment. He could only say that the other person looked quite unstable. While Yisha was thinking, the member of the cleaning team had already shot down most of the paper blades, and suddenly pointed his toes and flew forward, hit the face. The conical sword made of flesh and blood cut through the air and stabbed directly at Yisha's face. Very fast, Yisha curled his lips, and did not draw his sword, but stretched out his right hand to the side. The paper on the ground suddenly flew up, and then folded up layer by layer, combined with each other, and finally fell into Yisha's hand, turning into a sword shape. Diamond. Yisha changed the texture of the paper sword, making it as hard as diamond, and then swept it forward. Dang! A crisp sound of clashes rang out, and Yisha easily blocked the opponent's attack. Yisha nodded slightly, expressing his satisfaction with the ability of the paper god. As long as the number of pieces of paper that can be manipulated is sufficient, this ability can be said to be quite versatile. Melee, mid-range, and defense all can be used, and the effect is pretty good. I just don't know how powerful the killing move called EP1401 is, because it is a large-scale regional attack ability, and there is not enough space here, so Yisha can't try it. While Yisha was thinking about this, his hands did not stop moving at all. He shook his wrist and used his strength to shake the opponent away. The next moment, Yisha shook his wrist again, and the paper sword shook out a sword flower, and then stabbed towards the opponent's chest. The opponent's reaction was very fast, and he kept howling, and then the tentacles spread out and rushed towards Yisha again. But at this moment, Yisha smiled strangely, and the paper sword suddenly spread out. Chapter 1472 Sudden. The paper sword was originally made of paper, so of course, it could be dispersed and turned back into paper. Then when the opponent's tentacles surged, the paper passed through the gaps between the opponent's tentacles, constantly stabbing the opponent's body, and in the blink of an eye, countless wounds were cut. Snake bite. Yisha took the opportunity to attack, and stretched his left arm forward. The phantom of a purple-scaled python quickly wrapped around Yisha's arm, with a bloody mouth and ferocious fangs. The next moment, Yisha stretched out his hand and pinched the opponent's neck. Bang! Yisha suddenly exerted force, knocked the opponent to the ground, then walked forward quickly, dragged the man on the ground, and came to the wall. He stretched out his hand suddenly, exerted force again, pulled the man up, and slammed him against the wall. With a bang, the back of the cleaning team member hit the wall, breaking a large piece of the wall. Cough. He opened his mouth and a mouthful of blood spurted out, staining his clothes red. Why? Why? The member of the cleaning team yelled, "Leave. Let me leave. Why stop me? I don't want to die here." The other parties were also stunned. Yisha felt confused by the sudden hysteria. Secondly, did he stop the other party? Yisha felt confused. Didn't you jump out by yourself? Just when he was stunned, the other party suddenly swung his arm, pushed Yisha away, turned around, smashed the wall, and ran out. Yisha was stunned and chased after him immediately. Although the other party came to the door by himself, he still had to kill him. After all, the crew mission included killing members of the cleaning team. Since he saw him, he naturally couldn't let him go. However, just after chasing out from the broken wall, Yisha's footsteps suddenly stopped, and his pupils suddenly dilated. A piece of the ceiling was broken, and the member of the cleaning team was hung in the air by something, with half of his body directly stuck in the ceiling. His legs kept struggling, trying to escape, but it was useless. As he struggled, the member of the cleaning team continued to drag himself into the ceiling. And then, bang, bang, the two legs suddenly fell to the floor, and the upper body of the cleaning team member disappeared. Kong Max and Du Lingling also chased out and saw this scene. They were stunned. Du Lingling covered her mouth. What happened? Yisha took a step and quickly came to the broken part of the ceiling. He jumped hard, then pulled himself up and stuck his head into the ceiling. It was pitch black all around, with only a very dim light. Yisha saw the trail of blood, which extended forward. It should be something that dragged that half of the body. Yisha frowned. His hands loosened and fell back to the ground. Then he spread his hands and looked at his palms. Tick, tick. Yisha's palms were full of transparent viscous liquid with a strong fishy smell. Not the fishy smell of seafood, but the smell of blood. A smell of rusty metal. This was contaminated when Yisha supported the edge of the ceiling. Kong Max half knelt beside the half corpse and checked it. It was bitten to death, like a wild beast or something. Yisha looked at the half body. The wound edge showed signs of severe tearing. It was obvious that it was not cut by a sharp weapon, but was torn apart by something. Yisha, there are many animal zombies in this place. Dr. Baines is studying the TO-type animal zombie virus here. He must have used many animals as experimental subjects and made something troublesome. Kong Max nodded. Du Lingling, what should we do now? Yisha, let's go forward. It would be best if we can find Dr. Baines. If we can't find him, we should first get the mutant viruses of the TO-type animal zombies. Kong Max and Du Lingling nodded. This sudden change made them feel that this place was not as safe as they imagined. But where is it not dangerous to carry out a mission? Everyone is used to danger, and they don't take it too seriously. The main reason is that the hidden dangers that may appear at any time are quite worrying. Judging from the current situation, the thing that killed the cleaning team member should be very fast. Yisha reacted quickly and chased after him to check the situation immediately. As a result, he didn't even see a shadow, and the other party had already disappeared with the body. Continuing forward along the corridor, Yisha's goal was the storage room. Some viruses are more tough and can survive in any environment, while some viruses are actually more fragile and need a special storage space, such as storage at a certain temperature, which requires a constant temperature room. TO-type zombie virus is somewhere in between the two. It is not too delicate, but it also requires a special storage environment. Of course, another reason is to prevent leakage. Zombie virus is not a drink that can be thrown into the refrigerator at will. Closed space storage is also very important. Anyway, Yisha found it in the storage room in his previous life. This experimental base has 2 floors, but it is not large. Probably only small or medium-sized. After turning a passage, it is basically almost there. Du Lingling suddenly looked to the side. Zombies. Yisha looked to the side. It was a laboratory workshop. The room was quite large, and there were more than a dozen zombies. 2 of the zombies suddenly pounced on Yisha and his friends when they passed by, sticking to the glass wall with their teeth bared, and kept scratching the glass wall with their hands. After taking a look, Yisha said, "Don't worry. They are isolated. The horror of the zombie virus lies in its crazy spread." At that time, the zombie virus broke out in this experimental base. Theoretically, it was almost impossible for anyone to survive in such a relatively small enclosed space. The power of the zombie virus would be even more terrifying. The main reason why Dr. Baines was able to survive with some people was that Dr. Baines reacted quickly. He immediately led people to retreat to a safe area, isolated the infected people with defense facilities, and closed the air circulation system to prevent the spread of the zombie virus. Those infected humans who were isolated naturally cursed Dr. Baines' family several times, because Baines was a ruthless guy who didn't even think about rescuing them and directly abandoned them. But from a rational point of view, Dr. Baines did nothing wrong. Look at these people who were isolated. All of them turned into zombies. If they were not isolated, there would be no one left alive in this experimental base. Chapter 1473 Dr. Baines. After turning the corner ahead, the passage ended on the left side, and there was another passage on the right side. But Yisha's goal was the 3rd and 4th on the left. At the end of the left side was an alloy door, which Yisha pushed, but did not open. Yisha said to Kong Max, "It exploded." This door was different from the electronic door at the entrance of the experimental base, and it had a much higher level of security, like the kind used in a bank vault. The electronic lock was easy to solve, and it was possible to decipher it. But it was impossible to unlock the physical lock, and even the paper god's ability did not work. The lock had a built-in metal wire, which was very sensitive. It would sound an alarm when touched, and then a total of 6 metal pillars, as thick as a baby's wrist, would instantly lock it. Kong Max didn't waste any words, and directly took out a jar with glass in the middle and light blue liquid inside. "Yisha, it's more powerful. Ordinary bombs may not be able to blow it up." Kong Max smiled. "I'll do it. Don't worry." Yisha knew that Kong Max liked to use technological equipment to fight. The most commonly used ones were the Demon King and the God's Arm. They looked like fantasy items, but they were actually 2 technological mechanical arm armors. In addition, Kong Max was also very keen on technological props. And the bombs he used were all future bombs. After sticking the can against the door, Kong Max immediately signaled to retreat. Yisha and his men quickly retreated to the other side of the corner. And then, boom, a violent noise appeared. And then the flame suddenly rushed out, rushing forward from the corner where Yisha and his men were hiding. Even though they were 4 or 5 meters away, they could still feel the scorching heat, burning their cheeks. After a while, the black smoke and flames that filled the passage gradually dissipated, and Yisha and his men came out. Kong Max was surprised. There is something special about this door. It didn't explode. The door was completely twisted and sunken inward, like a U shape. Of course, it was not twisted so badly, but there were obvious gaps on both sides because the door was sunken inward. "Yisha, it doesn't matter, as long as I can get in." Yisha walked to the door and pushed it, then got in through the gap on the side. The storage room stored a large number of medicines. Of course, not all of them were TO-type animal zombie viruses. Many of them were experimental medicines left before the end of the world. In fact, although this experimental base is a private experimental base of Confu, before the end of the world, it did not study anything inhumane, but focused on the research of medical drugs for sickle cell anemia. Of course, there are reasons for not being public. Various animals are used for live experiments here, and patients with sickle cell anemia are recruited for drug testing, especially the latter. Even if most of the patients who test the drugs are volunteers, it is not allowed. After Yisha entered, he went directly to the innermost glass. This is a constant temperature chamber, which contains the TO-type animal zombie virus. There are 3 types in total, with red, blue and light green colors. They cannot be taken out directly, and must be manipulated by a mechanical arm. Come. Yisha waved to Kong Max. Take the things. Kong Max nodded and said nothing. He knew that Yisha was giving benefits. Rather than asking him to take the things, it was better to express that the things belonged to Kong Max and Du Lingling. And Yisha himself did not like them. Of course, Yisha really didn't care. Whether it was the Teo-type animal zombie virus, or the things that could be exchanged. Yisha's current minimum standard is the production of the treasure list. Kong Max was operating the mechanical arm on the side. And Yisha was not idle either, circling around to see if there was anything hidden to avoid sudden attacks. In about 5 minutes, Kong Max used the mechanical arm to put all 3 bottles of Teo-type zombie virus into a box specially used for transportation, and then sealed the box. Kong Max picked up the box that was sent out from under the glass cabinet by the mechanical arm. Done. Yisha waved his hand. Let's go. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. With a strong sense of urgency. You are from the company, right? Are you here to pick me up? Save me. Save me quickly. The voice appeared very abruptly, and Yisha immediately went into alert. He just turned around and made sure that there was no one else here. And there was no place to hide. Du Lingling pointed to the side, loudspeaker. Hidden. Yisha suddenly realized and looked at the corner of the wall. The sound really came from there. But there was nothing except the wall. At the same time, the voice was still chattering. I have researched something very powerful. And my experiment is only 1 step away. Believe me. Take me away. I am valuable. Don't abandon me. Hey. Did you hear me? Take me back to the headquarters. Otherwise you will regret it. Really? I am telling the truth. I have research materials and experimental data. As long as you give me a chance to talk to the headquarters, I will prove myself. Yisha listened to the other parties chattering and couldn't help but ask, Dr. Baines? Believe me. Please. Believe me. I just need a chance to prove myself. Take me away. As long as you take me away from here, I will agree to anything you say. Du Lingling, it's just a loudspeaker. Not a communication device. He can't hear us talking. Yisha nodded, and realized that the other party was probably Dr. Baines. But the other party did not respond to Yisha's questions, but just repeated the same few words over and over again. Either Dr. Baines was crazy, or the other party couldn't hear what Yisha said. However, Yisha felt that even if it was the latter, Dr. Baines was probably on the verge of collapse. Just looking at his incoherent speech, you can tell what his mental state was like. Otherwise, a rational person would definitely know that he was using a loudspeaker and couldn't hear the other party's response. While Dr. Baines was begging there. No. No. Suddenly, Dr. Baines' begging cry suddenly turned into a painful wail. Extremely sad. Bastards. You bastards. Dr. Baines roared loudly. If you don't take me away, you can't leave here. That thing is coming. Coming. You will all die. And you will be buried with me. Along with Dr. Baines' screams. Yisha also vaguely heard the sound of something tearing. Like the sound of canvas being cut by a sharp blade. Dull and clear. Then Yisha heard the sound of chewing. And then Dr. Baines' curses gradually subsided. Finally, everything returned to calm. Chapter 1474 Zombie Group. This incident really came very suddenly. And disappeared very suddenly. Dr. Baines suddenly screamed. And then the scream suddenly disappeared. Even if the brain is not flexible, you know what happened. Yisha was about to curse. But Kong Max cursed first. Because Dr. Baines can't die. Staff Mission 2, find Dr. Baines, the chief scientific researcher at the Timberwolf Research Base, and bring him back. Or get the initial Teo-type animal zombie virus infected body sample, alienated hellhound, in Dr. Baines' hands. In fact, Dr. Baines didn't need to beg. Yisha and his men would definitely take him back. Because taking Dr. Baines back was originally one of the crew's tasks. This, Du Lingling, should he be dead? Yisha, I think it's a good thing for people to keep their dreams. Du Lingling rolled her eyes. It would be better to just say that Dr. Baines is dead. There's still hope. Comes. We can also find the sample of the initial Teo-type animal zombie virus infection. Du Lingling, the thing that attacked the cleaning team members just now. Could it be this? There is a bracket behind the task, saying alienated hellhound, which should be a zombie dog variant. Right? Yisha, who cares if it is? Do I have a choice? There are 2 tasks for the flight attendants. The first one is to kill the cleaning team members. This is a fight when you see them. Of course, you can kill them, but it doesn't matter if you can't touch them, because this task is marked behind non-restricted task. The so-called non-restricted mission means that even if it is not completed, there is no mission reward, and it will not affect the return to the Doomsday train. But the crew mission too is different. Either bring Dr. Baines back, or if you can't bring him back, then bring back the initial T-type zombie virus-infected body sample. Anyway, both must be brought back, so that you can return to the Doomsday train, judging from the current situation, unless you have a dream and deceive yourself. Otherwise, Dr. Baines is most likely dead. In this case, we can only find the latter. Yi Sha, no matter what, find Dr. Baines first, and see if he is dead or alive. If that doesn't work, find the latter. Du Lingling, where can I use a loudspeaker? Yi Sha, broadcasting room? Kong Max, what does the experimental base need a broadcasting room for? Of course, it is the command center. Yi Sha suddenly realized that the broadcasting room and the command center are actually the same thing, but they are actually different. The broadcasting room is of course broadcasting, while the command center is much more complicated. From the perspective of security, if someone invades the experimental base, the command center must give orders based on the surveillance, and those loudspeakers are used to command armed personnel to chase and intercept. Secondly, closing the passages and entrances and exits are all issued by the command center. In daily life, the command center is also not idle, responsible for personnel calls, and so on. And as Comac said, the broadcasting room can also use loudspeakers. But what does the experimental base need a broadcasting room for? If it is to be built, it is to build a command center. Let's go! Yi Sha, to the command center. Where is the command center? Yi Sha really doesn't know. It's true that Yi Sha has memories from his previous life, but that's only useful if it's a place Yi Sha has been to. Yi Sha didn't go to the command center in his previous life. However, Yi Sha's memory is not completely useless. At least the first floor can be ignored directly, because Yi Sha had visited the first floor before, and there must be no so-called command center. In this case, it must be on the second underground floor. After leaving the storage room, Yi Sha and his companions walked to the other side of the passage, found the elevator and forced it open, and climbed to the next floor again along the elevator maintenance ladder. The first floor is basically the same as the second floor, with a large number of passages that can lead to various places. However, before exploring the second underground floor, Yi Sha and his companions were welcomed. A warm welcome from zombies. When Yi Sha used the twin saw teeth to pry open a gap in the elevator door, a large number of arms suddenly stretched out. Yi Sha reacted very quickly and dodged to the back immediately. But the space in the elevator was so small that Yi Sha couldn't move in a large area even if he wanted to. Almost in an instant, Yi Sha's clothes were grabbed by the zombies. Ah! Ah! The zombies roared madly, with sticky saliva dripping from the corners of their mouths. Pulling hard, trying to pull Yi Sha out of the elevator. Yi Sha supported the elevator door with one hand, and at the same time raised his left hand and threw the twin sawtooth sword to Du Lingling, who immediately swung the sword and slashed. Puff! Puff! The twin serrated swords fell, cutting off all the arms that were holding Yi Sha. Yi Sha broke free and quickly stuck to the corner. Du Lingling returned the twin serrated swords to Yi Sha, and Kong Max came to the front. Click! Kong Max raised his Gauss gun and continued to fire forward. Bang! 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 Kong Max pulled the trigger continuously, and then the elevator door panel would dent a piece with each shot, and finally collapsed outwards under the weight, pressing several zombies underneath. Kong Max walked out and fired again. With a bang, he blasted 2 or 3 zombies out. Then he knocked down another zombie with the butt of the gun, and then kicked another zombie with his leg, showing that he was very fierce. Kong Max walked out continuously, and was at the front. Although there were many zombies gathered in the passage, they were just ordinary zombies, and did not cause much trouble to Kong Max. However, it was not easy to deal with them. There were too many zombies, almost filling up the passage, and it happened to be the entrance and exit of the elevator. There was only one passage in front of him. He did not even have the opportunity to avoid it, so he could only kill his way out. Yi Sha took out a stack of A4 paper from his bag and threw it forward. The A4 paper spread in the air, and then Yi Sha's eyes showed a strange color, and the falling paper pieces covered the zombies. Each piece of paper was as sharp as a knife. And the moment it passed forward, it directly cut off the heads of the zombies. Du Lingling followed at the end. Shouldn't those zombies be isolated? Yi Sha nodded. In theory, this is the case. Dr. Baines survived by isolating the infected people in advance, so that the zombies were directly isolated in advance after the virus broke out. Yi Sha was very sure of this. The reason why Dr. Baines did not leave here was not because of the zombies in the experimental base, but because of the zombies in the city. Even if Dr. Baines left the experimental base, it would be useless. He had no ability to leave Wolf City. He could avoid the zombies in the experimental base, but he could not avoid the zombies wandering in the city. Therefore, Dr. Baines hoped that the headquarters of Compu Corporation would send someone to pick him up. Chapter 1475 Meat Tunnel. However, judging from the current situation, it seems to be different from Yi Sha's memory. With these densely packed zombies, Dr. Baines may not even be able to leave the experimental base. Reality and memory are no longer consistent, and changes have occurred. Yi Sha was not surprised. This was not the first time such a thing had happened. After all, even if the same person made two choices for the same thing, he might make different choices one after another. If not, there would be no such emotion in the world called regret. Therefore, memory can only be used as a reference, not as the basis for everything. Besides, Yi Sha no longer relies on memory to live. Indeed, the memory of the previous life provided Yi Sha with a lot of help in the early days of the apocalypse. But with more and more overlapping platforms, and Yi Sha becoming stronger, memory is no longer of much use. Yi Sha, don't worry about it. Find a way to solve these things first, and then fight your way out. Du Lingling nodded. Kong Max led the way in front, while Yi Sha controlled the paper blade to attack continuously from behind. It was not dangerous. Kong Max was able to deal with the zombies that kept flying over, but it was quite time-consuming. After a while, the zombies blocking the passage were finally killed, and the corpses were piled all over the ground. Yi Sha and the other two also sweated a little, facing the continuous attack of the zombies. It was still very tiring. After walking through the passage, Yi Sha suddenly pressed Kong Max's shoulder and reached out to stop Du Lingling. Because the little cat was furious, the little cat bit its body, obviously in a fighting state, baring its teeth, looking very irritable, and constantly making whimpering sounds. Yi Sha squatted down and kept stroking the back of the little cat's neck, trying to calm it down. Du Lingling, do you smell anything? Kong Max took this opportunity to wipe the blood off his body. What smell can it have? It's all blood. Du Lingling thought for a moment. It smells fishy, but not bloody. And it's not quite right. It's more like the smell of rotting grass and trees in the forest. At this time, Yi Sha had already calmed the little cat down and said directly, go to the front, and you will know. Yi Sha thought that Du Lingling was not too sensitive, but really found something unusual, because the little cat's sense of smell was more sensitive. And it was obviously because it found something that it got angry. However, it was a bit abnormal for the little cat to be so excited. Even if it found an enemy, the little cat should have warned and told Yi Sha. So why was it so irritable? Continuing to walk forward, when they were almost at the end of the passage, Yi Sha and Kong Max also smelled the smell that Du Lingling said, which was a bit like the smell of mud. Then, after turning around the passage, the three of them were stunned. The scene in front of them was beyond imagination. After turning around the passage, it was still a passage, but the appearance of this passage was shocking. The walls of the passage were covered with brown pieces of flesh, as if the flesh and blood were torn off piece by piece, all pasted on the wall, and then covered with a layer of plastic wrap. The so-called plastic wrap is actually a very thin layer of meat membrane. What's more terrifying is that those pieces of meat are actually trembling slightly, just like the beating of the heart, and they will beat from time to time, as if they are alive. Yi Sha signaled Kong Max and Du Lingling to slow down, and walk forward himself. The paper was controlled by Yi Sha, circling around his body, while Yi Sha held the twin serrated swords horizontally and slowly moved forward. The floor was also covered with such pieces of meat and membranes. When Yi Sha stepped on them, he even heard a gurgling sound. It didn't feel like real meat. It was very soft and quite elastic, and felt like TPE material. However, after Yi Sha frowned, he suddenly rubbed the meat with his toes, and a piece of the meat was torn off. Then Yi Sha saw red blood seeping out. It was real flesh and blood, but it didn't look like human flesh. Follow closely. Yisha whispered, appearing very cautious. Unknown things always make people alert. This kind of scene was the first time Yisha had seen it. Anyway, when he came here in his previous life, Yisha had never seen such a thing. Moving forward little by little, although the meat pieces would beat like hearts, as if they were alive, they did not seem to be aggressive. Yisha stepped on the meat pieces and walked through about half of the passage without being attacked. At this time, Yisha suddenly felt his clothes being pulled. When he turned around, he found that Du Lingling was pointing to a place on the side. Du Lingling whispered, there is something. Yisha nodded. Although the surrounding pieces of meat were uneven, they were relatively flat and stuck to the floor, wall, and ceiling. However, where Du Lingling pointed, there was a large pile of meat, about half a meter high, like an egg, placed against the wall. Be prepared to dodge. Not sure what it is. Yisha, I'll lead the way and go over to take a look, Yisha said as he approached the pile of meat, then showed a look of surprise. It really is an egg? The pile of meat is actually a shell. The top is empty. Yisha looked inside and saw a layer of membrane, which is very similar to the surrounding meat membrane, but it is amber. Through the membrane, you can see a black shadow inside, curled up into a ball. You can vaguely see the head and limbs, but from the outline, it doesn't look like a human. Yisha had a bad idea at this time, because he thought of the apostle embryo, which was very similar to the apostle embryo. It was something like a biological egg. Of course, this thing was definitely not the apostle embryo. Yisha now had the power of an apostle. If it was really an apostle embryo, Yisha would be able to feel it, because there would be more or less similar power spreading out. To put it another way, even if Yisha couldn't feel it, Fatal would remind Yisha. But Yisha didn't feel the power of the apostle, and Fatal didn't appear. Kong Max, it looks like an egg laid by something, but it hasn't hatched yet and doesn't seem to be aggressive, Kong Max said as he instinctively reached out and poked the membrane. Who would have thought that the membrane was much more fragile than he had imagined? Kong Max didn't use much force at all, but the membrane suddenly popped and a hole appeared, and milky white liquid suddenly poured out of the small hole. The next moment, before Kong Max could react, the black outline under the membrane suddenly moved. The body suddenly unfolded, and then tore the membrane and flew out. Ah! Kong Max groaned, then covered his shoulder, and bright red blood continued to flow out from between his fingers. Chapter 1476 Alienated Hellhound. Du Lingling hurried forward to hold up the retreating Kong Max, while Yisha quickly chased after him. The speed of the shadow was very fast, even amazingly fast. It was not very big, about the size of a normal person's head. After passing over Kong Max's shoulder, it caused damage to his shoulder, and then quickly rushed forward. Yisha ran as fast as he could, because it was indoors, and this place was relatively closed and there was no wind, so the Son of Wind's ability could not be exerted, and Yisha could not catch up with that thing. But even though he couldn't catch up, Yisha could still barely hang behind the other party. From behind, it looked like an animal, but it was hard to tell what it was. It looked like a dog, a cat, or a jackal. After turning the corner, the thing suddenly rushed up to the ceiling, then broke through the ceiling and hid inside. Damn! Yisha cursed. There was no way to catch up with it. Yisha quickly moved his mind, and the surrounding paper pieces flew forward, then quickly connected into one piece, and suddenly went up, cutting the ceiling, forming a paper wall to block the way. Yisha slowed down, tiptoed forward, tried not to make any noise, and listened. No sound was heard, which was good news. The thing had knocked open the ceiling and entered a ventilation duct, which was made of metal. If it was still running, there would definitely be noise. Then, no sound probably meant that the opponent's path was blocked. Yisha moved forward little by little, and then came to the location of the big hole that the opponent had knocked out. Suddenly, a red thing that looked like a thorn, but was not a thorn, pierced downwards. Yisha reacted very quickly and took a step back. After the thing hit the ground, it pierced a piece of the ground and then shrank back. Then, the sound of running came out. Yisha listened to the sound and determined the location. When it was confirmed that the thing was running backwards, he immediately turned around and continued to chase. At this time, Kong Max and Du Lingling also chased after it. Yisha immediately shouted, "Overhead! Stop it!" Kong Max slid and dropped the Gauss gun in his hand. He put his 10 fingers together and put them on his waist. Du Lingling immediately understood what he meant. Ran forward, stepped on Kong Max's palm, and jumped up. The centipede's sword was unsheathed. Du Lingling slashed hard, directly cutting the ventilation duct. And then when she fell, she stretched her legs and kicked the wall, and rushed forward, swinging the sword again. With a bang, both ends were cut open, and the ventilation duct fell down and hit the ground with a loud noise. Yi Sha and the other two, including the Archon, stood in position, with two people standing at each end of the passage to ensure that the thing could be blocked. Slowly, a sound came from the pipe that had fallen, and then a zombie that looked like a dog but not a dog came out of the pipe. The body of that thing was very slender, like a dog or a wolf, with a thin film on the surface of the body, and a sticky liquid, but no hair. At the same time, although Yi Sha saw that this guy was running on all fours like a beast. In fact, the forelimbs of this thing were very short, and it was impossible to run on all fours. However, when this thing moved, its body would tilt forward, and the tilt was very large, so it looked like it was running on all fours. There is a coiled tail at the end, which is the thing that attacked Yi Sha before. Although it is a disc after rolling up, Yi Sha knows that the tail is quite long, at least 3 or 4 meters when unfolded. The reason why this thing looks like a dog is that it has a dog head, and there are 2 heads in total, which are constantly roaring, but probably because it is young. The roar sounds a bit like the cry of a baby. Kong Max was very angry when he saw this thing, which was the thing that attacked him before. He took a step forward and clenched his fist without hesitation. Devil's arm, Cum shouted, and his arm was covered by black light. And then the black arm armor appeared. Cums took a step forward and punched the ground without hesitation. The animal zombie that looked like a dog was not only very fast, but also had a terrible reaction. The moment Cums raised his fist, it suddenly jumped to the side, 1 meter away. Boom! Cums punched the ground, breaking a piece of the ground, and the ground collapsed several inches downward. Perhaps sensing danger, the thing turned its head and ran towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha held the twin serrated sword horizontally, with a sneer on his face. He was more terrifying than Kong Max. But at this moment, Kong Max suddenly showed anxiety and shouted, "Don't kill it. You can't kill this thing. It's an alienated hellhound." Alienated hellhound? What the hell is that? Yi Sha was stunned, and then suddenly realized, the initial T-type animal zombie virus infected body sample? After such a delay, the thing had already come to Yi Sha. Yi Sha didn't have time to swing his sword to cut it, but the red flame armor automatically activated to protect its master. Flames instantly appeared in front of Yi Sha, and then crystallized. Bang! The alienated hellhound hit the crystallized flames and fell to the ground. Yi Sha casually removed the crystallized flames and then said, "Is this thing the one for the mission?" Cums, "Yes. I got a hint from the mysterious voice. There are 2 options for the flight attendant mission too. The first is to bring Dr. Baines back. If Dr. Baines cannot be brought back, find the initial TO model animal zombie virus infected body sample and bring it back. Moreover, that thing has a code name, which is called the alienated hellhound. The legendary Hell Gatekeeper dog was born by the 100-handed giant Typhon and Echidna, and was the pet of the goddess of the underworld Hecate. It guarded the gate of hell and ate corpses. This little thing in front of me was probably named the alienated hellhound as a code name because it had 2 heads. Since it was the target of the mission, there was no reason to let it go. At the same time, the alienated hellhound was knocked unconscious, shaking its head and baring its teeth at Yi Sha, as if it wanted to attack Yi Sha, but it was just a feint, and its body suddenly bounced to the side, actually trying to escape. Hey, quite smart. Yi Sha didn't follow closely enough, and the alien hellhound actually ran away from him. But the next moment, ghost step, Yi Sha's figure suddenly disappeared, and then suddenly appeared, moving 2 or 3 meters away, blocking the alien hellhound again. And at the moment when Yi Sha stopped the alien hellhound, the Archon suddenly made a move. Clang! Clang! The chain dragged across the ground. And at the moment when the alien hellhound had to stop in front of Yi Sha, it tied up the alien hellhound's body. Chapter 1477 Capture. In addition to its extremely fast speed, the alien hellhound did not show much attack and defense capabilities. The stab of the tail 3 or 4 times before was quite powerful and could directly pierce the ground. However, it also depends on the comparison. Compared with ordinary people, This attack is already very terrifying. Being able to pierce the ground means that it can easily pierce the human body. But this kind of thing, let alone Yisha, Kong Max, and Du Lingling can do it. It is not difficult for them to smash the ground. Therefore, to catch the alienated hellhound, the main thing is to be able to catch it. The Archon obviously chose to make a move at the best time, and easily caught the alienated hellhound. However, Yisha seemed to think things were a little simple. The alienated hellhound was tied up by chains, and its body curled up like a boneless creature, which looked a bit like a hedgehog rolled into a ball. And then it slipped out of the restraint of the chain. After landing, the alienated hellhound's body opened again and continued to fly forward, trying to escape from here, and it was more flexible than expected. Yisha followed the alien hellhound with a ghost step, but he didn't expect it to change direction immediately. Even though Yisha's ghost step was almost instantaneous, he was easily thrown away. Kong Max ran over from behind and pounced on the alien hellhound like a hungry tiger. It is very likely to get hurt if caught like this. The alien hellhound still has a certain attack ability, but it doesn't matter if it gets hurt, as long as it doesn't die. Unfortunately, Kong Max had thrown his body out directly, and it fell towards the alien hellhound like a mountain. But before landing, the alien hellhound jumped forward and still avoided it. Damn it! Kong Max cursed. This thing is so hard to catch. I thought it was going to be a fight, but it turned into a cat and mouse game. And the mouse was faster and more flexible than expected. Du Lingling and Yisha chased from behind again. After the alien hellhound dodged Kong Max, it immediately ran forward. In terms of pure speed, the three of them were not as fast as the alien hellhound. But at this moment, the little ancient cat had somehow circled to the front, suddenly jumped out, and directly hit the alien hellhound. With a bang, the alienated hellhound was hit against the wall. But the little ancient cat did not stop attacking. It rushed forward, swept its claws, and slapped the alienated hellhound away again. The little ancient cat was very irritable. In other words, the little ancient cat was extremely aggressive towards the alienated hellhound. Yisha was a little puzzled. The little ancient cat was so irritable and hostile when he met Gon Lin before, when the little ancient cat met the underworld wolf. This was because of the bloodline. The little ancient cat was the ancestor of the canine and cat families, and even had a suppressive effect on the underworld wolf. Similarly, because of the superiority of bloodline, the little ancient cat had a strong hostility towards the same species. But are the alienated hellhounds and the little ancient cat the same species? From the name and appearance, it may be. After all, the alienated hellhounds also look like canines, but they just look weird. But the key point is, isn't the alienated hellhound a zombie? This thing is dead, not a living thing. Yisha was wondering, while Kong Max and Du Lingling were about to cry, because the little ancient cat knocked the alienated hellhound out with its head. The little ancient cat's speed was not slow, only a little slower than the alienated hellhound. But the little ancient cat was used to this beast-like movement, and it could always get stuck on the alienated hellhound's escape route, making it impossible for the alienated hellhound to escape. The alienated hellhound seemed very angry, baring its teeth at the little ancient cat, roaring with its two heads in turn. And then, paw! The little ancient cat whipped the alienated hellhound with its tail, and it flew away again. Kong Max and Du Lingling were anxious, and they must not kill it, or the mission would be ruined. Unfortunately, the little ancient cat belonged to Yisha, and they could not attack it directly. Besides, it would be better to attack the little ancient cat with a certain degree of severity. But they should not attack the little ancient cat and then let the alienated hellhound run away. Fortunately, Yisha finally came back to his senses from his bewilderment and said, "Enough. Don't kill it. Just hold it down." Although the little ancient cat showed his irritable side, he was still very obedient. Seeing that the alienated hellhound wanted to rush past him, he twisted his body and squeezed the alienated hellhound against the wall, then stretched out his claws and directly held the alienated hellhound down. Yisha casually threw out a stack of A4 papers, which fell around the alienated hellhound, hardened quickly, and shaped into a cube at the same time, sealing the alienated hellhound inside. Bang, bang, bang. The cube kept rolling on the ground, making crashing sounds. It was obvious that the alienated hellhound had not given up and was struggling inside the cube, trying to escape again. But the cube formed by the A4 paper was sealed, not the chains of the Archon. Even if the alienated hellhound could shrink its bones, It could not shrink to the size of the gap between the papers. Unless the A4 papers could be destroyed, there was no way to escape. However, the A4 papers that could be changed by the paper god's ability were not so easy to destroy just because you wanted to. Yisha gestured to Kong Max, who stepped forward and picked up the cube, then excitedly said, "It's done." There is a mysterious voice prompting, "But the mission is not yet completed. It will be completed only after sending it back to the Doomsday train." Yisha, "Then let's withdraw. We can go back now. Dr. Baines might be dead." Which really dealt a big blow to Yisha and his companions. The mission seemed to become more troublesome. Yisha did not expect that he would find the alienated Hellhound so inexplicably, and complete the mission so inexplicably. But no matter what the process is, the result is the most important. Since they have caught the alienated Hellhound, they can naturally go back. Yisha doesn't think there is anything that can prevent them from returning to the Doomsday train. "Do Lingling return the same way?" Yisha nodded, "Yes." As he spoke, Yisha and his companions began to retreat, preparing to return the same way. But just after passing the passage paved with meat, a large number of zombies suddenly appeared in the side passage, staggering towards them. Kong Max was surprised. "Are you kidding me?" The passage on the side was the one they came in through, which led directly to the elevator. There were a lot of zombies blocking the passage, but they had been killed by Yisha and his men. In that case, where did these zombies suddenly appear from? Yisha pulled out a red flame bomb and threw it into the passage. "Retreat first." Boom! The moment Yisha finished speaking, the roar of the explosion suddenly sounded. Chapter 1478 Command Center. Accompanied by the explosion, Yisha and his companions quickly retreated and hid in the room, feeling the vibration caused by the explosion. Kong Max cursed while changing the energy source of the Gauss gun. Where did those guys come from? Yisha, maybe there are other hidden passages. This kind of underground experimental base is as complicated as a maze. Hey! Hey! At this time, Du Lingling shouted, "Is this the command center?" Yisha and Kong Max had been paying attention to the movement at the door, so they didn't notice what place they broke into. When they heard Du Lingling shout and looked back, Yisha found that it was indeed the command center. This was a fan-shaped space, with a super huge splice screen in the front, most of which were damaged, and a few were still lit, which were monitoring screens showing some places in the experimental base. Directly in front of the screen was a step 4-layer workbench, which felt a bit like a multimedia classroom. The workbench should have been equipped with computers, but most of them had fallen to the ground and were smashed to pieces. However, now that the mutant Hellhound is in hand, there is no need to look for Dr. Baines, especially since Dr. Baines is likely dead, so it is even more unnecessary. Therefore, it is not important whether to find the command center. Yisha still focused on dealing with the zombies at the door. After being bombed, the zombies in the front fell down, but the number of zombie deaths was not large. Bombs are not very effective against zombies, because it is not easy to accurately blow up their heads. Even though the zombies were blown to pieces, they were still wriggling on the ground like worms, moving forward like insects. Yisha raised his hand and threw out the A4 papers again. Yisha now found that the paper god's ability was really useful. The most important thing was that the paper god's ability relied on mental power, and did not consume Yisha's physical strength at all. Of course, just like the consumption of the brain area of superhumans, Yisha would feel mentally exhausted if he continued to use his mental power to use the paper god's ability. However, superhumans are prone to excessive brain consumption because all their abilities are brain abilities, whether attacking or defending. Yisha doesn't only have the ability of paper god. If he feels signs of mental fatigue, he can switch to other means of attack. He can even use them alternately to intermittently restore physical strength or mental strength. The next moment, the paper blade flew forward and continuously hit the zombies. With the cover of Yisha's paper blade, Kong Max also had a posture of holding a sword and riding a horse. He held the Gauss gun in one hand, flashed to the door, and pulled the trigger continuously. Bang, bang, bang. The Gauss gun fired continuously, and the zombies were blown away the moment they hit. The zombies kept colliding with each other, and soon fell into a ball. It feels like there are more zombies than before, and there is no end in sight. Du Lingling shouted again, "Come and see." "Woman, shut up." Combs replied a little irritably. He was dealing with zombies right now, and he could return the same way after killing them. Returning to the Doomsday train would mean the mission was completed. There was something worth seeing. Yisha frowned. In his impression, Du Lingling was very steady, so she often acted as Yisha's secretary and helped Yisha deal with some trivial matters. Therefore, Yisha didn't think that Du Lingling would yell at this time without any important matter. Yisha said to Kong Max, "You hold on first. I'll go and take a look." Kong Max shrugged and didn't comment, but fired more fiercely at the zombies, and even went straight to meet them. And then the devil's arm shone with black light, and punched a zombie's head, blowing up the zombie's head. Yisha walked over to Du Lingling. "What's wrong?" Du Lingling, "Look." Yisha looked where Du Lingling pointed and found that Du Lingling was pointing at a surveillance screen, which was showing the pictures in the storage room. Du Lingling, "Dr. Baines must have been here before. He saw us and yelled at us with a loudspeaker. Then come and look at this side," Du Lingling said, as she took Yisha to the workbench on the other side. Du Lingling pointed to the microphone on the workbench. "This is connected to the loudspeaker." And then, Du Lingling pointed to the ground. A large trail of blood. Yisha half crouched down and stretched out his fingers to wipe the ground. The blood had not dried yet, and it was left not long ago. "Yisha, Dr. Baines?" Du Lingling nodded and pointed to the other side. That was the wall. But, magically, the trail of blood disappeared as if it was a fault when it was next to the wall. And the most magical thing was that the blood was completely attached to the floor below the wall. This is completely impossible, because the floor and the wall are at a right angle. If the body is not pressed against the wall, the bloodstains will definitely be a certain distance away from the wall. If the body is pressed against the wall, there must be bloodstains on the wall, not just on the floor. Then, it seems that there is only one possibility. Yisha walked to the wall and touched it for a while, looking for the mechanism. But unfortunately, he found nothing at all. Yisha hesitated for a moment, and suddenly raised his right hand, gangly. Yisha planned to use the most brutal method to confirm his inference. The muscles of his arms swelled up quickly, and then Yisha rushed forward fiercely. The alloy plate embedded in the wall twisted suddenly, and then Yisha heard a muffled sound from behind, as if something collapsed on one side. Yisha grabbed the alloy plate and forcibly pulled it off, and looked inside. Sure enough, the back of the wall was hollow, with a metal staircase going down, and there was an obvious trace of blood on the staircase. Yisha and Du Lingling looked at each other, and then shouted at Kong Max, "Come here! Hurry up!" Kong Max was fighting with the zombies, but when he heard Yisha's shout, he didn't refute anything, quickly retreated, and ran into the command center. "Kong Max, what's wrong?" "Go." Yisha pointed at the big hole. "Go here." Yisha took the lead and went in through the big hole, and then waited for Kong Max and Du Lingling to come in. Yisha took out an A4 paper and pasted it on the big hole, changing the texture of the A4 paper, making the paper as hard as metal. And then Yisha turned and walked down. In this way, even if the zombies chased into the command center, they should not be able to get in. Du Lingling took out a high-intensity flashlight and handed it to Yisha. Chapter 1479 Research Data. Using a flashlight to illuminate the road, Yisha led the way down. The metal stairs were not long, about 20 steps, and 3 or 4 steps soon reached the bottom. Below the metal stairs was a room, or an office. After entering the door, there was a desk on the left and a bed on the right. There were also 2 doors, one of which was open, leading to an independent bathroom, and in the middle was a corpse with only the upper body lying, and the trail of blood ended here. Yisha walked to the table, where there was a family photo of 3 people, a man, a woman, and a little girl. Yisha took a look, then turned the head of the corpse over. The corpse had a hideous expression, with eyes wide open, as if it had been frightened before death. However, the appearance was completely consistent with the man in the photo, except that he was older and his hair was thinner. Du Lingling flipped through the documents on the table. "This is Dr. Baines' office." "Yisha, this man is Dr. Baines." Combs curled his lips. "He's already dead. There's no point in finding him. We might as well just kill him." "Yisha, don't worry too much. Those zombies can't stop us. We can kill him anytime if we want to. Now that we have found something, let's explore it. Maybe we can find something important, and it will be a reward when we return to the Doomsday train." This is indeed unrefutable. After all, it is indeed a good thing. Of course, it's just a possibility. Research data. At this time, Du Lingling shouted in surprise. Here are the research data of T-type animal zombies. And there are even detailed experimental logs and data records. Yisha walked over and took a look. And was also a little surprised. It was not that he was surprised that there were these things, but that this kind of data was generally recorded by computer and stored in hard drives or USB drives. It was the first time that Yisha saw someone record these in paper documents. Of course, it's hard to say. The paper recording method is indeed more old-fashioned, but it is actually safer. However, there is more than one surprising thing about this document. Yisha flipped through it casually, and then showed a surprised expression again. The experimental target in the document is the mutant hellhound. In fact, the mutant hellhound was created by Dr. Baines after the end of the world. He wanted to prove himself in exchange for Compu to send people to rescue him. After reading the experimental data, Yisha had to admit that it was not surprising that Dr. Baines had such an idea, because this experiment was indeed magical. The amazing thing is, according to Dr. Baines' description, the mutant hellhound is actually a creature. Yisha has not seen the end of the information yet, and does not know whether Dr. Baines has succeeded in his research. But the research direction alone is enough to surprise people. First of all, the name of the T-type animal zombie virus clearly explains everything. This is a zombie virus, but the target of its action is mainly animals. It is hard to say whether it is effective on humans, and the information does not mention it. But no matter what, even if they are different zombie viruses, some aspects are similar. The zombies created by the zombie virus, in other words, are the living dead. After being infected by the zombie virus, humans will die quickly, and the way of death is roughly similar to the rapid failure of various organs in the body. And then the heart stops beating, leading to death. The zombie virus also causes trauma to the brain, but it still retains some instinctive nerve reflexes and the ability to metabolize matter and energy. This is why zombies will eat humans. If a zombie dies, other zombies will also eat its corpse. Therefore, zombies are not immortal. They need energy to live longer. At the same time, the brain becomes the biggest weakness of zombies. But in general, the combination of the above points means that zombies have no characteristics of life. Even if the brain still has nerve reflexes and the ability to metabolize substances and energy, it is at most a vegetative state. Moreover, vegetative state is also a more pleasant term. Vegetative state can at least breathe independently, but zombies do not have this function. Animal zombies are still zombies, of course, and they are definitely different from human zombies, but their basic characteristics will not change, and they are definitely non-living things. Therefore, Dr. Baines' plan to use zombie viruses to create living things can only be said to be a crazy idea. You know, zombie viruses themselves are things that destroy the structure of organisms. The most important thing is that Dr. Baines succeeded. Yisha kept flipping through the research materials. Yisha definitely couldn't understand those data and other things, but he could look at the description of the materials. According to Dr. Baines' description, he did succeed. The mutant hellhound used as the experimental sample has life characteristics and brain waves, and even has the ability to reproduce. Of course, this organism is definitely different from the life in human cognition. In Dr. Baines' own description, it is a new species of organism, a new type of combat organism in the form of a beast. This is a very amazing thing. Yisha has also seen the same kind of creature. That is, the Archon. But the Archon is an alien species, and it has evolved many times to reach this level. Moreover, the most important point is the flesh and blood of the apostles. The Archon borrowed the flesh and blood of the apostles to fully evolve from a zombie to this new species. However, the mutant hellhound is purely artificial. From the perspective of science and technology, Dr. Baines has really done something remarkable. He created a completely new type of alien creature. Sure enough, Yisha, the things that Doomsday train specifically requested are not ordinary stuff. Combs didn't care much. So what? Can it be stronger than the alien creatures sold in the dining car? Or stronger than some rare ancient species? This? Yisha smacked his lips, not really knowing what to say. They had already caught the mutant hellhound. They insisted that the little thing was powerful. But it was just that. To be honest, the reason why this matter was so powerful was not the question of whether the mutant hellhound was powerful or not, but the birth of this technology was a breakthrough. But Kong Max's idea was not wrong. This was an idea that most people who survived on the Doomsday train agreed with, no matter what it was or what method it was. Being powerful was the most fundamental. Weak things had no value in existence. Never mind. Yisha picked up the information and shook it. At least this information is valuable. Dr. Baines's value is also here. And this is why we want to bring it back. Although Dr. Baines is dead now, we have captured the mutant hellhound as an experimental sample and obtained the most valuable information. Of course, the mission evaluation will be improved. Chapter 1480 Cultivation Room. Combs nodded, agreeing with this point. A high mission rating means more rewards. Or better rewards. This is always a good thing. And it is not in vain to delay for so long. Du Lingling on the other side, look at this door. The bathroom is next to it. What is behind this door? Yisha noticed the door that Yisha mentioned. An alloy door with an electronic lock on the door, which requires fingerprint verification. Combs, let's take a look and we will know. Kong Max dragged Dr. Baines' body and pressed Dr. Baines' palm on the fingerprint recognition device. Click! A crisp sound was heard. And then the door opened a gap. Yisha stretched out his hand and pulled the door open. It was dark behind the door, but some light could be vaguely seen, illuminating the surroundings a little. But only a little, which made everything look hazy. My God! After Yisha and others entered, Kong Max's eyes widened and he spoke. Yisha and Du Lingling also opened their mouths slightly and stared at everything around them with wide eyes. This was a large space, about the size of a basketball court. And in this space, there were a lot of meat chunks. Yes, meat chunks. It was the kind that we had seen in the passage before. The meat chunks were brown in color, with a very thin meat membrane on the surface, just like covering the entire passage. These meat chunks covered every inch of the place here. At the same time, those meat chunks were jumping from time to time, as if they were alive. Of course, if it were just this, it wouldn't be surprising enough, as there was not much difference between this place and that passage. In fact, this space was much more complicated than the passage. The pieces of meat in the passage were not completely connected, as if they were separated and pieced together piece by piece. But the pieces of meat here were different. They were completely connected and covered together. At the same time, on the ground, walls, and ceiling, there were protruding things, wrapped in a very thin flesh-colored flesh mold, which looked like meridians or blood vessels. That feeling was like being inside a giant monster. This is artificial. Du Lingling squatted on the ground and cut open the flesh membrane of a tube. After wiping off the milky white liquid that flowed out, what was exposed underneath was actually a black rubber tube. Du Lingling was very cautious. She only cut open the flesh membrane and did not hurt the tube underneath. She did not cut the tube casually, but stretched out her hand to pinch it, feeling the touch from her fingertips. Du Lingling looked up. There is something flowing inside. It is liquid or something like that. After Du Lingling finished speaking, she waved her knife to signal and asked Yisha if she wanted to destroy the pipe. Yisha waved his hand. Go forward and follow the pipe. As Yisha spoke, he stepped on the pieces of meat. With a squeezing of his feet, the sticky liquid quickly flowed out of the pieces of meat. Yisha followed the pipes and walked forward step by step, then walked to the corner of the room. And then Yisha's pupils dilated unconsciously. Yisha, it seems that we did do something unnecessary. If we had known this, we should have killed the zombies and left this place. Kong Max and Du Lingling didn't say anything, but stared at the things in front of them. That was a pile of eggs. Mutated hellhound eggs. It was exactly the same as the one Yisha and his friends found in the passage. The only difference was the number. There were more than a dozen so-called eggs here, some big and some small. The largest one was taller than Yisha's chest, and the smallest one just reached his knees. Du Lingling, I remember that Dr. Baines's data described that the mutant hellhound he researched had the ability to reproduce. Right? To be honest, I hope my speculation is wrong. Yisha turned his head and looked at Du Lingling seriously. Unfortunately, your guess is correct. This should be Dr. Baines's cultivation room, or the nutrient delivery room. Suddenly, the Archon suddenly raised the Pluto rifle and pulled the trigger towards the ceiling. Thump, thump, thump. The muzzle spewed flames, and bullets kept flying towards the ceiling. After hitting the ceiling, sparks kept coming out. At the moment the Archon opened fire, a black shadow suddenly moved on the ceiling and ran quickly along the ceiling. Little darling. Combs raised his Gauss gun. I don't like people running around over my head. Bang! Combs aimed slightly, then pulled the trigger. After a dull thud, the black shadow fell from the ceiling, tumbled around, and landed in front of Yi Sha and his group. Mutated Hellhound. The black shadow that fell was actually a mutant hellhound. But compared to the mutant hellhound captured by Yi Sha and his group, this guy in front of them was a complete behemoth. It was about 2.5 meters tall, and more than 3 meters long. Its two heads kept shaking, and light green saliva kept dripping down. Its tail gently swept along the ground, cutting the flesh on the ground. Du Lingling, is this guy the mother used for reproduction? Yes. Yi Sha looked at the cube hanging around his waist, which contained the mutant hellhound. With this big guy, I think this little thing is no longer needed. Yi Sha took the cube off his waist and threw it aside, then pulled out the twin serrated swords. Come on, Yi Sha, big guy! Roar! The mutant hellhound roared, and suddenly pounced towards Yi Sha. Bang! The mutant hellhound bit the twin serrated swords, and its sharp teeth collided with the twin serrated swords, making a crisp metal sound. What a great strength! While Yi Sha took the attack, his body was constantly sliding backwards. This was not Yi Sha's intention, but was pushed out by the mutant hellhound. After reaching the corner, Yi Sha suddenly raised his leg backwards, kicked against the wall, and stabilized his body. But at this moment, the other head of the mutant hellhound suddenly opened its bloody mouth and bit Yi Sha again. Yi Sha raised his eyebrows, and the twin serrated swords made a sound of gears turning. Click! The twin serrated swords split into two. One handle was still stuck in the mouth of the previous head, and the other handle was pulled out by Yi Sha, from bottom to top, and swept fiercely towards the chin of the mutant hellhound. Puff! Blood splattered. A wound was cut on the chin of the mutant hellhound, and at the same time, the huge body retreated several steps, stabilized its body, and shook its head and roared at Yi Sha again. Chapter 1481 Corrosive Venom. Yi Sha, take those eggs away, and wait for me at the platform entrance. Kong Max, it will be faster if we go together. Kong Max didn't think Yi Sha was incompetent, but he thought there was no need to go separately. Yi Sha, I'm worried about breaking those eggs. Kong Max thought about it, and felt that it made sense. He originally thought there was only one mutant hellhound, but he didn't expect there was a big one and so many small ones. Although the mission didn't specify how many mutant hellhounds to bring back, it was still better to have more of them. Kong Max said decisively, we'll wait for you at the door. Moving those eggs is no small task. 2 or 3 eggs at most. Kong Max and Du Lingling have to move them at least twice. Moreover, there are zombies blocking the door, so it's not easy for them. That's why Yi Sha asked them to go first. Watching Kong Max and Du Lingling walking towards the eggs, the mutant hellhound suddenly became angry. The protectiveness of the calf is common to both humans and beasts. However, just when the mutant hellhound was about to rush to the side, Yi Sha took a ghost step and flashed in front of the mutant hellhound. Hey! Yi Sha smiled. Your opponent is me. Bang! Yi Sha jumped up and kicked the mutant hellhound on the head, kicking it away. At the same time, the twin serrated swords Endless Fight and Eye of the Storm were activated at the same time. A circle of wind suddenly appeared under Yi Sha's feet, and then the circle of wind pushed out to the surroundings, surrounding a large area. After being wrapped in the storm circle, the mutant hellhound's strength, attack speed, and movement speed all decreased by 25%, and its physical consumption increased by 25%. This is the effect of the storm circle. But the main reason why Yi Sha activated the Eye of the Storm is that the movement speed is reduced by 25%. Yi Sha has seen the speed of the mutant hellhound, and it was a juvenile mutant hellhound. The one in front of him is obviously an adult, and its speed should be faster. In the case that the Son of Wind cannot exert his ability, Yi Sha really can't keep up. In this case, he could only slow down the mutant hellhound. At the moment when the Eye of the Storm was activated, Yi Sha also jumped forward and swung his sword to cut. Clang! The mutant hellhound's reaction speed was also amazing. The tail behind it suddenly stabbed forward and collided with the twin sawtooth swords. With a clang, the twin sawtooth swords were bounced away. Kong Max had taken off his coat at this moment, quickly wrapped the 2 eggs, put them on his back, and then held one in each hand. Du Lingling also held 2 eggs and prepared to leave here. The mutant hellhound became more manic, but Yi Sha raised his arm, but did not mean to retreat, but pressed forward again. Bloody cross! Yi Sha cut his palm. Blood flowed out and sprinkled on the twin serrated swords, which were covered with a layer of blood mist. Then Yisha rushed forward. Continuous attack. After the bloody cross strengthened the speed of the two swords, Yisha's attack naturally became more fierce. He kept swinging forward, and the sword body turned into a sword shadow, slashing towards the mutant hellhound. At the same time, Yisha's ankle twisted slightly. His body kept rotating, and the tip of the sword drew circles, using the arc to carry out continuous attacks, constantly oppressing the mutant hellhound. The mutant hellhound was stopped. The mutant hellhound had no intention of getting entangled with Yisha at the moment, and wanted to protect its eggs more. However, the sword shadows swung by Yisha intertwined into a net, giving the mutant hellhound no chance at all. Kong Max and Du Lingling quickly walked up the stairs. The mutant hellhound became more irritable and rushed towards the stairs. This speed. Yisha bared his teeth. It was really fast. Even though the speed was reduced by 25% by the storm circle, Yisha found that his speed was still about the same as that of the mutant hellhound. This is probably the fastest guy Yisha has ever encountered. Fortunately, Yisha has the ghost step. His figure flashed again, and he crossed the twin serrated swords in front of him, blocking the mutant hellhound again. Bang! The mutant hellhound hit the sword, pushing Yisha back half a step. And then, Z-Law. The sound of electric current surging suddenly sounded. Electricity quickly overflowed from Yisha's palm, flowing onto the twin serrated swords, and then flowing onto the mutant hellhound. Feeling the pain brought by the electric current surrounding its body, the mutant hellhound kept roaring. The electric current kept penetrating into its body, causing severe pain to the mutant hellhound. In fact, the mutant hellhound was intent on rushing out to chase Kong Max and Du Lingling, which was not a bad thing for Yisha. In this way, the mutant hellhound hardly fought against Yisha, and just wanted to rush out, so Yisha could attack without restraint. However, at this moment, the mutant hellhound suddenly jumped up. Damn it! Yisha immediately cursed. How could he forget that this guy had the ability to run on walls and ceilings? Enduring the pain brought by the electric current, the mutant hellhound jumped to the ceiling, then flew 2 steps on the ceiling, directly past Yisha, and ran up the stairs. Bang! Almost instantly, the mutant hellhound came to the top of the stairs, and with a huge body, it knocked the door open. There were only a few zombies in the command center, and they were killed. It should be Kong Max and Du Lingling who did it. As for the more zombies, they probably didn't come to the direction of the command center, but went to the passage covered with meat. The mutant hellhound rushed out regardless. Fortunately, the Archon was guarding the door. Yisha immediately shouted, "Stop it!" The Archon heard Yisha's shout and took action instantly. Clank! Clank! The chain dragged across the ground, and then it sprang up like a snake as if alive, quickly wrapping around the mutant hellhound's body. And then, the Archon pulled hard and forcibly pulled the mutant hellhound down. Roar! The mutant hellhound roared loudly, turned around suddenly, and then a puff of black liquid sprayed out. Yisha was surprised. Be careful. Yisha really didn't expect that the mutant hellhound could spit out venom. This is an ability that the juvenile mutant hellhound has never shown. It seems that it needs to be acquired through growth, and the venom is obviously a corrosive liquid. When it is sprinkled on the ground, small holes appear on the ground one by one, and black smoke appears at the same time. Corrosive venom is actually a very common ability. Many zombies have it. These zombies will grow venom sacs during the mutation process. However, common does not mean it is not powerful. It mainly depends on the degree of corrosion of the corrosive venom. Chapter 1482 Weird. The corrosive venom of the mutant hellhound is obviously not weak. You know, the ground is inlaid with alloy plates, and it can easily corrode a small hole in an instant, which shows that the corrosive venom is quite powerful. At the same time, the Archon was completely covered by the corrosive venom, although Yisha reminded him in time. The attack of the mutant hellhound came very suddenly, and the Archon did not have time to dodge. Hiss! Hiss! The corrosive venom covered most of the Archon's body. Almost in an instant, the Archon's clothes disappeared quickly, followed by the Archon's flesh and blood, which became bloody in the blink of an eye. Yisha also took a breath of cold air. This corrosive venom was more ferocious than he had imagined. Half of the Archon's body was like mud, completely corroded, in lumps, looking extremely disgusting, slowly sliding down along the body. Then, a burst of anger rushed out of Yisha's heart. This blow was a heavy blow. Although the core hidden in the Archon's chest was not damaged and could be repaired, it was just that before the Archon evolved, It needed mechanical repair. But now it needs to be repaired by biochemical means. But even if it can be repaired, it is very troublesome to repair such a serious injury. It is not possible to repair it by just finding some zombies, cutting some meat, and applying glue to the Archon. Besides, the corrosive venom is still working. If it lasts long enough, it is possible that it will penetrate into the core. But at this time, click, click, Yisha suddenly found that the corroded flesh and blood on the Archon were constantly falling down. Because the flesh and blood were corroded, it was possible that the pieces of flesh were peeled off from the body. But Yisha felt something was strange. The flesh and blood did not seem to fall off because of the corrosive liquid, but fell off on its own. Yisha looked at the pieces of flesh on the ground, and then found that the pieces of flesh were wriggling. Slowly, the Archon's body seemed to fall apart. With a crash, the body was shattered and completely smashed to the ground, turning into a pile of flesh. The flesh squirmed, quickly gathered together, and then slowly reorganized, stretched, and gradually turned back into human form. Yisha was surprised at first, then excited, and couldn't help shouting out, U2 Type A level mutant virus. Self-splitting, regenerating and reorganizing. This is the specialty of the Eye of Twilight. A regeneration ability that is more terrifying than super speed regeneration. With real power, it can almost be said that it is indestructible. Indestructible. And indestructible. This means that the bottle of U2 Type A level virus that Yisha gave to the Archon has taken effect. The reason why Yisha didn't know before is because the Archon's form has not changed at all. This made Yisha a little envious, which meant that the Archon completed the virus fusion without triggering the 75% probability of corpse transformation, and had the ability to split, reorganize and regenerate. If Yisha used it himself, without triggering the 75% probability of corpse transformation, and fused the U2 Type A virus, and obtained this ability, Yisha felt that he could wake up with a smile in his dreams, and even run to the roof of the Doomsday train and shout, "Who can kill me?" However, Yisha was open-minded. He had already been used by the Archon. There was no point in regretting. Besides, regretting was not useful. Even if it happened again. What if the 75% chance of corpse transformation was triggered when it was his turn? At the same time, the Archon directly dismembered his body, and then split, reorganized and regenerated it. It was not fully formed yet. But the attack did not stop. The mutant hellhound struggled out while the Archon was covered by the corrosive venom. But the chain quickly returned, constantly wandering on the ground, colliding with the ground, making a crisp sound, and sweeping the mutant hellhound again. The mutant hellhound was extremely fast and quickly jumped to the side. But at this moment, the black chain suddenly split into two, and the second chain hit the mutant hellhound fiercely. Roar! The mutant hellhound rolled on the ground and roared, kicked its limbs and climbed up again, and then ran towards the Archon. At this time, the Archon turned into a human form again, spread his left hand, formed a black ball of light, and pressed it out with force when the mutant hellhound pounced on it. The black ball of light pressed on the mutant hellhound's body, and the mutant hellhound was hit hard as if by a heavy hammer. It was blown away again. Before it could stand up, the crystallized apostle wings behind the Archon suddenly unfolded. Puff, 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 puff. Red crystal cones kept flying out from the crystallized wings, hitting the mutant hellhound's body continuously. At the moment of hitting, those red crystals would continue to burn. The power of the Son of Flame. Yisha leaned against the wall with his arms folded. It seemed that he didn't need to take action himself. The mutant hellhound didn't seem as strong as he thought. The Archon seemed to be enough to deal with it. That's about it. Yisha, we have to take it back to the Doomsday train. In Yisha's opinion, the mutant hellhound is indeed an excellent experimental product. As a new species, this kind of research is certainly valuable. But as Kong Max said, in the eyes of scientists, it is probably very valuable. But in Yisha's eyes, it is just a matter of admiration. Because, not strong enough. The physical fitness is quite good, but not to the extent of being against the sky. Or in other words, not to the extent of the extreme evolution of physical fitness. The strength is pretty good. Roughly estimated, it is close to the strength of the king level. Just because Yisha's strength is getting stronger and stronger, we can't use Yisha's standards to measure. This kind of strength is rare among mutant zombies. And the king level zombies are not available just because you want to see them. No! Yisha suddenly had a flash of inspiration. and a picture appeared in his mind. The picture of the cleaning team member being killed. If nothing unexpected happened, it must be the mutant hellhound that killed the cleaning team member. The one who frightened the cleaning team member and Dr. Baines to the point of mental breakdown and mental instability should also be the mutant hellhound. Dr. Baines can be left aside for now, as there is no evidence that Dr. Baines has strong combat capabilities. Regardless of the technical aspects and the creation of mutant hellhounds, Dr. Baines should be just an ordinary person. Otherwise, he would not have to ask for help from the headquarters of Compu Corporation and ask Compu Corporation to send someone to take it away. However, why can a mutant hellhound that is not even close to the king level strength kill the members of the cleaning team? Why can it cause the members of the cleaning team to have a mental breakdown? This is unreasonable. It is completely unreasonable. Chapter 1483, The Hidden One. Yisha had dealt with the cleanup team several times. Although the members of the cleanup team had never gotten any good results from the 3 or 4 Yishas. Objectively speaking, as a high-end combat force of Comp Corporation that surpassed the 3 Dragons team, the cleanup team members were not that bad. Basically, the captain-level members of the cleanup team, using the ratings on the Doomsday train, could pass the threshold of the king level, but they were only at the 1-star or 2-star level, and no higher levels had been seen. Therefore, when Yisha reached the peak of the Venerable King level, he could easily deal with them. But in fact, there were not many Venerable King levels. Of course, with the advancement of time, there are indeed many more Venerable King levels on the Doomsday train, but only about half of the crew members can reach this level. As for the Death Carriage, there are only a handful of them. And if there are any, they have basically left the Death Carriage. For example, after becoming a Venerable King, Kong Max participated in the crew assessment and became a crew member. Those who are still in the Death Car basically have no chance. But as long as they are strong enough, the train conductor will still take the initiative to provide such an opportunity. If Yisha had not died in his previous life, he would have been able to get such an opportunity in the end. But whether he could grasp it is another matter. It does not mean that reaching the king level will definitely make him a train attendant. The ordinary members of the cleaning team have almost never reached the king level, but they are basically at a level close to the king level. Of course, there is a gap in strength from the captain, but it is not too much. At most, it is just one step away from that threshold. Those with a lower level of ability can only reach the level of the Supreme King by 1 star at most. And judging based on such strength, although Yisha didn't know whether the previous member of the cleaning team was the captain. After all, the other party ran away without much confrontation. But let's assume that the other party was just a member of the team, fighting against the mutant hellhound. Failure and death are both possible. However, the difference in strength will not be too big. It must be very close. In this case, why was he frightened to the point of mental breakdown? This is what Yisha thinks is absolutely impossible. It is actually very simple to make the opponent mentally collapse in battle. Absolute domination and overwhelming strength will bring incomparable fear, making it impossible for people to have any resistance. If the mentality is a little fragile, and the will is not strong enough, they will have a mental breakdown. The mutant hellhound may be able to kill the members of the cleaning team, but it will definitely not scare people to the point that they cannot resist and are shrouded in fear. So, why? Yisha looked up at the mutant hellhound that was still struggling with the Archon, and found that he could only get one answer. This guy is not the mother of the mutant hellhound. Yisha raised his head suddenly, looked around, and then looked at the ceiling. Yisha felt something. That was the perception of danger. Yisha felt that something was staring at him, lurking, waiting, like a hunting beast, suddenly attacking him and eating him when Yisha was relaxed. The battle between the Archon and the mutant hellhound continued. The mutant hellhound might be able to defeat the Archon before taking the U2 type A-level mutant virus, but it was no match at the moment, because of its ability to split, reorganize and regenerate. The mutant hellhound could not cause any substantial damage to the Archon. On the contrary, the mutant hellhound was already covered in wounds. Clang, clang. While Yisha was thinking, the battle between the Archon and the mutant hellhound was drawing to a close. The Archon was very cunning. After the mutant hellhound was blown away again, the two chains actually sneaked behind the mutant hellhound through the surrounding workbenches. The black chain was the Archon's fantasy, which was the ability he gained after he had individual thinking. In fact, it was because he had his own thinking that he could imagine and materialize things. Because he had thinking, he had the so-called imagination. and many of the things that were imagined and materialized could change their forms. And the Archon's chains could also do so. The front end of the black chain turned into a sharp cone and suddenly rushed out from the back. Puff! Puff! Two sounds of flesh tearing. The chain rushed out from the back and pierced into the body of the mutant hellhound. From the ribs. And then drilled out from the back, piercing through the body of the mutant hellhound. After piercing through the body of the mutant hellhound, the two chains did not stop, but quickly wrapped around the body of the mutant hellhound and tied it up. Roar! The mutant hellhound roared angrily and kept trying to struggle. But the black chain wrapped around the mutant hellhound's body and entangled its limbs. As it struggled, the mutant hellhound not only failed to break free from the black chain, but also fell to the ground with a thump. At this moment, the dangerous feeling of being watched appeared again, as if there was always a killer lurking in the shadows, ready to take your life at any time. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the ceiling, and then a big hole was blown open. A black, thorn-like thing suddenly rushed out from below. The target of the attack is not Yisha, but the Archon. This choice is understandable. After all, it is the Archon who is fighting the mutant hellhound. At present, Yisha's state seems to be a low threat. However, Yisha was relieved because the Archon has the ability to split, reorganize, and regenerate. This ability does not improve the attack much, but the improvement in defense is too terrifying. It is really difficult to kill the Archon right now. The next moment, puff! The black thing was so fast that it did not give the Archon any chance to dodge. After a muffled sound, it pierced the Archon's chest directly, and then quickly dragged the Archon. Bang! 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 The Archon's body kept hitting the surrounding workbenches, smashing those metal tables made of pure metal into pieces. And the ground cracked, leaving a drag mark that was 5 or 6 meters long and nearly half a meter deep. After the Archon's body hit the wall, it fell apart again, with at least half of the bones in his body broken, and he collapsed there like mud. Yisha was surprised. Although he believed that the Archon would not die, he was still somewhat surprised that he was beaten like this with one blow. Then, without delay, Yisha took a step forward and clenched his fist tightly. Zila! The azure current suddenly surged out of Yisha's body, and countless arcs jumped and quickly wrapped around Yisha's arms. Then, Yisha punched. Chapter 1484 The Real Matrix. Boom! As Yisha punched the ceiling, a blue electric current shot out and hit the ceiling fiercely. Then, there was a loud bang, and the ceiling suddenly exploded, leaving a big hole. A black mutant hellhound slowly crawled out. This mutant hellhound was even smaller than the previous one, which was unexpected. It was only about 1.7 meters tall, lying on the ceiling with its claws deeply embedded in it. But it's dangerous. Yisha felt the danger. But there are not many things that can make Yisha feel dangerous. Bang! Suddenly, the claws loosened, and the mutant hellhound fell to the ground. The mutant hellhound in front of me looked a little different from the one I saw before. The mutant hellhound looked like a dog, but it didn't actually walk on all fours, because its forelimbs were particularly short, and this one was particularly obvious. So, the mutant hellhound in front of me was actually standing upright, but its body was bent, and its back had a clear arc. The two heads of the mutant hellhound swung left and right. Like other mutant hellhounds, it had no hair, but a black shell. The shell was very smooth, like the back shell of an insect, and also a bit like a metal armor, shining with the unique luster of metal. There was a tail dragging on the ground at the end, which was the thing that attacked the Archon before. On the chest of the mutant hellhound, for ribs pierced out on each side, and they were connected outside the body, looking very ferocious. Huh? Yisha exhaled foul air. From the outside, this mutant hellhound was a little different from the previous one, but the difference was not big. The body structure was roughly similar. Mainly the standing posture was more obvious, and there was also the shell on the back and the ribs pierced on the chest. The slight change in shape was not enough to make Yisha feel dangerous, but Yisha did feel it, which meant that the mutant hellhound in front of him was definitely not just a change in shape. Zila! Yisha lowered his arm and slowly turned it over. Jumping arcs appeared in his palm. Those arcs merged together and quickly turned into a thunder ball. The next moment, Yisha chose to take the initiative. He suddenly raised his hand and threw the thunder ball out. His figure flashed, and the mutant hellhound suddenly moved sideways. So fast, Yisha's pupil shrank. revealing a look of surprise. The speed of the mutant hellhound was already fast enough. Whether it was the juvenile or the one he had seen before, the speed was terrifying. But this one is faster now. And, in comparison, the increase in speed can even be said to be visible to the naked eye. Moreover, the duration of the Eye of the Storm has not ended, and the storm circle is centered on the twin serrated swords, and it is still in effect at this moment. In other words, the speed of the mutant hellhound decreased by 25% under the effect of the storm circle, and it was so fast that it was terrifying. Almost in an instant, it dodged the thunder ball very lightly. When the mutant hellhound stopped, the tail behind it stabbed forward. The attack speed was also amazingly fast. Dang! Yi Sha was surprised by the speed of the mutant hellhound. He did not react in time and hastily swung the twin serrated swords horizontally, colliding with the opponent's tail, making a crisp sound. The power was also very strong. Yi Sha felt a slight soreness in his wrist, and could feel the power of the opponent's attack. And at this moment, the tail was suddenly torn apart, and one became two, and stabbed at Yi Sha separately. Red flames instantly surged out of Yi Sha's body, crystallized in front of Yi Sha for defense. And then, crack, crack. The crystallized flames could not resist the two tails of the mutant hellhound, and after fine cracks appeared, they were directly pierced. Puff, puff. Then, Yi Sha felt pain. One tail pierced from below the shoulder blade, above the chest, and the other pierced Yi Sha's ribs. The two tails pierced through Yi Sha's body at the same time, causing two blood flowers to fly. Roar! The next moment, the mutant hellhound raised its head and let out a sharp roar, then turned its body and swung its tail, just like it had swung the Archon before, and swung Yi Sha out as well, letting Yi Sha experience the feeling of being an Archon. Yi Sha's entire body was dragged and flew out. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Sha hit the workbench and knocked it over, and hit the wall and smashed a piece of it. With continuous collisions, Yi Sha smashed the surrounding things into pieces. But the red flame armor was constantly activated, constantly appearing, crystallizing, and then breaking, but it could help Yi Sha resist some of the impact. After circling the command center for half a circle, Yi Sha finally fell to the ground. But the mutant hellhound obviously had no intention of stopping and jumped directly. This jump was a distance of 7 or 8 meters, directly above Yi Sha, with sharp claws shining with metallic luster, and then stepped down towards Yi Sha. Yi Sha quickly turned over and rolled to the side. Boom! The moment the mutant hellhound landed, it crushed the ground directly, and the steel plate twisted and collapsed downwards. Yi Sha got up from the ground, gritted his teeth and pulled the two tails of the mutant hellhound out of his body, and threw them aside. The mutant hellhound shook his body, stood up in the same way, and then swung his tail, and the two tails swept towards Yi Sha again. After suffering a loss, Yi Sha would never let the tails get close to him easily. He took a ghost step to the side and instantly distanced himself from the mutant hellhound. However, the mutant hellhound caught up. When Yi Sha's figure appeared, he felt a strong wind sweeping past the side, and the mutant hellhound actually caught up with the ghost step. This speed left Yi Sha speechless. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. Bang! The next moment, the mutant hellhound bit its body, and with a head, it hit Yi Sha's chest, knocking Yi Sha out. Boom! Yi Sha hit the wall behind him, directly smashing a piece of the wall, and Yi Sha fell into the passage. The mutant hellhound rushed forward, but did not come directly to Yi Sha, but stepped on the wall, broke through the ceiling, and hit in the ceiling again. Yi Sha got up from the ground and immediately looked at the ceiling vigilantly. But he didn't think the mutant hellhound would just run away. The mutant hellhound sneaked into the ceiling just because it was used to this way of attack. Faintly, he could hear a noise coming from the ceiling. Yi Sha tilted his head slightly to identify the location. Chapter 1485, The Supreme Martial Arts. Here, Yi Sha quickly identified the location of the mutant hellhound based on the noise, and then punched it 3 or 4 times. Along with the punch, an electric current went to the ceiling, and after hitting the ceiling, there was a loud bang, and a large piece of the ceiling was blown apart. A tail fell out from the broken ceiling. Oops. Yi Sha thought to himself that he was fooled. The mutant hellhound's tail can be split into 2. Obviously, the sound was deliberately induced by the mutant hellhound to induce Yi Sha. The method was very simple. If the mutant hellhound did not move, there would be no sound. Then one tail was split, and struck at a farther position to make a sound. Just at the moment when Yisha made a wrong judgment, another tail pierced out from behind Yisha, then wrapped around Yisha's neck and dragged Yisha up. This mutant hellhound seemed to like to attack in this way. It did the same when it attacked the members of the cleaning team before, dragging people into a small space and then biting them wantonly. Unfortunately, Yisha was not a member of the cleaning team. Almost at the moment when he felt suffocation in his neck and his body was dragged up, an electric current exploded on Yisha's body. With a bang, the ceiling was blown open, and the tail wrapped around Yisha's neck loosened. A big hole was blown out on the top, and the ventilation duct and the ground on the upper floor were also blown to pieces. The mutant hellhound jumped up and reached the upper floor. The mutant hellhound rushed forward quickly. Want to run? Yisha was also furious. He looked at the mutant hellhound running forward and stretched out his right hand, making a pistol gesture. Zila! The sound of electric current surging, and then a current shot out from Yisha's fingertips. The mutant hellhound reacted very quickly and jumped to the side. Although the space in the passage was narrow, the mutant hellhound directly reached out with its claws, pierced the wall, and then ran against the wall to avoid the current. But did it really avoid it? Explode? When the electric current was about to pass by the mutant hellhound, Yisha shouted softly, and the electric current suddenly exploded, blowing up a piece of the wall and blowing the mutant hellhound behind the wall. The biggest change when the Thunder Strike Master upgraded to the Thunder Emperor was not that the battery was upgraded to the Thunder Core, which gave Yisha a larger capacity of power storage, nor that the power of the electric current was increased, but the form, control at will. When the Thunder Strike Master manipulated the electric current, it had a fixed form. The biggest change of the Thunder Emperor was that there was no restriction in this regard. Yisha could manipulate and change the electric current by his own will. Therefore, as long as Yisha's imagination is sufficient, the means of attack will be enriched and no longer limited to a single attack mode. Quickly running forward, Yisha jumped over the broken hole in a hurdle-like posture. The mutant hellhound stood up again at this time, roared at Yisha again, and shot its tail towards Yisha again. Although the mutant hellhound had been attacking with its tail before, Yisha still felt that the speed of the tail was incredibly fast every time. An ordinary movement could not avoid it at all. Go step! Yisha's figure flashed, and he moved away again in a large area. Since he couldn't keep up with the speed, he could only use skills. Yisha took a deep breath, and his momentum suddenly changed. Heaven and earth. The supreme martial arts. Yisha took a deep breath, and then exhaled. This is an action Yisha often does, taking a deep breath to relieve the stuffiness in his chest. But this time it is different. It is the breathing in and out of ancient martial arts. Seeing the tail rolling again, Yisha opened his hands. Benkui! Yisha leaped forward in one step, using the starting stance of Bajiquan. When he leaped forward, he opened his left and right hands and pushed at both ends of the split tail. Then he shook his wrist and used Ming Jin to shake the tail apart. The next moment, Yisha's speed suddenly exploded. He immediately used his clever strength, bent and bounced his legs, and suddenly became faster, coming to the mutant hellhound. The two heads of the mutant hellhound shook, and it bit down at Yisha. However, Yisha did not meet the attack head-on, but twisted his body half a circle and leaned his back against the mutant hellhound. Bajiquan, Tombe style. Yisha moved his body, but not randomly. Instead, he passed directly between the two heads of the mutant hellhound, not only getting close to the mutant hellhound, but also avoiding the attack. Taishanko. Yisha's legs flexed again, and the whole person sprinted towards the mutant hellhound with a small amplitude, and then his shoulder leaned towards the mutant hellhound. This attack looked very light, but when Yisha's shoulder hit the mutant hellhound, bang! The mutant hellhound flew out as if it was hit by a truck, and rolled on the ground continuously. Without any pause, Yisha rushed forward again, and when the mutant hellhound got up from the ground, he came to the mutant hellhound again. However, Yisha's posture suddenly changed, and his fists became half-clenched palms, gently pressing down at the waist. Sinilioha fist. Seeing the mutant hellhound roaring, its tail swept from behind again. Yisha's legs seemed to have no knee joints, constantly twisting left and right, changing direction slightly, swaying left and right like a snake, avoiding the mutant hellhound's tail. The mind and spirit are in harmony, and the snake shakes its body. Yisha came to the mutant hellhound again, and then suddenly pointed his toes. 7-inch kick. The black bull shook its head. The trajectory of Yi Sha's right leg was very strange. With the twisting of his body, it actually drew an irregular trajectory in the air, bypassing the mutant hellhound's tail that was retracted for defense, and kicked the mutant hellhound's chin fiercely. The next moment, the mutant hellhound's body flew into the air, and Yi Sha immediately lay down, opened his body, supported the ground with both hands, and made the action of a tiger pouncing on its food, bear-tiger style. When the mutant hellhound kicked into the air fell, Yi Sha rushed forward and crashed into the mutant hellhound. Before the mutant hellhound landed, it was knocked out by Yi Sha. Boom! The mutant hellhound's body hit the wall, making a hole in the wall again. Yi Sha stood up from the ground and breathed again. Not fast enough? Make up for it with skills. Yi Sha really couldn't keep up with the speed of the mutant hellhound, especially since the storm circle was about to end. At that time, without the 25% speed reduction of the storm circle, the mutant hellhound would become faster. However, Yi Sha could make up for it with fighting skills. Chapter 1486 Fighting. However, Yi Sha's face was not happy. It is indeed possible to use skills to dodge, get close, find attack opportunities, and make up for the disadvantage in speed. However, the power is not enough. The ability of the martial arts supreme actually has no special effect. It just allows Yi Sha to master various ancient martial arts when using it. Before the end of the world, these ancient martial arts were definitely killing skills, which contained a large number of killing moves. Moreover, martial arts is martial arts. Fighting is fighting. The two are not the same. Fighting is carried out in the ring, which can be understood as competition, performance, exchange, etc. And there are rules and restrictions. Compared with martial arts, it is much simpler and more beautiful. Martial arts are different. Real ancient martial arts are all killing skills. This is why the ancient knights broke the law with martial arts. They were not fighting, but really killing. In the ring, there are various rules for protecting the vital parts, but ancient martial arts don't care about these. There are many tricks such as attacking the head, because the purpose itself is to kill or maim people. However, it is another story after the end of the world. There are too many people in this era whose physical fitness surpasses that before the end of the world, and these killing skills have become less useful. The two moves that Yi Sha just used are the killing moves of Bajiquan and Sini Lioha, which are extremely powerful. If ordinary people are hit by them, they will be disabled if not dead. Even Yi Sha has used Ming Jin. However, it is of no use on the mutant hellhound. Sure enough, when Yi Sha was thinking, the mutant hellhound swept the stone, pressing on its body aside with its tail, and stood up again with a shake of its head. Was the attack just now useful? It certainly was useful, but not very useful. Martial Arts Supreme can help Yi Sha use his skills to gain an absolute advantage in close combat. So far, Yi Sha has hardly been suppressed in the state of Martial Arts Supreme, and it is Yi Sha who uses his skills to suppress the opponent. Just from this point, it can be seen that the Martial Arts Supreme suppressed the opponent, which shows how powerful the Martial Arts Supreme is. But the Martial Arts Supreme now lacks the role of helping Yi Sha to win. To put it bluntly, it is still not enough to kill. If the visible force doesn't work, try the hidden force, Yi Sha muttered, and then took a stance again. Yi Sha's arm slowly opened again, with his right hand in front and his left hand in the back. Yin Qing fist starting posture, and the moment Yi Sha took a stance again, the mutant hellhound flew over again. Yi Sha narrowed his eyes, motionless as a mountain. Almost instantly, Yi Sha judged that the mutant hellhound was still using its tail to attack, because the mutant hellhound's forelimbs were too short. The mutant hellhound's forelimbs were so short that it was difficult to swing them. Although it had sharp claws, they could only be used to climb rocks and walls, and could hardly be used to attack. If the mutant hellhound wanted to attack with its hind limbs, it had to jump up first. Since it was charging directly at him, it would definitely attack with its tail. Sure enough, when it was 4 or 5 meters away, the mutant hellhound attacked again, and the tail popped out again. Yi Sha rushed forward and quickly met it. Double flower palm. Yi Sha raised his arms and formed palms, and continuously blasted forward, his palms constantly hitting the two intertwined tails, not expecting to directly block the mutant hellhound's tails, but using clever strength to continuously push those tails away. The mutant hellhound's tails continuously stabbed and passed by Yi Sha, which looked extremely dangerous, but it could never stab Yi Sha. At the same time, Yi Sha's legs were not idle, and he kept stepping left and right, approaching the mutant hellhound. Arriving behind the mutant hellhound, Yisha changed his stance again. But Jiquin. Bang! Yisha took a half step forward and stomped his foot hard. The ground made a dull sound, and the steel plate sank downward. A piece of it was cracked by Yisha's foot. Then Yisha clenched his fists. Standing sky cannon. Yisha leaned forward and punched out with both fists at the same time, hitting the mutant hellhound hard. Bang! The moment Yisha's fists hit, the mutant hellhound's body bent. Although Yisha hit the front of the mutant hellhound, a circle of energy was spread out from behind the mutant hellhound. With a puff, the shell of the mutant hellhound's back cracked, tearing a wound, and then blood continued to flow. Yisha raised his head and stared at the mutant hellhound. The attack hit the target, and the dark energy was also sent into the mutant hellhound's body, which did cause damage. But could it cause a fatal blow to the mutant hellhound? Roar! After a brief stalemate, time seemed to freeze for a few seconds. And then the mutant hellhound suddenly roared, and its tail slammed from the side, sweeping towards Yisha. Yisha reacted very quickly, leaning back immediately, and forcibly dodging it with the posture of a bridge. However, the mutant hellhound has two tails. The second tail came along, and Yisha had no way to avoid it. He was hit hard, and feeling the huge force coming, Yisha was blown away. After rolling on the ground continuously, he finally managed to stabilize his body. The mutant hellhound's tail rushed over and quickly wrapped around Yisha's ankle. The mutant hellhound roared, jumped violently, jumped onto the wall, stomped his legs hard, and rushed into the air again, smashing the ceiling again and heading to the upper floor. Yisha was naturally dragged along, bumping into a bunch of things along the way, and then was dragged out. The mutant hellhound smashed the ceiling and jumped up continuously, rushing directly to the ground, and then swung its tail, and Yisha flew out again. Bang! Yisha hit the service desk in the hall, knocking it over directly, and all the things piled on the service desk fell far away. At the same time, the mutant hellhound attacked again, not giving Yisha any chance to breathe, and its tail was stretched straight, stabbing at Yisha like a spear. Yisha took a deep breath, quickly jumped up from the ground, and then jumped forward. Yisha's body stood straight in the air, and then rushed through the two tails of the mutant hellhound, barely avoiding the mutant hellhound's attack. The moment he landed, Yisha kicked his feet, and then around the mutant hellhound. He began to run irregularly. Dark power. Useless. But it was not too unexpected. Yisha had been prepared. It is true that dark power is a good trick, which can directly penetrate the body and attack the internal organs. However, it does not mean that the dark power is invincible. First, if the body is too strong, the power of the dark power will be weakened when it enters the opponent's body. But it is undeniable that the moves that can directly attack the body are still the most troublesome. Weakening is always better than being completely defended. The characteristic of the dark power is that it cannot be defended. It is nothing more than a matter of the degree of injury. Chapter 1487 Berserker. The second is the problem of body structure. When the martial arts supremes moves, or when ancient martial arts were born, when the moves of the third and fourth were created, the imaginary enemy must be human. So, it is a bit troublesome when encountering an enemy with a non-human structure, because the position of the internal organs is different from that of humans. The mutant hellhound is both. The mutant hellhound's body is still very strong, and the power of the dark force must be weakened. But the injury is so light, the body structure must still have an impact. The internal structure of the mutant hellhound is different from that of humans, and the position of its organs is probably different. This results in the dark energy being accurately delivered into the mutant hellhound's body, causing damage. But the hit is not accurate enough. This is the same as a scratch. A scratch is of course considered damage, but compared to a direct stab, the lethality is of course much smaller, which is understandable. But no matter what, the dark energy is obviously not able to deal with the mutant hellhound. If you can understand the body structure of the mutant hellhound, you can still cause fatal injuries by continuously hitting the same position with the dark energy. But Yisha didn't have time to figure out the body structure of the mutant hellhound. Yisha had just dodged when the mutant hellhound hit him. The mutant hellhound's moves are actually nothing worth mentioning. They are the same moves over and over again, either sweeping and stabbing with the tail, or jumping up and clawing, or bumping. These three are the most common moves. If you are too close, the mutant hellhound will bite. But in general, the attack is very simple. After seeing such moves once, Yi Sha had the confidence to dodge or block them. But the problem was, the mutant hellhound was fast. Because the mutant hellhound was incredibly fast. These simple moves were extremely powerful. Too complicated attacks might delay time and affect speed. But with this kind of straightforward attack, it was simple and violent. Seeing the tail sweeping towards him again, Yi Sha leaned back, supported the ground with one hand, and did a somersault, barely dodging it. But, suddenly, the speed of the mutant hellhound's tail sweep suddenly increased. Yi Sha's heart suddenly snapped. The duration of the Eye of the Storm was over, and the storm circle disappeared. Without the 25% speed reduction of the storm circle, the mutant hellhound's speed suddenly increased, and the attack that should have been avoided could not be avoided. Bang! Yi Sha was hit hard. And because he was supported by one arm, he was not strong enough, and he was directly spun like a gyroscope, and then hit the ground and rolled continuously. Your grandma. Steadying himself, Yi Sha cursed, and then electricity surged from his body, and countless arcs wrapped around Yi Sha's body. Although the martial arts supreme can fight with the mutant hellhound and suppress the mutant hellhound, it can never cause fatal damage and is useless. It is meaningless if it cannot kill the target. If you can't become faster than the opponent, you can only limit the opponent and prevent the opponent from getting faster. So, what if you can't limit the opponent? The reverse meaning of this sentence is that if you can't restrict the opponent, you can only make yourself faster. Berserker state. Berserker, enter the Berserker state. Physical fitness increases by 150%. Other physical fitness enhancement abilities cannot be superimposed. When using heavy weapons, strength increases by an additional 50%. Obtain super speed regeneration ability. Obtains the ability to fight more bravely. Obtains the ability to kill crazily. And obtains the ability of courage of a common man. The physical fitness of the Berserker state is extremely terrifying. Yi Sha once used the Berserker state to face Leo head-on. Although he didn't win, he fought Leo for several rounds. It can be seen how terrifying the improvement of physical fitness is. However, the Berserker ability cannot be used casually, because among the three abilities of the Berserker, the courage of a common man is a side effect ability. The courage of a common man, the Berserker state lasts for 360 seconds. After leaving the state, it enters a weak state, and the physical fitness decreases by 50%, which lasts for 3 hours. In 5 minutes, if Yi Sha does not defeat the mutant hellhound, his physical fitness will decrease by 50%, and he will be defeated by the mutant hellhound. Ah! Yi Sha raised his head and roared. The Berserker state not only affects physical fitness, but also affects thinking and emotions. This is inherited from the characteristics of adrenaline. After all, it is the fusion of adrenaline and frenzy. Of course, it's not as outrageous as adrenaline, which makes him lose his mind and fight on instinct. But, irritable, violent, Yi Sha still became crazy because of this. And he was completely different from his usual calm appearance, and rushed directly towards the mutant hellhound. The time limit of the martial arts supreme has not yet expired. In theory, Yi Sha can still continue to use ancient martial arts in the Berserker state. However, Yi Sha is no longer in the mood to fight like this. Judging, making moves, using skills, everything that a martial arts master needs, all requires calmness. And Yi Sha has completely lost his calmness. Because of the influence of the Berserker ability, Yi Sha doesn't care about any moves at the moment. And there is only one thought in his head. Smash this ugly thing in front of him. Roar! The mutant hellhound roared angrily, and its two separate tails came towards him from the left and right. See it clearly. Yi Sha widened his eyes, looking at the flying tail, and clearly saw the trajectory of the tail passing through the air. Physical fitness is all round, even including the 5 senses. When physical fitness improves, Yi Sha's dynamic vision is also improved. Previously, when he saw the mutant hellhound's tail attack, he could only see a blurry afterimage. But now, Yi Sha can see it clearly. He can avoid it. But, Yi Sha does not flinch. Puff! A tail pierced directly from Yi Sha's waist. But Yi Sha just twisted his expression, and did not care about the injury at all. Because Yi Sha did it on purpose. Got you. Yi Sha grabbed the mutant hellhound's tail with both hands, then pulled the mutant hellhound's tail with great force and threw it up. Give it back to you. Yi Sha said fiercely. This is what you just did to me. The tail drove the mutant hellhound's body, and as Yi Sha exerted force, the mutant hellhound's body flew up directly, circled in the air for half a circle, and was thrown out directly. Crash! The mutant hellhound hit the glass door in front, smashed it, and fell outside the building. Ah! Without waiting for the mutant hellhound to get up, Yisha roared again, jumped up, and then flew to smash the glass door on the side, and rushed out of the building. Chapter 1488 Killing. Die! Yisha grabbed the stone sculpture at the door, lifted it up with one hand, and threw it at the mutant hellhound. The mutant hellhound quickly jumped to the side, and the stone sculpture fell to the ground, breaking into pieces. Yisha jumped to a height of 4 or 5 meters, and fell diagonally forward. Boom! He stepped on the stone sculpture, and the stone sculpture was broken into 2 halves by Yisha's foot, while the mutant hellhound dodged to the side. 2 tails flew out again. Dynamic vision can keep up, even if the speed is a little slower, because it can predict the trajectory of the attack. It can also resist the attack. Moreover, in the berserker state, Yisha's speed is not slower than the mutant hellhound, swinging his body left and right. Yisha moved like a snake, although it is a snake-like movement. When Yisha moved, it was completely like teleportation. His body flashed and moved 2 meters away, as if his figure was constantly jumping left and right and moving forward. A very important point is that in addition to the berserker's improved physical fitness, it is also because now it is outdoors, not a relatively closed small space, but now it is outdoors. The Son of Wind ability that has been useless has finally become useful. Coming to the mutant hellhound, Yisha threw a fierce uppercut and hit the mutant hellhound's chin. With a puff, a blood flower suddenly exploded at the mutant hellhound's chin. Ming Jin. Although it was difficult for Yisha to remain calm in the berserker state, and he could not use the moves and techniques of the supreme martial arts to fight, that was because he had no intention to make judgments, and the bright and dark forces mastered in ancient martial arts could still be used. After all, this thing was something similar to Qigong, and it could be used even with ordinary punches. After Yisha's physical fitness improved, the use of Qi and the lethality became huge. Normally, it is difficult to punch through the body, even if the force is great, because it will directly blow the target away. However, it was different when he could use Ming Jin. Yisha's fist was like a sharp sword that could pierce through everything. After smashing the mutant hellhound's jaw with one punch, the mutant hellhound's head immediately bit over and bit Yisha's forearm directly. A bloody hole was pierced on Yisha's forearm by the mutant hellhound's sharp teeth, and bright red blood kept flowing down his arm. Ah! Yisha roared, not knowing whether it was because of pain or pure venting. Without pulling his arm back, Yisha stretched out his hand and pinched the mutant hellhound's jaw. The mutant hellhound's teeth pierced into Yisha's palm, piercing through it. Enduring the pain, the muscles on Yisha's arm suddenly tightened. Strong power. Yisha's muscles swelled up, a full circle larger, and then pressed down hard. With a bang, the mutant hellhound's body was thrown to the ground. And then Yisha raised his fist. It's time to end. Zila. Yisha raised his left fist high. The current surged, wrapped around Yisha's fist, and then fell down with force. Berserker state, strength, and the electric current enhancement of the Thunder Emperor. Yisha didn't believe that he couldn't kill the mutant hellhound like this. Bang! The next moment, Yisha's fist fell and hit the mutant hellhound's head hard. Bang! A ball of blood mist suddenly exploded. A strong smell of blood appeared, and dots of bright red floated around and scattered all over the ground. The head of the mutant hellhound was smashed like a smashed watermelon, and countless flesh and blood scattered around. But Yisha's fist did not stop at all, because there was a second head. Bang! Yisha's fist hit the second head of the mutant hellhound, and the skull immediately sank downwards. Ah! Yisha gritted his teeth and roared again. Crack! A clear cracking sound appeared, and half of Yisha's arm was smashed into the head of the mutant hellhound, leaving a fist-sized blood hole, and blood splashed out, warm, and sprinkled all over Yisha's face. You killed a mutant hellhound, mother. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, artificial cell, animal Z-type. You killed a mutant hellhound, mother. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, artificial cell, animal B-type. You killed a mutant hellhound, mother. Cumulative number, 1. Apocalypse reward, dog tail, muscle hardened type. A mysterious voice sounded in Yisha's ears. Yisha did not choose to hold back and capture the mutant hellhound. Yisha knew that this mutant hellhound was infinitely close to the extraordinary level, and it was several times more difficult to capture it than to kill it. Puff! Yi Sha stood up and pulled his fist out of the mutant hellhound's head, bringing out a stream of blood. Then drew his sword and cut off the mutant hellhound's tail, and dug off a piece of meat. And then Yi Sha left quickly, picked up the phone and dialed Du Lingling's number. "Where are you?" Du Lingling, still at the experimental base. "We saw the mutant hellhound tied up by the Archon." "Where are you?" "Yi Sha, let the Archon accompany you to send the mutant hellhound back to the Doomsday train. Don't worry about me. I'm not going back yet." After Yi Sha finished speaking, he left quickly without giving Du Lingling a chance to ask more questions. The berserker state can last for more than a minute, and then Yi Sha will fall into a weak state. So Yi Sha decided to find a dark corner to lick his wounds. Yi Sha hopes to be alone now, because trust is not something that Yi Sha does not have in his heart. But there is always a limit. They can cooperate and travel together. But the premise of everything is that Yi Sha is in a normal state, because strength is Yi Sha's confidence, and Yi Sha believes that he can handle all situations. However, when he appeared weak and incompetent, Yi Sha hoped to be alone. He would not expose his weak side to anyone. Even Du Lingling and Kong Max did not show any untrustworthy aspects. But this was the upper limit of Yi Sha's word trust. Yi Sha did not leave the academy, but found a teaching building, avoided the zombies as much as possible, pried open the fence cover of the ventilation duct, and then climbed in. In the next 3 hours, Yi Sha planned to settle down in this place. His physical fitness dropped by 50%, which was a great loss of strength for Yi Sha. Of course, the 3-hour weak state was still acceptable. He could just find a place to hide. Yi Sha almost didn't use the adrenaline before. The weak state was too serious and lasted for a long time. Even if he won the fight, he might die because of an accident when leaving. Chapter 1489. Meet Ming Hai again. 3 hours is not long, but it is not short either. Yi Sha still remains vigilant. The ventilation ducts are relatively safe in most places, because zombies are unlikely to crawl in. But it is hard to say about this damn place. There are too many animal zombies, and zombie dogs can easily get in. Of course, it is only a 50% decrease in physical fitness. It is still no problem to deal with some zombie dogs, but Yi Sha thinks it is better not to. In addition to being weak, he is also injured. It is better not to fight. After the weak state is over, it is safest to use the Alaskan whale harpoon to suck blood for healing. Fortunately, Yi Sha seemed to have good luck this time. He stayed in the ventilation duct for 3 hours without encountering any zombies. When the 3 hours were up, Yi Sha could clearly feel that his body was full of strength again. This was a very obvious change. Moreover, the weak state also had a psychological effect. When one was used to the normal strength, physical fitness, speed, etc., and suddenly reduced by 50%, even if he was not unable to fight, because of habit, Yi Sha would feel like a waste. Fortunately, he managed to make it through. Clang! Crawling in the ventilation duct, Yi Sha kicked the fence cover open and jumped back to the ground. 2 zombies that happened to be wandering in the room immediately found Yi Sha and rushed towards him with their fangs and claws bared. Yi Sha glanced at the 2 zombies, but did not move. The next moment, boom, boom, the ground suddenly broke, and 2 relatively small corpse flower vines suddenly emerged. They did not sweep the 2 zombies away, but directly entangled the 2 zombies. Yi Sha pulled out the Alaskan whale harpoon, and then began to stab the 2 zombies, until the injuries from the previous battle with the mutant hellhound were completely healed. And then he cut the necks of the 2 zombies with a knife and killed them. After leaving the teaching building, Yi Sha looked at the sky, which was already gray, because of the 3-hour delay. The city was about to be shrouded in the night. The night always makes people palpitate, and humans are not nocturnal creatures. However, the weak state was also survived, and the injuries were basically recovered with the Alaskan whale harpoon. Yi Sha was fearless. In this case, it was natural to complete his real purpose. Angshan Highway. Gas station. Yi Sha must go there to take a look at the gas station that used to be there. Even if there is nothing there, only by seeing it with his own eyes can Yi Sha give up. After leaving the academy, Du Lingling and Kong Max should have returned to the Doomsday train. It is much more convenient for Yi Sha to be alone. He casually found a car on the street, smashed the glass window, and after trying to start it, Yi Sha drove the car out of the city. Angshan is located outside the city of Wolf City. This place is a famous lake area. with Ishan as the center. There are lakes everywhere. Ishan itself is also very famous. There is a huge hunting ground there. Not only locals, but also a large number of tourists before the end of the world. The Yingshan Highway is right beside the Yingshan Mountain. Encircling the Yingshan Mountain and running through the two cities. Yi Sha didn't delay much. His body had recovered, and he had prepared enough food when he came. The remaining things to do were very simple. Just drive along the highway. When Yi Sha found the gas station, he found it on the side of the highway. So as long as he kept going along the highway, he would definitely find it. However, as time went by, Yi Sha's face gradually became ugly. There is no gas station. In Yi Sha's memory, he found the gas station about 2 to 3 days after leaving Wolf City. At that time, Yi Sha's goal was Eagle Mountain, because at that time, Yi Sha's strength was not strong enough. After completing the task, he took his team and prepared to go to Eagle Mountain to hunt animal zombies and make a fortune. Secondly, the advantage of being a lone ranger is also here. After completing the task, you can share it by yourself. At that time, Yi Sha's team had 5 people, and the reward for completing the task was not enough to share. Therefore, according to convention, after completing the mission at each stop, Yi Sha would lead people to hunt zombies, and would not return to the Doomsday train until it was almost time to depart, using this method to make up for the harvest. Even so, Yi Sha's speed of improving strength in this life was much faster than in the previous life. In addition to being familiar with everything because of his memory and not needing to adapt. It was because Yi Sha acted alone in the early stage of this life. Later, after becoming a flight attendant and a flight attendant, he often had to work in a team, and only a few people got together. Moreover, Yi Sha's small group was not very close. If it was not necessary, they almost did it by themselves. In the previous life, Yi Sha always acted with a fixed 5 people. As for the Wolf City stop, Yi Sha's memory was particularly clear because of the note. And now, it's been 3 days. Yi Sha still hasn't seen the gas station. This means that the gas station may really be gone, and Yi Sha may never find the capsule machine again. While thinking, Yi Sha turned the steering wheel and drove into a rest stop on the side. Yi Sha got out of the car and looked at the rest stop in front of him. But he had no impression. This rest stop was something Yi Sha had never seen in his previous life, which meant that he had never been here in his previous life. Hey, there are still people alive here. At this time, a voice was heard. Yi Sha looked sideways and found 2 people holding a pile of food and walking towards him. Hey! A man who looked quite rough shouted at Yi Sha, "Boy, where are you from?" Yi Sha was in a very bad mood at the moment, and said without raising his head, "If you don't want to die, get out of here." "Hey, you are quite aggressive." The man sneered. "Do you want me to loosen your bones?" As the man spoke, he threw the food in his hand to his companion, and walked towards Yi Sha with his fist clenched. Yi Sha did not look at the other party, but when the other party approached, he pulled out the sword Luo Nanjiang expressionlessly. "Stop! Don't move." When Yi Sha was about to draw his sword, a hooded man hurriedly ran out of the rest stop, slapped the man on the back of the head and cursed, "Are you tired of living? Want to die?" Ming Hai boss. The man was wronged, this kid. Yi Sha's expression finally changed, and he turned his head. "Ming Hai?" The man took off his hood and smiled. "Long time no see." Ming Hai looked dusty, with a lot of sand on his face, and his face was sallow. However, this area is a desert with dust everywhere. Watering in this place, almost everyone looks like this. "Yi Sha, why are you here?" Chapter 1490. Something happened. Why am I here? Of course, it's because some bastard lied to me that there were claw machines or gas-upon machines here, but I didn't see any. Ming Hai took out a wrinkled cigarette from his pocket and lit it, "But seeing you here, I feel relieved." Yi Sha was puzzled. "Huh?" Ming Hai waved his hand to signal his 2 men to continue moving things, and sat down on the front of the car. "You are also here to find a gas station, right?" Yi Sha did not deny it, and nodded directly. "Ming Hai, it is understandable. No one who sees the Gashapon machine will think it is real. If they find that they can really get magical power, they will definitely come back to look for it. But judging from your appearance, you probably haven't found it." "Yi Sha, which direction did you come from?" Ming Hai pointed to the other side of the Yingshan Highway, St. Paul City, in the direction of Wolf City. Yi Sha remained silent. Ming Hai, it seems that you really didn't find it. You came from Wolf City. And since you came here to look for it, it means that you really didn't lie to me. Yi Sha came from Wolf City, while Ming Hai was in the opposite direction. If no one found it, it meant that the gas station really didn't exist. Yi Sha, I want to see your car. Ming Hai smiled. Please. Ming Hai was so straightforward that Yi Sha's heart suddenly sank. If Ming Hai really found the gas-upon machine, Yi Sha believed that he would never draw the gas-upon, but would directly move the gas-upon machine away. Then, if he found it, the gas-upon machine should be in his car. Yi Sha sighed. Goodbye. I have to go. Yi Sha opened the car door. Ming Hai patted the front of the car and shouted, Hey! Consider my last proposal. We can cooperate. We are both so strong. Definitely the best combination. We can also find the gas-upon machine together. Yi Sha got into the driver's seat and opened the window. If you don't get out of the way, I'll step on the accelerator. Ming Hai, it's good to catch up. We haven't seen each other for so long. As soon as Ming Hai finished speaking, Yi Sha started the car, and Ming Hai quickly jumped to the side. Even if he was immortal, it would hurt to be run over by a car. Ming Hai was angry. Are you kidding me? Give me a chance to talk. Yi Sha smiled. Do you know what strong is? Ming Hai looked at Yi Sha in confusion. Yi Sha, because I have never seen anyone stronger. After saying that, Yi Sha turned the steering wheel and left the rest stop. What do you mean? Ming Hai looked at the rear of the car and shouted, It's great to be able to fight. I can also get beaten. Yi Sha left quickly. There was no need to move forward. The gas station was really gone. Why would such a large gas station disappear? Frankly speaking, this is an incredible thing. But after seeing incredible things so many times, it is just that. There is still disappointment and unwillingness. But Yi Sha inexplicably feels relaxed. Whether the gas station is found or not. Whether the gas-upon machine is found or not. This matter finally has a result. Even if it is not a good result, it is still a result, which allows Yi Sha to no longer worry about it. Life is just a road forward. There is no going back. No regrets. Yi Sha laughed at himself. I have one more chance than others. That's enough. That's enough. Yi Sha returned to the Doomsday train. Since he didn't find the gas station, there was no need to stay in this damn place. He would only feel unhappy if he stayed there. When he returned to the Doomsday train and entered the dining car, the place was as deserted as ever, with only 2 or 3 tables of people. What surprised Yi Sha was that the proprietress was not there. This is even rarer than Mars hitting the Earth. Since boarding the Doomsday train, Yi Sha has never seen the proprietress leave the restaurant, and even rarely leave the bar. Snap! A snap of fingers attracted Yi Sha's attention. And then Yi Sha saw Du Lingling and Kong Max sitting in the corner. And the little fat man and Fei Long were also there. You are finally back. The little fat man said to Yi Sha. Something happened. Yi Sha looked puzzled. Huh? The little fat man. Something happened to Yi and Nyepa. Yi Sha, what's going on? Little fatty. Nyepa sent a message for help. It seems that he and Yi are trapped somewhere. However, the signal source is very unstable. It has only been connected intermittently twice. We want to go over, but we can't confirm the location. We don't know where to go. And this is not the worst. Du Lingling. The worst thing is that the boss lady is not here. Kong Max. If the boss lady is here, we can confirm with her where Yi and Nyepa went. But it is said that the boss lady disappeared after arriving at this station. Go ask those waiters. Damn. Those guys are a group of puppets who can't talk. Yi? Nyepa? Yi Sha licked his lips. Did she find Nyepa in the end? Du Lingling, do you know where they went? Yeah. Yi Sha stood up. If everything is fine, let's go together. Where did Yi go? Of course. The romantic city. Originally, Yi didn't need to tell Yi Sha where she was going. But Yi wanted to find Yi Sha to go with her. But Yi Sha was not interested and refused. Yi Sha thought she would find Kong Max or Fei Long. After all, these two are Yi's current bodyguards number 1 and number 2. But Yi Sha didn't expect that Yi would find Nyepa in the end. The little fat man followed Yi Sha. Where did they go? Yi Sha, the romantic city. The Palace Museum. Ah? The little fat man, that damn place? Yi Sha, you know it too? The little fat man, I've heard a little bit about it. It's said that people who go in there can't get out. And they don't know whether they live or die. Yi Sha, you thought there was a treasure inside. So she went to find it, looking for death. Little fatty, I heard that flight attendants have also been in there, and none of them could come out. I know this from what Eduardo said. Oh, that guy became a flight attendant with me, and is currently an independent flight attendant. Yisha, even flight attendants have been there? Little fatty, yes. But I don't know much about it. I just heard about it when chatting with people. Yisha nodded. And then, wait for me here. After Yisha finished speaking, he walked out of the dining car, walked through the aisle, and then knocked gently in front of a carved wooden door. The boss lady was not there. So even if she could confirm the location, she couldn't go there, because the platforms were connected to different places. Yisha left the Doomsday train platform and went to Wolf City. The same was true for Du Lingling and Kong Max, while Fatty and Falong went to the place they had been before. So, Yisha needed someone to help.